issues for EG yet. They are looking without a single broken sweat on the brow. VG already up short. No resistance yet. Breeze in pit. Zerk with a miss. That's a problem. Double as well. Advent has the sight. They know Breeze is in pit. Mihu's arrived right on the scene and into Advent's crosshair. We have a first. Unless Breeze and Stan can do the impossible. 1v4 bomb ticking. Stan just about now arriving upon the site. Oh, frags to his name already, and here comes the util. Looks like Vici about to make the hit. Full blind. Mihu to support, takes fire. It's Zoking to open up proceedings. A gap in the smoke, but it enables Advent to find another head. Is that the end of that? If Jamyoung just bounces out of this balcony, draws the crosshair, even some damage, it would be great on the Mac 10. Smoked off, here he comes.
Blind.
Full blind, Jamyoung's not got it. Zoking has more impact and entries from Zoking, a double as well. First on B, now on A. He's got 4 frags, but they are all impact round converting frags. Here comes Stan. 1. Easy for Mihu as well, and the rest likely to follow. Kaze and Alman running out of options, and looks like the bomb has fallen as well. Coffin hold. Lots of space taken now. These headshot angles, he's not got the spray either. It's just falling apart here, one by one. Try and keep them at the door. It's a great pop flash. He's full blind. He should be dead. Okay. It's a bit of a Mickey Mouse operation at times, isn't it?
Well, this could be huge for Mihu here. He's found the gap, and that smoke towards Arch side. It's a 1-on-4 situation. He's behind them. Zoking's gone down. He can't get it done. Jamyoung will finish him off, and that's 10-5 on the half for EG. Looking good to kick off day number 2 and stay alive here within the play-ins.
Alman will be able to see over it. I like the boost. This is going to be profitable if he can find the head, repositioned, lots of Glocks in place. Cirque's the one to draw blood. Advent can't do anything. Locked out by that. Peppered through. And now with the bomb down, they've got 2 smokes.
No kit.
No kit.
And some jewelries.
Dan, 1 click of the mouse, and Jamyoung forced to watch as this one transpires. Couple more for Breeze. Oh, it's all too easy.
Even fire the jewelries?
Didn't even get to pull the trigger on him.
Well, that's the pistol round done. Just how many can Allman take? The answer is 0. Everybody from EG stays alive, and I think this really lets you know about the state of the nation right here. Things...
Smokes are coming in. Looks like the commits as well. Here comes Obo, just trying to forge a path off the flash. They push through. Good find from Zoking. He won't make more than 2, but it is at least maintained a...
And also, I don't know, but I spoke to our friend Rushley. He said that his little audio issue he had yesterday is fixed. To accelerate into Zoking, they need to get him down. Denied the first stand. Breeze gets the trade, and now the B hit comes in. Kaze with the AWP for the back of the site strikes, and there's 10 seconds left.
Let's get into it. 10 seconds. That bomb needs to go down. Obo has it on his back, and he's still clearing new box, and he's defended. Eesh, that was a chance, like a round-winning chance for Kaze, but flute, Chad, you said?
Yeah, like a flute.
Yeah, kind of, except more like a violin. But with Gucci, or any other luxury brand.
Well, it's a 2-on-3, Alex. How does this one go?
I'll tell you exactly how it goes. I reckon Alman's the first to die, to Breeze, and then Jamyoung dies as well. Oh, what do you have? 16-5, EG looking calm. And they collect. They'll take Inferno. We'll take a break.
We're going to get this one underway here. Map number 2, Mirage, EG's pick. And, well, if Mihu can do what he did yesterday, this might be another quick affair here.
Here we go. This is Zoking's time to shine. And the Julies tested. Quite hitting the shots.
Not buying the Julies,
Yeah,
man.
I think we need to stop. Obo and Mihu, on the other hand, having no issues with their free Glock. In fact, everyone's is working in optimal capacity. So it's going to be hard to watch, I think. Jamyoung put to bed, tucked in tight.
Yeah, Vici did their homework. They're going to know this is in play.
Yeah.
Allman.
Oh, a good chance. He spots 2 on the death cam. A 3rd is in play as well. Good damage. Obo dinked by that 5-7 down to 9. A miss from Kaze. I don't think so at all. He knows it's 2. Oh, but now he's been spotted and just damage. Heartbreak Hotel. They are softened up for Kaze's scout. I mean, Obo and Breeze could both fall to the single. Now Advent has managed to catch Obo in that window room. This scout can take them both down. Stan, however, full HP. Breeze is a much better target for him, and it looks like he's baited it in. No issue. Advent in the 1v1.
Knows he's close.
Does. Chance denied. An AK recovered. If he doesn't clear his corners, it's a freebie for Breeze, and regardless, doesn't pull the trigger. Nice find. Kars in the meantime does catch one in mid. There's more there. And Obo, good chance, elevated position. Orman's gone. Jamyoung has a chance here. There it is. Bomb loose and a double from Jamyoung. Things starting to get a little more interesting here. Kazi's fallen off the line. This could be a problem, Obo to swing. Good shot as well, Jamyoung. Oh, Jamyoung's aware of it. Everything covered, he'll make it 4. Have a duel, it's Jamyoung, only Jamyoung. Stan does go down. Big find from Orman onto Mihu, now we're talking. And again, just Breeze, here we go. Vici, don't forget, off the flash through the smoke, they're not ready. Zoking, good spray damage, but they're into the site. Can they get the bomb down? They can't find the denial. Yes, they can. Stan was close. A half a second on that, I reckon, but regardless, no extra cash for them. Yeah, but surely it's telegraphed, right? When you see that smoke, you know what to expect, and Obo clears everyone! Oh my god, Kaze's gonna be mad. Jamyoung cuts one down to size. Now through the smoke, good damage, doesn't finish off the job. Breeze hunting, knows there was bench presence. A nice find again, Jamyoung. Bomb's on its way A, they are coming into the stack. There's a chance here. Time's on their side, 18 seconds. One from Mihu, good find from Zoking. If they could just deny the plant. Planting safe, Bodyguard is doing his job. Breeze saves the day for EG. Alman just a little late to the party. Ooh, tip of the head. Zoking gets the info. Safely, that's an achievement, and swinging in, that Stan draws the crosshair 1 for 1. Bomb in, starting to take space and take heads. Oh, 1 by 1, they'll just fall. And so EG, they will make it 10. Not going to be taking too many casualties and not...
Window smoke lands, A smoke's coming over the wall, flashes are following as well. Looks like it will be the hit.
Yeah, this is great. And Stan caught out, nice find, bit of a team flash. It will be determined by this AWP, and he's not quite finding the mark. Cirque is up on connector. Palace swing should find him. Kaze's sticking around in that smoke. Surely the spray will find him. Unspotted Tetris, way too many men though. Obo's even lurking on top of the box. That's a good find. He's looking for Cirque and not enough. There you go, 11. EG just 5 rounds away. Far off the mark. Advent, long-range Glock duel. I don't fancy his chances against the USB. Keeps re-peeking. He's working through market. No one's looking. Charging in, Stan draws fire. Kaze to finish it off. Okay, Vici Gaming, a compulsory pistol converted. They're setting the pace. Yeah. Look at it. Oh, magnificent. Oh, Obo. Short work of Zoking trying to... Oh, no, another one's hit. Breeze has caught Advent as well. Both of them from short side, and this has just gone from great to absolutely abysmal. Mihu looking a little aggressive, wants to take a glance over the flames. Kaze is there. Ooh, obscured just enough. Gives him the advantage. He can convert a second here. Kaze with a huge opening. And EG, they did invest. He got the Kevlar. Every penny spent. It's enabling Cirque to knock down another. Zoking, meanwhile, did find that fight on middle. Great control from Cirque. He's put him into an unfavorable 1v2. Zoking to come up clutch. The first is found and 42 points of health.
And the element of surprise here, it's with Obo every day of the week.
Oh, he might just walk and spot him, you know.
If he looks down the ladder, he's going to see him.
Yeah, he is. Will he check it? Obo will. Oh, he does. Checks it out. Nothing for Zoking to do. Just not looking the right way. Makes it 13 for the Evil Geniuses.
And 2 in the underpass. This might get a bit messy for EG. That's set up, right? You could see the concept, but Cirque had a scout. Obo now heading back towards short. They're loud about this. These footsteps are going to be heard.
Here comes the smokes, at least one of them. Flashes as well. Cirque's posted up. He should at least have one here. It's Obo that actually draws blood first. Zoking will not have anything more to contribute. Now just the 2 of them. Jamyoung and Kaze falling by the wayside. Evil Geniuses booking themselves a ticket in that elimination match against Mouse. And that's the end for Vici Gaming. A solid attempt. Clearly, though, Counter-Strike is getting to a level you just cannot keep your head above water. Everything picture perfect. Evil Geniuses will have a chance to lock in for the main event later on today.
And I think what Vici Gaming needs are 2 things. They need more skilled players like Jamyoung on the team, right? Finding some new talents from the Chinese scene. And I really do believe they need a European/North American coach, right? I think they need someone from this region who can just help them with the basics, right? Not overextending when you have the numbers advantage, playing with more discipline, just some basic, simple concept.
I mean, with this matchup, I'd say it was a little overconfidence, I think. I think that in our heads that we knew that we're a lot better than them, so maybe people were getting a little over jealous and just peeking more things and just getting more confident.
In 2 words, are you feeling overconfident against Mouse later?
It's definitely going to be a good matchup. We played them at practice a lot, so it's going to be a good match.
I think that a win like this against Vici, albeit Vici, is very good for the confidence. We can hear Breeze talking about it. Even if he thinks they were overconfident, I would argue that's a good thing for them, because I believe most of the battle is mental.
A do-or-die situation for the side of Complexity and LDLC, both with their backs against the wall. One loss here in this series will be elimination in the play-ins through Cologne 2021. They will not be going to the main event, but the winner will be. I can tell you that much. Welcome back, everybody.
I actually don't mind them leaving Nuke in. I was wondering if their confidence was going to be shot on Nuke, but LDLC's, you know, their Nuke stats look good, but don't have a lot of solid wins on it.
Thank you, gentlemen. That sound means just one thing, that it's time to get into the game. Config versus Maka. That's Complexity versus LDLC for a spot within the Cologne main event. Let's kick it off.
And lots of bodies for Poison to communicate. It does look like they'll be holding it from the CT on the cross. He's just trying to keep his head tucked. Oh, good find. That's the first. Kios down. Looking for his second. So many to find. He's managing his angles really well here, Poison. He's not having any issues contending with one at a time. JKS in support. He can play around the smoke drop now by LDLC, and looking good from Mr. JKS. 2 on the taps. But, you know, he's been a house name for Complexity, and he has been credited with
the technical timeout. Here we go. You've got to wait. It's going to be on
2,
shoot.
3.
Oh, they're doing it on 3.
1,
I think
2,
the thing is,
rock, paper, scissors, shoot. What? That's the rules I played.
Poison, this is your chance.
This is going to be just as impressive as Tabson's ace. Here it comes.
Tabson's ace was great.
It was stunning. It really looks so easy. And Poison, actually not quite as easy this time. It's the P250, actually, that gets the style point. For LDLC's first weapon round here, and the bonus from Complexity is going to hamstring them. FAMAS, MP9, off the flash. Config makes a lot out of a little. That FAMAS. Oh, they weren't. Maka. Oh, he gets caught on the jiggles. Oh, JKS. Great management.
But here we go, back down towards the pistols, and I really want to see something a bit more competitive than what Vici offered up. Poison's already taken Hadji out of the round, so that long traction was going to be caught in no man's land, but look at that nade, perfectly landing. 6 are down to 2.
God.
Was the walking wounded as well, and this is just a mop-up. Aisle long, 1, 2, 3, make that 4. On for the ace here. A little bit blind, but he has a chance. Don't steal it, Rush!
Thief. Absolute scoundrel. Oh, he's so hot on their heels. I hope they're diligent. Someone has to be watching the back. This is going to be a horrible finish. Oh. You going to go now, or are you going to respect the smoke?
Oh, they're totally going to go now.
Here we go. Through the grey screen. Straight into Blaine. Good find. That's Kios' first frag. A great tracking from Poison. Zorp, he's only got the heads to aim at. Still found 2. A third? No way, Hadji. He falls as well. Maka clawing something back. Perhaps a competitive round. It's 6er to prove me right. And he's doing exactly that. 1 more to find. 20 bullets in that Galil. JKS maybe in his blind spot. As he goes for that bomb retrieval, just as he looks away, clearing other corners. JKS, a chance. And 6er falls just short of the mark. JKS turning the flash. He can unload, and he does. Oh, beautiful. Combined with Config, he's won the round. It's only Lambert and Maka remaining, a familiar duo.
And they're just walking in for free. Just walking in, getting kills. Guns are not out.
3 more. Starting to commit to the side. The Molly will deny that cross, at least make it costly. Oh, Hadji brave to go through the flames. Now it's time for that plan. They want to take this fight. They want to try and equalize the numbers. They can't handle all these angles if they strike at the same time. That's a start. They're all on the side, though, and the info's there. Config's missed his flick. They've equalized. Now getting interesting in this post-plant, and more frags. Kios with a double. Make it a triple as he lines them up. Poison into tons, and oh, just misses the mark. Maka very low. Pressure, Lambert trying to defend. They can't quite hit the shots. It's Maka that can.
Nice.
Solid defense of this tunnel's aggression, and that should lock down Complexity's chances. Nothing left for them. Blame just to save what he could. They're starting to advance. Complexity gonna start applying the pressure. Maka still managing to pick away at 1. The smoke on Tun's redundant now as he walks in.
Oh.
Good tag. Config on notice. Lambert does struggle to finish his meal. I think with the HP and the time just ticking a little too fast for their liking. It's a good shot from Config to keep him honest.
Blame gonna get away. He's so low.
Is LDLC not only with, what was it, 3 in a row? We'll have 6er, duel 1-on-1 with Rush. Good defense. Rush finds it. Oh, the bomb carries on his way across. Not anymore. Kios loses his life. Hadji with a very nice trade. The bomb's still able to be recovered. Look how close it was to falling off the lip. That could have been round-defining.
Pushing long. They're actually hunting. They're going over towards Rush here.
They know he's a crucial component. It's going to find him pulled out of the flash. Hands off the weapon. They're doing it again. Good shot from Maka as well. Config to come up clutch. He's got 2 more to find. Bomb's well over half gone now. He doesn't even have the time for this. Pulls out the AK, spotted out, hunting for the swing. He'd need them both in quick succession. Not quite precise enough. Just about gets there, but no time. And so just looking for the ego frag, and he will get it. That'll be 8-7. After a 7-0 start, LDLC put themselves right back into Dust 2. Sixer was hiding in on Gandalf. He should have an element of surprise and a great shot. Poisoned down. If they take the pistol here, Chad, it's going to get very troublesome very quickly. Complexity. They fall, and LDLC getting as loud as they can. That's big for them. They know it.
Oh, dear.
Hadji, or rather Config, holding it. He's hit the shots now. Maka alone in the sides and controlled nicely from Rush's AK. Looks like Complexity have got this one in the bag.
I think Lambert spotted some shadows here, potentially, but they're going to flash over mid regardless. JKS could cut some stats here. The spray from range will get 2, and 2 more have crossed his gaze.
5 bullets. No need for any more. Last man standing will drop down. Okay, so it looks like he wants to peek around this.
What is going on?
Oh, and a perfect timing, just as Poison dropped into pit. No AWP support, no Overwatch, and here comes the flank. Poison's got the bomb. It's falling apart for Complexity
25 seconds.
LDLC throwing another brutal twist of the knife into the mix. 11-10. LDLC looking to make their map pick count. JKS to plant, Rush on the Overwatch. Good catch onto Maka on one way. They're throwing so many CT smokes. This is kind of nerdy. And it's working. Rush can't find him under the smoke. A little bit of a release of his crouch key costs him his life. Sixers 2. Now Hadji. 2 to find. Rush the first. And it's too easy. Hadji. A huge find. Clutches up for LDLC. I honestly did not expect this out of our first map to get today with these boys from LDLC. They're all staring at the floor. They're going shopping for a pistol. Hadji's just pushing in. He'll take them all. Anyone else? 360! Lambert could catch Config here. He's throwing a flash, he'll know. Oh, it's everywhere. Mac has been caught. It looks like Complexity have done enough for the 15th hit. Lambert, the element of surprise. Config with the flash and the finish. JKS, that's 2 rounds in a row. He has won the round for Complexity.
Now, he has absolutely no vision. Sixer, what are you doing? Poison goes straight into Hadji, Blame into Sixer, and it all falls apart.
A sigh of relief for Complexity. JKS can finish it right here and now, and does. Complexity just about pull it across the line. LDLC's pick, and they have brought a very unique flavor.
I think they were rattling everybody. Now we see the lovely grape distribution.
Oh, lads, poor
Pick
showing.
those up. Pick them up, boys. You don't want grape in the carpet.
You're going to get it all rolled in with the wheels.
There's smushy grapes everywhere.
And that is his playground. We fly through it. Connector, expect to see bloodshed. Config may not be very precise with his grape throwing, but certainly is with the virtual AK-47 in his hands. We're going to be getting into this one. LDLC, they tested him. And all their util flies through. There's still a remaining flash, and here they come through the smoke. Blame meets his teammate through it, but Baka playing a smart game on the edge of the smoke. A chance for 2, denied, and in that flurry of frags, we're left with just 1. Kio's caught from the backside, and Cole will take it.
Gone up. Lambert has gone for something crazy again. Gone for a little Zeus. Let's see if he gets to use this one.
Wow, you were so quick at that. Nice play.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are rustling up something rather appealing. If he gets rushed, Sixer makes the call. He's being hunted. He will go down. Nice find from Blame. Advancing into the sight bomb on the back of Rush. Can be contained. Maka hunts into Sandwich. Big find. Takes the shot.
It'll be a bit late here.
Yeah, and it's straight away. They lose Maka as well. Rush from the default box. He's tucked in. Loses his teammate. It is just him now.
They know he's stuck on site.
Oh, wow, good damage. Actually brings Hadji down to 50 through the gap. He will be rustled down, though, or wrestled down is the word. And LDLC will make it 1. Flying around. Not this time. Maka, not caught by those shots. They may assume it's clear. He does get 1 chance. And that opportunity goes awry. Bodies are dropping like flies as Config starts farming frags. Hadji with a response. Lambert's push doesn't clear out Rush. We have Complexity.
The guns are back out, and this time it's a change. Straight over towards A. Rush leading the charge. They've extinguished, and they're pushing on in, completely blind. Rush can potentially find 2. He grabs the first.
Oh, the flash is so good. He doesn't have vision the entire time.
The entire time. What are you going to do against that?
Smoked off initially, and there's a lot more where that came from. 2 more, in fact, and he's even got his P250 to finish the job. Lambert meets Config, and this one is a speed run.
He won't be clearing this close. There's no way Rush gets this round.
Oh, yeah. Holding it. Kios to check. Might have his gun out. Oh,
no,
dear.
no.
Oh, dearie me. Maka to come up clutch. And he can't do it. That's a disaster. Tags and Sixers had a bit of trouble there.
He looks like he's been at the Catalina wine mixer.
It's back, and he's gone. Blame will knock his head clean off his shoulders. It's time for the alligator to feast on its prey. For the twisty attack, I believe that's the technical alligator term. 13, complexity, making light work of their adversary here, and the main event is within touching distance. They can smell it, they can feel it. LDLC broken.
Well, here we go. No, they're back. They're back. They're back in play.
I'm actually, Chad, this is all on you. I'm just
Okay,
gonna take a breather.
Take a breather. I'll get this one, all right? Haji and Kios have grabbed a couple of kills, and sitting on the bomb will be that of Kios right now. Config with the kit, it's not gonna matter. 13-3 now.
Let it happen.
Let it happen.
No, have you ever tried minimalist casting?
We have it a few times. You've done the football style.
I'll give you minimalist.
Okay.
Back 10. Response. LDC. Take the round.
I see where you're going with it.
Oh, I'm changing my mind for a second. Jesus.
Looks like it's over to the correct bomb site. Lambert does best. Leading from the front of the pack here. He's going to be out-attacked. Kios has taken down one, but immediately decapitated from Blame here, and they're still coming into two players. Blame goes down and runs on the side. They know he's there. They'll get one on the trade. Poison towards the bench goes down, and now it will just be JKS to find.
As he bolts that sniper, he's a vulnerability. They'll group up. Maka takes that shot. There should not be an opportunity to face the fire.
Still turned.
He's knocking the wrong way. Coach Ostriker, a bend of the knees and a reluctant acceptance of a cruel reality for LDLC. The last day of play for them here. Here they come, into A. JKS to be tested on his balcony position. He's tucked in under dark. Sixers above him. Here comes the squad. Poison keeps him safe, so now he can just focus his attention on Kios, who's currently just hiding within that smoke. Oh, nearly on the adjustment. Blinded off, should go down. Bomb spotted, and so is the AWP. That's the end of that. Complexity, throw the knockout blow. LDLC are out, and we'll get to see Complexity in attendance at IEM Cologne 2021. Main event secured, and Blame, same expression as when he entered the server.
They just played pretty much how we thought they would. Like it was like when we were anti-strategy them, we just saw they have a lot of sit rounds, both on T side and CT. So it felt like they're a team that don't rely that much on default and mid-round calling, but it looked like they just pretty much call a sit strat from the beginning of every single round. So it was more about identifying how to play against that and how many they had of them, so people could remember them. But yeah, it was a close game on Dust, and we lost the round versus Eco, which probably made it a little bit closer than it should have been.
We're going to have the last matchup of the day. The Evil Geniuses are Mouse Sports. One of these teams gets to go to the main event, and one of them just gets to go home.
I think our chance is always going to be the same. Everybody has a chance to win. For ourselves personally, I think our minimum expectation is to make the quarterfinal of the actual event. So obviously step one is to qualify for Cologne through this play-in, and then step two is going to be try to make top 8.
Obviously we agreed on the goal to reach the playoffs, which if that would happen, we would be like super satisfied with it. It's our first tournament. Like we have some guys which like never really played the big tournaments yet.
Is it not dangerous for EG to continuously pick Inferno into these series? People start to figure out how they play.
Who you think is going to be winning or losing, for that matter. Speaking of losing, here's Harry and Hugo.
Trace, you know how to put it, man. You know how to talk about my losses in a way that gets me excited. Mouse Sports taking on EG.
We're getting right into the action. Mouse Sports T-side start, and they're going fast. Out the ramp room into Mihu, and he's going to duck down below. Cirque from Hell can't really put a stop to them, and Mihu's going to have to fight for his life. It won't last long.
Yeah, it's looking like it, right? It is this late lurk of Rops that really could just drive the knife in the back of EG. The IEM blessing is in. Obo trapped at the CT vent. They are making him feel very claustrophobic and now very hot as well as the molly burns him out from behind CT. BMAS going to follow up with a double entry, and Acor nails Mihu up in heaven.
No knowledge for EG. They can guess, they can't be confirmed. Smokes outside have a bit of a gap, and Cirque, he's picked a player on the cross. Bomb does get retrieved, and Cirque, fully blinded, finds 2.
And with Rops and BMAS being the two left up, I don't know, things could still get tricky here. BMAS fights at ramp, dives to Cirque, and Obo's going to mop up Rops. So it's all regained control for EG. 5 alive, flawless round, money made. Frozen, just a bit of a waiting game for him outside. It looks like he's planning to wrap in late through main to help out with an A push.
Ooh, nice holds. Easy stuff. Headshots from Stan doubled up, and it's going to be Robs and Frozen just trying to save the day. Robs giving it a go, though. And he may make this happen after all. Mouse Sports in a 2-on-2 out of nowhere.
Still, yeah, he's suspecting.
I mean,
they don't know.
But...
And if they try to take this bomb up, they're not going to like what they find. Oh, the timing! No. Rops has got it, and he's on for the ace now. Just Stanislaw left. Rops, come on, get all 5, and there it is, the ace for Rops. Back on land and a smile on his face. A lot of players crossed into Secret, and one of them is this AWP on A-Core. I'm really curious to see how he does in the head-to-head between him and Serg. So let's keep an eye on that. Right now, Frozen might have opened up, but the trades are found by Breezy. Rops again.
Player behind blue to worry about, but Stan is not considering it. Easy peasy. Well, they've got A-Core trapped. They've done some damage. He's down to 10. Obo with a kill, but he surely can't escape. Robs makes so. There's the spot. They to follow, and out he goes to the door. Now Miles is going to try and hunt him down, chase him. He's trapped right now, and he doesn't know it. Oh, dear. Can he live any longer? They line up, but the kill comes from Mihu, who rotates down with a vengeance. 3 kills. Rops is gone, but he's at least got one with him.
Looking to be a nuisance. Looking to be a pain. He snuck on in. CT Vent player dead to Obo. The bomb is planted for heaven, so it's all designed that A-Core can win this round, even if the guys in the site die. Oh, whoa, no! A-Core, the gravity of the situation, it's just too much. Obo's got them all, and the defuse is in for EG. That is, to quote Henry Greer, one hell of a blunder. Here's a lobby push from Mihu, and the timing of this is brilliant. No one's ready for it. Oh, they're all crunching in. It's a lobby crunch, one of my favorite rounds, and Rops has absolutely ruined it. Right, you kind of tried to play the long game almost, play out the 5-on-4. Well, now you've actually succeeded, dropping the bomb down at B, and a bit of a sigh of relief out of EG as it falls onto these 2 remaining players who die in tandem. So there it is. EG managed another right at the end of that first half of play. This series has already got me excited.
Heading ramp bound. Rops is going to meet them there. Oh, dinked immediately. That's a good cleanup. 2 more CTs to worry about, but it's no hassle for EG to make it quick and clean and everything in between. Every kill coming in for the NA side.
Are they going to follow through with the A play? There are so many players here for Mouse. It could still get out of hand. Thankfully, everyone that's still alive pulls their weight, gets a kill, and they've dodged the danger that this round represents. And as I say that,
they didn't realize where he was shooting from, man. He was silenced. Frozen coming in through Decon, and Rob's waiting patiently to be joined. A-Core finally does catch Stan. Dexter, no need to help out. And Rob's, they're pushing him. They're getting aggressive from both sides. The window and the door. Rob's good for a second, but no more. And now EG have great control in the post part, but the bomb is not for them.
The bomb's not, it's not planted for window or double. A-Core with 1. Oh, it's close. Obo knows he's got to deny it. They're sticking it, but there isn't a kill on Dexter, so you need the kill, and Obo's got it. The round is saved. Breezy leading the charge. Outside, Stanislaw's been dealt with. Rops repositioning, has dropped the bomb on ramp, and it is just Cirque left alive. He might have clashed with the Titan of Rops, but now he's going to try and brave the waters of the other 4, and they just hunt him down. They know about the guy up on rafters. One of these mollies misses. 14 seconds with a smoke in decon. So you do have to go here if you're EG. This shot out of A-Core and Frozen. He could have saved the day if he got that kill onto Cirque. The round was 1 to time. But instead, BMAS is having to try and come in big in this clutch. Down to the 1v2. And Breezy takes his head off to bail EG out.
Another buy and another deagle for Robs. This time I'm really questioning it, but let's see what he can do with some close range deagle spam headshot. Not connecting, but the spam will. And there we go. Robs! He's got 2.5. Breezy down to his last legs, and there's hope yet for Mouse.
Frozen hears all of this as well, and so he knows that if he's patient, kill will present itself, and there it is.
Yeah, they just run out ramp. They don't even try and trade him. If you want the round, you've got to play the objective, and that's what Acor is doing. Looking to lock down B. Another shot missed, but there shouldn't be too much worry yet for Mouse. It's a 4-on-2, and Acor follows up. No plot allowed as Mouse flood the bomb site and finally take back the lead. It's so back and forth right now. It's so unclear where this game's going.
So in we go, boys. Let's just keep it tight, keep it together, and try to trade these kills. The Flash was hoping to set them up, and set them up it has. 2 kills come in, and in the blink of an eye, Sports might be thinking about saving. That is until Dexter's bailed them out, and Acor, oh my word, in the blink of an eye, it's suddenly Mouse Sports ready to take it. Zerg, he's right there. Zerg, oh, his teammate just shot him, but Acor gets the trade. That is a sloppy round. Rops is trying to plug this hole, but they're already down secret, now challenging Acor.
Oh, they keep the molly. They go right through the Deagle spam for Acor, and it's a barbecue in B. He gets 2 out of 4.
It's so anticlimactic, but it kind of felt like that was the way it was destined to go, and that's the scariest part. You don't know about this boost. Acor, he might have missed some sitters, but not anymore. A double to open up this round. It does allow for the vent drop, but from beyond the grave, Acor's got a hat trick, and Rops has dropped the bomb on B. 15 is starting to look inevitable for Mouse Sports. But if you're shooting a lot more than normal and only landing half of them, or just give it to Rops, mate. Just give Rops the AWP. On with a double. The collateral might be how it all unravels for EG.
Although, careful, don't speak too soon.
But it is going to be the save, and it was always going to be the save. I'm just amazed that they even take the risk of peeking back in. Now it's left them open to Obo, and they might wish they never took a peek into Pandora's box, man, because once you open it, once you've seen inside, oh, it's ghastly.
3-pronged attack at least, but Stan, timing is everything. He's got 20 seconds, and Frozen still covering Mihu. He's got the tap. Molly is good, but Zerg doesn't commit with it, and out from behind the vent, Dexter closes it. Only Stan left to keep the map afloat, and right now EG look like they're drowning. 15-12, made 16, and Mouse Sports take their map pick of this series. That's a nice little win. Rops looking incredible right now, and we've got Inferno coming up next. It's going to be EG's pick, their chance to recover. If not, it's Mouse Sports to IEM Cologne main event.
Mouse Sport versus EG about to be underway. It's the second map.
They go 4 in B for Mouse Sports. Could not have read this better, but the bomb is in alt mid, and Frozen doesn't care. He's picking players out of midair, going back for a third in the banana stand. All the nades lost to the headshot of Frozen. That's 3.
Yeah, smoke down in CT, but ready to fight over the top of it is... Oh! He was ready, but not for the pace on Obo. Yeah, still, this is great control to have. Yeah, look, there they go, back through, but Rops has heard these footsteps. The rotations can't come in how you would like because of the CT player still being present into the site. But as that smoke fades, he's blindsided by Breezy, who goes on. This round, though, there might not be much to get excited about as a Mouse fan or a Mouse player. Oh, maybe I've spoke too soon. Acor giving us something, giving us anything. The Deagle, 2 to its name already, and it's shut down after that. It certainly made it a bit more interesting for me who's here. Ooh, was hoping to seal the deal. Once again, Frozen giving another chance to attempt the 1v2 retake at the A site.
Yeah, definitely put your nose in here and see what it smells like. You've got the AWP on your back as a secondary, but he'll never get the chance to whip it out. BMAS catching Breezy, falling out of apartments, and now it's getting worse for wear for EG.
Yeah, there's one big kill out of Mihu. There's still another man in the site. BMAS, they're all around him. Dexter, you've now got to be the man. You let them get up short. You wanted them to hit A. Show us why, Dexter. Show us why. In with the double, and he just might have saved this round for Mouse Sports. Obo, the only man. Oh, Frozen from short gets the trade.
And here come EG.
Oh, but an early swing from Dexter, and a double found has caused some trouble for EG. Obo's still caught fighting in middle. He doesn't really want to be here, but he doesn't have any other choice. At the coffins, you've got to put bodies in these coffins, Acor, and he denies the bomb plant. Now for Stan, this is a rough round. Ooh. He does surprise them with the deep CT peek, but he doesn't have the bomb, and he doesn't know where Acor is. He's got the info. Oh, but Acor lands the shot, and the day is saved. From this very out there position, from really center stage with all the spotlights on you, you've got to be the man to step up and save the day. And Stan, well, he is the man, isn't he? Double kill, and just frozen left. He's stopped in his tracks. He's frozen in time. And EG, they might be onto a 6th after all on the back of Stan and his audacious play up on top of the double stack. Frozen's out of there, and EG are up onto 6.
Mal's looking to clean up the end of the half here. 5-on-3. What could go wrong?
Yeah, EG don't even really have faith in committing to this A site, and with good reason. They've anticipated the short setup, but now that they've lost the bomb, but I don't think it's going to happen. There's the swing, and there it is, 7-8. EG still in the lead. Is that going to be enough to keep their dream of an IEM Cologne main event appearance alive? Find out in just a moment. At this point, mate, you are rubbing your hands together. This is what you wanted through and through. You've just got to break apart this 2-man B site hold, and it's easier said than done. Mihu with a triple has maybe, just maybe, helped EG in this pistol. The rest of the gang have got to finish what Mihu started. Missed shots out of Frozen. Oh, but not the second time around, and not quite able to complete. It's Acor to come in and bail him out.
What? No, that's unbelievable. Just jumping, just dodging, and just stalling. They themselves on the CT side, think about how many A stacks they committed with, right? They'd lose B, and then they wouldn't even rotate. They just gamble and hope that EG outbrain themselves. It would be a statement piece after EG had such a quick and easy BO3 prior to this one. It may have been a warm-up map. And there's more smokes as well. Mihu can replenish this at 20 seconds. At that point, Mousesports have to go through it. That's not what they want. Mihu's fighting, though. Stand through the smoke with a kill. Mihu caught by the gap. And now Mousesports can commit. Now they can go. EG with 2 players boosting up. Frozen has no idea, but he still makes it across with 8 points of health. The Molotov is cause for concern for Obo, and they can't stop the plant after all. Killing Frozen off of the box, though, and in a 2-on-3, this is all up in the air.
Stanislaw on with a hat trick. 3 in the round on this hero AWP. Cirque might have been quiet, but Stan, he was hoping to be the hero. Instead, Breezy left alive as the last man for EG, and in to the waiting guns he goes. Get an idea as to what's going on here for EG. They throw all this A utility. I wonder if there's a commitment. So often when you lose Banana, there's a 4-man A-hole. Well, now you're interested. Breezy peeks out from the pit. Dexter in with another, but he's traded it long. And they realize now that this site was stacked. They were right in that assumption, but they're getting all the kills anyway. The bomb's going to get planted, and EG are left in a 2-on-3 retake at this A bomb site to try and stop Mousesports charging onto 14.
How do they do it? They can't keep getting away with it, Harry. Just jumping through smokes is Dexter. Mouse want to close this series right here, right now, and they certainly might be able to. Cirque saving, Obo dead in apartments, and 14 found for Mousesports. That's a kill, though, from Breezy. That might make Mouse doubt themselves as they were faking B to come back into A. They're still going to commit with that kill. Acor doesn't need the AWP. Obo trying to cut off a late rotate, but he can't hit the shot with the P250. There's one more man running around middle, but Obo, he doesn't want to trifle with it.
The beginning of the end for the evil geniuses.
Nah, mate, I think it's just the end.
Beamer swinging out into alt mid, has dealt with Obo, and now it is as good as done up on a 15. We need 7 rounds in a row if EG want to get this one to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go back to B, you got to go soon, though. Time is eluding them. 35. Obo doesn't know where to rotate. I can't blame him. It's so unclear. They're recommitting up on shore, and there's 2 CTs committed, indebted inside of the site. Circle the AWP. His teammate's going to get mollied out. Breezy, if he lives through this fire, I'll be impressed. And that's a nice shot from Cirque, but no more from him. Breezy burning might have been hurt, but they won't check it, and he's managing to drop at least 1. Frozen with the entries to close this series, and is that where we'll find ourselves? Only 2 kills left.
It's Rops and Frozen. It is the 2 big boys from both maps left alive for Mousesports. On the other side, Mihu and Stanislaw coming in from this B site, coming into a 2-on-2 and a hostile A environment with the bomb down. They're going to group up at short. Mihu leads the charge. Dink onto Rops. Both players now low. The clash of the Titans in this site. Rops with the first, and just Stanislaw left to beat. Low on HP is Frozen, but he's nailed the the shot, and he's taken Mousesports to the main event of IEM Cologne. For EG, the journey ends here, but for Mouse, this story's just beginning.
There were some absolutely wild moments in that series, particularly on Nuke. Dexter, how do you keep the team together when things get crazy?
I don't know. I don't think I kept it together, honestly. Rob's kept it together. He, I don't know, felt like he got 40 kills the entire game. So he played like insanely well. So we communicated well. Everyone talked about every situation. And yeah, it helps that Rob's just gets 30-something kills. So it's very nice.
It was 38 kills.
Ah, yes.
Pretty standard.
He should have got 40 though, like terrible.
When that guy smiles, kind of makes me happy. You could see just the elation right there, Jason.
It gets sunny outside.
It does.
Yeah.
It's pretty nice. I guess.
When he smiles.
Yeah. There you go.
It's an interesting
When
conversation
he
just following
smiles.
sunny outside.
That's a boomer song right there. It's
That's a
90s.
very boomer song, but I like that.
That's like now's greatest hits, like 2021.
Bring back all the boomer songs. Bring back the 70s music.
Yeah. For us, we get to take a look at the brackets and how this is all kind of coming together. You're going to see a couple holes in this game plan here because I believe we start with the play-in bracket.
Oh. We're back to you. That's
we start with me.
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Trace. The play-in bracket right here. This is how we got to the point that we're going to start on tomorrow, the first day of the main event. Here are the hard truths for a lot of the teams. Mousesports having found success. They go on, albeit had to do it from the lower bracket, but that's good. You just witnessed that. We also look at Big, FaZe, Vitality, and Nip, who secured their way through just 2-0, and they got it done. They basically made it a little bit easier. They worked harder. They worked smarter rather than harder. There we go. We're done for the day. We start tomorrow with the main event, and we thank you all for watching the play-ins. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021.
Ground is shaking. Down inside, calling. Voices in the distance. We are here. We
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you by Intel, Acer Predator, 1xBet, DHL, Monster Energy, and Coinbase.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
The last 18 months of Counter-Strike have been a huge question mark because no one knew for how long these conditions were going to stay.
An unprecedented shift in the tide of battle. That's what it was. Almost like putting the development of the next generation on steroids. Every month, we could have a new world's best team. You need events like this to start separating the good from the great.
What was so complicated about these last 18 months is that regions had been segregated because we couldn't get anyone, or rather everyone, together. And as a result, there is a lack of credibility for some of these trophies. I profoundly don't think it matters too much who won what, because now is the time. Now is the time where you can put all these doubts at rest and no one can challenge you anymore.
LAN events remove all doubt, and doubt is something that has been rife in the online era.
I think G2 is right there, they're lurking in the shadows. Cologne could actually be that moment, their breakthrough.
CIS Counter-Strike, it's been their year. 2021 has been a breakout for this region.
Na'Vi are a powerful team with arguably the best player in the world, but sometimes getting them all on the same page just seems like it's pulling teeth.
Liquid could completely revive.
We've been starved of the one thing that everybody loves.
This is truly going to be the benchmark for every team in attendance here in Cologne.
And a benchmark is putting it lightly, I think, an understatement even, because you look at the teams on the list here going into the group stage of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021, and it truly is a sight for sore eyes, a spectacle even, right there in Cologne. Welcome back, everybody. We love having you. If you just joined us, you've done just the right thing. The play-ins are over, and now it's time to get down to business. And that's exactly what we look to do. Today's games, well, that's one thing you're going to have to wait on, because the Intel Grand Slam, look how close some of these teams are. In fact, you can take a note right now and just see exactly how close some of these teams are. A number of teams ride in contention for that Grand Slam title over the next two events. The first Grand Slam champion, Astralis, among them. Astralis must win both Cologne and Pro League Season 14, or they'll miss their mark. If you want to find out more, you can head over to intelgrandslam.eslgaming.com, and that should tell you just about everything else you need to know to fill in all those blanks where we may have left you out. Welcome back, everybody. The group stage is upon us. These names on this list right here are vying for the big trophy at the end of the day. You've the Gambits, the Mousesports, the Liquids, the Nips, Virtus Pro, Big, all the way down to G2 and Complexity, which will be the second matchup that we cover today. And of course, that's just for Group A. We might even take a look at Group B while we're at it. Novice Vincier. Not Novice Vincier, Novice Vincier. A little bit of a slip of the tongue there versus the Renegades, who actually did surprise a lot of people by making it through the play-ins all the way into this main event and group stage that is. Team Vitality, Furia, and then Spirit Heroic. Welcome back to the studio, everybody, the International Trace Station. We are live and direct from Katowice, Poland. And that is Yanko, and that is Jason. Friends, colleagues, whatever you want to call them, they're here with me. Hello, gentlemen. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Hey, what's up, brother? It's good to be here. It's good to be getting LAN Counter-Strike back with this group stage of Cologne. We had it in the play-in stage, but this is where the big boys get separated. I'm pumped to get this started.
Absolutely. Plus, on top of that, it's Yanko's birthday.
Holy hell.
Holy.
Wow. Whoa, that's definitely the most important thing here, Trace. But yeah, I think I wouldn't have it any other way. It was for the last 5 or 6 years. Up until last year, it got a little bit weird with the COVID. But every year, Cologne, my birthday falls on Cologne. So we had some great moments at these tournaments, had some great games as well. So I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah. I actually didn't catch that because we're in Katowice. Your birthday's always Cologne. I didn't even register in my brain.
Plus, our nation's birthday is always around.
Yeah, that
Cologne,
too.
so we kind of usually miss.
Overshadows everything.
Yeah, something like that. Hey, for us, though, we've got a lot of things to touch on and a lot of topics to hit before we get started here with the group stage of the main event. My name is Trace, and I love having all of you here. And just to kind of bring this one full circle, we've had a great 2 days of Counter-Strike. Some upsets, some surprises, some victories coming through. Jason, anything sticking out on the top of your head?
I think one thing that kind of you know that was a big loss for me was the EG going out. And I knew they've been in some struggles and everything, but they have such a strong core. I thought they could still at least make it through the plans. I know they said their goal was kind of the top 8, which was probably a little bit far-fetched for them. But I thought they would have been at least able to make it out of the play-in stage, and that was a bit rough. They've had a lot of changes though recently, so now it's time to fix all those things.
Yeah, Yanko, what do you think?
For me, it was Renegades making it through, right? A bit of a Cinderella storyline. I've been calling them out pretty often when they were in Europe, right? Show us something, and boy, did they deliver yesterday, taking down OG in an impressive fashion, 2-0. Also, overtime on the second map, right? You have to grind it out, those tight situations. They've lost plenty of those before, and I think you can see the experience from those losses really coming through for them yesterday. And another thing, FaZe Clan looking good, 2 straight wins, and they're going up against Astralis in their opening game, another team that's in a slump, fallen off ever since Device left the team. So they can make it even further in this tournament.
Well, especially in regards to Astralis, you think about some of the news that's come out. I mean, with Zonic and that whole interview over on HLTV.org. Interesting stuff there for the side of Astralis. And we don't really know what the future holds, Jason, but that's kind of a tough one to look at.
Yeah, it's pretty much, it's hard to tell what the future is going to hold, but I'd say it looks pretty grim for Astralis. You have the potential coach leaving, and then also Glaive just outright saying, and with a reasonable, assumption, if we don't find that top tier upper with losing Device, he doesn't see a way for them to get back up to the top. So, there's a lot of question marks swirling around there, and we'll have to see how that whole situation.
Shout out to G2.
Yeah, let's do that. Shout out to G2, of course. Now, there's still tons of question marks around a lot of the teams coming into here. But moreover, some of the question marks I'm going to have to bring in are in consideration to our 1xBet talent predictions. Now, we did start this through the play-ins. And so it is time to look at some of those. Now, I have a box full of cards right here, Jason.
Well, you want me to pick them out so you don't cheat?
Oh, no, there's no
cheating in this thing?
It's already been scripted, so
okay,
it's fine.
Perfect.
All right, so if I open this box and I go through just the top couple here, let's just going to grab a couple off the top.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah, this isn't pre-planned
This
at all.
isn't.
No, definitely not.
Oh, that's just me getting them all right. Don't worry about that. That's something else. Moving forward.
Saw you writing those this morning.
At Maniac, who also picked well. So good on Maniac, and I just pat myself in the back right there. Look at that. That's kind of cool. And now we get down to the nitty-gritty. So nitty-gritty being Hugo Byron, who's picked the Ninjas in Pajamas, Team Vitality, Team Spirit, and OG. Now, a lot of people picked OG, Jason and YNK. Why is that?
Well, they had a really good showing at IEM, and everything was looking on the up and up. And I think a lot of people, including OG themselves, came into this feeling really good. And like Yanko just said with Renegades, that was a shocking upset. That one hurts.
Yeah, doesn't feel good. Now, YNK, I would let you get a few words in on our next selection here, but I think we can bring in Harry and Hugo to kind of explain this one right here. And I'm looking at you, Harry. What does your pick say?
Yeah. I had Bad News Bears on there, which I guess is what you're drawing attention to right now, Trace.
I'm putting that one up there.
Yeah,
Have you lost your mind?
It wasn't the tournament I hoped for the Bad News Bears. I wanted, there was a Cinderella story to come out of this in Renegades.
Sure.
Sadly, I just picked the wrong damn underdog.
Unfortunately, I had to talk him out of picking Vici as well. He wanted to.
Yeah, I almost did have the Vici
to go hard
pick
this
in there.
Listen,
that would have been even rougher.
Harry, do you hear me? Is this tournament a joke for you? You do one desk in Valorant, and you're taking the piss out of our tournament here, out of Counter-Strike. You're picking Bad News Bears. You want to pick Vici Gaming. You're some big shot now. What's the point?
I don't want to say there's a worse pick than Bad News Bears.
If you have no faith in North America, say it to your colleagues, okay? Don't say it to this guy. Say it to your colleagues.
I have faith in Liquid, especially now.
Why is that?
Fair enough.
Yeah, man.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Well, look, gentlemen, I'll get you out of here. We just want to kind of show your face on camera before we let you do the talking a little bit later on. Thank you so much, Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, man.
Cheers.
Bad
Adios.
News Bears.
Yeah, that's a
Jesus.
Very bold pick. I'll give them that. Obviously, the Bad News Bears did not make it through, in case you didn't know. For us, though, we do get to go forward and give more talent predictions going into the later stages of the group stage. We're going to be going over those in due time. And that due time is now for us to go to a break, which is exactly what we're going to do before we start to get into our first matchup of the day. We're going to be doing that when we return. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021, and it's Nip versus Liquid next.
been locked inside, as you said, for almost a year at this stage. Maybe you've gone to boot camp and stuff like that, but it's not really the same, right?
It's been tough. Without LANs, tournaments haven't been the same, obviously. Now on a new team as well. So just excited to be back. Don't really think too much about the past. Of course, it's been tough. It's been tough for everyone around the world. Now we're here in a new world, so to say, where we can actually have LAN events, and just excited to play.
Yeah, like I guess I'm a little nervous since I think everyone is on their first big LAN. But I think it's you're still playing CS. You're still playing the same game as before you joined the Tier 1 team. So I think that's something you can't forget.
Yeah, I mean, my first LAN is so long ago. It's like 15 years ago, something like that. I was 12. I remember we beat a team with some of the best players in Denmark, and some guy came up to my PC and kind of like just pulled me away from my PC and checked it for cheats. So I was 12 at that point, so that wasn't that funny. But that was like, yeah, it's so long ago. But yeah, I think it was the same as you said, like you have some experiences against some of the top players. I mean, it's also a different time at that point with LAN events, which is like you bring your own computer and everything. Here is everything. Like, this is the top of CS up at Echelon, and I think that here nobody's really going to be that starstruck. Like Linus said before, it's Counter-Strike, you play the same teams you always do. It's important to remind yourself that these are just people. Don't stigmatize like any player you might look up to. I think that just go out on the server and prove that you're here to stay.
So is this the kind of advice? He's telling you this every day now, is he? He's just hitting you with this constantly?
Yeah.
Gambit is going to be on everyone's mind.
You're either going to leave this event being considered a fraud or a champion in the making.
It's very important that they do well. It cements everything they've done up until this point.
And Axile doesn't need help. Oh, he really doesn't need help.
If Gambit were to fail at that event, it would be a tremendous earthquake for Counter-Strike.
Well, the question marks around Gambit are going to have to wait just a little while longer. We're looking at NiP versus Liquid to start things off. We do have audio in the venue. You'll love to hear that because LAN is back, baby. And so is Moses and YNK and myself. My name is Trace, and we'd love to have you here for the Intel Extreme Masters. Time to kick things off in the right direction. The match intro being NiP versus Liquid. As I said, you see Fallen, Stewie, Elige, all the boys over there on Liquid getting ready to go. Whereas on the other side of things, NiP, a team that's been showing some promise, also found themselves already playing here through the play-ins. And well, that's something that you have to consider. They have already gotten some reps in. For Liquid though, a lot of question marks. Is there gonna be some ring rust? Let's find out from Stewie.
Our recent performances, I wouldn't say we're too satisfied with it. I think we still have a lot to work on. We haven't had too much time to do it just because we've been practicing in North America and we don't get the most productive practices there. So coming back to Europe, it's always a transition back to a different style and a different game. So we're still getting to the flow, but we don't have our expectations too high. We're trying to manage it day by day, and we're gonna take it game by game.
Now let's take a look at the results for Liquid to see if what Stewie2K is saying holds true. See some wins over Furia. And Extra Salt giving a loss. Now, a lot of people talking about Extra Salt. Jason, your sodium levels tend to be pretty high, so what's going on here?
Yeah, we can. I mean, I think that one is a bit rough. For whatever reason, that team's always kind of given them a little bit of a struggle. I think the opping of OC is actually a pretty impressive thing that is able to kind of overcome with Team Liquid. And I mean, I think also when they go back to North America, Liquid's a team that, for whatever reason, even though they can be considered one of the better teams in the world, they are susceptible to an upset back in the North American region for whatever reason it might be.
Okay. Yanko, we've seen Liquid play a few times over the course of the past few months. What's your take on coming into LAN with Team Liquid?
Well, that's the problem, Trace. We only have seen them a few times at Summit. They played only 20 maps in the last 3 months, right? And NIP has played more than that with LNZ in less than a month. So I think that could be a potential issue for Liquid coming into this one, regardless of the LAN ring rust, just rust in terms of official games.
Yeah, I think that's also something. Jason, can you speak to that a little bit?
Well, I don't know what their schedule was heading into this event, but I imagine they spent some time at the facility out in the Netherlands, which is something that we all
10 days, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, when you get there, that's a facility that Liquid has set up that's actually completely incredible. Gives them everything they possibly need. So they've had plenty of time. You're not always going to be able to shake off the rust in terms of officials, but like Stewie said, getting caught up to some of the European competition, like refreshing exactly the differences between North American and European competition, and plenty of time and plenty of freedom at that facility to be able to catch up and get ready for this.
So, Jason, when we look at Liquid overall, you were there when Fallen comes in. Talk to me a little bit about what he's brought to the table and what that's going to benefit Liquid for on LAN.
He brings, one of the things that I saw in him when we brought him in was one of the things we brought him in for was his kind of leadership presence, was just kind of the personality, a lot of positivity, a lot of always working towards a solution and trying to find a solution and not getting caught up in kind of meaningless arguments, so to speak. But that kind of leadership, I think, was something that was going to be super important to a team that had just lost Nitro, a long-term, really stable rock of a player within that team, and that's also going to be one of the question marks: is how is he fitting in terms of his opping.
So I got a little question here, Trace.
Okay.
Sorry to cut you off.
No, man.
But then do you feel he's still like really useful to the team, Jason, even though like Stewie has been reinstated back as the in-game leader?
I think he is because.
Or do you feel like he can only be useful if he's leading the team as well?
Well, I mean, I think that's an ongoing question, and that is one thing that we have to keep track of Liquid, is that swap back and forth between team leaders. But I will say one thing that I like about Fallen that's gonna be good for Liquid, really quick, Trace, is that he has a different view of the game than what they're used to playing and what they want to play. So he's kind of a guy that's forcing them to kind of push the boundaries in terms of strategic and play style.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean that's certainly important, especially when you think about developing and evolving as a unit. We're going to get the opportunity now to hear from the coaches. So let's see what they've got to say.
Tell me about Team Liquid's form heading into the group, because we haven't seen you play for 5 weeks.
Yeah, so our form right now is kind of in question, honestly, for everybody, including ourselves, because we just haven't been playing European teams enough, and they're obviously in the top of the scene. So at first when we came to Europe, it was definitely like a lot of us catching up and trying to bring us back to like the EU level of Counter-Strike, and I think we've learned a ton in the past week, and we're getting closer and closer to being in our top form.
I think the thing that's impressed me the most by my players is just the resilience they've had, especially during the online season and coming here, that they could actually translate that into LAN immediately. I thought we were going to have like a rough start, maybe not lose to LDLC, but it would be this like weirdly tight game with a lot of mistakes. But we just came out guns blazing and just destroyed them.
I think the NIP team is a very mechanically gifted team. They're very good. And I think their structure is also very detailed, and they know what they're doing and trying to achieve every single round. So they can definitely be a tough team to play if they're snowballing on us. And we practiced against them, and they're actually like very good. And they know what they're doing and what they're trying to achieve. And it's going to be a hard team to take down.
Team Liquid right now, I think they're a bit weaker than they were when the LAN stopped. However, I think they're a team that really thrives being on LAN. So I think versus them, I think they have a slight advantage of this being on LAN. They have very vocal NA players. They also have a lot of experience being on LAN. I mean, they've even won the Intel Grand Slam. So even though I feel like they're not in good shape, they might come out a lot stronger at this tournament.
What do you think of the Ninjas in Pajamas? Because they've obviously made a few changes recently too.
It was definitely a surprising move seeing Device go to NIP. He's going to definitely add a lot of experience and a lot of structure to them. I feel like having just such a dominant opper that can just lock down a portion of the map is going to help the rest of the team feel so much better. So yeah, he's going to definitely make them stronger and just add more structure and experience on the team. And I think that's definitely what NiP needed.
Device knew and knows Team Liquid extremely well. You guys have obviously had that rivalry. How do you think Fallen's going to measure up to him now he's in Team Liquid?
The classic Fallen versus Device, that might have been more of the headlines for 2016 or 17. Well, obviously, I think that Device has been more consistent throughout that period since that time, when Fallen was, I think Fallen at one point was the second highest rated player in the world. So right now, I think Fallen is very, very good, but Device is more consistent.
Two proven champions will be putting their big green to good use in our opening matchup of the day. First up, they don't come more cool, calm and collected than Device. With his experience on their side, the Ninjas have renewed confidence in their playmaking abilities, knowing his scope barely misses a beat, especially when the match gets messy. Bringing his own hard-earned knowledge and world-class AWP abilities to Team Liquid is Fallen. The iconic in-game leader may just be what his sharp-shooting teammates need. Consistent, level-headed, and with a natural in-game awareness.
Ends up leaving it all on the back of Fallen! It's the taps again!
Which player will come out on top in this psychological war of the veterans?
Our players to watch shouldn't need any more introduction by us. We won't give them that, but I think that is certainly something to note. We look at this matchup, and there's got a lot of ins and outs of it. YNK, the biggest in and out I can think of is the veto process, the maps, what we're looking at here.
Yeah, I think the vetoes are clear. No Ancient for Liquid, well, unless they worked on something secretly right in the last month or so, and no Vertigo for NIP. And the picks get a little bit interesting simply because we don't know too much about Liquid at this point. How do they feel? Are they going to go for one of their comfort maps? Are they going to try and maybe punish NIP a little bit, overpass? Could be also a trap card of sorts for Liquid, right? Like, it doesn't look too great for NIP, but even with ZTR, they've tend to pick it themselves and so forth. While for NIP, it might be Nuke that they go for. Well, NIP goes for overpass themselves, so it really does tell you about their confidence on the map, regardless of their past results.
Yeah, and that was a map also that Liquid liked as well for a certain point. Overpass was one of the maps that we really enjoyed when I was still there. Dust 2 got much better as well. I think this is a really cool series for both these teams, and I think it's actually going to be a good series to end on Mirage. That was also these three maps were at various points of when I was with Liquid some of our favorite maps to play. Dust 2 not so much in the early stages, but got better at it and started feeling pretty confident on it.
It's a comfort level almost. I mean, it's not as easy as saying someone won the veto here, right, Yenko?
Yeah, it's difficult simply because of the lack of information on Team Liquid. I think Dust, I would give them a bigger advantage there. NIP hasn't really been known to be great on Dust 2, for a while. They've tried to get better and try to implement more stuff on the map. But, Mirage is I think this is a 3-map series, and Mirage decides that I think the teams just win their own map picks and we go into a third.
Yeah, I can see that as well. I'm looking also at the NIP side, and there were a lot of questions around LNZ coming into this event. How would he perform? How would he hold up to the challenge? Do we think that this team has the potential to make a deep run within Cologne? I'm looking at you first, Jason.
Yeah, they certainly do. I think a lot of it, the idea of Device coming in and adding structure almost feels like he's kind of like the spine, the backbone of the team, just because of his AWPing and his mobility around the map and his consistency. That's such an important piece to be able to hang your hat on and build around there. LNZ, I'd like to see more, just like in terms of volume of the amount of times I've seen him play, but I think the early returns, he had a couple of good games in the play-in stage. Not necessarily putting together a whole package that's going to blow your mind away, but solid at the moment.
Very solid. What do you got, Yenko? You feeling the same way? Or would you rather just start the game?
I would rather just start the game, Trace. Let's go!
Yeah, I like that. Hype from YNK. It's his damn birthday. You better tell him happy birthday, everyone. Thank you, Jason, as well. We're going to be kicking it over into the into the game itself with Liquid taking on NiP. And we're going to do it with Harry and Hugo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trace, for that, it was a throw. Here we are, Team Liquid taking on NIP. Oh, it's day one of the group stage. And I'm so damn happy. Oh, I'm ready for this. Grim taking a little peek in through mid. Liquid, I've been very excited to watch these guys again, right? I've loved watching them since we've had Fallen come on in. It does feel like they've gone from strength to strength, and I think they might be a team to keep an eye on here throughout the duration of IEM Cologne.
Yeah, we've also got Rushley over in the observer desk. It's nice to have him here. Often,
yo boys,
avoiding us. He is. Hello, Rush. I think we've got him calling in, but we'll check in later because right now it's Nip on the T side. This is an A fake, by the way. You'll see the bomb is centered outside of Monster. They're yet to peek. They're yet to give NAF any information on this lower site. Meanwhile, trying to fake out with smokes on A. Hampers has got that utility. There are already 2 CTs here. How much of a rotate will Liquid draw just off of utilities? Anyone going to commit? Rez coming up from toilets with a flashbang, and he's looking for picks off the P2.
Yeah, it's nice just in the fact that you've seen all this util, and never mind NAF with that peak there. That's all the info gained for Team Liquid. They know that this was a fake into the B play, but it's not really looking like it's mattering. Instead, NIP are actually taking over both bombs. Oh, never mind. Grim gets them out of A. The A bomb site's closed, mate. Get into B, give that a go. But here, there's 2 players for Team Liquid. Fallen holding this crossfire with Stewie 2K and NIP. Oh, they are starting to get whittled down. Fallen still alive back here at the graffiti side, and him and Grim running it down together. Can they deal with Device, the $1 million man brought to his knees? It's Grim with 4 to open up the pistol for Team Liquid.
My God, those flicks up in bank for Grim, right? Dealing with both A players. The best part about those kills is Nip had just left the B bomb site. They peeled back out of Monster. They wanted to go back up connector and rotate into A after Hamp has taken the A site. And then Grim completely throws that up in the air. Does not let them rotate. They have to recommit back into the B bomb site stack. And Stewie and Grim hold strong. Lovely little round out of Liquid. And of course, remember how that started? That was NAF getting the info Monster, right? He was, delayed to rotate. He didn't fall for the fake on the A site. I love this buy as well. Nip, bomb plant, going right in. Double Galil, AK, and a scout. So definitely a chance to make some magic happen here. Get some damage off. Steal around. Of course, Team Liquid know the force is coming. They've got rifles of their own. Threat seemed pretty impressed from what he saw from the Ninjas so far in terms of keeping calm and composed here on LAN. We've been waiting for this team on LAN. I mean, part of the reason that Hampus was even picked up in the first place to replace Letgo was to, fill that void, get back to LAN CS eventually. It may have taken longer than we expected, longer than we hoped, but here we are nonetheless.
No, that's kind of a nuts thing to think about, right? Because that feels like an eternity ago where Hampus was brought in under the guise of, like, when LAN's back, you'll see the reason we got this guy. And I mean, here we are. LAN is back. We've got this little A crunch in with Hampus already removed. And Rez is going to face the same fate. These Galils having to try and close the distance. NAF isn't willing to relinquish control of the A bomb site just yet. He might not have a choice in the matter. Linus runs him down, goes on to dink Grim, but can't finish the job. So once more, Grim is looking to uproot this round. It's all left onto Device, and the lineup's in. Double kill, and this time, unlike last, right, where the 1v2 didn't go the way of NIP, Device is able to win it out. And so they tie this game up right away.
Yeah, worth the price, man. What can you say? That's a lovely little round out of Device. And I don't think Liquid were ready for that one. Both lined up. Grim already dinked by the Galil. And that's a freebie for NIP. The Force Buy works wonders. That's why we see it so often in that second round, right off the back of a bomb plant. We have for a long while now. So rebuy back in for Liquid. That's a nice tag for NAF. The nade to follow, but nothing found. And otherwise, from this scout, it's just pistols. Liquid waiting patiently, heavy set towards the B bomb site. Nip again just crawling out mid. They've got a clear connector, but they have essentially this player trapped in position. Alicia has nowhere to go, but up or down. They're taking so long. Plopsy's already close.
Yeah, but look at this. He's just fully surrounded. Elige, yeah, it's a nice little headshot onto Rez, but Device just trades it out right away after the fact. Fallen has retrieved this scout from the short side. Now he sits patiently waiting in the toilets. Just missing that timing onto the players crossing. He's going to go back onto the short side. And I think, you know, it's almost a case where, like, he's been so successful on peak and everything so far. It's starting to look like maybe they're not even coming this way. So he keeps on pushing on. Leads to his demise just a little deep. Stewie, last man remaining here, coming on up from this B-bomb site. And armed with nothing more than a CZ and his wits, he's going to be hard-pressed to get much done here. It looks like NIP might have put an end to any chance of force buy wars and are just looking to get these conversions now.
Yeah, it's quite an early statement, right? Stewie would love a gun and to just run back into the B-bomb site, but you can see no one's giving him the satisfaction. Only Device left on the bomb site. Grabs a pistol, Stewie hears it, and he goes to hunt him down. Can he get Device before range is a problem? Ooh, no. 20 health, doesn't matter. Device is out of dodge, and Stewie is saving a CZ. Not a pretty picture, and Liquid are going to have to full eco anyway. So NIP on the board, twofold, and looking for a little bit more before the guns come out. Another impact round from Device as well. No stranger to that, are we?
No, it really is great to see, right? Because that's what you want out of the Device, especially when you're on LAN. You know, you wanted to be coming in, having these big games, having these big performances. Is why you got the guys. So, yeah, no, it's dead on. TL just happened to take an eco here. This one slipped by the wayside, as it were.
Oh no,
no,
it's
yeah.
gonna get hot.
He's got the
Easiest,
read,
yeah.
knows what's up. Molly into Khan, forces the peek out from Elige. Follows up onto Fallen as well. He's ready for a con stack, is Hampus. Smart guy, knows what's up, knows what an IGL might tend to lead into on these kind of eco rounds on the CT side, funnily enough.
Yeah, and this round now for NiP is about minimizing losses, right? Just play it safe, make sure you're trading those kills if they do come in, clear every corner, molly out every weird angle, and then commit as a unit. So grouped up 5 on this A site, 1 man on long is Device, clearing a lot of ground right now. Stewie with the CZ is really the only man with a chance, but that flash is good, and Grim spamming can't hit the headshot he so desperately desires. Device can't double down. Stewie on the site, but no more than 1, and that's where the round should come to its natural conclusion. NiP looking for the 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, they've got it, haven't they? You know, they're not looking for a 3-1. It's right there. NIP, they win that force buy in the second. They get their conversion. And now they've steamrolled up into the lead. This is where the rifles are going to come back out for Team Liquid. This is where we're hoping they can give us some kind of response. You know, I'm looking at guys like Fallen. I actually think he's not like put up incredible numbers or anything, but for him and in his career, you know, like he's doing just fine within this squad. He's been looking really, really good. Even his rifling, I think, has been a point, you know, a talking point. He's had some great AK clutches. So yeah, man, he's got that orb. He's got the big green gun. Fallen back on LAN in 2021 with Team Liquid. And now donning that AWP, he's got Device to go up against.
Yeah, what a feeling. And the sad story for Fallen is he's going to get completely avoided. NiP are contact playing into B. We got a quick smoke, and then they go no warning, no help. Oh my goodness, Scrim and Stewie both low, get headshots, and that follows up as well. Fully blind with those first 2 B players. It's all on Hampus. Blink and you miss it. That looks so good for NIP. They caught Liquid completely with their pants down, but it's not gone well for them. Hampus has got to recommit to grab that bomb if he wants to do anything about this round.
Yeah, it is a little bit weird that Elige is the guy in heaven and Fallen's the one rapping. Like, these guns almost feel like they're the wrong way around, but this comes because Fallen was peeking mid. And if anything, Fallen's position, it runs a risk of, it should be fine. Knives out. Oh no, Hampus has got the AK out, but Fallen's ready. And he just wrecks him on the swing. I got a little bit worried when they started to walk towards connector. It's like, oh, there is a world where the timings are a bit skewed here, and that bomb's able to put some distance between you and, you know, the two players left alive. But nah, man, Fallen's got the reads. You're not one to doubt this guy. He knows what's going on.
Yeah, great flashbangs, man. I really don't know how Grim and Stewie get out with anything there. That's really what makes the round for Liquid. Nipper hoping to just completely catch him off guard. And, you know, I was a little concerned for Liquid coming into this game. They look comfortable right now. There's something to be said for the fact that Nip have come in through that play-in stage, right? They've already played LAN, Harry. They've played a few games, and so they know what to expect here. You know, remember, it's been 18 months for so many of these players, so many of these teams, since they have played on land. So it's a different feeling. The game, you know, it's smoother in a way. And you got to wonder, Liquid haven't played an official in 5 weeks, certainly haven't played a LAN recently. So, you know, how are they feeling? How are they faring now that they're all together? It might take a map to warm in, right? But this isn't the place, this isn't the time where you can take a map to warm in. You've got to be going from the beginning.
Hey man, one of the things I'm thinking that's cool already is like, you know, you look at a guy like Grim where he's here with the squad on the LAN, and like he's looking pumped up from it. You know, he is the one guy so far who's kind of been like a reoccurring feature in these rounds for Team Liquid. I mean, what, he 4K'd the pistol, he doubled up in the next. He's had a real nice you know, beginning to this this series, and I hope there's something that, you know, he can keep up outside of the first 4 rounds of play. I don't want to just extrapolate that across everything, but it's promising in the early stages.
Yeah, right. For a team like Liquid, they're desperate to be here. You know, it's been a while.
I mean, also, like, on top of that, I think another reason why they are so, like, desperate, as you say, like, to give these results over, to have something they can be proud of at the end of this event. You know, first LAN in over a year, mate. Like, yeah, that one goes without saying. But on top of that, like, these guys have been, you know, rising up in terms of the results they've given over recently. They won CS Summit, the NARMR. That they placed well in IEM Summer, right, 3rd to 4th there. So that's sick out of there, man. Like, you know, we've had a promising look in Team Liquid so far. I'm sorry, I meant IEM. Katowice. Yeah, I said the wrong thing.
It's fine.
Yeah, I could see on your face. I was like, no, hang on.
I didn't want to call you out.
Said the wrong word.
But
It's fine.
Yeah, no, for sure. They have certainly had recent results. You know, 5 weeks with no officials, I can always get a little nervous when we see teams at that point, right? Because you know that you're not really warmed up. Prac and Scrims, they're very different than the ball game that is the official. And we're back in. Thanks for waiting. Bit of a tech problem on site, but we've got admin sorting it out. 3-2 to Nip. Liquid coming in with a full buy, Fallen on the AWP again, and this time he's armored as well, which is nice. Nip setting heavy towards B. Yeah, they probably feel like they really could have won that round. They feel like, you know, it was stolen away from them, and in a sense, I guess it was. Fast towards short, Hampus doesn't realize right below him is a player. Stewie pushed in through the water, and that's a freebie for Liquid. Great way to start. Now Nip just doubling down.
Oh, Stewie turns for the flash. Timing's a little off. Plopsky with the openers, and Naf out of ammo onto the USP. Oh, yeah, man, there was only so much he could hope to do. Bomb now going down. Elige and Fallen in for the retake, and Elige has provided the equalizer there. Fallen now with this orb. Peeking out from heaven. They're not going to give Fallen anything, right? They're not going to take any of these wide angles. He's really got to go to them with that AWP.
Kit dropped in the smoke.
Elige running up the front. Fallen with the flashes. Elige, the point man, dead to Device. Rez still alive over at short. And for Fallen, there's just not enough time to get you back into this one. Don't matter, because he's not getting away. And NIP are giving them a bit of a war cry.
Yeah, I like this as well, right? Obviously, the teams can hear each other when they're both set up here, so definitely worth getting in your opponent's heads, making some screens, making some noise. I'm sure Liquid want to do the same, but it's hard to be screaming and shouting when you're losing rifle rounds. Big pickup there for Nip, just playing the post plant nice and safe. As soon as they get into that 2-on-2 with the bomb down, they shrink away, they disappear, and Liquid would never really give them picks back into that retake. Now they're broke, and they're going to pop middle with a flashbang. Rez is right there, ready as ever. Stewie with a flash getting ready. And here it comes. oh dear, they've got to be careful because this con crawl's coming as well. There is a bit of noise. Nip are telegraphing this play, so Liquid know they're behind them, but now they really are behind them. Nip running into B, have avoided this stack again. They've been doing a great job on these anti-ecos, and this round is no exception.
Yeah, Hampus is always seemingly in the right spot to get these little anti-ecos as well, just to really like drive it home. Yeah, I know where you're stacking. All right, like I'm always the guy going in and holding you down while we plant the bomb on one of the bomb sites. Linus is even holding for this wrap. Look at them, so damn aware. They know what's up. Bomb plant over towards B has been ticking away for a while, and just picking off the pistols, not wanting to give a rifle over. Team Liquid, you know, it was just an eco for these guys. They weren't really expecting to get away with much in this round here. They were more so focused on the buy in the next. But oftentimes, you know, if you're throwing a little bit of money in, you know, you've got some P250s here and there, you are hoping that with these 5-man rushes, maybe you get away with a kill or two.
Yeah, it's just not only are they out of position, but Nip know they're out of position, right? When you're getting held in T-spawn, you know it's kind of out the window in terms of you doing anything. But as you said, they were really waiting for the guns. And here they are, falling back on the AWP. And we've not yet had a T-side AWP here for Nip. They're doing a lot of B crunches, a lot of quick rounds. They're grouping fast. They're not really playing the clock or running fakes so far. So let's see what they do with 5 rifles again.
Yeah, and really, you know, like you look at the contrast there. Well, for Nip, a team that hasn't AWP'd yet is one that you can't quantify. For Team Liquid, they've bought it out a couple of times now, but Fallen hasn't really had a chance to put it to use yet. He's had it in his hands multiple times, but thus far, I don't even think he's got to fire a shot.
Yeah, he got that 1 kill to close the 2v1. Hampus was coming back monster. But yeah, other than that, you know, they have been going very heavy B. And again, coming into the same situation. Elige, this flank is massive. The spam through connector has removed Hampus, and they're not even considering this play. Elige with a freebie, and there's a drop. Device gone. And Elige can just stay alive. He doesn't need to even move or hunt these kills. He knows Nip are trapped, and they know they're trapped. They don't want to commit. Oh, Naf through the wall. Filthy stuff to find Plopsky on the escape. And Nip, there is no escaping the danger in this round.
Fallen's even pushed into party, man. Team Liquid have got so much map control here that really this should be unlosable. Nothing can possibly go wrong, as they say. And there's Fallen getting to fire off with this AWP again. He's feeling good about that. All eyes on Linus with 35 seconds left on the clock. Laser light focus right now, and that's going to find him a kill onto Fallen. That is the AWP removed from play. Linus.
Really removed? Where's it gone?
Linus, where's the AWP gone? What have you done? Linus, here it is. Now it's out. And yeah, man, that's expensive. Elige dead as well. And even though Grim gets the trade, that is a nice little bit of economic damage right at the very end for the NIP squad.
That's huge. Liquid can't buy an AWP. He just threw that only option out of the window, out of the map, Harry. So it's only AKs. I say only, but you know, Fallen would love that AWP. Bit of a cheeky play for Linus there, waging war on the finances. But Liquid do pick up a round, right? That double spam for Naf with the fast flank down connector. It's a nice start. Let's see if they can go on. Molly down a mid. Nip are going to have to use a smoke. Sometimes you'll see those double mollies, right? And yeah, Liquid have done that as well into the party. It really hamstrings Nip's control early, but they don't care. They just throw a flash mid and double back to it again. One of these faster B executes. Already running out monster. No fear for Nip.
Oh, 10-pin bowling, mate. And Grim's in with the split. Now Stewie taking up the barrels as well. Oh, the volley's raining over, but the smoke extinguishes it, and Stewie trying to put a stop to this B play. Plopsky's maybe given Device the opportunity he needs to attempt this 1v2. He's been teed up by Plopsky and Rez. Can Device finish what they started? He's seen the shadow, he's got the kill, and now just has Elige left to find. One of the brightest in NA versus Device, and Elige comes up clutch.
Yeah, it's a really nice try for Device. It got scary as well when Elige throws that smoke on short. It just tells Device where he's coming from. He actually didn't know initially, and Elige still wins the fight. Confident stuff, just pushing back in. But really nice try. That was a 2-on-4 for Device and Plopsky to make interesting, both getting, you know, over the barrel. Still Liquid warming back into this game, dealing with a faster B approach. Those have been what have been netting rounds here for NIP, so Liquid putting a stop to it is a good sign going forward. Again, the Molly's mid force utility out of Nip. Leech will get tagged on that peak, but oh my goodness, look at Device's pace. He even dodges the orb, runs right through it, made of nothing. Fallen can't escape though. They're already out through the playground and into long. That's a free orb gifted when Nip have pistols.
Yeah, that's probably worst case scenario, right? You've just put an incredibly strong gun into the hands of these pistol players. Oh, that orb throwing forward. Plopsky doubling up with his Galil, and this might be the force buy for NIP doing it all unless Elige can pull the rug out from under them. He dies going through the short smoke. Oh no, not only is it looking like a Nip round, it might be a shockingly clean Nip round as well.
Yeah, Stewie hears all of this. He can come up connected, but he's just waiting to see if they drop down into B, if they overcomplicate the round. There is no way NIP are making that mistake. In they go. Stewie with the flank can still make this interesting, but he needs a couple of kills here. Oh my goodness, Linus should never be winning that fight. And
it's
take it with 5 alive. 3 pistols in that round. They are armed to the teeth.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why things feel like they spiral out of control so quickly, right? Elige takes that mid peak. He was looking for the info. He runs back, and he believes he's got Fallen covering him. So he's got some kind of levity to go for this mid peak, right? And I think it's the sheer pace, the sheer fact that Devices run out mid and gotten past Fallen's AWP. Well, that was meant to be the failsafe, so already you're in trouble. Fallen goes, I don't want to give them the AWP on an eco. I better go. He runs towards long, and it's like, nah, mate, we're already out here. We already own it. And so suddenly even 2 kills go against you. It just starts spiraling. But here we go. Can they do it back to NIP? That's the big test.
That's a nice flash for Nap, right? You think it's easy, but it's actually, you need a lineup for that one because throwing it over the monster, there's that train in the way, the track, there's so much cover that, you know, you need a properly perfect flash to actually wipe people at the barrels there. So Nap has that in his toolkit, and Liquid grab a gun. They've already done something in this round, and they've already moved players back towards A. Stewie's running with that M4. Nip are about to explode. This is really well timed for Liquid, and Nip just won an eco. Can Liquid do the same? It doesn't look like it. Stewie's dead. Naf through the smoke with 1, and Fallen's going to try his hand at the same. Lige is lost in the source, but Fallen does damage, and Naf could capitalize. It's down to a 2-on-2.
I think this is the round for Liquid to try and bail themselves out. This could swap the momentum back. After losing to that force buy, if you win one of your own, and Grim with the wrap has killed Device out in the toilets, Plopsky, all eyes on you, 1v2, and cross him from long, 30 HP, and he's just not being given fights. Look at this from Grim, fully backing up, fully conceding this short side, knowing that they'll be looking for a trade. Plopsky, he's very confused right about now. He's looking under rocks. He's checking every corner. He can't see these players at the A bomb site, and he's only got 10 seconds left, so that plant's got to come in. He will get it down, but now he's low on HP, and Team Liquid, they've got the 2v1. Opsky, he has hit this timing crossing onto the dumpster. I think he might have been spotted because Naf has just wrapped back round. Oh, man. It is on a knife's edge. Plopsky has just about caught every timing so far. Now he's been spotted. They're on the bomb. They don't have a kit, so they've just got to go for the full commit. Plopsky temporarily the 1v1, and Naf's able to win it out. That is huge for Team Liquid. I think that round there is the one that might have just recovered this half for them. It felt like after NIP win that force buy, and it just falls apart for Team Liquid in the round before. That was like the momentum change moment, right? That was where NIP were looking to break away in the half. And now it's anybody's half again.
Oh, for sure. It's all up in the air, and that's how we like it. You know, Plopsky, that's a hard clutch as well. When he realizes that, you know, Naf's fallen back, CT's not giving him the kill, and he also doesn't have a short A or long. Where else can you plant? Truck feels like the only option at that point that's actually safe from every position. And then, well, it's hard to play the post plant. You get, you know, pushed into a corner back at the stairs. So nice pressure from Liquid. Just the way that they fall out in that 2v1, they give the entire clock over. They say just, you know, plant Plopsky, and then we'll talk. Then we'll mean business. but not out of the woods yet by any means. Nip is still holding the lead, and they have more money to play with. Again, not AWPing on this T side. They've had options to do so, but they're still fine with the flat rifles. It is T side overpass. There's no necessity for an AWP per se. They've been doing a good job of dealing with Fallen in the majority of these gun rounds. That nade again nets some good damage. It's a couple of times now for Naf. He's even dropping the monster smoke to keep Nip out of this B bomb site, but Device, he wants to get in dirty.
Hell yeah, he does. That's what we want out of this guy. Device. Oh, yeah, mate. They're up on the sandbags. He's done well to even escape, right? He could have been double swung at any time. Naf is Mr. Wallbang. Let's just make that clear. This guy's given us some incredible wallbang clips. The Inferno one on the saving T-Apps player. He seems to just be able to spam the walls on overpass and get guaranteed free damage onto anyone at short.
Yeah, double kill that one round from it. I mean, that's not really fair. Oh, little gap in the toilets. Naf, okay, he's just wallbanged Device a bit.
Yeah, mate, well...
Give him a break.
No, like, it's terrifying how consistent Naf is able to wallbang people.
Yeah, there's a lineup for that. I think it's the Dosha lineup from old Gambit, man. He used to sit back in CT spamming that all the time. So, yeah, that's lovely. Stewie's made some movement happen. He's climbed up above the monster, but that's not where Nip are going. You'll notice on the map they've crawled
he's
up
like
connector.
really high up.
Yeah, it's a hard move. You got to surf it. You got to get up high, and then you got to stay there and drop in late. But none of this will ever matter. It's really up to Fallen. He's got his merry men by his side, and Nip don't have much time.
Yeah, and especially because Fallen has had some sitters missing. Time to time, it feels like he's been caught out. So let's see if he can hold on to this A site. He's got Grim to help him out, but Grim's dead after one. Fallen railing off for Hampus, and Naf goes on to multi-kill it out. Okay. Team Liquid 6-6. They tie this game up, and most importantly, they break the money of NIP. This is why we say that counter to NIP's 4-spy win with a 4-spy win of your own, mate. That is the thing that's rejuvenated this half for Team Liquid. Now it's put them in this position where they've essentially got what should be a freebie round. Now, you probably went into the last anti-eco thinking that, and it was like, oh.
But that was more of a force, right? You had the
you at least had kills and armor. Yeah.
It was the pistols actually getting the kills mostly, but no, this one's really weak. Oh, and now it's even worse. Big grenade out middle for Leech. Take that, UD. And right now, yeah, Nip are expected to lose in a dominant fashion. Nap had a great previous round too. He is beasting indeed. Oh, land headshots, man, they just feel different. They hit different. Fallen with another long spot. May have seen two there if his minimap helps him out on top of the boxes, but already dropped off. Nipper playing with their food, but right now they look like they're being served for dinner. Hampus on 4, same story with Device, and Linus walking into B should be a freebie for Grim. That is the case. So yeah, this round is as good as done for Nip. Maybe I spoke too soon.
Okay.
Don't you dare.
I mean, this, it was a sick little deagle shot from Device, don't get me wrong. And while I think the guy's sick, 4 HP in a 1v4 with just a deagle, no armor, that's gonna happen.
And Naf smoke spams.
Yeah, of course he does.
Smoke spams, HEs, flashes. I mean, he's got the whole toolkit out today, Harry. No better time to have it. Liquid in the lead. Okay. Not how this game started, but quite the recovery on the CT side. And you'll see in that bottom left, we've even got a double orb. Stewie has decided to don the big green. And still none for Nip. They don't know what's about to hit them.
Oh, they missed the mid Molotov. Now, there's not going to be a problem this round, luckily enough. Everyone is down towards B for NIP. Stewie is actually peeking over towards the short side with the AWP, and I like that he's gotten out of there, right? If he hangs around, being real, he probably ends up falling at the hands of Nip.
Oh no, they're going quick. They're not waiting around. 120 on the clock, and we're popping into B with these fast flashes again. Oh no, Popsky, he's not going to recover that second kill. Rez will trade, but Grim still stands in B with a pistol.
Oh my God!
Grim, how has he done them like that?
Grim! That is absolute filth! The pistol whip!
Woo!
This guy, oh, Grimathy, on land, right
Yeah.
where we want him.
Never thought it would feel this good.
Look at him, look at this. Oh, I'm gonna cry, I'm getting emotional, man. This is gnarly, look, Grim.
Entire team's dead.
Look what you've done to NIP. Oh,
One bullet.
It's just something, it's a sight to behold, man.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
And that was, oh, no, even boost. That was Nip going back to what has been working, right, in these faster B approaches. Not today. Liquid, they are making a statement right now. Elige has no care in the world. He's pushed all the way through Connector, and he's found Linus as well. 5-on-3, and now Nip, even if Elige doesn't go up that ladder, Nip is scared of it. Nip are considering the backline. That's going to throw fear into the back of your mind and either make you wait or push you further forward faster. Fallen's seen them come out mid. He's still hanging around. You can see how much Liquid are feeling it right now that they're picking up steam. Fallen's got to be careful. Hampus is here. There's cover from Naf. But we know these Deegs can get dastardly.
Oh, yeah, especially with Hampus getting out this far, right? Naf was a little bit late. Fallen is still holding long, mate. It's not long you've got to worry about. Try and tap out another, but Hampus continuing to trade, and Device now with an AWP in hand, but the shot misses, and there it is. Team Liquid, they go on to win out this first half of play. This is a series that you really don't want to miss. The second half coming up after the break.
So when we brought Linus into the team, I think we improved the base individual level of the team. I think Linus is a great individual player. He's obviously very inexperienced, but what we've noticed when we brought him into Young Ninjas was that he was almost like a complete rookie when we brought him in. He almost didn't have any recorded HLTV matches, and just in 6 months he improved a lot. So just bringing him in and seeing how much he has improved, I think he already has the individual skill, and if he just gain the experience, we will become even better.
Hey Future Pros, do you hate it when those CTs push B short? Me too. That's why we have a molly for you today that will stop that exact scenario. First things first, buy a molly. Then line up with the middle of this wall. Aim halfway up on the right side of this radio tower. Then run forward for about 2 steps and throw. Voila, no more CTB pushes.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark.
Heaven.
Don't peek, don't peek, don't peek. Splinter, splinter, and
Pit,
side.
pit,
Pit. He has no armor in pit, I'm pretty sure. No armor. Close
No
to
armor
me in
in pit.
Bombs to pit.
Let's push,
Push.
That's right. Splinter.
Yep, loading.
Nice.
Nice. Holy shit.
Oh, I love those team comm videos, man. And it's great listening to Liquid's comms. I love how clean it all sounds, right? You know, NA teams used to have a bit of a thing for being like very loud, very in the moment, but man, like these guys calm, like it's like they're robots or something. And I think you're gonna need that robotic flair to beat NIP because they've got that Danish blood in them, they've got Device. This guy is a bit of an android, right? So let's see what's going to happen in this second half of play. If you remember, NIP were in the lead at 6-5 very, very briefly. Then we saw Team Liquid win that force buy and go on to carry that momentum forward to close out the first half 9-6.
Yeah, they're charged up all right. They're creeping through Cologne. We've got a double CT setup here. Sneaky stuff. Rez and Hampus with a crossfire. And there was a Molotov to clear this, but I don't know if it's going to be used for Connector. They're just contact right now. Grim with a headshot. His pistols are perfect. Hampus can trade only for one. And now Liquid favored with control over Connector. They can run up, they can run down, they can go where they want. But wherever they go, Nip will hear it from this position. They start to rotate up, but they might be a little too late.
Yeah, I wonder if they just run through. Yeah, man. This is kind of how like Gambit like to play this A-bomb site. If you give it up, you charge the smokes that go in on this execution. Unfortunately, doesn't work out too great for the NIP guys. They get blindsided. It's just Device over here in Bank. He's in a 1v4. And I said he's a bit of an android, mate. He's going to need to turn on some kind of smart targeting system here if he wants to win this round.
Naf's even cut off the save. He knows Device might try and keep the armor as an AWPer, but he's not going to let him happen for free. Naf down low, Device hunting, and they're coming his way. They're every direction, falling with a headshot, and there's no way back for Device. 10-6, Liquid with a good first half, and now a pistol round. This can get out of control very quickly for Nip.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's the worrying thing about like a 9-6 scoreline. If you win the pistol, it's like, mate, this is an open field. Like, you know, we're well on our way to tying this up. But if you have it go against you, especially over on this CT side, it can feel really punishing, man.
Yeah, it's not like, getting the T-side bomb plant and forcing Galil's. Like, this is, you're going to buy here for sure to try and, flip it on its head early. But you're up against Liquid, who know you're forcing. Look at their investment. Full rifles aside from Stewie.
And, like, if you lose this on the force buy, it's 12-6 before you're buying. So, Rez, dead in con, not the start you want. The pressure is now on more so than ever for NIP. A man down with this force. It's a big risk, but big rewards. And they might never get a chance to reap them.
Yeah, I like that idea for Nip. They nade off the door, and then they flash through the door to get Rez into a confight. Actually, both of the Liquid players were behind it, but Rez just couldn't get the shot. They hit around the corner. Elige entering B, and he's taken back water. Plopsky now, he jumps in time, but he's on 10 health, and Stewie's running him with a back 10. No escaping. Liquid looking to lock in this anti-eco or anti-force, and Hampers is just looking for damage. He does take a lead out of the round, but that will really be it by the looks of things for Nip. Liquid get a bomb plant, and they can secure that AK as well. So 11-6, and that dreaded, likely 12-6 first CT buy round is going to be a reality for Nip. Certainly winnable, but you've got to start out the gate. You have to win that first gun round, or it almost feels too good to be true.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't win that first gun round at 12-6, think about what actually happens to you, right? You go 13-6 down, and then you're probably partial buying at best, depending on like what you save, what you bring forward. But, if you're not saving on like 3 players, mate, you are taking a partial buy at 13-6. Probably not winning that, and so suddenly it is a very far gone game. It starts to feel like Team Liquid would just start to run away with it at that point in time.
And that's super impressive, right? Again, this game started and it was super competitive out the gate. It was NIP looking like they were in control. They had some really nice T-sided executes, and felt like nothing was going wrong ever since that, or up until that eco-deco win for Liquid. So let's see if they can put a bow on it in this round. Quick pause for the Swedish side. Get ahead of the curve here. Have a chat with Threat. And of course, a lot of moving parts in this NIP roster, right? We talk about Device obviously coming in. That's the big talking point. But even with Linus and coming up from the young ninjas and now playing on the big stage, playing against some of the best teams in the world, that's quite a road to stardom in such a short period of time. And he's actually held his own very well. A player of that caliber coming into a team with Device, that has to feel nice.
Yeah, right. No, I mean, and even back when we had like CTR in the squad, I always used to think like, what would it be like being in that moment, right? Where you're one of these like young, NIP players from the youngsters squad coming up, and you're playing with one of the most tenured players CS has to offer.
Yeah, feels good, man. Got a water walk here for NIP. Maybe a flash through that window. Hampus is setting it up.
Definitely a flash through that window. And Stewie might be blind, but Grim is here. And Grim's like, don't worry, Stu. Get down, Mr. President. And he's opened up with 4. Grim on a tear, bro. This guy, he's been waiting for LAN, hasn't he? Grim is a monster, 23-9, and on for the ace in this anti-eco round.
This is unbelievable. Like, Grim should not be, this lucid on LAN right now. He's in a 5-on-1, but it feels like a 1-on-1. He's running the kill. He's chasing Hampus for the ace.
Yeah, it's wild. And this is where this idea of like, it's been so long since LAN that, you don't really know how the pressure's going to do to some people. You don't know if it's going to make or break
Especially
them.
someone like Grim, who hasn't played LAN with his team.
Right, and so, you look at this right now. Look at the guys he's with. These guys are...
Ace.
There it is, all 5, baby. Grimothy. I was going to say, look at the guys he's with, bro. These are faces of LAN in NA and Brazil, and he's here. He's the guy we're talking about right now. It feels like LAN's pumping him up more than ever.
Yeah, all the more reason to perform, right, with your team like this. Want to make a statement, want to make an impression, and this is one way to do exactly that. 12-6, though, right? We've just been dealing with the anti-ecos ever since Liquid took the pistol of this T-half. Now it's your time to shine. This is Device on the AWP. He didn't opt to get it out in that T side, so he's got to show us everything right here and right now. NIP don't have the room to breathe. So it's now or it's never for NIP. Got to be scared of connector if you're Liquid. Lots of flash plays already in this half for NIP. Hampus, lining up some wall bangs, very close, but not going to cut it. Liquid do get control of water, and they're going to pop some B flashes as well. Stewie's running in with a Mac 10. Lovely little flashes, blind the barrel player. Linus looks down, but he will avoid the shots for now. Stewie might have to get a reload in here. Down to A. Grim's the first to fall. Stewie jumping over the top, though, and he will be traded, but Flopsy's got to get a multi-kill. Elite will not let that happen. Now B has been lost. Hampus back from Graffiti, putting down damage through the fire. And Liquid, this round's up in the air for now.
Yeah, you've lost 2 of your heavy hitters, right? You've lost Grim and you've lost Naf. These guys have often been the difference makers in moments like this. And now we look at Fallen, and I was going to say Elise, but we're only looking at Fallen now, and he's dead to Hampus back at Graffiti. Great rotations out of NIP to actually pull that round off in the first place, right? The entries come in out of Stewie. Plopsky dies after his double. And it's Hampus set up fast at Graffiti, that AWP up in heaven, that tears that round away in the very end.
Yeah, the first shot from Device is a miss. I'm getting a little worried, but immediately corrects himself and doesn't let Liquid get a bomb plant or get too comfortable inside of B. And now if you're NIP, you're telling yourself, okay, this is it, boys. This is what we've been waiting for. We've had to deal with some of the BS for now, but we've got all the money in the world. And as long as we, keep building, keep winning clean rounds, we're going to be able to pull this game back. At least that's what you've always got to be believing, right? 12-7. And the nade set up towards Monster. No one's going to get punished for that. Plopsky's safe on Pillar. Liquid could boost even if they wanted to, but it feels a bit obvious after throwing double nades, so they hold off. They go back to Monster. Meanwhile, Ali just faking out mid. He's throwing all of his grenades to keep attention here. Rez is in the long toilets and Devices AWPing short side. So Ali knows likely with the AWP on the A site, he doesn't want to give a freebie away. This feels very, very predictable right now to be this B play. NIP seem to know they've got a stack down here. They've still got that long info from Rez, and Leach just flashed it. If you clear something after it's been flashed, you know it's a fake. So this is as clear as day for NIP where this one's going. Hampus is moving up, though. They've got so much info, so much real estate on A, and there's only 2 players on this B side.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a weird one. I don't know.
Back.
Yeah, he is coming back, but is it going to be in time? Linus dead after one. Klopski back in the barrel. He is torn rounds away from this exact position, and it's another double out of him. There's the rotation from Device, and that leaves Fallen in the 1v2 again. He's got to beat this AWP in heaven, and then he's got to figure out where Rez is. They don't know. They've never seen this second player. Fallen worried about the short peek, fakes out the plant, but Rez just domes him on the walk. And there's another round on the board for NIP.
Yeah.
They're getting happy about this. They're getting hyped. 8-12, still anyone's game for Liquid and Liquid fans. You maybe start to get a little bit worried as this scoreline's getting closer.
No.
I tell you what, though, this is still a really good-looking Liquid. And for a region like NA, who have had their fair share of, you know, kind of sadness leading into the group stages, right? Obviously, with Bad News Bears not making it here, EG as well, you know, falling short just yesterday to Mouse Sports. You're really hoping that something can appear for NA, and maybe it is this Liquid squad.
Yeah, right. They're holding it, but, you know, if there's one thing we know with Liquid is the end of the games can be the hardest part. They still got quite the buffer at least, but you know, Nip are believing more than anyone. You just heard the screaming, the yelling. I think it was coming from Device, some of it in that post round. It's not his first rodeo. It's not his first comeback. And now he's starting to feel it with the AWP killing, you know, B players on these rotates in back-to-back rounds. Has left Liquid broken finally on pistols. Molly down in middle. They're not even going to smoke it. They smoke the short pipe though and go fast towards water. Again, loads of info on A. Look at Rez up in party. Device is already starting to fall back to rotate towards his B bomb site. It's the right call to make. Liquid are going soon.
Oh man, the flash is brutal, and yeah, they know Linus is blind. Grim again with the double entries. The Tech-9, the drive-by from Grim. Hampus once more trying to be a nuisance from back here in Graffiti. And now they've got to go back into the site to get this bomb planted. It's Fallen and Grim. But if there's any guy for the job, it's Grim, who's on for another ace. Fallen will deal with the last player, but still, Grim is doing it all right now for Team Liquid. He can seemingly win them any damn round he pleases. The Tech-9 double entry drive-by into the M4 double kill, just swinging back and forth.
My Tech-9 doesn't work like that, Harry.
Oh, it's unprecedented, isn't it? Look at this. Fights a Graffiti, goes back, so ready for the monster peak. And while this is happening, Fallen's like, well, I better give him a bit of a helping hand, right? We can't lose this round now, not after Grim's done that to him.
Oh, those are two massive eco wins for Liquid that have really made this game. Like, if you had to pick two rounds that are going to have the most impact, it's the one on the CT side with Deagles, and it's that one right there. We don't know the consequences. We don't know the result of winning that round just yet, but they're going to become so apparent and so quickly. Nip don't have that money. It's coming down, you know, Nip have lost their B players in back-to-back rounds. It's come down to 2v2s. It's come down to Device retaking, which is fine, but it's costly. And that cost has finally been fully dropped here for Nip. They've spent everything. Rifle on Device, Deagles elsewhere. Liquid have carved a path to close this game before it gets hard.
Oh, I see Mr. Woolbang over here spamming the short side, and I'm instantly nervous. This is grimy out of Team Liquid.
This is grimmy.
Yeah, they're just waiting. They know the pressure is on NIP. They know that if anyone was going to be force buying down, throwing caution to the wind, it's the Nip squad. And so look at Nafly. This is a grimy little man in a grimy little spot back here in T-Spawn, just waiting for aggro. Now, the only downside to this is you do give up Monster, you do give up Short. Yeah. So there is still info available to NIP, and they've actually been pretty restrained in where they kind of decide to pull the brakes here on the aggro at B. They've got short control, and that allows for a heavy stack up in this A bomb site.
This is a really good call for Nip, right? Like, they realize they're about to push deep, and then they realize that, hey, if Liquid are defaulting, they're holding this, they're going to have all that info. You know, if they are defaulting with one man in T-Spawn, it's certainly going to be an A play. So let's just go gamble. Let's just go get there before Liquid do. They don't know how much info we have. And so, yeah, Popsky has the fallback on B short. He can deal with connector, but everyone else is here. 30 seconds. Liquid don't know what they're walking into. Device needs to do everything with the rifle. He's hiding in the smoke. They've gone past him. Stewie with a headshot, but it does. Oh, it's Grim stealing the kills, rather. Both entries for Grim. Device with a backstab now can win the round single-handedly. Can he stop the path? There it is. Device with a double. Oh, the spray is not there, though, and he can't take the second kill. Suddenly, all on Popsky, and there's nothing he can say or do. 3 for Grim, man. 33 kills on this guy. This game's not even over.
It is unreal, isn't it? It feels like every single site take, if we're looking at anyone to rack up numbers, Grim is the guy, the Grim Reaper. Oh, he's got his scythe out, man, and when he comes knocking on your bomb site, shivers go down your spine. You know, it's a horrible, horrible guy to run into right now. 14-8, and NIP on their map pick. Or maybe they're having to come to terms with the idea of going 0-1 down to begin this series.
That is terrifying as well, right? Especially with Dust 2 coming up next. Liquid are looking fiery. They're looking ferocious right now. My goodness. And here's another broken buy for Nip. It's all they could really afford. At this point, you're already thinking about that second map in the back of your mind. The Eagles again. Oof. It's more realistic than trying to play for OT at 15-8, but it's not going to leave you with many options. And look at the speed, man.
Oh, yeah. The Doug speed, man, over here, man. Method acting from Nafly. He's just lighting them up in the sight. Still, he does get deeked out by Linus. Naf's also getting a little roasted and toasted. And does get spammed out as well. They try to go for the AK. Linus, oh, they've seen the gun disappear. It's made Elige get nervous, but still the kill comes in for Linus. He's going to get out from short, keeps the advantage. He almost went back in for more, and then he has that little voice in his head saying, look, we're 3-on-2. This is winnable. I don't need to give this kill away. As a Team Liquid grouping back up, it's Grim and Fallen again. These guys won that last 2v5, if you remember. Yeah. This time a 2-on-3. They've crept out through Monster, but here's a swing from Barrels that might blindside them. They don't know about Rez yet. He's taken a couple of jiggles, and he takes the head off of Grim, and then follows up with Linus onto Fallen as well. The 4-spy found for Nip, and it just might have saved their bacon on this occasion.
Yeah, that's why you're doubling down with the forces, right? Doing them back-to-back rounds. And even with those fast entries from Liquid, it's nice to see Nip able to close around like that, keeping this game going. It would pretty much be GG if you lose that one. But Linus doesn't let it happen. Him and Rez hold strong in the B-bomb site. And that's a must-win round for Nip. Can't win them all.
Yeah, I mean, being real life for Liquid, that feels rough as well. Yeah. Like, that was your chance to just lock in what should be an easy path to a victory. Now, you know, you still have a big old buffer between you and NIP, but there is that worry in the back of your mind that says, well, we have had problems closing out games. This is where someone like Fallen becomes very, very important, right? He can try to help maybe calm the nerves. Obviously, you know, we've... got Stewie as well, who's going to be pretty well equipped to do that. But you start to get a little more panicky. 15 rounds feels very, very different to 14. There's still a chance of a comeback in regulation at this point. And with Device on his AWP, as mentioned in that first half, never saw one for the NIP squad. Now CT side, he's donning it in all his glory.
He's gone back to long. He's going to be able to escape as well. Fallen's not peeking this angle just yet, so Device posts up for a kill. There's surely no way he can die in this position. Even if they flash him, he'll take a shot and disappear. But even he doesn't want to hang around forever, right? You know the timing of that toilet walk. You know without Rez actually covering anything, he's just holding it close short. They can walk up on you from long side, so... Device falls out. Fallen's looking for picks. He's shown that AWP on A. Now he's going to try and move it around, go back to long perhaps. But he's already too late to this position. Device is out. Look at the dirty double setup of Rez and Device as well. That's not going to be fun to get through. 3 players on the A site. The read is there for Nip. And Liquid look like they're committing.
Device going to be this first point of contact, playing aggro in toilets. It's also the makings of a bait and switch here, where Device makes first contact. Oh, second contact. Oh, third! Device on for the ace. He opened the round up with one, and then has torn this A play apart. Device is chasing it down. The mind of a hunter. Look at this, Fallen. You've got to be ready, because out here in mid, you've met your match. You've met your maker. It's Device with an ace to put that round on the board for NIP.
Okay, now they're feeling it. Now they're waking up. Nip back in with a vengeance. And we've had so many clips today, Harry, and we were only in the first
And it's the first map. I'm freaking out.
Aces, 4Ks, Grim going crazy. Device now on the AWP. What's not to love about this matchup? Double digits for Nip. Suddenly, Liquid fans sweating a little bit. 14-10. And a full eco before we go anywhere. Ooh, Device got to be careful. They're running him down. They've got nothing to lose but blocks in this round. And Device is going to meet them in the middle with his pistol, killing two in connector and just disappearing.
Yeah, he's like a ghost.
Guys.
He's like a ghoul. He's out of there, but still hanging around till he's done his job. Still holding for this con swing. Device 3 in the round.
Another ace, perhaps.
Yeah, it could happen. I hope it don't.
Aces.
Come on, Device. Come on, Device. That shot misses. Now they're getting closer.
No.
Missed again, and Plopsky's going to steal it away, saving Device's life. Jesnaf, and he's finished off as well. NIP in with another, and it's another multi-kill round from the $1 million man.
For a second, you know his team are waiting and going, okay, he can have the glory, he can have the ace, but if he misses a shot, that's when I'm coming in to save you. Now, Hampus isn't fast flanking. He's just letting Device go for his orb. But yeah, nonetheless, you know, at this point in the game, you're just looking to not lose your AWP to Glocks. So 3 kills will do, and the cleanup is there for Nip. Fully go for Liquid, though, so nothing to worry about in that round. But they've really got to put their money where their mouth is. Had a lot of yelling in this game from both sides.
Oh, they're doing the
no
boost,
way.
but Device is holding for it. Oh, it's just missed. It's just missed. That's fine, you know. It's all well and good. It would have been sick to have seen him find it. But still, not dying to the boost is arguably just as important.
The awareness, though.
Yeah, right. The fact that that's something he was cognizant of. Spooky. It's scary indeed, man. Like, we've been getting an incredible game out of Grim. But now if we've got Device elevating his level on the Nip side, it really makes this like a clash of titans. A battle of generations, almost.
Yeah, still heavy set B on Nip. It's more of a standard start here. Rez is committed at long, and so Device, it's important that he's trying to make contact here. He's got a lot to watch as the one man on A, and so Hampus is going to rotate to help out. 40 seconds, Liquid have nothing but this mid control, so you may as well commit at this point. Ooh. Flash going over, they start to move up. Device with the spot, he's seen a lot of bodies here. He knows what's coming his way. Doesn't want to go too wide just yet, but they're getting close. They're already climbing up. Device with one. Hampus helps out, and now he'll finally fall on the truck. Device has got to give a lot of room to Liquid, but as long as he can take down another player with him, this could be a winnable round. Rez has picked Grim from the long side. Device with a pistol now, no fear and no need to have it. Nip find a 12th. The retake on the A site, and they are hyped up. They are feeling it.
Listen to this, man. Stewie2K said in an interview earlier on today that he was looking forward to the screaming and shouting of being back at LAN. Well, they're getting it and they're giving it right now. 12-14. NIP starting to make their way back into this in the closing segments of the game from Device. We've had 10 kills spread across the last 3 rounds out of him. An ace in there for good measure. He is coming alive and he's keeping NIP afloat here on their map pick of Overpass.
Is there anyone or anything that can stop him, Harry?
It's going to take Grim. It's going to take Grim to have it. It's got to be, right? That would have to be it. Maybe you could get Fallen to try and cancel Device out with the AWP, but thus far, they have not matched up well. Device has oftentimes won that out in the head-to-head.
Yeah. For sure. Right, T-side opening a lot harder to get things going, especially this is like one of the best CT ult maps in the game, right? Just the ability to do so many double setups. We're seeing Device do that time after time with Rez on long and in the toilets as well. Rotates are nice and quick through CT, especially if you're dropping down and going into heaven. The amount of rounds that Device won early in the half in those 2v2 retakes on B. Things like that. So nothing's going wrong right now for NiP.
Look at that B stream update. Mouse Sports 12-9 over Gambit
That's
right
cool,
now.
right? Obviously a very LAN experienced team versus, the youngsters. And we're wondering how the mental game takes apart, how fear can affect results. And if there is even any room for fear for Gambit, well, there's a lot of answers on the B stream. But right now, how could you cut away? How could you look at anything else?
Yeah, right. I mean, both games are bangers, but hell, dude, I know I'm where I want to be. Out towards the short side for Team Liquid. Is it another one of these B plays? They served them well earlier on in this second half.
4 here.
NiP have got the read once again. Elige with this hero AK. Show us why they trusted you with the AK, Elige. Give us something. Give Liquid anything to hold on to. Instead, that rifle is stripped from the ranks of Team Liquid. Stewie's up on the boost, but isn't given an angle or a fight just yet. There it is. Hampus on the barrels. Caught. And now Plopsky toying with the idea of re-aggressing it short. He will decide against it and just bide his time for now. You've got Stewie going back towards the A site, throwing over a bit of utility just to keep these bodies here, and now Liquid recommit into B, but the bomb is dropped by Linus. So they know it's the B play, but Fallen and Stewie's Deagles come in with 3 kills. Suddenly, it's Stewie 2K versus Device. He's on this rotation. He's already out through CT. Will Stewie be ready for the wide swing? The answer is no. Device, once more, keeps it moving forward for NIP.
You could always rely on him, right? Great geeks out of Fallen and Stewie to even make that 2v4 look interesting, but Device closing the one-on-one, no question about it with some of these rounds that he's been having. So decisive, just walks right into the bomb site as well. He knows time is everything, right? The sooner he's there, the less Stewie expects it. Easy stuff. NiP making the comeback happen, making this magic a reality. This was 12-6, Harry.
Yeah, you remember all the way back when it was like 49 and we were saying, well, this is where maybe it gets a little bit worrying, but you're not worried yet. Well, now like the alarm bells are,
yeah.
It's real bad. It's real bad.
It's been 4 rounds since Grim's had a kill as
You're
well.
freaking out a bit. Yeah, even the guy who helped get you here is struggling to find success against this NiP squad. This is where ideally you would look for some other hero to emerge, and it might be Fallen. Finally, besting Device in that head-to-head to open this round up. That is a huge kill. Device has been instrumental to why this comeback is where it is right now.
Yeah.
With him removed, can the rest of NIP keep this in check?
Yeah, he's been mental all right. Nice nade for Hampus. He heard the dink onto Elige. Didn't get out of position in time. That's one way to equalize. 4-on-4 now. Grim coming up connector. And this is so much more comfortable for Liquid. When you know now that Device is dead and that AWP isn't retrieved, like coming up Connors just feels safe. You don't have to worry about that AWP and divider, anyone punishing you there. So Liquid have, been tempted into this A site. The big question is Rez. Last time this happened and Liquid walked into a AAA setup, they never checked long, and Rez got freebies from this spot. Does it get considered, especially with A being this open? Liquid have to, keep it in the back of their mind.
No, man, the fact that you haven't met any resistance taking A, you're already thinking, surely Long might harbor some fugitives. Rez, doesn't matter, still gets away with that kill. This can't afford to be deja vu. This needs to be a victory for Team Liquid if they still want to get this over the line. The numbers are starting to turn against them in a very big way. It's Hampus spearheading the retake with a third, leaving it all on Fallen and his AWP. He opened the roundup with that kill onto Device, but asking him to clutch this might be a little too much. And the defuse is stuck. NIP tie this game up again at 14-14.
I mean, it's a big save. You can't ask Fallen to really win that round. Once all his team die and once a smoke lands on the bomb, I think your chance is out the window. He takes one and he keeps his AWP. He's got money to drop too, but this is it, Harry. This is Nip coming alive right at the end of the map. 14-14. This felt over. This felt done. We know Liquid have problems closing, but I didn't think New Era Fallen back on LAN, looking dominant with Grim finding aces like this. I didn't think this would be the game that Liquid balls up. It's not done yet, though.
Yeah, I mean, talk about fighting fire with fire, right? Liquid were here on the back of individuals. They were here on the back of the prowess of guys like Grim. And Sanip almost say, look, we're going to try and beat them at their own game. We're going to get our big guy all fired up. And here he is. He might not have got to play that last round out, but he's got a fighting chance once again. Fallen. The counter to Device. Oh, Rez blinded though. Oh, you cut the head off the beast, and another one grows back. It's Fallen with a trade once more. Into the A site they go, barreling through the offensive smokes as Hampus, and he's in with another. It's down to the 2-on-2. Klopski's out of the truck, but the bomb is getting stuck, and he can't have any say in that. Team Liquid allowed to fall back and play this post plant. A 2v2 to decide who reaches map point first.
Yes, we got out of the site. Look, they think he's still site. They think he's long right now, so this is actually working to Liquid's advantage. Time is ticking down, but he crept out back into the toilet for the first contact. Oh, he shoots Linus as the smoke blooms, and Propsky goes above it all. Can he win the round, though? He's got to stick the bomb. He's got the kit. Oh, no! But he still wins the round.
Oh, head in your hands for Stewie 2K. They had that round. Linus just sticks it. And to do that at LAN with the legends on your team watching over you up against the legends from North America on the other side, and you just stick the defuse. Oh, absolute scenes. NIP are the team to reach 15 first.
What a play from Propsky as well. I mean, he got on that in the last possible second as well. Right, he's on top of the site. He's looking for kills. They're not giving him anything. And then the stick in the smoke. Oh, my God.
Bro,
how is that how the cookie crumbles for Liquid? It felt like they'd finally done what they needed to. Fallen back-to-back
2v2
rounds.
down to the 2v1. And
Fallen back-to-back rounds, peeking Device in middle. Device has had an excellent game, especially on the CT side. Ever since he's had the orb, he's been closing round after round after round for Nip. And then right when it matters most, you think it's finally going to fall in Liquid's favor. No, not today. Round 30, still fighting for OT. Bomb plant money is good. There's no question about economy in this point in the match.
I can't even begin to imagine the tier of emotions Nip went through there, right? From Linus dying on that peak in the 2v2 to Klopski just getting on the bomb. You're not expecting to win that, and then you do, and suddenly it's relief, it's elevation. You're now the guys who could close this out in regulation. The big question now, where is this Grim from earlier on in the game? We need a hero, and I wanted it to be someone else. I didn't want this to all have to be falling on Grim's shoulders, but that's what it's starting to feel like now, and he's brought down low to begin round 30.
Yeah, Grim's last kill was at 14-8. It's now 14-15 in through B. Linus with the first shot. He's going to get traded. Popsky flash back in, though. Oh, now fully blinded, hits the kill, and now he has to commit. Now Liquid have to throw everything they have at this B bomb site, and there's still players inside. Device with another. Hampus at the back of the water, and somehow Nip are holding on. We need a hero here. Might have to be Fallen.
Oh, well, there's the first out of Fallen. Another 2v2, but look at the HP. Look at the numbers. Fallen in the site is getting pressured, and once again, he beats Device. Now, just Rez. Team Liquid, can they pull it back to an overtime? Or will Rez be caught out in the open? It is overtime. We're running it back. First game of the day, first map of the day, and we're heading off to overtime. You do not want to miss this.
forgetting who I was, or have to look back that far. And I don't want to forget
Equalizer here on round 26. Well, looks likely Eagles, SMG, those are the best weapons they have from Mousesports Gambit. It's full guns out. Yes, a Galil, yes, an M4, but not really much else that Mousesports can contest against that. The T's on paper, this should be 13.
Now, gotta remember, we saw that big eco win coming through from Gambit on the gamble stack out to the B side with Nafany's 5-7. So it's always something to consider that sometimes even the rounds that look the least likely to convert can sometimes do so.
Rosen's the Eagle on the cross. Oh, trying to land that shot, trying to replicate that clutch, but 2 bullets, both of them missed. Now it leaves it all on Rops with a USP in the backlines, and you can see how very little faith Mousesports have in this round. They are sticking on A. They are not rotating.
You might as well hold on to the upgrades. You've got Akor and Dexter that have got at least the armor behind them, that 1 incendiary, and some upgraded weapons. So just have the gamble stack on A, allow Rops to just do his own thing alone on B towards the back of New Box. But even if he gets away with 1, I guess that could be impressive.
Smokes on towards Coffins. Suppression involved. Molotovs actually missed out towards the dark position, but Rops are going to get ahead towards the second boxes instead. See that landing on the roof there? That means that position is not cleared out. But a USP, gets a think off on Inters, gets the kill involved. That's as far as it goes. Very quick trading there for Nathani. I would have been impressed if Rops had found anything more than a kill in that one.
No, you can't expect a lot to be running on him. Gambit, even with that lurk out from the apartments, just waiting for the overextensions, waiting for the hungry CTs to look for exits. Get themselves up to 13-13.
Sometimes I like the way
LAN is back, and competition's at an all-time high. Overtime in the first map of the group stage here at IEM Cologne. It's Liquid versus the Ninjas in pajamas, but they're not sleeping on the job today. They're fighting hard for a comeback that has made this game a reality. Here we go into the bonus round of the first map of the series, and it's absolutely anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost lost for words. Like, this was meant to be Team Liquid, convincing start to the day. You know, they're like 14-8 up, everything's looking good, nothing can go wrong, and now we're in OT. It's on the back of some phenomenal rounds out of Device and Hampus. Who could forget that little defuse stick in the smoke from Plopsky as well to find 15. Just so many crucial moments and players.
And to jump on the Grim thing as well before the action starts, like, you know, he's had an incredible game. 14-8, he 3Ks to get Liquid up to 14, and then Nip wins 7 rounds in a row. In those 7 rounds, Grim doesn't get a single kill, but finally Liquid don't need him in round 30. They're able to close it out, falling with some impeccable AWPing on this T side, taking down Device 3 rounds in a row. And here we go.
Yeah, out towards the long side. Double AWP here for NIP. Quite the contrast to their T side where they don't don them at all. Here, they're picking up double. They're seeing it twos, and Elige baiting out the shot along. There's that first kill found, but there's more where that came from. Waiting back in the site is Device with his AWP. The fact that both of them over here towards A could come as a bit of a surprise to Team Liquid. Oftentimes you deal with one of those AWPs, you feel like you got a bit of breathing room. That's not really the case here, with Device waiting in the wings to help out Hampus. These are the 2 big boys for NIP right now. These are the guys topping the server for Nip. And so they're both here waiting to hold on to this A bomb site. The kills are traded. Hampus is swept aside. And so Device having to hold on. The molly's displacing him. It's forcing him back into bank. But the lineup on Plopsky has torn the round away from Liquid. And he goes on to take it one step further. 3 in the round out of the plop, and this guy wins them the first in OT.
Phew, that's a sigh of relief, right? That's you know, wipe some sweat off your brow. Device taking it down, fallen as well in that madness, and Liquid back to the drawing board. max money here in OT. It's first to 19. Economy is going to be no problem here for Liquid in rebuying onto the T side. Fallen again, looking back for that head-to-head. Device has now broken the 30 kill barrier. Liege, funnily enough, at least in the numbers, is the quietest player in the server. Very rare to see. A slow start to the first map on LAN, but as said, it's been 5 weeks since Liquid have played an official. They're still warming back in. If this is them on day one, who knows what we could see if they continue on in this tournament.
Especially because that's been a bit of a trend for Liquid, right? It's like improvements throughout a tournament as the confidence is building, as everyone's kind of, you know, riding that wave of success. It feels like things only get better. So yeah, that is an exciting prospect, right? Right now, this is a game that Liquid were just hoping to have put to bed many a moon ago. Oh, lovely out of Fallen. Man, okay, talk about like flipping the script. Device was beating him in head-to-heads constantly. And then we hit that point where Grim goes quiet. We need someone to beat Device, and Fallen goes, look, I can be that man. I can be Device's kryptonite. Res up close, but it's a Liege flying high to Superman to save this round for Team Liquid. Plants found. And NIP, 2v4, lots of money. It's overtime. You may as well give it a go. So maybe they could still put Liquid through their paces.
Yeah, the only reason you wouldn't is just to save the AKs. But at this point in the game, you're feeling it if you're Nip. You have full faith you can win a round like this. So at least poke your head in and see what comes out. Player on the truck, Plopsky gonna get close orbed by Fallen. Needs to be very fast here, but he might not ever be needed. Plopsky dead after he takes down Naf on the truck, and Linus, oh, he can't get through that smoke. It's Fallen smoking them. And Liquid going back to the A site with a 1 round. 3 for Fallen. And yeah, you really do talk about his orbing recovery has been more apparent than anything.
The thing that's so mental is like it's almost been like a light switch in like terms of how fast this has happened. Like it went from never really having to worry about Fallen all that much to now he is so oppressive. Everywhere you go, this orb is doing damage, creating space, and making you have to be a little worried, honestly, if you're Nip.
And the Liege getting a double entry is huge as well, just for the confidence, just for the mental, because, you know, he has been quiet, and Grim, you know, you can never harp on Grim for not keeping up 33 kills consistently further, but, you know, we need players to step up. Stewie's dead, and it's through the monster that Naf will have to trade. This is weird, this is awkward, and the flashes are flying in. Liquid are so blinded in this B-bomb site, they're going to leave, they're going to walk back out.
Yeah, you don't like to have to say it, but in this situation, I think the best thing is just to try and cut your losses if you're Team Liquid, right? You know now that there's rotations into this B site, and Nip know what your intentions were here. It wasn't really much of a secret. They spotted you from Con, they saw the utility going into B, and so they've padded this site out healthily. Team Liquid are just going to have to look for their answers elsewhere for the time being.
Yeah, just regaining map control, right? Making sure that you can be convinced that Nip aren't fully stacked on B. They certainly had numbers there earlier, but, you know, as things start to get quiet, you know what those rotates are like. You know how much this means to everyone. People are going to do whatever they can to bleed kills out of this round. And so Liquid clear connector, but really it looks like they're going back down to B to finish. It's a 2-2 setup. It doesn't really matter where you end, and both your rounds so far have been on A, so this is a fine change for Liquid. Just recommitting later. 20 seconds, though, can't afford to be too late.
Man, talk about leaving it to the wire. In they go with that one smoke to try and cut off the monster player. Hampus is just being a nuisance, and with kills coming in, the round's looking like it might just slip away from Team Liquid. NIP, well played in that one there. They just hold their own down towards the B bomb site. They don't feel pressured by the fact that the whole map's gone silent again. They split their forces 2-2, and they play it out to perfection. Team Liquid taking it slow, comes back to hurt them. They just don't have the time. And so with these kills, you know, not coming in, it's because you're having to run into the site. You're having to rush a bomb plant. You're the ones feeling the pressure with so little time left on the clock.
I love watching Plopsky get hype, man. This team is so exciting when they're feeling it. Nip The full 14-8 comeback into OT and now up in the lead. Can they close? Fallen doesn't want to let that happen. He's taking names. Rez gone out of mid, and out he goes. Stewie's second AWP even strikes, and Hampus has been taken out as well. So Liquid, what a beautiful way to begin their CT side.
It's mental. It's like we're watching in real time players getting activated one at a time on either side, right? Fallen more and more confident as this game's gone on. Now he's even throwing these cheeky mid picks your way. Still, he's also got that secondary AWP out for Team Liquid.
Ooh.
Okay, don't want to give Device too many more of them. We've seen what he's been able to get away with when Liquid are a little too loose. Now the flash is up through short. Elige still on Dice, has this smoke, he goes up, he goes over, and he locks in that round. Team Liquid, they tie us up once more, 17 all. 19 is the magic number we're looking for. 18-18, and we run it all back again.
Yeah, lovely little double AWP setup, right? We saw it once, but NIP didn't really have anywhere near the same results. 2 opening kills, and then just simple enough to close if you're Liquid. It's been over 10 rounds now since Grim's had a kill, but the fact that Liquid is still in this, despite him being the guy getting them there in the first place, is super impressive. You can laugh about how Liquid struggle to close, but they are still in this matchup at the end of the day. It's anyone's. Fast out through connector. Hampus with the left side smoke is going to take water, and it looks like Nip want one of these fast Bs that worked so well in regulation. Oh, out they go. Grim's so blinded. How can he do anything here? Pistol's out, but too late as the entry comes in. Flash is blind, both sides. Stewie with the AWP. Combat shot takes 2, but AWP right back for Device has kept Nip in the favor. Elige's going to try and stop, or at least delay the plant. It's Fallen smoked up now, but he's not waiting around. Dropped in the flashbang out of heaven, and he sends him to hell.
Yes, Fallen, yes, let the hate flow through you. He's here with Elige fighting side by side, and Elige doubles up as well. Team Liquid up onto map point. Oh, it's all come full circle. Now it's Liquid up in the lead. They're the ones with a chance to close. It was NIP with that chance in regulation, right? And they weren't able to do it. We had that big round from Fallen to make overtime happen, and this time it's Fallen and Elige to lock in that map point score.
Elige in OT has been unbelievable, right? Like he was the bottom performer of this entire server coming into OT. He has stepped up massively. He's been having 2Ks left and right. This guy has been keeping Liquid in this series.
I mean, Liquid aren't happy with how this has gone in a sense, but I'm happy because it means it wasn't just the Grim show to make this happen. We have had everyone start to recover and really find themselves in the later stages of this map. This is it, Nip. Do or die, right? Was the comeback all for nothing on your map pick? Is it still going to go to Liquid, or do we run it back again?
Yeah, Fallen's all people right now. Device is still out of the choke, but Elige gets Molotov'd, and Fallen with a fast shot takes down Device while his attention is diverted. Up long go Nip. There's no info right now for Liquid. We got that deep smoke to deny a spot, but as a result, Fallen's going to be a little scared of the toilets. He needs to back up ASAP right now. He knows that they're pushing in. He's got a bit more cover now as he CT's reaggress. Naf set up with Fallen. This is looking a lot prettier for Liquid. No one in a position to get caught out. 3 on A. And Nip closing the gap. 50 seconds in, they sneak.
Yeah, with Device gone, you've lost your knuckle dusters. You're bare knuckle boxing now, and the brawl comes up in favor of Naf. The bomb cut loose. Team Liquid, they can feel it. They can feel the energy. They might be about to lock in this map after all. Fallen with a missed shot. Hampus traded, thankfully, and it's left on Soplowski. Can he save the day for Nip again? It was him with that little defuse stick that made it happen to get them to 15 in the first place. But this is a very different round, very different nature. 1v3. This time he needs kills, and he's not gonna get them. Team Liquid, they take NIP's map pick, and they're hyped. We're hyped. You don't want to be anywhere else. There's still more CS to come.
It's Elise. He's at the backside of Catwalk. He can see players pushing him. He's spinning back and forth. Elite electric hold.
Looking to complete the sweep. Team Liquid have looked excellent here on Overpass. And Elise, oh my god, he just executes them.
We're heading to OT. 100 Thieves, they had the advantage. They had Team Liquid right where they wanted them. Flashbang in, and they try and pop out on the back of it. Elige opening it up. Go on, bud. There it is, number 4.
It's about to get real cool over here towards their ramp.
Doesn't work out, but there's Elise. You said you wanted to see him. T3000 on the map. We've seen a lot of him. That's stunning from Elise. That's the big dog you want.
They're still down there, and now the spray. The murder box.
Hey Future Pros! Today we are on Overpass, and the smoke we have for you today will block off the stairs on the A side. Combine this with a bank smoke and you can take the A side like a breeze. Line yourself up along this bench. Aim just below the top right corner of this side, then with all your strength throw the smoke. Stairs will now be perfectly covered.
You wanted land? Well, we gave you just that. Liquid versus the Ninjas in Pajamas, delivering all the way to the very end. Liquid with a nice little lead there in the first half, but ultimately we did need to go to an overtime, and then we did need to see Liquid come out on top. Welcome back, everybody. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. I'm Trace, I've got Jason, I've got Yanko, the birthday boy, way down there on the end, and we've got a banger of a matchup to discuss right out of the gate.
Yeah, this is exactly how you want to start a tournament coming right back to land. This was a wonderful game. It had a little bit of everything. It had the rookie going absolutely apeshit. It had a little bit of a comeback. It had a little bit of the choking from Team Liquid. Sorry, I'm new to this. I you know.
A little bit of choking, though. You were going.
Yeah, go on. But it had all of that. It had all the excitement to it. Some great clutches. But I think the story, if you talk about Liquid actually winning this game, is surprisingly Grim carrying the team until the rest of them kind of got involved and came online. And then you saw towards the second half and overtime, the rest of the team shooting up, and especially Fallen having some wild impact with the AWP.
Yeah, Yanko, we look at Grim, we look at Liquid, but what's sticking out to you, man? It's got to be something.
Yeah, I think it is like Grim pulling the team forward basically throughout the majority of that game, but he did go incredibly silent, starting from that round 22, the 14-8 scoreline, not getting a kill, I think, for the next 13 rounds. So that's when the veterans actually, oh right, yeah, this is what we're good at, actually. Let's step it up a little bit. You also have to give props to NIP. I mean, Device, especially, with that ace, feels like he brought the team back and kind of made them all believe that they can execute the comeback. And those last 2 rounds, man, that was just
that's
pure craziness.
It's wild stuff, really. It really was a back and forth. But the momentum, Yanko, what about the momentum?
Yeah, that's the name of the game here. You know, early on, we see here round 11, right? Grim again, the focal point for Team Liquid. Right before this, NIP won a force buy of their own with just pistols, and now Liquid's on a force buy. You're thinking this is where NIP wins this round, and they get another anti-eco. They run away with the first half, but no, actually, you know, some nice little deagle kills through smoke, some nice 1-digs as well. Good trades from Team Liquid, and they managed to scrape this round away from NIP and kind of wrestle back control, really. If it weren't for this round, Team Liquid loses the game in regulation. There's not a single doubt about it.
Oof. Jason, thoughts?
I mean, I'm just, I think for me, the big thing is all these swings are obviously absolutely fantastic. One thing that I noticed towards the end, Fallen, you know, that op-on-op battle is kind of our highlight, the matchup, but like the idea of an actual opper going up against the opposing opper is like a little bit overhyped, a little bit romanticized. But in this, actually, Fallen did find a couple really, really important picks on Device. Because you have to feel like if you're Liquid or if you're a Liquid fan watching this, when Device starts going nuts and Device starts climbing that score line and that second half comeback is underway with Device delivering, you're scared because you've seen this story so many times. You've seen Device in a different jersey leading a charge into a comeback or leading a charge into dominating Liquid. So for Fallen to be able to find those picks and be able to give them 5-on-4 advantages, that's massive. And I think Fallen for the entire map went something like 6-2 in terms of his opening duels, and that's a huge benefit.
And again, we talked a little bit about this beforehand, and it's the fact that NIP has already got their feet wet with the LAN experience, right? It is kind of a welcoming back for Team Liquid right here. They've definitely got their work cut out from them, it seems. This is going to be a toe-for-toe one when we think about just how much legs this series could have.
Yeah, I would wonder how much the land rust of NIP getting to play the play-ins actually would have affected compared to Team Liquid just coming right in here, but it certainly took a while for them to get warmed up.
Yeah, and I think here you saw like the 2 rounds from Device that we mentioned. You know, he definitely stepped up for his team. It wasn't just that, you know, every time Liquid would go B on the T side, like Device would always get at least 1 kill from Heaven. I don't know if people have noticed that really, but he's just, that's why we call him Mr. Consistent, right? Those are the 1 kill that makes it possible for your team to retake the site or to deny even entry into the site. And yeah, this game just simply had it all. And I think in the end, Fallen, you look at round number 30, even Trace, right? That 2v3 that Liquid was in, Naf was on 3 HP, and Fallen just plays it masterfully, the movement around, you know, the plant box and all of that stuff. It was just an awesome game to watch.
And we get another map guaranteed, maybe even 3 if we're lucky. We look at Dust 2 now as Liquid's pick, Jason. Talk to me about how this one might unfold.
Well, I mean, again, you have to be pretty pumped for this considering we saw both the Oppers kind of picking up the pace and both of them having impact, and you'd look for that again here towards the end, especially in overtime. Stewie with the AWP, that double op setup can come into play. I think the big thing you got to be happy about if you're Liquid, you're not, you know, obviously it's not great that Grim went quiet after that, those getting his first 33 kills, but you're looking at his performance there and you have a new surge of confidence that he's going to be able to lock down his position out towards long A. Super important spot for Dust 2.
Yanko, closing thought, get us into Dust 2.
Closing thoughts, I think with this map 1 steal, I think Liquid closes it out in 2. Grim was great, but you know who else was quiet? Elysian. I don't think that guy's going to be quiet for 2 maps in a row.
Nah, it wouldn't seem to be the way. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to jump into Dust 2 between Liquid and NIP. And that is just how the cookie crumbles. Ladies and gentlemen, you are in the right place at the right time. And we will be right back with some more great Counter-Strike. Game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big he takes every single one from nothing to the AWPs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
We've got a fine feast of Counter-Strike prepared by some of the best chefs in the game. That first map was just the start, and now we get on to a main course. Team Liquid and their map pick looking for a 2-0.
Yeah, we've had it all, Harry. We've had highlights from pretty much everyone. Slow start, but a strong finish from Elige, Device beating Fallen, and then the flip side of that, Grim doing what he does best, and everyone on NIP joining the fray as well. So really, who knows where Dust2 is going right now? It's, of course, going to be the map pick of Liquid, and so up already, favored on their home ground. Things could get awkward very quickly here for NIP.
Yeah, I think it was Valens saying that he hopes to drink and kind of, have a chat with Grim, get him back in the right headspace. Sure. Because while Grim was incredible for like 22 rounds of that game, as mentioned, from 14-8 onwards, guy didn't actually get any kills until all the way through. Round, right? Yeah. So, it is one of those things where you can go from feeling like everything's going right, your read on the game is impeccable, the keyboard and mouse in your hands are an extension of your being, but then a few rounds don't go your way, a few rounds get you doubting where you're at, games can slip away from you. But Liquid weathered the storm back on Overpass. Now we head to Dust2, their map pick, NIP. We've seen them almost come back once today. They're going to have to do it across the entire series if they want to pick this one up.
Yeah, we go right in as well. Fighting down middle, Glocks v USPs, and no one really wins. Fallen gets gooshed, Rez tagged as well. And so, a bit of damage here and there. Elige out lower with a P250. As said on Des, don't think Elige is going to have 2 slow maps in a row, and that's certainly what we hope here for Liquid. Now acclimatized with LAN play, NIP have been since yesterday. Ooh, Rez, careful. Down to 20 now. Further whittled. Meanwhile, Liquid climb up the catwalk. We do have 3 on A if Rez can back up from CT in time, but it doesn't look like it. He's gambling on the mid to B. And so if Liquid commit here, bomb plant should be attainable. Device is still watching the long doors, so he can't really stop more than a couple.
Yeah, being real, this pistol round was always destined to come down to a retake if Team Liquid went for this cat play. That was what Nip had planned. So this is all going as Nip expected right about now. It's that blindsiding from Grim in the pistol. Might catch them by surprise. Hampus down here in the pit, trying to hold on. Does headshot a Liege from this range, brings him down low, and that softens them up for the rest of the Nip squad who are creeping up through CT. There's Nap swinging, and a Liege is going to help him out. Hampus has now got to do it all. Fast feet, fast fingers, but he's got to be quick here as time's ticking away from him on the crossroads, out into ramp, and up through the bomb site. Here he is, Speed Demon. Hampus, hell sent right now, on for the ace, and it's just fallen left to beat, and he can't get past him. Team Liquid, ooh, it's not comfortable. It's not the cleanest, but they do get the pistol round in spite of Hampus's best efforts.
Yeah, very scary stuff. Nice shots, and you know, Liquid still running away with it. Even so, I love that molly as well from Stewie. He drops it in CT, and you think, oh, it's not a great timing, like they're just getting past it. But as he drops a molly in CT, where 3 of Nip are coming up, all of Liquid start peeking aggro. Elite, Stewie, Nap, everyone's fighting into spawn, and so Nip are caught trying to run through the Molotov, and they can't stand still to take accurate fights. Really good timing on that. And even though it almost still gets lost, but almost won't cut it here for Nip. Liquid take pistol, and now they look for a B hit. Rifles out lower, checking for cat aggro. There's 2 CTs and B. Device scouting mid, trying to hit the spam once he hears that hinge smoke. But it's all a ruse. They're not climbing up cat, although they want Nip to think that. Device even gets shot through the door. But the rest of Liquid will just be pumping into this B bomb site.
Oh, Rez. All right, Rez Deagle. Oh, Grim Galil.
Here we go, he's starting strong again. That's dangerous.
And I tell you what, mate, if that is what Grim is good for, if he's the guy who can build up your scoreline and then allow for the late game activation of some of your other key pieces, that's fine by me.
Yeah.
You know, as long as we can have guys like Elise, like Naf, kind of try to come alive around him. And obviously Fallen goes without saying. I think he was so impactful. The real reason that game ends up coming back in favor of Liquid over on Overpass. It was Grim, like, setting them up in the beginning, starting the game off strong, Fallen to close. That's what it felt like.
Yeah, for sure. Without Fallen killing Device in so many of those rounds, like so many 5-on-4s, you know, taking out Device, which is massive. He was a top performer, right? Like doing all that so many times really did hold weight for Liquid. 2-0 up, but as we know already, not just from this team, but from this series and what we've seen on Overpass, it's never clear cut. It's never over till it's over. At no scoreline, and apart from 16, I guess. And so Nip still have one more eco to bear.
Yeah, this should be a nice clean round out of Liquid, right? Should be pretty uneventful as far as they go. Hampus's little Deagle armor, that's something that maybe could put you through your paces a bit, right? We've seen Deagles get away with far more than maybe they should. But you're not looking at this if you're a Team Liquid fan and going, you know, we lose these every day of the week. Normally it's only, you know, every now and again.
They're waiting to re-flash on Catwalk. Rez has got the flash primed. Oh, Stewie makes early contact though. Flash needs to go. There's a Hampus ready to activate, but they already peek into him, and that's not what he wanted. He wanted to be the guy bringing the pace. Instead, Liquid, they can just double down now. 3 fast kills into A. No reason not to commit. It's Dust 2 after all. So Smoke's down to cover long. Device is far away. Linus with only USP has really nothing to do in this round. 3-0 for Liquid, but all under control, all going as it should to begin this series, or at least this map.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that's cool here is, you know, it took us a whole half back on Overpass before we saw Device donning that AWP. Yeah. And that was like really where you sat up and took note, right? It was really in that second half of play that Device became this this oppressive force of nature in the server with the AWP. Now we get to see that right away because he's got the CT side start on Dust 2, and even if you're T side, mate, you're still looking to bring that AWP out. So we get it both halves from Device. Right now, he's donning the baby brother to the AWP. Tagging up these players with the scout, but only one kill on the exit. Now we've got this reinvestment. I'm curious what they're going to do with the scout. I wonder if it keeps in play, right? Going to be interesting now. They just leave nothing to chance, and I definitely think that's the right call, right? First rifle round, you bring everything you can into it. AWP on Device, rifles on everyone else, kits as well. So this is nice for NIP, exactly what they want. Team Liquid, it's a bit of a bonus round here with Galil still in play, and the AWP on Fallen.
Yeah, Nip take long early, but then they pull Hampers back to help out in middle. Ready to deal with any kind of mid to B. Device opening the cross, but it's Fallen's AWP that might find first contact, moving up catwalk. No one giving away anything here to Liquid right now. Nip just begging them to commit. So Liquid may. Smoke going out towards the CT spawn. Might just be a bit of a ruse here. First volley of Util on Dust 2. You can never really trust it. Rest of Liquid are up cat as well, even with Naf holding from the flamey position, making sure long aggro isn't coming in. Plopsky doesn't want to activate yet though. Liquid putting pressure up catwalk and mid to be at the same time. Nip don't know where to go, where to look, and which site is under attack. They're going to gamble. Hampers moving back up CT into A, drops the Molotov, buys a little bit more time here for Nip, but the inevitable is coming.
Yeah, it's good though. Unlike last time where we had this A execute look to come in, back then, Nip was set up towards like long side for a retake of this A bomb site. This time, they are keen to fight the short execute. They've got that AWP on Device. It's scoped up. Hampers spraying, praying, and he nails 3. There's Stewie 2K and Naf getting something in the way of a response. It will be Naf left in this 1 versus 3 clutch with the bomb down. He knows about the long player, but that's really all the info he's got. Linus just decapitates him, never even gives him a chance to play that 1v3 out. And so there's the defuse found. The rifles are in, and the round's found on the back of it for Nip.
Lovely reaction for Hampers. When Liquid are throwing that mid to B stuff as well as the cat stuff, Hampers is a 50-50 on his position. He's got the most important spot there as deciding which side of the map he's gambling on, and he goes into A. He gets the molly in, then he smokes, as you can see, and even though they full flash him, Liquid are jumping through a smoke on the short side, so Hampers is able to get 3 kills. That's huge. That wins Nip the round. And a killer closer from Linus as well, not to, you know, give Naf the 1v1 that he needed to get back into that round. So orbs are plenty, 2 for Nip as well. Rez is donning his. Device going up to long, but he will just be helping out with the car. Lots of flashes in the CT store through the smoke. Hampers traded, however, and Plopsky's dead in the meantime. It's not gone well for Nip on the long position, losing everyone, but Device, who's backed up to the site. Linus making noise in middle, but if he runs a rotate, there will be information that Liquid are privy to, thanks to Stewie hearing here down at the door. You can see Liquid already crouching through spawn. This is a great call. Coming off the back of Stewie, certainly, with the information he just got. And it's just down to Fallen to fake this out. Keep up the attention. If he gets a kill, that's huge. He doesn't have to, though. Tag through the smoke. That will do. That will keep Nip committed to A.
Yeah, bro, now they're worried as hell. They're thinking they're getting, you know, they can't even see what's attacking them, bro. Fallen feels like he's Predator, you know, like just invisible. Bearing down upon them, and he's kept the attention of Nip in this A bomb site. This should just be a locked-in round now for Team Liquid. And that's beautiful. You know, it just goes to show it's not all about fragging out and putting up crazy numbers. You get the 2 opening kills, you get 2 important kills, and then you just gimmick around the rotations of NiP. You put them right where you want them, and they can't even attempt a round now. So this is just a save. They at least keep the double AWP in play. You were looking for silver linings. There it is. With 4 on the board for Team Liquid. Getting a bit more out of guys like Elige alongside Grim. This is certainly looking nice for the Team Liquid squad.
Yeah, sucks to get out position like that for NiP, but, you know, Linus running the rotate, I guess, is part of the inexperience. Very sweaty that Stewie is still crouched behind the door, just trying to hear that rotate, telling his team whether to commit or not through T-spawn, because, you know, that's the question mark that comes from the long A position. If you lose it as a CT, even in an even odd position, like a 4-on-4 or a 3-on-3, you know, you don't know whether those Ts are just holding on for 40, 50 seconds before they recommit with smokes, or if they're crouching through T-spawn and taking B. You've got to gamble, right? So that's why Linus is leaning over, but it's not a gamble that works out for NiP.
Well, mate, talking about gambles, look at this round. No one at B early. Instead, they dropped the mid-smoke to conceal that info from Stewie or Fallen, whoever was watching the cross. I think it was Stewie 2K. Device was fast boosted up cat to go for this peek into middle. It's not the killing blow, but Naf really is looking worse for wear. They're all lined up, walking down long. A contact play into this A site. Device, they are up, they are in your face. He's going to take the fight to them, dropping the bomb. More where that came from for Device. Fallen, dead as well. Stewie 2K left in the clutch. He's got this AWP. Naf as well actually is over towards long. He's so damn low on HP. Finished off by the nade, and now it is Stewie 2K in this 1-on-3. The AWP chiming in for the first. They didn't know he crossed to Goose. He knows about the CT player. The scary part is, where's Linus? You know about Rez. You don't know about this second man. So Stewie feels very claustrophobic right now in this A bomb site. He does get it planted though. This gives him a chance to play around the bomb, try to make some magic happen. It's planted for long. There's no chance of Stewie crossing. So he's fighting in this site. And with Rez going all the way around to pit, Stewie could get blindsided by this AWP.
Yeah, will he find an angle though? Stewie's using the big box as cover. Molly from the short side, and there's Rez with a shot coming in from the long rotate. NiP will pick up that retake. I love how good NiP are at, you know, just disengaging in those positions, in those, you know, clutch scenarios, not letting Liquid get away with it. Both resetting, forcing the plant, and it gets very uncomfortable when you plant it, right? If you're Stewie there, you're checking everything. You don't know where the CTs are coming from. It really, a lot of it comes down to, you know, random timings and luck as to where you're looking and when. And so NiP are able to pick it up.
These first games of the group stages of IEM Cologne have really set the bar high. In the last hour and a half, we've had 5 aces, right? 2 over here on this stream, 3 on the B stream. Wow. That's Grim, Device, BMAS, Rops, and Hobbit.
And some very close aces as well. Some 4Ks getting stolen. And yeah, that Gambit Mousesports game went all 32 in the first map. So not only OTs here on the mainstream, but Ballers over on the second as well. And, you know, this is NiP trying to come back. This is NiP trying to recover. This double AWP is still here. Stewie flashed down middle, going to drop the smoke, keep NiP honest, force grenades out of their fingers. And through the smoke goes Hampus as well. Very risky stuff. But it's just the util trade that will finally favor NiP and let Liquid get up Cat.
It's good. You know you've got that CT player rotating into CT, worried about a mid to B play. Fallen, once again, goes blow for blow with one of these AWPs. Comes out the victor, will get tagged at the double doors. Fallen, made of sterner stuff, is still alive. Team Liquid grinding to a halt on this mid control, trying to piece together, and they've decided, yeah, we want a mid to B. Now you really want a mid to B. Fallen has rolled out the red carpet for you. Linus as the only man who can make a difference, alone, back of the B site, the AUG, good for a double. Can Linus save the day? It's even more damage, but no more kills to be found. And that's such a shame. I reckon if he gets that kill onto Nap, if he completes it, suddenly Nip are interested in the 2-on-2 retake.
That's so sad. It's so sad. You can't ask for more from Linus, but you have to, unfortunately. He needed 3 to even tempt Nip in this round, like you say. Plopsky doesn't want to go too much further in tunnels. He might die to the orb. Let's go back in, and there it is. Liquid, this is a 5th round for them. Really nice try for Linus, right? On that mid to be, it was all from the tunnels anyway. He wasn't to know. And Liquid pick up a 5th. Nice start from Fallen as well, right? Gets a 3-piece in the round, but it's his double openers in middle that send Liquid out to that B split. And he's looking for a 4th as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you caught much of the NA RMR, right?
Yeah.
Like we got to see Fallen and Liquid looking really, really good there. You know, one of the things that I kind of said was when Fallen first joined this team, I wasn't convinced that that was going to be a solution, right? We'd seen Fallen try to rejuvenate himself throughout, you know, years, really. And it kind of felt like it was with waning results that were dropping off as time went on. Since getting into this Liquid squad, his form has been impeccable, man. With rifles, with AWPs, you name it. We've been getting great games out of Fallen. And the fact that we could have one of these legends of the game getting back in form, getting back to the guy that we know and love, I don't know, that's a very exciting idea.
Everyone loves a major winner, especially a multi-major winner, Harry. And, you know, it's crazy considering how long Fallen took away from the game, away from the, you know, pro scene, that, or at least this level of competition that, you know, out of all the ex-SKM OBR players, he's the one doing the best right now. You know, he's the one on the big stages. Cold's gone from FaZe. There's not much else to talk about in terms of that roster. So, yeah, Fallen at the tippy top of the tower. Looking down on Nip, 5-2. Deagles, though, and we saw these rounds get out of hand on Overpass. With Device having an AWP in this round as well. There's always hope here for Nip.
Yeah, I mean, Deagles can be scary enough, right? The presence of an AWP in there as well. So often, it's this first kill that can feel like it decides the outcome of these little anti-eco rounds, right? It feels so often, if it's one of the Team Liquid guys in this situation to die first and everything starts to grind to a bit of an awkward halt where you're saying, guys, we can't lose to pistols, like that's where the round starts to spiral and get a little crazy. Thus far, we haven't had anyone meet each other. Oh my goodness. I kind of don't know how Fallen didn't spot him cross it. Maybe he did, he's still holding on. Missed shot out of Device's AWP, and Fallen's gonna capitalize. Naf finishes the job. It's a tag either which way. That AWP's retrieved at least, and grandfathered onto Rez. He's taking it in towards this A bomb site now. That's because over at B, Linus has got the info in tunnels. I know it's looking like an A play. They've got 3 here, including this AWP, so still a chance for Nip, but the kills haven't come in. The AWP misses its opportunity, and Plopsky's put in the dirt by Elige. The round is secured, Team Liquid up onto 6, and there's nothing that Linus can do about it.
Beautiful stuff. 5 alive as well, at least right now. And that will stay the same. Grim to close, and that's a beautiful round out of Liquid, right? Obviously, just getting rid of that AWP in middle. At that point, they know it's even if Rez grabs it, he's sneaking up CT. He doesn't want to run his rotate. Liquid beat him to the punch. They beat him to the A site, and all the kills come in around it. 6-2. No problems here for Liquid so far.
And I mean, the contrast between this and Overpass, where Overpass, it was just the Grim show. Like, really it was. For most of regulation, it wasn't until we started to get towards the end of that second half that other guys came alive. Here, it's a team effort. All of Team Liquid are feeling warmed up right now, and we're getting a much more even performance. That's beautiful, I think.
Yeah, INIP going to start throwing caution to the wind, right? How many rifle rounds do they lose until they start, trying to play aggressive, throwing in, pushes up top mid, taking some long doors control, maybe some B crunches. These are the things that CTs often employ to try and get that edge, get that advantage, or at least get that information. Stewie's peeking under the hinge smoke. They are conceding this. Nice shot for Device. When he can start off your round, that's when it's going to plan here for Nip. He's able to take a 5-on-4 and back out alive. Stewie does swap onto Fallen's AWP. But where will you go from that? You know, devices all being A, that might tempt you into this mid to B. What would be a 4-on-2 right now with Nip very committed to this A site.
Yeah, they've shown a real tendency to follow through with these A commitments when they throw this execute smoke setup, right? They dump all that util in, hoping that this forces the rotation of this CT player away, and it has. He's trapped on the other side of the smoke, but it don't matter when Rez is doing that to you down in mid. Grim dead as well, and Rez head on a swivel. This guy's looking like an owl down in mid, bro, pivoting back and forth. I love it. I love it when someone gets that like bloodlust moment, right? He almost triples up in mid. Hampus comes through to help him out, and then he goes back in to the B bomb site. So keen to fight, just hungry for more, and is even ready for Grim, playing this little, you know, jump up spot with the smoke.
Yeah, wow, that's a crazy round to win for Nip, right? Even though they had the 5-on-4, they just had no one in the right place there apart from Rez. Liquid. Back to the drawing board here, another orb for Fallen. This is where the money's going to bottom out for Liquid. If they don't win this gun round, it's the road to recovery for the Ninjas. Rez, pushed up in B. But not going any further than this. Grim holding the default. Bit of spam damage traded. Oh, you commit to that forever. They both actually come out with 50. Liquid back to Cat, and you know, it's all just the question on whether they commit with smokes. As you said last time, they've been doing it a lot. They've been full sending a lot up into these A splits, but right now they're still defaulting. That's awkward run boost, but Device won't get punished. He gets the nade out and he drops down in time. Now he can post up for this cross, help out on long, assist on the car. Lots of options for Device, but where do Liquid commit?
Yeah, at the very least for Liquid, you know, on the back of that run boost, Device just had to get out of there. He is now kind of out of position almost, right? Dropping out of the A bomb site, which is where he wanted to be, and having to take up position at long. Because of this silence, he's been given a bit of a window to get back in, but Liquid aren't coming towards A. This was all a ruse again. They throw this mid to B smoke. This time, a lot more attention on the tunnels. Out they go. Linus with trades aplenty, and the bomb cut loose. Oh, Liquid. They outmaneuvered NIP, but they can't outmaneuver Linus. Back of the B site, the hero Nip needed, the young gun, unrelenting in holding that B site down. It's Nip up onto 4. And as you say, Hugo, it does feel like they're on that path to recovery as now they break the money of Team Liquid.
Linus is a turret, man. He just decimates that B push. He's done it before with that double kill in the lost round, but that's one step further. I don't know what's better. This guy's aim or his tech tips. Insane round from Linus. And Plopsky to close it out. And yeah, as said, right, that's the money bottoming out. No bomb plant, just loss bonus right now for Liquid. It's not a pretty round. And it's Nip's chance to bounce back in this second half, or first half, sorry. So just Eagles and Glocks. Dear, oh dear. Better late than never, I guess, is what we learned, not just from, you know, this, but also Overpass. It pulled that into OT from a 14-8 scoreline against their favor. Weren't able to close. And after a tactical timeout, we jump right back in.
Oh, yeah, don't go back to that. Don't go back to that, Poland. God, he's got the Glock out. He's like actually peeking down mid. All right. Poland's having a mad one this round. Out through lower. They've heard the Molly tagging Elige, so they know about him. Fallen, dodging these shots. It feels like he's tempting fate a little bit, but I think he's just trying to keep the attention of Device in the wrong place, right? Giving a bit more room to these lower tunnels players, lets them drop this hinge smoke and now try to get up onto Catwalk. However, Fallen has died in the long doors. They've dealt with Elige up on the Xbox, so any chance of really getting away with anything in this round here? has gone out the window for Team Liquid. They're going to group up on Cat, try to get into A. If they can deal with Hampus in the site and live somehow getting past this device up, maybe there's a chance at a bomb plant, but it's a big old if. I've seen Device do despicable stuff from the car position, and this round is no exception.
Yeah, that run boost is like a whimper, man. It just sort of dribbled out over Catwalk, and the bomb fell into spawn as well. There was never any hope.
Yeah,
there
it was
for
like
Liquid.
bad to worse in an instant.
But that's all you can expect from a mostly Glock round. Now we've got guns sooner rather than later here for Liquid. No warp for Fallen, however, which is a bit of a shame because he has been a highlight machine in these first two maps. Set towards B early for Liquid. They've done a fair few mid to Bs. I think Linus probably scared them off that site for now, but he has traded positions off the spawn, going to take long with Plopsky, has left Device at the back of B with the orb. No problem there. He is getting avoided, so I don't blame him for trying to change it up.
One of the things that has been pretty mental as well is that, as mentioned, Liquid have been good at conditioning NiP to keep numbers in the A bomb site whenever they've mid to B. Like, it's not like they're doing all of this and NiP just aren't budging, and it's like the decision to hang around that's saving them here. No, man, a lot of the time they are keeping 3 players in the A site, and these B holds have just been coming out of guys like Rez and Linus. So that's maybe a little bit worrying for Liquid. You know, you're kind of getting the results you want out of this A fake into a B play, and you're just not able to break down those players in the B site. So they're going to go back into A. They're looking for solutions elsewhere on the map, and they think long might hold them.
Yeah, the flash as the smoke fades. It's only Plopsky here right now, and he's up close. Smoke on the molly. He's turned into the corner, though. Grim will be dead. Naf will have to spam him out, but long is taken, and the bomb has been spotted. NiP know what's going on. They know where this hit's ending up, and there's no time to change the grade. Liquid have to commit. They've got to go back for the bomb first. Naf's just getting the entries while they do so. Hampus holds for a single kill, and Linus now. Turret again. Can he do it once more?
God, the sentry gun of NIP. Just Fallen, arriving late to a bomb site that his teammates once had. It's now been stripped away from him. Linus tucked in at elevator. Here's the footsteps. He knows that Fallen's crossed into the site. Fallen! Oh, burning alive and finished off by the turret.
Yeah, did all he could. He knew, even if you're going for fights, he knew Linus was there. Even if you're going for fights, you know, all it takes is NIP not peeking you from Catwalk and they win the round. So you've got to try the plant. You've got to hope you can get it down if you're playing for the win. And you know Fallen's playing for the win. Not going to happen, though. NiP coming back alive, and they let wrong as well out of the gate. They not only had Device B, but they even moved Linus over as well after taking long. So the fact that people like Plopsky and Hampus both get 1-for-1s is just enough for those rotates to come back in. Liquid with their first timeout. Just trying to get back on this T side, because as you can see on that round timeline, 4 in a row here for the Swedish side is getting out of control.
No, it really is, man, especially because, you know, a lot of these rounds have felt pretty clean. You don't have what you so often have here, which is like a bit of a get-out clause towards the end of a half. You go, look, okay, they might have tied it up, but if we win one round, we can break their money. Well, that's not the case for Liquid here, as it often is with teams on the T side. In fact, it's them with the broken money. It's them having to take a bit of a partial investment here. And NIP is stacked in terms of the money. These guys are buying until the end of the half.
Yeah, and Linus is another round where we're going to need him to perform. Getting pressured a lot in this game. Hampus got so much info up top middle, right? So you're expecting the B play, if not a late long here, and Liquid are making noise out middle. Trying to feign cat control, trying to keep NiP on that A side, but Hampus ain't falling for it. He's already walking the mid to B, letting NiP run a double site setup. So Liquid walking into the meat grinder. How will it fare?
Well, Linus is alone in the site. Rez is actually playing outside of the doors. So with this smoke going in, Rez might have to come through, and he will. He wastes no time in helping out his teammate in the B site. Great response out of NIP and Rez. There he dies to Naf, but the nade follows up, and Plopsky should be here to seal the deal down in middle.
Oh! Yeah, I thought the same. Elige, though, the spam is close. He's put Device down to 60. Can he get through? No. Device with the shot. And Nip, they win the round. They really should have. Nice stuff from Linus and Rez holding down that B bomb site again. No problem. And considering a lot of Liquid's game plan looks to be just crunching into those mid to Bs, taking over that site, I mean, they're really having trouble, right? They're trying to avoid Devices AWP on the long cross. They've not really, you know, there's not really been around where Liquid have done a cat play into Device.
Well, so here, Naf's purchased up an AUG. I'm curious if this makes him lean into something at long. Instead, he's just fighting mid. And they do just go back in towards this B bomb site. Grouping in their tunnel. Maybe we get something a little bit faster out of them here. I think at this point, Liquid are just feeling like Nip have figured out these cat fakes, right? And that's become abundantly clear with how these last few rounds have gone. That's more like it. Opener from Fallen and a good flash from Nafly sets up a Liege. Hampus trying to hold from the double doors. No accounting for that one if you're Grim. 2 players in the site right now for Liquid. It's Stewie lurking in middle. He gives up his position, and now they've got him trapped. Stewie is not involved in this site hold at all, and so temporarily, Nip have got themselves a 3-on-2 in B.
Yeah, there's still util. Naf can get this smoke out, try and stall the retake even longer. Nip might just have to go through the utility here to make this round happen. Stewie is coming in on the flank. If he runs, Device will hear him, and so he has to play patient. Naf with the Kree getting one, gone from the round. Device turning around, and it's all on a Liege who's cracked through the smoke into middle. They have no idea where has he gone. The bomb's not for him, and Device provides cover. Nip onto 8 rounds in a retake that should never really be won. And we're getting guttural noises.
Yeah, I'm loving some of the
everything.
noises. I mean, hey dude, Stewie said he missed the screaming and noises and such. Well, here's NIP giving us their finest noises, mate. I can't even think of how to describe it, but
that hurts for Stewie, man.
It does hurt. It hurts for all of Team Liquid, right? That was meant to be their round. They get into B. They've got a man advantage. And you can tell that Stewie is feeling the pressure. He's feeling the nerves because he does jump the gun on that mid-fight. Yeah. I think he just starts to worry, like, what if I miss this timing? What if I miss this opportunity and they take the 3-on-2?
And even in tunnels, right? Like, if he lives a few more seconds, he doesn't know what's going on in the bomb site for sure, right? But if he delays a few more seconds, that gives room for a Liege to win that round, perhaps. It's not going to happen, however. Last of the half, Device finally challenged at long. He's on car. You can molly this position safe on the barrel. That's what they're doing. So Device in hot water right now.
Oh no, but I've seen Device in this exact scenario. Mollied at car with an AWP, get away with absolute murder back when he was in Astralis. There he is, besting Fallen in the head-to-head. And Liquid, I can't say I blame them for being scared about long now.
Yeah, they're probably going to wait to smoke and then re-molly it. That might be their best bet here, just to get Device out. But they've peeked him again, and the double AWP is doing everything it needs to. All the kills here from NIP, and they sweep the half in a 9-6 fashion. Great game out of the Ninjas right now. They're looking to come back on Dust 2 and take us to a 3-mapper. Will they? Only time will tell. You'll have to stick around to find out.
Our current strengths as a team is playing as a pack and playing together. I think that's always been Liquid's strength. Their trading percentages are always the strongest in the region, and they're one of the top teams in trading percentages. So I think that's one of our strongest aspects as a team.
Hey Future Pros. Today I'll show you a quick and easy way to smoke CT spawn from short as a terrorist. Your long players will love you for this one. To do the smoke, get in this corner next to this crate. Aim at the corner of this window and throw the smoke. As with all deep CT smokes, there can always be a slight top gap for the CTs to abuse, so be cautious with this one.
Look at the faces on your screens right now. It's a mixture of determination, elation, a thirst for the game. These guys all want a victory here in their opening series to begin the groups of IEM Cologne. Right now, Liquid, a map up in the series after taking Overpass away from NIP in overtime. Here on Dust 2, different story. Strong start for Liquid, countered by a late game NIP as they roar to life. It's 9-6 moving into the second half with Nip in the lead.
Isn't that a good feeling? That's a nice taste on the tongue, but not for Liquid. Salty waters right now. I like this pistol setup for Liquid. They're very heavy towards B, so if NIP do end up committing through those tunnels, they would be walking into the Lion's Den, as it were. But instead, back up Cat they go. Hampus is outside of Long, and it's only Grim here on the bomb site. It's going to have to be a retake setup here for Liquid. Fallen's got the kit double flash, but how much warning will they have? Grim not given anything at Long until the second he peels out of the angle. The flash comes over from Cat to get Hampus out. Grim hears it, so he knows there's someone in position, but does he know how deep he's gotten? Oh no, Grim. Oh, he's on the chopping block. He turns back and he gets dinked down to one, closed out. Nip own the A site.
Yeah, man, that's rough for Grim. Just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Now Plopsky with this Glock at close range. He's having a field day. Helped out by Fallen is Elige. And 3-on-4 retake ensues. Everybody coming from Catwalk. NIP know this, and so they're just backed up in the site, not giving you the room, not giving you the respect. NIP reach double digits, and I don't even know what these screams are anymore.
They're very primal, aren't they?
Yeah.
I love it. Don't know who's giving us that.
That one sounded like it would be, you know, if that was like in Ancient as like a background, it wouldn't feel out of place.
That's what you hear on the A site, yeah. Oh my goodness. Great round for NIP. P250s in post plants get terrifying on the T side, and now we've got Deegs out for Liquid. My oh my. They're in the position that Nip were in that first one, right? Being, you know, likely 12-6 down, coming in with the gun round and needing a win. That's, of course, unless Liquid can win this force buy. We've seen wilder things happen. Hinge smoke for Hampus. We're using the Zywoo lineup. Very sweaty stuff. You wouldn't believe where that one lands. And so now up Cat for NIP.
Yeah, Liquid is still looking to give you a run for your money here if you're Nip. In fact, they're looking for a round win on the Liquid side. They've fully invested up into this one. Only guy saving cash is Fallen. He does have utility to help out his long player in Grim. Instead, traded after one before flashes can come out and leave Fallen's hands. He's just going to get caught dumping all this util. I understand not wanting to die with a full belt of utility when that's all you've bought into the round, but it does just lead to him falling without really accomplishing anything at long. Elige trying to hold the cross. The Deagle spam finds a lot of damage. And with nades still on Stewie to rain in onto this bomb site, you can bring these players even lower and really soften them up for the Deagle retake.
Yeah, there's another nade going in. There's no kit, so time is of the essence here for Liquid, and they're not giving the kills on these jump shots. Nothing is attainable right now. They've got to move. They've got to change position. Plopsky is just tucked in on the bomb site, waiting for his goose play. There's the flash. Now Nip swing, and they take another kill. 2 out of 3, but Nap will not give them the satisfaction. He is out of there going into the next eco round. That's 11-6 for Nip.
And that's felt like a real difference here as well. It feels like when Nip get into these like even odds 3-on-3s, especially versus like these weaker buys, they're very, very good at like reeling themselves back in and not giving too much away. You know, Liquid, there were a few times where they had these man advantages and things were looking up, and then it just felt like the round would get snatched apart, away from them rather. Nip have looked great at not letting those man advantage rounds slip through your fingers.
Yeah, because they're the rounds that, you know, not only ruin your economy the most, but, you know, reinvigorate Liquid. You don't want to give them a reason to believe, a reason to try and come back here. Device is playing a USP only in this round, trying to save for the AWP, and he knows what he's up against. Oh, nice shot from Naf, but traded swiftly from lower. And now Device can be at least given a gun, so no worry in this round getting out of control. Double cap push. Device after the molly, holding for it, but oh, a double layer, and they get knocked down. Luckily, you'd think it's under control from Rez, and he has support if that were to go wrong. Stewie gone as well, and Nip, they've hit the scoreline that we anticipated. 12-6 off the back of their pistol win. It's do or die for Team Liquid.
But Hugo, we saw this scoreline back on Overpass, right? And we all know how that one ended up going. That did become anyone's game, an overtime affair, 19-17 finish to Liquid. Now it's them having to do an NIP-esque comeback on their map pick of Dust 2.
Well, not too NIP-esque. They do actually want to close it.
That's true.
That's the hope. Oh, and it may be a reality after all. Device decked by Fallen in middle. That's what started the comeback, or the closer rather, for Liquid anyway. Fallen flashed out of mid though. Won't be there forever. Hampus has even taken the AWP. It's usually Rez, but we know Hampus can don this weapon as well. Often does on Inferno towards that B-bomb site. Even when Twist was in this team, we would have Hampus AWPing over him at times. So it doesn't really matter where this gun ends up. All that matters is that the shot connects.
Oh, oh, imagine a world. Okay. No smoke shot collaterals. We don't have to worry about that. We can just forget that little lineup ever even occurred. Nip. Gonna get this mid to B smoke in. They've got Hampus testing the waters with his AWP. Scoped up on CT, just waiting to see if anyone was going to try and beat that smoke, get ahead of it. Now they go for the push. Nap is flashed in, but Hampus, head on a swivel again, is there to turn around a deal with the point man. This leaves it all on Stewie 2K. B site, look at the time, plenty of it. 35 seconds here. Nip get that bomb planted. Team Liquid are left running to the hills.
Yeah, Stewie's having a nightmare of a game right now, and you know he doesn't even get to play that one. He hides at the back of the boxes. He's getting triple split from window, door, tunnel. He peeks and he gets bopped. So that's his round, and it's a swift one at that for Nip.
It feels very on brand though for Team Liquid to take their opponent's map pick in a close overtime affair, get onto their map pick of Dust, and then start to have some problems. Right, this is the kind of thing that we're sadly used to seeing from Liquid.
It's not, you know, and it's not a go-to map for them as of late either, right? It's not one that they've been frequenting, you know, in these last few weeks, these last few months back at the RMR, for example. So, you know, that's a bit of a worry. It's often been getting second banned out by teams, not wanting to play Liquid on it, but Nip have no such fear. Neither to Gambit over on the B stream, 15-3 up. Pretty brutal stuff, looking like a 3-mapper there as well.
Yeah, it was even worse at one point, man. Gambit were up flawless, I think like 9-0 at one point in time. So that is a very, very dominant second map going on over there. Of course, that one looking like it's going to go all 3 as well.
Yeah.
I say as well, like this one's already gone all 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good. It's looking good for Nip, right? There's nothing in the CT side yet for
I did just accidentally break the 4th wall down and like let my bias seep through, like, yeah, man, no, it does look like this is drawing over.
The number on the left is higher than the number
that's
on the
true,
right,
Hugo.
so
13, bigger than 6.
That is true.
And that's where Nip are right about now. The real problem, the real reason why I say, like, this one could be too far gone is Liquid. If they lose this, mate, they've got nothing. Up against 14 as well. Like, that is not where you want to be. You're partial buying at best. You know, it's going to be ugly, man. It's going to feel rough. Like this game, this second half just went by in an instant if you don't win this rifle.
Fallen's doing his best to get into the action, but mollied off, and with that molly, you just can't see a thing, right? There's smokes in your face. And so Fallen doesn't want to get walked on. He has to back all the way up to long. Meanwhile, Nip have done exactly what Liquid did so well in that first half in pushing that AWP off of the A site and then dropping into this mid to B. And the sad part about this is Liquid aren't expecting this play. Stewie's here in middle, but Naf's alone at B. Stewie needs something. He needs a kill at least. Is he going to go through the molly behind him? And Stewie trying to find that timing through the smoke, denied by Hampus. All on Naf, and he's gone as well. Bye-bye, Liquid. It's a save.
Yeah, surely right. I mean, we've already spoke about the money. We just set this round up saying it's all gone if they lose the guns here. So either Liquid throw it all at this B bomb site, a man down, or they save and try to play for overtime.
Oh, that kill comes in at an interesting time. The bomb's only just been planted. Liquid suddenly getting tempted back in. They know what's on the line.
So this decision now, this reeling of them back in, this either makes or breaks it for Team Liquid. In they go, the flash, oh, it's missed. Res Blind's fallen, and Elige is traded. 14 on the board for Nip. They're baited back in after that kill, and look what it's done, man. They can cobble a buy together, right? You've got 3 rifles, maybe even an AWP, but it is going to feel lacking. It is not going to have all the bells and whistles that you want and need to put a stop to this NIP.
You can't blame them for going back in there after Fallen kills a lower player either, right? Like, they just don't have the rounds to play with. Saving there is only because of the numbers. It's only because of the context of losing that B-bomb site. We know how hard it can be to retake. It looked like the round was, you know, said and done with those double entries, but in fact, all it took was 1 kill to lock Liquid into a losing battle. 14-6, and you can already see that buy being pieced together in the bottom right. Fallen does have the AWP dropped by Elige, and it's not pretty otherwise.
Yeah, this like really was worst case Ontario for Team Liquid, right? Like they've had a mixture of buys, they keep bringing them out, but it feels like every time they've got the rifles, man, Nip are just going to deal you some kind of horrible uppercut, even tagging Naf on the cross. It must just feel like you can't catch a break. Device fast out long, very, very confident on the push, and deals with Grim in pit. Now, there's a lot more bodies here. Will you anticipate the triple long hold? You've dealt with one. Elige doesn't see the smokes, neither does Rez. This is wild. You've seen 1 player so far at long, and yet 4 are dead in the server. Elige mollied at card, now they know he's here. They've got him boxed in, trapped in this position.
Smoke climbing above it, but he's still here, and there's nowhere to go but the graveyard. Device puts him down. 3 on 2, and Nip go quiet. They go silent, and they wait. Liquid. Yeah, this is a good call to like gamble B here, because you know it's one of 2 things. It's either Nip just wait and recommit, or they go all the way around and overcomplicate it and then go to B.
Yeah, the one sad part about this, and Liquid don't know it, is that like Nip have no control elsewhere, right? They've got nothing. So I imagine they do just commit to this A bomb site, right? You're 3 on 2 anyway. You can still win this out by trading, even if they're both here. So they cross up into the site with the smokes down. Stewie's brought it back into a 2 on 2. Has that kill from Stewie just given Team Liquid a chance now at denying 15 to Nip?
Yeah, the smoke's in, and so they start to creep up. Stewie has the kit in the right position. Naf just needs to get some more damage off this scout. Every little bit helps. Rez waiting. He hears the jump in elevator. That's calmed. Device has Naf locked in a corner, and they're going to follow Stewie. Crosses, and he gets the trade off, but he needs to be quick with his kill. Right below him, he doesn't know. 15-6, and Nip here with a statement on Dust 2. It may have been Liquid's map pick, but you could not tell from the scoreline.
Yeah, right, you know, back on Overpass, Liquid had a chance at a dominant score themselves, but we all remember how that one went. It ended up being a tight overtime affair. This is a statement from Nip. You know, we come to your map pick, Liquid. You've got no respect, mate. You've got nothing. We're here. We're bringing the heat, and we're looking to take this all 3 maps. Look at this for Team Liquid, man. Couple of SMGs, a handful of rifles, no kits as well, and they lose Elige to open up the round. It really is out of the frying pan into the fire here. It was bad enough with the buy, and now they've got to contend with the fact they're in a 4 on 5.
Linus is beasting as well, right? Think about his beat anchors in that first half. So many multi-kills with the Orc. Well, now he's getting those openers, dropping the Elige up catwalk. He is 18-6. And kills might be coming to Nip here. Device, he's waiting. They're moving him through both chokes, and they line up. Device, dirt in middle. And that might just be all they need to close this map and take us to Mirage. It's only Naf.
Yeah, what can you do, man? Everyone else has fallen, and there's Naf. Last past the post. It is NIP taking us the distance, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Stick around, because that 3rd map between NIP and Team Liquid is coming up in a moment.
Welcome back to the Cathedral, ladies and gentlemen. This is a final of biblical proportions. Grand Slam on the line. This will be one for the history books. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's light up the Lexus!
The first part of 2019 was all about Team Liquid, and for good reason, as this North American roster plowed through most events without breaking a sweat. And it was no different in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Oh, no. Oh, nearly got knifed. Smoke's down. He has to get around them somehow. And he gets it through the window.
As favorites, Liquid went all in during the tournament and soon found themselves just inches away from the trophy and the prestigious $1 million Intel Grand Slam. Only Vitality stood in their way, and even though the battle ahead would be tough, Twist set the tempo almost instantly.
WebBK doesn't want to let them go that far this time. He takes the fight to them. Twist even gets one at range, down to just 2. How does Twist find the second? He's got the bomb, he's got armor. This close, Twist! He baits him out somehow! A third! And he's looking for it all the ways! RBK's gonna try and swing around the backside. Twist switches back to the Deagle instead. Confidence in his name. He's in his RBK is found!
Team Liquid, that's what it means to them. Here's a 1 Cologne under their belt and $1 million bonus.
Unreal.
The results are in, ladies and gentlemen. It's Nip coming out in Dust 2 with a W. That takes us into a third map. That's right. You wouldn't want to have it any other way. Mirage on the cards between Nip and Liquid. Liquid looking hot to trot the first map. Did get a great overtime out of it, and now we are right back into the thick of things. Speaking of the thick of things, we are about to get down to it right here. I've got Jason, I've got Yanko, and we've got a lot to dissect with a series that's already delivered. Before we do that, I do want to just kind of point attention to what's gone over on the other stream with Gambit and Mousesports. Mousesports picking up the first map of that series. That was Inferno, 16-14. Totally different ball game on the second map of the series. Vertigo going 16-3 for Gambit. So they're also going to Mirage. Anyway.
Sounds familiar. Nice little first map for one team, and then a complete smashing the opposite way in the second map. And that was entirely what Dust 2 was. There wasn't. This was 6-2 at some point, and it ends 6-16. That's wild. 14 straight rounds for NIP. I mean, he said there's a lot to talk about. There's really not. Like, NIP got everything they wanted on the map whenever they wanted it.
Yeah. Yanko, what do you think?
Yeah, I think something similar in a fact that just individually NIP was much better than Team Liquid on this map. You could tell it in the small things, right? Even when on their T side towards the second part of the first half, Liquid was executing some of the, endings to rounds, whether it was a B split or an A hit, right? The spacing is just a little bit off. The trade just doesn't come in. We see multi-kills happening time and time again for NIP. We saw LNZ towards that B bomb set, out of the headshot position, just with the AUG completely dismantling Liquid on a number of occasions. So here you can see Rez with another good hold on a mid to B. Here's the round that I was referencing with LNZ, right? It's just, there's no trades coming in for Team Liquid.
None, yeah, I mean, it's just not as fluid as one might say with the first map, right?
Nice. Yeah. Well, I mean, you could see in some of those clips too, like a little bit of a B pop through the smoke and everything. Those are sometimes hard to execute, especially if the defender gets that first kill. The second guy coming out's pretty exposed, and that's something that Liquid doesn't always, when I was there, wasn't enjoying doing so much. That's what kind of scared them away from some of those B hits, is that prospect of coming through the smoke. But I mean, regardless, it's just like you see Device. They try to get aggressive. He's picking them off, entering into the bomb site. You see them getting absolutely demolished. It's just nothing that Liquid wanted to do that round. They didn't get anything that made things easier.
So for us, I mean, for this series, obviously we go to a third map. We kind of have a clean slate right now. It's going to be that one map to determine it all. Let's just shift to Mirage. Yanko, I want to know what to expect going into this.
I think we have more information on NIP, and what you can expect for them is probably more explosive plays. They like the B side a lot, whether it's expose, whether it's just faking it to create space for Hampus. Hampus plays that sort of a lurking game leader role, right? So you will see sometimes his team doing a B pop and he's going to try to sneak into jungle through connector. Then they're going to freeze a little bit, let him work on the lurk. But this is very well known at this point about NIP. So I'm wondering about two things: how prepared will Liquid be for it, and also how much are they going to switch it up, because it's been the name of the game for them for a while now.
One thing makes me a little bit worried for Liquid on Mirage, and that was when we had Stewie in-game leading at the start when Fallen came in, and then Fallen took it over. One thing that allowed us to do was Stewie was much more active and much more aggressive at finding gaps, especially in middle, in towards connector and towards window, and finding flanks and ways to turn around bomb sites. And with him calling, he has to be a little bit more heads up about what everyone on the map is doing. So he's going to be a little bit distracted. And that takes his focus away from finding those kinds of plays. And that's what I always felt like made our Mirage T-sides a little bit more dangerous, was that factor of Stewie being able to find ways to just find an impactful kill or open up a bomb site.
Well, Jason and Yanko, I mean, Jason, I'll just start with you. Is that even avoidable at that point? Is that something that they can maybe work around? Or is that just the way it has to be?
I think it all depends on how comfortable Stewie's feeling calling, in the moment. If he's feeling a good flow for the game and he's feeling like he can actually ease up and go for some more of those individual decisions, or if he's feeling confident that Fallen can take over calling and handle things for a certain portion, I think that's going to be the importance.
Yanko?
Yeah, I agree with that. With Nico on phase as well, right? You could, in some situation, just talking to him, it's like, if I only just didn't have to focus on telling everyone else how to end the round, right? I could win it on my own, just being able to focus on the rotations and someone just adding a little bit of pressure. So a lot of it depends on how the dynamic is functioning right now between Fallen and Stewie in terms of in-game leading. If he feels like he's in a good spot, can Fallen just take over so he can focus on himself and the individual aspects. So we'll see. I think in any case, it's going to be a very explosive game, right? Liquid did seem really flat on Dust 2, which was surprising after that close game on Overpass. So hopefully they can bounce back, because the individual level for NIP is very high at the moment.
Well, speaking of those levels, we are just about ready to get into that game. I just want to know if we're still looking out for a Fallen v Device op battle, especially when we go to a game like Mirage.
I feel like the op battles don't really lend themselves too much on Mirage, especially. I think you're not going to see that duel, like it's some opening picks towards Con, towards Catwalk, towards top mid, and you're not always looking for the opper, right? You're looking for that player jumping across the top mid boxes. So I don't know if we'll see the oppers go directly head to head and outside of a few suspect cases, but I would imagine that Device has more impact in this game.
Wild scenes. Yanko, we're going to go to a break. Thank you so much. We'll be right back. We're going to come back with Mirage, the third and final map of this opening game between these two teams in both Liquid and NIP. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back.
Oh, guy above us. Guy above is dead. Don't know about the other bumper. I'm at the guy at the very, very back of the map. Oh, someone else. Oh my god. There's more, there's more. Ah, 10 seconds. I'm just going, dude. Yeah, it's okay. Oh, one guy right next to us coming from Casbah, Big Rock.
Going?
Yeah, the Big Rock.
Yeah, I'm on him,
He's got a deep, man. Holy shit.
He had a dig.
Bump trap. Nice.
So he
Oh,
shifts
right
up.
next to it. Oof. There. Bane's pit, left of it. Right. I swear there's another. In this tower. I'm holding him. Oh, yes. Spiral is dead. Oh! There it is. Bumping over here.
Oh yeah, I can't help you, but I see it. Nice. I'm on 20 HP. Can I jump off here?
The safe way is there's a ladder over here. If you don't make it, you're probably dead though. You
Where's
see the
the
ladder?
ladder?
Right there. Live ping on the ladder.
Yeah. Well, that's gonna look funny for sure.
The stakes are high. We know what's going on. It's a third map between NIP and Team Liquid. It's gone the distance. We end up on Mirage. And man, after how these first two maps have gone, I'm so glad that we're getting a three-mapper out of this one right now.
Yeah, knife round's currently being played as well, and Liquid looking to pick it up, so they're going to get their side of choice here on Mirage. I imagine that CT side, and yeah, pretty one-sided last map. Quite a surprise to see Dust 2 go the way it did, right? Everyone was kind of expecting the 2-0 for Liquid. Their form looked good after the first one. Their heads stayed in it after they, almost blew a comeback. They didn't let that happen, but here we are still, nonetheless, all the way down the line on a third map. It's anyone's series to take. And Nib, hey, with wind in their sails, with a map right behind them, maybe there's hope.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you take a look at how this series has gone so far, right? I think Liquid are definitely the more battle-scarred here, right? They come through on Overpass with a tight overtime victory that they just edge out. That might have been a moment worth celebrating, but then you get onto Dust, and it's just relentless. It's merciless from NIP, right? A much more one-sided game where it was the Ninjas on top pretty much throughout, outside of the first, like, 6 rounds of play. So now as we head to Mirage, I do think Nipper may be feeling a little more fired up here as we get ready to embark on this journey into map number 3.
I'm certainly feeling fired up, Harry. I know you are. I know you're excited. You're never not when Counter-Strike is on the menu. But yeah, this is a banger. We've got also a banger going on the B stream as well. If you want to see another 3 mapper, you can check out Gambit Mouse Sports there as well. Just add a B to the link that you're watching at the top. So yeah, it's just excellent games already coming through in the group stage of Cologne. It's day 1 here, and there's so much more Counter-Strike to be had.
Yeah, I already found myself saying, like, nah, there's no way we'll top this. But I know we're going to. That's the beautiful thing about LAN, right? It only feels like it gets better and better as time goes on. It ages like a fine wine.
Especially as like teams and players get more used to it as well, right? Like it's that old familiar feeling, you know, we're back, right? For a team like NIP that we already talked about already, like, you know, they've played the play and they know what it's like. They've had a little bit of a time to get acclimatized. For Liquid, that wasn't the case, right? It's not only been 5 weeks since an official, but it's been, you know, 15 months since a LAN. So, you know, they had to learn that the hard way on Overpass, but it didn't seem to deter them, which is what I'm glad about. You know, you wouldn't want that to be the excuse, the caveat. Oh, we're not ready yet. Nope. You've been waiting for this for over a year now. Everyone's ready.
Yeah, and you know, teams like NIP even making decisions bearing the future of LAN in mind. You know, it's one of these things like when they replace Lekra, they bring Hampus in. That was the reasoning behind the decision, right? They said when we get back to LAN, we want to have an IGL who we can put a bit more trust in. It felt like at the time, if you remember, when that happened, you know, Lekra was doing well. Nip were on the up and up.
Yeah, they wanted like a purebred in-game leader, right? Not someone who could frag but could also lead, right? That was Lekra. There was never any doubt about his individual abilities, but it was more like, do we want someone dedicated to this role? But then, funnily enough, they went through the whole switch of, you know, bringing in ZTR and letting him call on maps and stuff like that. So it's been up in the air still, but they're just trying to find their path, man. They're just trying to find where they fit in this scene. And with, you know, changes like Device being added in, Linus, new gun on the block. You know, there's a lot more room for NIP to still be finding their identity moving forward.
Yeah, and you know, man, like locating and having a good IGL is something that the other team in the server here has swapped around, right? If you think about Liquid, we had Fallen join as the IGL originally, but now since that North American RMR, we actually learned that Stewie's undertaken those responsibilities. So it's very, very interesting what's going on with the Liquid and NIP squads in terms of that IGL mantle.
Yeah, for sure. It does seem like, you know, very, very round dependent, like lots of vocal people on Team Liquid for sure. But yeah, Stewie taking over the reins in the most part. But enough rambling, Harry, because I hear the game's going live. It's going to be Liquid. It's going to be Ninjas. It's going to be Mirage. And it's the final or the finale to this BO3 series. Opening match of the group stage here at Cologne. And we wouldn't want it any other way.
Yeah, T-side start for NIP. Liquid, as mentioned, with that CT side beginning after taking the knife round. 1xBet odds going to put this one slightly in favor of NIP. And with the momentum they're riding on, you can kind of understand the thinking there. Fallen lining up this pop flash in for the apartments, but Stewie's actually crept ahead of it. This flash would now pop behind him, and Stewie's dead at the hands of Device up in the apartments. Fallen holding on to this B site. In they come, taps down Plopsky. He's removed from the round. Device does get out and into the bomb site. Linus trying to follow. Bit of damage from the Glock. Now they drop on into this crossfire. Ooh, it's getting a bit brutal. They didn't know Device got out, so he gets that kill onto Fallen for free. Hampus up in app, still having to try and help Device out, but right now they're waiting for Rez to appear on the short side, and there he is, making his presence known. In comes the push now, a 2-on-3 for Team Liquid. Naf at the bench, getting pressured, and it's Device to tear through them, along with Rez, closing that out for the Ninjas.
You love the energy. It's
Mate, they invited Smooya into the
that's
team.
What it feels like. It wouldn't be Cologne without him.
Movie star riders stood behind Nip, and Smooya's just accenting every play with a little rat scream.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's music to our ears here, and maybe it's getting in the heads of Liquid. That's the hope of NIP. They are playing the mental games as well. Little brawly death match on the B-bomb site to begin. It's a bit of Mirage. We all love it. Or at least we know it. It's fast scouting mid for Naf. He's going to miss that opener, but Nip flooding out through the middle. With the window smoke down, they can go wherever they please. Rez with the opener picking up a leech. And TopCon already smoked out, so no information here for Liquid as to where these mid players are going. They're just gambling 2-2 right now. It's all they can really do with the force. Line is going to flash their way up into the B site. Naf, he has a scout, he has a chance, but the Krieg is far more dangerous. And Device may get tagged, but there's plenty more players where that came from. Linus dead. Naf repositioning, more scout shots connecting, and Device is taking down his teammate in the site. However, the rotates are here. Naf just dancing, pivoting with this scout. Needs to finish off a kill. His time is numbered. 4 health, gone to Plopsky, and with just Fallen standing, it should be Nip onto another.
Yeah, Fallen's getting wrapped as well. He doesn't know about that. Doesn't matter. Rez finishes the job before Hampus was ever even needed, and NIP get that conversion. Now it is just an eco looming for Liquid. So the conversions are in. A 3-0 start for Nip, looking likely on this third and final map.
Yeah, come on, someone buy a Zeus or something. Let's make this round interesting. We don't just want flat USPs, although sadly the right call. Fallen's saving for the orb. And you just want to maximize your next gun round as well, or your first gun round. I like the boost at the little stack up in CT. If anyone commits, they are going to be in a world of hurt. Naf's also stuck watching Con. He basically can't move. He's committed to that fight. Here come the tags. Hampus with the USP killing that from Connector. And now the rifles can start to unleash. Raining down death into CT spawn. Nice and easy for NIP. Nothing to it.
Right, here we go. Big buy coming in. Fallen with his AWP. One thing has to remain consistent, and that is that Fallen has to be able to give Device a run for his money.
For sure.
If you let Device go unchecked, you already saw how dangerous that was back on Dust and in the second half of Overpass, right? It wasn't till late game that Fallen started to win that fight out, and it made all the difference for Team Liquid in the long run. So, not the start you wanted, considering the conversation we were just having. Device best Fallen in that head-to-head, and is now scoped up on short side, hungry for even more.
Yeah, 6-0 for Device. Good feeling to begin. Right out of the gate on this T side. After some, as said, hesitance on T side opening in the series already, this is certainly a map where you can get a lot done with it. Especially in those post plants. Shuey leaving B, letting Naf solo that bomb site. In fact, it's exactly where NIP is set up. Bombs going through apartments right now. Liquid gambling wrong. This might even leave them saving, right? If no one gets any action on A, if this top con smoke eludes Liquid and Nip just kill Naf with no defensive kills, it's surely going to be a 3-on-5 save here for Liquid. So Naf needs something heroic. He needs at least one, if not many more. Oh, the orb's already out. Naf doesn't know, but he flicks back and finds Device. Now he gets aggressive. Naf with a double. He's losing the apartments, but he does still have a chance here. His team is standing on the rotate. Hampus traded on Catwalk, and now Nip are in B.
Yeah, it's a 2-on-2. It's even odds right about now. Plopsky could be the difference maker. Oh, yeah, he shelves Grim in the market. Just do it 2K from Cat. In he comes towards the B-bomb site. He knows where Linus is because of that bit of utility. They're not giving him a fight. Stewie looking for an engagement that's never being gifted over. Even a smoke on his molly, and into the waiting arms of Plopsky he goes. NIP up to 4. The first rifle round for Liquid is snatched away, and so that means it's back down to pistols for this Liquid CT side.
Yeah, at least not a full eco, but you know, NIP, what a really nice start from them as well. The heavy-handed B hit, Naf really gave it a go as a solo B player there, putting up a couple of kills, but not ready for a very late catwalk player in the form of Hampus. Let's see if these Deegs can do anything. You've got 5 smokes here for Liquid. It's not quite Inferno, but they're just trying to delay Nip as much as they can. You know, the hope is if Nip is splitting a bomb site and you're smoking off one half of the split, it's either going to, you know, well, make this split pretty weak, or it's going to delay it even further, letting you get more information, get more aggressive, get better positions. Liquid are holding on to their smokes as long as they can. Topcon smoke will keep falling off. He'll trade utility there. And this might be the time for Liquid to make a move. Into ramp they go. And look at the bomb, clearing Palace right now. Elige hangs around on the balcony, which is very fortunate considering this package. And Device has got a lot to do.
Yeah, as we just hit the minute mark now, Device swinging out towards ramp has removed Grim, and this ramp aggression not working out yet for Liquid. However, the Deagles will come in with a kill apiece. Linus doing his best to trade these out. Stewie 2K and Naf for 2-on-3. Don't shake your head at these, right? You don't look a gift horse in the mouth, as it were. There's still a chance for them in this round here. Stewie takes one to the grave with him. Plopsky's going to finish off Nafly, and NIP keep it flawless, even up against the partial investment. The Deagles, they might get away with a couple of kills here and there, but it's still a Nip round at the end of the day.
Man, you know, Nip are feeling it after, you know, pulling a really, really nice attempt at a comeback on Overpass, only going on to destroy Liquid on Dust 2. Now they're on the T side, Harry, and they are just taking names, walking into stacked bomb sites and coming out with, you know, clean rounds. 5-0, double orb here for Liquid. Naf's taking it alongside Fallen this time around. Going to be putting that towards the B bomb site. Fallen instead close up on the ramp, running one of these bait and switch setups, getting his rifle in position. Grim is there. And it is an A-split. It's a fast one at that as well. They may be walking, but they're walking right through this smoke. They're waiting in the fade. Elige turns around. He makes some steps. Are they going to react off of that? Elige has now at least gotten himself into a very good position for this, but Grim gets mollied out, and Linus is going to clear it. Now Fallen stuck between a rock and a hard place, getting split from 3 different sides, and Elige has yet to spot this as well. He doesn't see the barrel. Rez gets the kill, and Elige falls as well. That is disaster striking for Liquid, and Rez is decimating the defense.
Beautiful, Rez. Beautiful. A whirlwind of death in that A-bomb site. And Naf's left to save with that bomb down and him trying to hold on to the orb. You bet the NIP are hunting this guy. Look at that mini-map. It's a scary time to be Nafly. They're pressuring him from everywhere. They're trying to take the orb away, but he doesn't want to part with the big green gun. However, Hampus might leave him with no choice. A knife could come in. However, Plopsky snatches it away.
Yeah, that would be a bit audacious. It'd be full Batman jumping out of the balcony, but you know, at this point of the game, Nip, they are flexing their muscles. That's to say for sure. Device 8-1, Rez with a triple entry into that bomb site there, and finds a lovely little timing up connector. Poor Elige, it felt like he'd just gotten out of dodge, but it was in doing so that really put Fallen on the chopping block here. Elige did try and check it, but Rez was so close to the bench he never saw. And now more Deeks for Liquid. Not much hope with these weapons. As good as they can be, NIP are not really giving a lot of room to Liquid. They, again, take middle with the double smokes. Liquid lose all their info, but Hampus almost gets caught coming up catwalk. He does flick back. Device walking through smokes. That's a bit obscene. And these Deagles should come to their natural conclusion of death.
Yeah, oh man. Oh, the humanity.
It's pretty one-sided.
What is happening, man? Who is that?
Is that Device? I keep feeling like I can't even tell. We're not getting it on camera.
Glaive, if you're watching this, have you ever heard Device make these noises before? Have you ever heard him screech like this? Has the Astralis HQ gotten a lot more quiet since he's departed? Let us know.
Bit of a timeout for Liquid. the right time for it. 7-0 down. Very uncomfortable right now. And how the hell do you get your head back in the game? We don't have anyone, being the hero, right? We've had maps where, Grim's just been beasting or Fallen's been, beating Device in every head-to-head. That's not the case right now. Best player on Liquid is 4-7. That's NAF. Everyone below. And so we need someone to bail Liquid out of this hot water. They're getting cooked.
Once again, back to this mid-fight. Stuart, come on. Stewie, give us something with this up. Give NA something to hold on to in a round like this. We're going to need him to step up because it is looking like this B play. They've lost the Legion window. Naf's at the back of the site. Nafly and Stewie 2K having a hold on to B, but they are just absolutely ruined on this push. It's another NIP round, just as good as done. This is brutal. Is this how this series evolved from a tight overtime victory back on Overpass in favor of Liquid to NIP a little more dominant on Liquid's pick of dust? Now we get to Mirage and NIP enter their final form. Yeah. They are flawless, 8-0 up. And it can still get even better.
Yeah, is there any stopping them is the question, right? Like, NIP have woken up in this series, that's to say for sure. And they're hunting these kills. Resmoke comes in. I mean, Plopski's got max money. Plopski should run through this smoke. There is no other reason. So in he goes. Jumping. Fallen's missed a shot. Uh-oh, Plopski's up close. There's more where that came from. Fallen needs to live, and he can't. Plopski takes 1 out of 2 out of the round, and that will do. That will do just nicely.
Mate,
worst case scenario.
Yeah, right. So coming into this, we said one of the things that's important, thinking back to Overpass and how that went, was Fallen needs to be able to not even like outperform someone like Device. He just needs to, in some of these rounds, be able to cancel him out. Well, right now, Fallen is 2 kills. Device is 11-1. You can feel how freeing it is for this guy that he just has free reign across the map.
Yeah, and aggro push is getting denied as well. NIP, the best part about this is it's not like they've been, running these really slow defaults and they've been getting fed. I mean, they are in this round, but so many of these rounds have been decisive, quick splits out of the gate, hard mid takes with Liquid getting smoked off. I'd like to see Liquid attempt to take middle back in one of these gun rounds, right? Some top mid pushing, some flashes through the connector. Because it really has just been the lack of info as to where these commitments are going until it's already too late. More kills being fed the way of NIP. But in a round like this with Deagles, you're looking for kills, you're looking for peaks, and it's more just getting punished more than anything. Oh, that's a big one for Elige. Oh, Device misses the shot behind.
Hello.
Elige has a gun, he has the bomb, and he's going to smoke off Device.
Okay. Things are getting interesting. Things are getting a little wet and wild, and it's all because of the pesky Team Liquid boys. Elige with the bomb, now in a 1v4. A lot against him, and Device from mid snipes him over the smoke. It's a nice try at making something of that situation, but ultimately NIP have still kept up this flawless 9-0 scoreline. 2 players who have only died once on NIP as well. Plopski at 10 KD, Device at 13.
That's not reasonable, is it?
They're having a completely different battle on NIP. It's who can have the most cracked stats at the end of this map.
Yeah. Elige, okay, here's something in middle. I like this play. Fallen AWPing through the connector above the smoke, and Elige pops out with a flashbang as well. It's a perfect start for Liquid, and they're keeping it up. Stewie has stopped the B push in its tracks, and with a molly dropped as well, NIP cannot commit. They might finally be broken in this round. Ooh. Smoke spam. Wall bangs. Liquid is softening up their targets.
I mean, they're hungry for this first round, right? They're hungry to break the silence. Plopski and Device waiting in the apartments. They've been given a couple of opportunities, and Plopski decides to just create his own by dropping into the site. Oh no, Device in with another, down to the 1v3 as Plopski is falling at the hands of Stuart 2K. And there's that other AWP to come in right at the end. Liquid, they get their first round on the board in round number 10.
Yeah, finally opening kills for them as well, right? Like it's that drop into mid from Elige, you know, complemented by Fallen getting his pick in the connector. That's the second opening or second round in which Liquid have had the first kill, right? So in 9 other or 8 other, it's all been Nip. And they're not really scared out of middle just yet. They're going right back to it. The smokes are back in. They check connected, but it doesn't matter. Elige starts strong. Another opener for Liquid. Another necessity. And Elige getting the reload off is enough room for Rez to take the jungle. Smoking it off. 3 still up in A, but you'll notice that bomb is deep, deep, deep back in B.
Ooh, on the swing, Rez. Okay, Fallen removed from the round. And he's still selling this A play while the bomb skirts its way through B. Rez. Oh, Rez on for the ace. 1 man left to find. Rez was here selling fakes, but in the end, he's the realest of them all, man. He's won the round single-handedly for NIP. Rez is saying, mate, you guys have got B and A.
Yeah, he's killed so many people on this site, he doesn't think Naf's still here.
Yeah,
Why would
they're
he?
starting to doubt themselves, like, wait, is he B? So they're saying to Rez now, like, yeah, mate, Rez, go get the ace. Just go kill him in B, and then it's all fine. Well, there's no one here. He was in A, and Naf decided the best thing to do was to just hide.
I can't blame him. Yeah,
I mean
this is
fighting didn't work for the other guys, did it?
This is a 2-for-1. Not only are they letting Rez ace, but they're also asking him to clear B for them so they don't have any chance of losing this round. But, you know, they're going to realize in a quick second that B is completely empty and that Rez must have scarpered by Nafly somewhere. And so there we go. B site taken, more than enough time. Bomb planted, and Naf just looking to get guns out, get an exit perhaps. Rez has spotted him with a tap. He's onto the orb now. Ace for Rez perhaps. Naf has crossed out. He wants anything but. There's a start for Naf, but they're coming. That's only drawn the alarm bells up. Everyone's chasing him down. He might be able to escape in CT after all.
Oh, I don't know, man. It's
go.
so claustrophobic for poor Naf. Hunted down, ace denied, but still the round secured for Nip. There's just no accounting for what Rez did there. Like, there is nothing that you could have done on the Liquid side with Rez. It's the 4th kill onto the short guy. Like, that wasn't even meant to be your responsibility, bro. Like,
it's one way to sell a fake, man. It's one way to sell a fake, I'll tell you that.
Look, man, you're meant to be faking A, and then you kill the only B player. Like, it's wild. Rez. Yeah, dude, Stewie's shaking his head. And
you
even
don't
kind
laugh,
of,
you cry.
He was laughing a little, exactly. It's like, God. Just pistols now. Ooh. Up close at ramp, sure, Grim has traded it out.
Yeah, that flash over the top for Naf was over ramp. They actually wanted to push deeper, but, you know, NIP were up close. They were already in the choke, so the flash didn't work on them. Grim loses the gun up in Palace. Rez trying to kill mid. He sees everyone. That's full info for Nip. He's calling that over, and now Nip, waterfall, flood out of the Palace and get that bomb plant. It's for CT, so Device on ramp is a little, you know, cut off from this one, but it shouldn't get to a point where Device is in a 1vx. You'd like to think that Nip could keep it contained until then. They're not giving away anything. They're making Liquid cross. Device smoked off, goes out. And now he's in a far better position.
There it is, right? Nice and easy, nice and clean. I cannot believe what we're seeing here, man. The day started with Team Liquid looking so dominant. You remember when Grim was like just having the game of his life, and we were all sat here going, wow, Liquid online, Grim online. Holy hell, yeah. Who knew it could be this damn good? And now we get to map number 3, and it's night and day. It doesn't even look like we're watching the same game anymore.
Yeah, huge amount of credit to NIP, right? They're really holding on in a big way. They're not giving Liquid the room to get back in as well. That's my favorite part. In all of these extremely advantageous positions, in all of these 5v1s, you know, they're not throwing caution to the wind. They're flashing every peak, and they are not giving Liquid any room. Happens through the smoke. They are not ready for this. He just beat the Molotov. He does land at his feet, but He's not committing. If he did, he had a window, an opportunity. Instead, the opportunity's on A. Double entry, and Hampus can be the backstab that NiP don't need, but they will enjoy. Fallen's the only one left here on A, and he's getting pinched from the connector. Now Hampus with the backstab is out of the apartments, rather, and both players are trapped in B, distracted by Hampus. There's no getting out with your gun if you're Stewie.
Yeah. Oh, well, hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. Stewie does not want to part with his orb. This is his orb. This is Stewie 2K's AWP. This AWP held down a B-bomb side of the major. So let's see if he can keep it in play. Oh, denied by Plofsky. And so not even an orb to put your hopes and dreams into if you're Team Liquid. You know, the series might have started with a bang, but for Liquid, it might end with a whimper.
And you really can't blame him, right? NIP have just been sublime. Perfection on this T half of Mirage. Liquid with nothing. The only round they won was that one round where Fallen finds an opener in connector, Elite drops under, they take a 5-on-3, and then they just stop the B push. Liquid are going back to a mid-take. This is exactly what we want to see. Fast and aggressive, fast and loose. And Elite traded, leaves Nap there to get one more. He does. And now Liquid can sit pretty in a 4-on-3. However, Plopsky's not waiting around.
Ooh, Primacy, there it is, little double on the Famus. It's all left onto Device, out through ramp. While the first kill lands, now they know where he is. Now they know where this lone gunman for the NiP squad resides. They've also got the bomb dropped up in Palace. So really, Device's worries, Device's problems are just beginning. He's got to go up to get this bomb back under control before he can even begin to think about 1v3 in this round.
Ah, he's going to go quiet now. Hoping that they peek and they notice that the bomb is gone. And maybe Liquid over-rotate, maybe they make a mistake. But at this point in the game, Liquid are just going to play this 3-on-1. They know Device is hungry for the round. So you don't want to start splitting up and giving Device 1v1s. You want to peek him together. Nowhere is safe to plant, however. Not if that CT player swings, but it's Stewie from middle to finish it off. Liquid onto 2. They're just clawing at anything right now, digging in the dirt for scraps.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think even the reactions are quite telling. You know, when NiP are winning rounds at the minute, they are screaming the building down, bro. Whereas, you know, Liquid get that round there and it's just dead silence because I think they know that, yeah, okay, you got a second round, that's all well and good, but that's not going to save you. That's not going to be something you look back at and say, wow, you know, 2 rounds and a half, nice.
Yeah, another mid-take here for NIP. Grim tries to help out and tries to put a stop to it, but he's denied by the volley of flashbangs. Stewie, the same vein up on Catwalk, won't be there forever. And so NiP, again, have this real estate almost for free. All it cost was utility. Oh, taking quite a beating. It's a nice nade from Stewie on short, but Hampus still stands and a re-smoke in window. NiP haven't really even boosted into window in this T side. What a time to pull it in round 15. Yeah, oh, Elise can see little light there. He's holding it. And when it disappears, it means someone's crossing past his smoke. Denied for now.
They're maybe even looking for more here.
Oh!
Dead on that peak. Device nails him. Underneath Palace, you've still got a guy waiting in the wings in Grim. Or at least you did. He's fallen as well now from CT. Speak of the devil, he rings out with 1 on this orb. Plopsky's out in the B side, but he's... Oh, yeah, there it is. Turns back around. Stewie's shot up the side of the head. Blindsided. And it is left onto Fallen with this orb. 1 versus 3, and NIP are going back into the A-bomb site. They knew he was in CT. They knew he was here. And so everyone's got their eyes on this position. Fallen, this is going to take something incredible out of him. There's the first shot, crossing into the site now. A man up on Cat, ready to try to deny the defuse, and Device tucked back in the jungle. Fallen running out of time, running out of chances, taps the bomb to bait a peek from Cat, and Plopsky lines it up, knocks him down. It's 13-2 at the end of the first half for NIP. They're looking for a victory to open up IEM Cologne.
And tears bring water to my eyes, cause a whole gang winning. I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill. This life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown.
Absolute domination right now, 13-2 here. Welcome back to IEM Cologne. It's day one of the group stage, and NIP are here with a statement. I was about to say victory. We'll find out if that's the case or if it's a comeback story for Team Liquid. But right now, no one's in the Liquid camp. No one's betting blue, unless it's the CT side. That's where NIP are moving over to here on Mirage and Liquid. What do you say about this?
Yeah, where to even begin, right? The tone is so different. It shifted so much from where we were in the last two maps coming into this second half. A lot of time, you know, we had a chance to make a case for Liquid, even back on Dust, where Nip did hold that lead. Here, I'm struggling to make any kind of case. If they lose this pistol round, the series is done for.
Yeah, so an ace set piece here for Liquid. Smokes it down, the cross is in, and they're just running wild over the bomb site. This should be an allowed plant and a retake here for NIP, but they're pushing Spawn. Device here to deal death, and he's got a double. Dink down to 5, but the support is coming in from Plopsky and co, both of which fall, Device and Linus. Fallen's chasing into Spawn. He's now in a clutch against the odds, against the ages, and I don't know if NIP will let him back in. Kid's been dropped in Spawn. Time could be a problem for Nip. But as long as they hunt this kill, there's almost nothing Fallen can do.
Yeah, right. One guy can stick, the other dudes can hunt, but Fallen, doubled up, commits to the fight, and Hampus trades it out. It is an NIP round after all. You were believing for a moment, you believed in Fallen, in at least getting a third for Liquid and giving them something in this second half. But in the clash of the big brains, it's Hampus to come out ahead.
Man, he really is such a capable fragging in-game leader, isn't he? I mean, on both sides is what I'd say, but especially for Hampus, man. And damn, nice try for Fallen. Isolates those fights to the best of his ability. It's going to be Nip picking up the pistol and setting themselves up for a very quick day here. Or at least a very quick Mirage. We got a couple of AKs for Liquid. That's all they can muster.
Yeah, man, it's just night and day. Like the lowest kill count on NIP is Linus with 8. The highest on Liquid is 9 kills. So like, it's not even comparable right now. The kill count show that. The scoreline shows that. I think even the reactions are showing that, man. NIP are over the moon with how this has gone. And for Liquid, nothing but disappointment at this scoreline. Especially after such a bright start to the day. Do they have anything left in the tank? Grim gonna try and get through the apartments. Device and Plopsky cancelling out this push, continuing on this tear and not slowing down yet. Stewie 2K cut down in the B-bomb site, and it's all left onto Elige in the 1v3 late into B through the catwalk.
Yeah, bombs on the Balk as well, but that's the beginning of the problems. The other half is the fact there's 3 CTs here. Spots in, they've got the info, and they're not going to give him anything. Elige is going to have to cross, but that's a nice little spam. Plopsky gone, and now Elige, 30 seconds to make magic happen. In he creeps, in he crawls. But where and when will the contact appear? Rez is waiting up in apartments. Hampus drops off the site. Elige just heard that. Could get scary. The wide swing, and Elige takes another. He's on for the fourth right now. Rez up in apps. Elige has to go for the bomb. There's only 15 seconds on the clock, and Rez won't wait. 15 for NIP, and it feels inevitable now.
Yeah, man, it's so different. Every single time we cut back to these player shots, man, of course Nipper's smiling. They cannot believe that they've just walked away with this game. They're yelling, they're getting in the heads of Liquid. You know, you can hear each other. Liquid, meanwhile, dead silent on the other side. And now this is all they've got. This buy, 2 AKs, 3 Deagles. That is it. And of course, Nip is still keen to take liberties. Device has a bison for crying out loud. This guy is looking to add insult to injury. Device, why have you bought this out to try and ruin their day with?
Oh.
I hope for Liquid's sake it doesn't even get any kills.
Careful. Now's got the AK on ramp. That could be where Device meets him. Nip. They're trying to fight middle. They're trying to put some pressure on. Rez and Plopsky looking longingly for kills, but with the smoke down, Plopsky will concede, and Rez eventually, as his fades, might escape as well. Device hiding under balcony. He just wants a commitment. He is playing for the round win with the Bison. He wants to close the series with the 64 bullet machine. Rez waiting in connector.
I think his stat track only has 54 kills. Maybe I misread it, but like it's not a gun that, you know, anyone really uses, let alone a guy like Device.
Time to pad it out.
So this really is like the salt in the wound moment. That's what they're hoping for. We don't just want to beat you, we want to embarrass you. And Device from under the Bison. Oh no, the Bison's doing it to NIP. And this is it. Nip have taken the victory. Hampus to close it out, 16-2. Liquid bisoned out of the server by Device, and it's celebrations all around for Nip as they take their opening series at IEM Cologne.
Which spawn I have?
The worst one, so you go far a bit. Left, yep. More left, more left.
Okay, the
straight,
second. Okay.
Straight, right, right. More right. Hard turn right, hard turn right. Hard turn. Nope, you gotta go back now if you wanna go B. Left, an inch. More right.
Did I get in?
Stairs, yeah, yeah.
I want the stairs?
Now. No, 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 you gotta turn right and you'll go up the stairs. Alright, you gotta go down to the left and if you wanna plant it.
Oh my god, why did I plant here?
You planted back bomb.
Back bomb, okay.
Yeah, you're at oil right now. Turn.
I have no idea.
To your left, bro, to your left. It's coming up sidewalk. Hey, more down, way more down. Oh no. Way more down to the left. Wait.
I'm gonna have to play it off.
left.
Let me do my work
Dude,
now. Like,
oh my.
it's gonna feel head.
No, dude. You're aiming at the sky, bro.
I got it done, though.
Alright. Maybe try going Ivy this time. The bots are going Ivy. Gun out, falling. Gun out.
How is the crosshair placement?
Go more right, more right. Perfect. Literally perfect. Hold on. Shoot now, shoot now. One more right in front of you. Go down, down, down. Same spot, more right. Left out, left out. He's behind the trash can. Behind the trash can. Way down, way down, way down.
I'm running.
Yeah, you're in T-mid right now. You're just chilling.
Where's my cross right now?
You aim more left and way down. Did you hear him? Oh god, you gotta go. Did I have a smoke? Yeah. Oh my god, how did I buy that with mine? Alright, let's get it done on B now. Cluster is perfect. Go forward and right. Not a lot. Don't go a lot forward. Now go right. Hold D. Hold D. They're coming for you, bro. You're in lockers. They're coming right behind you. You guys move your crosshair.
How is the crosshair placed
They're
right
in
here?
C-spawn. You're looking at a wall. The bots are in C-spawn right now. You're in bathrooms. Yep. Forward to the right. And aim your crosshair to the right here. Way more right. Way more right.
I gave up. I gave up. I gave up.
Rough sailing here for Team Liquid across these two maps, and not the first one, though. That was a great showing. Overpass going their way, and then the series not so much. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. Just getting started. We're about 6 aces deep within the first 3 maps of play. Pretty nuts, all things considered. Hello, my name is Trace. This is Jason. That's Yanko. And we're ready to talk a little counter and the meltdown of Team Liquid right here. Jason, take it away.
Well, thank you, Trace. I appreciate that.
We have to go all the way back to last year.
Yeah, this I don't know. This series just seemed to collapse on him, and I don't know what it was. Like the conversation after Dust 2 was just individually, NIP seemed much more poised and much more in control. It was the same thing coming into Mirage, and I mean, it felt like an abuse of that B bomb site early on that kind of set the tone for Mirage. And I mean, tactically, NIP was able to just move wherever they wanted on the map, and I mean, it's weird. It's like the same story from Dust 2. There was nowhere that Liquid was putting up a good fight.
Yanko.
Yeah, I don't know, Trace. It was just brutal to watch. It was borderline abusive what NIP was doing to Liquid. I don't know if, in the US that would be, a minor offense.
Yeah.
What they did. I mean, we were saying how NIP went on a 14-round run on Dust 2 to close it out after being down 6-2. Well, if you combine that with Mirage, it's 30-2 in terms of rounds that NIP was able to win, winning 23 straight at some point. I don't remember the last time I've seen a team just dominate the other team with winning so many rounds in a row. And, here you can see, like, Rez is faking the A bomb site. He's killing everyone. He's killing the B defenders faking A. Like, what can you do at that point? I think just at some point, Liquid disconnected completely, and individually they were just getting bullied.
And is that just apparent, Jason, when you look at it? Does it seem like something just feels a little off almost?
At a certain point, yeah, like a certain point in the game, but I don't know. I've always held out that hope. Like, I don't know. I told the guys when I joined the team that, like, I used to be able to tell, like, in the first 5-6 rounds of a match, like, which Liquid we were going to get for the day. And, like, I was pretty pumped when we saw the Liquid on Overpass that was competitive. But, yeah, at a certain point, it just feels like it kind of drifts out of control and spirals out of control. And there's no one really stopping the negative slide into what turns into 16-2 losses. And you have to say as well, fair play to Device. On Mirage, the deciding map, he was 23-7 on the series. He was 73-37 with 94 ADR. Doesn't matter what jersey he's wearing. He is Liquid's kryptonite every single time.
He's absolutely done it. And for these two teams, obviously their paths start to take a different road now. You've got Liquid dropping down the lower bracket. They're going to be playing the loser of Gambit Mouse Sports, which is going on in the other stream, in a third map.
Which might be Gambit still.
It might be Gambit still. Who knows? For the time being, I think we should check in with the winners of this series, and let's do it right now.
We just played round by round, was in the moment, because we really felt that we lost Overpass, they didn't win it. Like, I think the T side, we just got 6 rounds. In my opinion, we could have gotten like 10. We were a little bit afraid, like some nerves, but it was the first game, warm-up game. And then we just had a chat, and for Dust 2 and the Mirage, we just focused on ourselves, and yeah, it went good.
Is that what you put Overpass's loss down to then, just LAN jitters?
Yeah.
I've been using that phrase a lot, but it is your first LAN with NIP, and it's hard to believe given how effectively the team is performing at the moment as a unit. Do you think that this environment has actually elevated the performance of the Ninjas?
Yeah, for sure. Like, it's my first LAN with the Ninjas and my first big LAN. So like I'm super hyped to play, and I know everyone else is super hyped to play to get back to LAN. And like there's not really that much nerves, I think, at least a little bit. And everyone is just so hyped, and like, yeah, like just we're back at LAN.
You're singing Ole. Device is buying a Bison on the last round of the map. It sounds like ninjas are BMers. Is that true?
A little bit, you know.
Okay, well,
but when you have the gap, you can do it.
When you have the gap, you can. And we have a gap in time right now to celebrate the time that one gentleman has spent on Earth. So we got a couple of these things. And normally I would just light this for his birthday, but in this instance, we're going to be lighting it for Liquid a little bit as well.
Not me, Yanko. I'm lighting it for your birthday. I don't care about the other stuff.
Thank you, Jason. I appreciate you.
Yeah, brother. No problem. Happy birthday, Yanko. You want to blow this out and make a wish?
Yeah, let me just let's see how we do this.
I was gonna try and play it out.
You didn't help me, Jason. There we go.
Good job.
Nice. A bit rusty, but we're still there.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Really well done.
Appreciate
Look,
you.
we're gonna go
Top
to a break.
tier skits here at IEM Cologne.
The bants are unparalleled, really, unequivocal. We're going to be going to a break. We come back with G2 taking on Complexity in a best of 3 for an opening matchup within the main event. We'll be right back, everyone.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Only scout, guys? Or we can take the girl?
No, only scout, only scout, only scout.
Okay, only scout. Good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. Good luck, good luck. What's top left, bro.
What?
Top left one. And one in the rampa. Dead. In the rampa.
City base one. He's low.
One is short. He's pushing cat.
What is communication of major, bro? Ah, frère.
Tag to the right. He's tagged to the right.
No, not true. Ah, okay. See you. I go take my shower.
Come on, tag. Come on, pushing all the way right. Under you.
Top right.
Ah, under me. Nah, Jackie, last time we didn't have this shit moving, yeah?
Why is this shit moving so much? Can it kill you?
One.
What?
Hi, Sama. One tag.
Oh, bro, this shit is impossible, man.
So stupid, man.
Putain. One dead. Oh, one bullet. Hi. Ama. Yes, papa. Yes, papa. Yes, papa. Yes, papa. Yes, papa. Yes, papa. Nice try, Nico. Good kill.
Ta gueule.
Good kill from you. Non, mais what, frère. Oh. Je crois qu'ils sont ensemble. One dead.
100 damage?
Yeah. My bullet is so strong for you, bro. He's between the one bed, bro. Nice, good job.
I don't know the map, man.
You think we practice or what?
He pushed me. Tagged.
No! Come back, man!
The most underrated team at this tournament, honestly, I don't know. No one really comes to mind. I think all the teams are pretty fairly rated. Like Gambit and Navi are there at the top. We are like as the potential challengers that maybe we have a deep run, maybe we can also win the tournament, you know. And all the other teams, they're here to show that, you know, like LAN is back and they can also compete on LAN. So I don't really think anyone is like underrated, but I think every team is here to prove themselves and to show what they got.
All right, everybody, stop what you're doing. It's time to get back to business. Matchup is right in front of you. It's G2 taking on Complexity in a best-of-3 opening game here for Group A. Now, with that in mind, welcome back, everybody. The Intel Extreme Masters are ready to kick right back off. We got Yenko, and we've traded Moses out for a Swiss guy, and he goes by the name of Maniac. Maniac, welcome.
What's up?
What is up, my friend? Now, normally we talk about G2. It used to be some like, you know, hey, what's going on with the French scene? Well, not so much that. So we'll pivot this one to Yenko. Yenko, where's G2? What do we know about him?
Well, I think these two teams are similar. We called Complexity the gatekeepers, right, to tier 1 in a sense. Well, G2 is kind of the gatekeeper to that contender status team, right? Like they tend to beat everyone except for Navi and Gambit, right? You know, they had a couple of slip-ups here and there. They lost to Big at Blast Finals and so on. But I think that's the general sentiment for them. And, you know, two teams similar in that manner. This is a must-win game for G2 because Complexity, on top of everything, has looked shaky in the play-in.
Yeah, I agree. I think in the grand scheme of things, this IEM Cologne could be the next step for G2, right? Because if we have a look at the world ranking and how they've been able to evolve ever since they made that switch, Jax is back on the roster, Nico is here. It's going to be their first LAN event, Tris, with that roster. And they've been steadily improving. We kind of see here, as Yenko was alluding to, you know, the limit of what they were able to accomplish until yet, always pretty much stopping at that semi-final step. We are still far away from that, but there is a lot on the line for G2. This could be the tournament where they push it to the next step. They might make a very deep run. There's a lot of pressure on them.
Well, Maniac, on that same notion, you know, what do you think keeps them from cutting through that echelon, that mold that gets them into the finals or even winning the event?
It's complicated. Look, Amanek is going to be a name that we will mention quite a few times as being this versatile rifle now morphed into an AWP. And he's had games where he submerged the opposition, and that was amazing. And that was the case the last time these two teams played, Tris. They had the magnificent best-of-3. Amanek steamrolled them. But some games he disappears. They ride and die with Amanek's performance on the AWP. And I don't know if he's got the shoulder for an event like this. I guess we're about to find out.
Speaking of shoulders, there's a guy over there named Blame F. He's got some pretty big ones over on the Complexity side. Yenko, was there a world where they didn't make this this group stage?
For Complexity, well, it was going to be rather difficult, seeing as how they had to beat, you know, LDLC to make it in. They did. LDLC managed to make it interesting on the first map, does too, but then Complexity just stomped them on the second map. So I think with the opposition, they were definitely slated for the group stages here. But, you know, even that loss against FaZe, they were pretty underwhelming, Complexity. Just the eye test doesn't look good for them at the moment. And, you know, with just one day in between, I think the turnaround is not long enough for them to improve.
You're looking for positive. The positive is on the left-hand side. That is Config. He's been firing on all cylinders. And if we want to talk about players that could be influenced by the context, then Config is the name we're looking for. I mean, he's a man that is feeding off the energy. We kind of had an idea. We imagined that he would be performing like this in an event on LAN finally, but we've had the confirmation. He's been warmed up. Granted, they play Vici, they play LDLC. And another man that I want to mention is Poison, because he's usually the limits of that roster, and he had the time to seek his teeth into the likes of LDLC and Vici. So can he use that as a warm-up and transform or translate that to G2? That's going to be the question.
2 serial fraggers will be out on the prowl today, ready to rifle each other off the server. Config is a player always ready to bet on himself. Despite a tricky time at the end of his tenure with Optic Gaming in 2019, the Dane proved his worth match after match on Complexity during the online era, and now gets to do it all over again on LAN. Master of Mirage rarely puts a foot wrong in his quest for kills, which may account for why he is one of the highest impact players in the tournament. While Hunter's deadly streak runs in the family, it's evidently his in-game partnership with entry fragger Jax that's been the catalyst for some of his greatest moments on the road to Cologne, with the Frenchman creating the space Hunter needs for success. As once Hunter has room to maneuver, his murderous instincts take over. When these two clash today, one thing is guaranteed: there will be blood. But who will shed the most?
Absolutely. That is something to behold. Also, are the map vetoes, and a quick update real quick. Gambit has beaten Mousesports. So it's gonna be Gambit Nip. And then the loser of this game will go on to play Mousesports in the lower. Maps, though, Yanko, what do you feel?
Yeah, here the vetoes are pretty straightforward. I'm wondering if Complexity picks Vertigo here, because that was the map they beat G2 on the last time they faced, or they just keep going for Mirage. They do end up going for Vertigo. G2 also on a 3-map losing streak, and G2 just goes for Dust 2. It's a bit of a punish pick. Complexity not doing great on it. Yes, Poison has played really, really well on the map, but hopefully they're going to be prepared for that.
All right, G2 is actually interesting. Last time around, they picked Nuke and they beat Complexity on it. But as Yanko pointed out, they switch up, they go back to Dust 2 and then Mirage the third. It is quite straightforward. There was a bunch of maps possible in here, but not a lot of surprises.
Not a lot of surprises other than... Go ahead, Yanko.
I don't like... Listen, Trace, I don't like this. You know, like, you've been playing Ancient. You've used IEM Summer as practice. Like, you picked Ancient against Gambit there, I believe. You know, like, and now you're letting their best map go in as the third. So where's the confidence you've been trying to build on the map, and you've been practicing it all the time? Like, you're not going to use it as the decider here. So I think Complexity, like, because of that, I might give them a slight edge. The problem is even the Vertigo pick for them feels a little bit unnatural. But yeah, I can see this going either way with G2 being the favorite.
And before we did hear Twist from FaZe say, hey, you know what, we did target Rush. Is that something that G2 may kind of lean towards as well at some point, Maniac?
I mean, they might have to. I think G2 is one of these teams that they'll go for the simplest Counter-Strike if they can, Trace. They don't always go into these very deep rounds and messy rounds that mess with your brain. If they can play just a contact, and if Rush is having a bad game, this could be what's happening on the server.
It could be. Well, we're going to keep our eyes folded. Thank you very much, guys. It's time to get into the game. G2 and Complexity. We're changing up our commentator pair as well. And we're looking at Machine and Sponge to deliver the action.
G2 Complexity. Thank you so much, guys, at the desk setting the scene. Yanko talking about G2 it's a special kind of analysis. I love it.
It's always with a little bit of tenacity. He loves them.
You know,
he wants them to do well, so he's harsh about that love. We got the 1x bet odds at the top of your screen here. G2 are the favorites, only just. And it looks like we're heading over towards the B bomb site.
Well, look how many CTs are on A ramp. Surely the rotate's on its way. Yeah, looks like Config and Blame, upon absence of initial contact, will start to float through mid. JKS, he's always here, Chad. I can say that. I've cast a few Vertigos. He's always here. Is there a Molotov in play?
Looks like it's going to land at his feet here. We'll have to fight.
Okay, they know he's there, and they knock him down. Straight in, Amanek. Jax is forging quite a lot of space out of this. He's cleared the corners. He knows they've got the site. Config peppered a little. And that bomb does go down, looking great for G2 here in the post plant. Ooh, Config gets some info, draws the fire. 6 bullets left in that Glock, and he's maybe going to bait on the reload. Ooh, nice elevated angle. Here we are, 4v4. Config, a second for him on the USP.
Oh, they're going to make their way in now and jumping around the outside. Hunter takes down 1. Still 3 to deal with.
Yeah, nice find. 2 already for Hunter. Blame in response. Bomb is ticking, about half gone. No kit right now. And it's just going to be a brawl. It's a biff. Nice find, Poison.
Need to get on it. Need to get on it now.
Yeah, he's playing the time really nice. They're hunting. We're making a decision. Indecision. The mother of all duck-ups. And there it is. Poison locks it down. Time is G2's best friend.
Yeah, that was the problem. They were just too indecisive about getting on that defuse right there. So if they didn't get on it immediately, sure, that meant there was going to be a 1v1 fight and somebody having to stick it, basically completely negating them from that round, but they still lose it anyway. So G2 kicking things off in style, and JKS is going to be feeling very hard done by. You're right. The fact that he plays that position all the time, they isolated him just with a Molotov. And this is crazy work from Config, right? Dicing with death. The second one was beautiful. It just wasn't enough.
But at this stage, this is the indecision, right? They know he's stairs.
Someone has to be defusing.
Someone has to be the voice that says, you take bomb, I hold.
Yeah, precisely. So
here we go. Oh, force buy. Straight in, got a little scout on Poison, and they're charging up ramp. Very quick, Chad.
Big nade.
Nade right on the nose of Jax. 2 on short to contest. JKS is already starting to vacate B. I think he's aware that this is a bit of an all-in maneuver.
Yeah, Config's here too. Everybody from Complexity over towards this A site, and more grenades getting chunked on down. Jax is put down to 29 HP.
Chaos at the moment. There's so much time on the round, but they're fully committed to this ramp fight. Now flashes. Config again ratting the smoke. He found great success on the pistol in a similar maneuver. The Deagle this time falls flat. Nico catches him as he emerges. More for Hunter. Elevated angle. Poison gets the info. Scout's not the best weapon for the job, and they're not really rotating. G2 are just happy to stand and fight. Jules will come to them.
Yeah, same for Complexity. JK's checking the flank here, so a little bit puzzled that there hasn't been any action anywhere else on the map, and now with sub 1 minute on the clock, oh, Jax just slimily finds Blame. This one's looking good for the conversion now.
JKS sees his backpack. Dora the Explorer, eat your heart out. Could be another, actually. Looks like some good damage on that Deagle. JKS is chipping away. Maybe that Scout can do some damage now. 2 within that one-shot radius. Of course, the only bullet he lands is on the healthiest member. Hunter will take the frag, maintains the AK, and G2 convert.
Yeah, that's one of the simplest approaches, right? And the fact that they were so dominant there, G2, on getting that sandbag control and holding onto ramp, it meant that they could hold all of those fights coming in their direction.
And it's a perfect example of what Maniac was talking about. G2 don't overcomplicate it if they don't have to. I mean, that was the anti-eco. I mean, the anti-force. You just go ramp and fight.
Yeah, and you saw those smokes on the site. A lot of teams would be like pushing in, trying to get the bomb down, take that site control. G2 didn't want to have anything to do with it, right? Because it's so difficult. The CT set up behind the smoke, they can spam a couple bullets through, do a bit of damage. Maybe they have stack nades. This way they just avoided all that. They said, yeah, we've got lots of time on the clock. We'll wait it out. And we'll get things back underway very shortly here. Do have a bit of a timeout. Now, just to recap some of the things that we have seen with Complexity personally in the past on this map, on this CT side, that boost. Now, there's a boost over towards the A ramp that we've seen them pull out, which is on the crane. Rush is traditionally the bottom. You get Blame on the head.
I didn't say anything.
At the bottom of the totem stack, all right? Yeah. And then Poison's baiting over towards that sandbag position. They even cheat Config over to be that 4th man if they'd like, and JKS has to anchor B and deal with mid. That's one way that they've been able to deal with these A pushes from G2. We'll see if those type of moves come out early. Smelling his beverage, is he happy with it?
Oh, dude, have you ever accidentally like left a protein shake shaker and you've just and you've like left it in your car, or it's just, you pull it out of a backpack and it's death. Death is contained within that container. I recommend anyone that's got one, you've been planning to clean it, just throw it away. Buy a new one. I know maybe let's not kind of destroy the environment, but honestly, I've never smelled something quite like
that. Smell destroys the environment. Right?
Oh,
It's horrid.
The environment of my nostrils for sure. 2-0, quick timeout. It looks like we're going to be taking a technical. I don't think either team has called this one, but you can see the map pool over in the top right. If you've just tuned in, you're right on time as we get to see and kick off our IEM Cologne main stage event. First day of play already, though, dude. I was watching the Counter-Strike. It seems like something's in the water today. How many aces was it?
It was 6 at last count, so I'm not sure if we've had any more. But I think we had Device with one on Overpass. Grim had one as well. He was having a beastly performance there on that first map in that series. Rops had one that was followed by BMAS's ace, or the other way around. BMAS, and then it was followed by Rops. Axile's had one. Hobbits had one. The list goes on, so...
Our Devices was very stylish as well. Over on Overpass, very cool lockdown of Overpass AWPing. So, finally it backs it up. We've been saying Device AWPing rotates on CT. Yeah. Finally, we've got some LAN evidence in front of our very faces. But that's, of course, going on elsewhere. Now we've got ourselves G2, 2-0 up, and we're running straight into the third. It does look like we're going to be seeing the standard short smoke. You can see he's got it cocked and ready.
Just some upgraded pistols coming out here for Complexity. Not a whole lot to write home about. JKS has a nade, a couple of P250s, Deagle, all that jazz. And back towards A they go, so simple approach again. Blame's already hit the deck.
There shouldn't be much more written into this one. single nade. If anything, they'll just try and get Amanek and Hunter to farm as much cash, especially potentially seeing that T-AWP a little later into the piece from Amanek. Rush has done well to put the AK on the ground. Oh, whoa, more than just the AK. He's actually taking down Amanek as well. Makes it costly. Any more players go down now from G2, they won't be able to maintain all of those rifles. So Hunter, his life has got value. Good find, 600 bucks in the pocket. Might want to go scavenge away as Config is just the last heart beating in the Complexity jersey here, round 3. Someone needs to get it. Run, Forest, run. Does it look like they've got 2 rifles, a Galil and the AK maintained.
Okay, well now we get into the business end of the rounds now. That MAC-10 being carried across, not the end of the world, right? Because you can see the purchases left-hand side of your screen right now. We have 3 sets of Kevlar. Poison not going to have too many troubles buying head armor there. He's opted for that over getting extra utility. But he does have the big green out. So 3 players very susceptible to the MAC-10. Let's see if Hunter continues his traditional plays over towards A, or if they want to swarm this B bomb site. 3 players heavily over towards the B site early.
Yeah, Nexus calling a very kind of matter-of-fact game. It's a letter. This time B. They've got 3 CTs floating around here as well. I guess no resistance on that early ramp smoke, so justifiable. What's Amanek cooking up? Is that a one-way that he can throw safely? Rush, take notes.
Yeah, looking good. I think we've got Jakey with us now. Rush has had another quick day at the office. And that one missed, so...
don't take... you know what? Scrap that.
The idea was good. The execution, not quite how they wanted it.
It would also like give you some info. If they start like tapping at the one-way, you know they're playing passive. No one's holding info early stairs, so... Intentions were there, but they did float towards B with nothing really to report.
Well, Config's pushing in here. How far is he going to push past this line? Jax is waiting.
Dink exchange. Config much better off than Jax. Undeterred, he sticks around. Okay, Nico preparing to apply some pressure. Hunter, he's always good for a frag on the short.
Well, they're clearing out top A right now. 3 players here pushing Config, Blame, Rush, leading the charge, wanting to make sure it isn't this A bomb site. But the problem is, look where Hunter is just hiding. Might be able to get past them.
He's hearing some sound cues as well. Oh, Blame may check it. He didn't. And this is Amanek with his knife out. This could be a big punish. Hunter gets the info in time. Big find, and that opens up the window for G2. Hunter, massive impact on just the MAC-10 against the fully bought up Complexity.
They're expecting the B execute. That early lean early with Poison and JKS, and now Hunter's going to push forward. He's grabbed another Config. He's dead. And it has to be the save. JKS and Poison, they're so far removed from this, and they're locked on in. They're trying to push on out. Nico takes him down, and it's the Cousins getting it all done here on the first gun round of play.
There was an absence of helmets, right? I think that MAC-10 looked way too quick at times. I don't know if it Blame and his second victim were both vulnerable in that respect. JKS is floating around this AWP. There's a real chance for him to retrieve it if Nico is caught. But saying that, even Hunter's here to guard the AWP. I think this is the end of JKS.
Oof, this is a rough start from Complexity, right? You just heard the devs talking about it. Both teams have a lot to prove here. I think the shakiness coming out of the play-ins for Complexity and G2, well, they've been looking better and better, but I think if you actually look at the details of their results, some of the games have been very scrappy. It's not the clean Counter-Strike you'd necessarily be expecting from a title contender. And this was it. Hunter just magnificent on the timing, right? The footsteps of running away, they didn't clear everything. They thought it was clear. If you don't push on down, you don't clear that scaffolding position, well, Hunter's going to punish you, and we saw exactly that.
I don't think I'd be exaggerating if I said the round would be a very different kettle of fish had Blame just rounded that corner. There was 2 G2 players, assuming it was clear. So Hunter really does bail them out. So more impact. He's 9-1 right now. We were talking about Hunter in the green room, talking to Maniac at his conversation about, how much LAN experience have we actually seen out of Hunter. His argument was that the player that he became during 2020 has not been proven. We've seen that his rise to power over this 2020 time with G2, and now it's a question of just showing and demonstrating that he's capable of doing so at the highest level of competition. My expectations aren't too high for this one. Kevlar vests, partial buy, Desert Eagles, and I will admit 3 smokes could be a problem. G2 aren't particularly victims of the clock all too often.
Yeah, I think here we shouldn't see too many worries. Once again, a heavy A-lean out of Complexity here. This flash in the hands of Poison, ready to be released when the sound cue comes in. Molly towards the sandbag, and that appears to be the cue. They're going to be pushing forward, and Nico's going to hear these sound cues. So all the information for G2 here, and no dramas whatsoever. I want to see how this continues. Because if next round G2 go for a B execute onto JKS, who got on our screen right here, they're clearly outplaying Complexity and their reads early. Great nade, going to land on the feet of Jax, down to 68. That's it. No more damage for him. Deagle bullet into Amanek. Into the B site they go. Bomb should go down. They need to get this down. Conflict's pushing forward. This could get dangerous now. The bomb. It's in no man's land.
Yeah, they need to retrieve it. The rotate's coming in. It's going to be Poison and Blame. They are there in time. And this, it looks like they've hit pause. Now is not the time to be hitting pause. Just about. Oh, no. Bomb loose. Problems now. Someone has to punch in the digits. It's Hunter that steps up to the plate. He's not only fragged, I think he's got just enough time to get it down. Oh, that was close. Far too close. It could get worse. Hunter saves the day, not only with the frags, but the plant as well. G2, little sketchy, but still 5-0.
Yeah, just as we said, time shouldn't be a problem there. It comes down to the final few seconds in that one. This is looking great for G2. A 5-0 start, and they haven't been playing in this environment, right? They were obviously in that main group situation, whereas the rest had to play with the play-ins. Gun's going to come back out here, and we'll get this one underway. Complexity need to step up. They need to start getting some rounds on the board. Hunter up to his usual antics here. He does this on his lonesome. He doesn't have any help whatsoever, just working on up, being a presence over towards A, and that's keeping 3 players busy right now. Make that 4. Config's over here as well. They've found a huge gap.
Yeah, and JKS is going to address it. They'll be so late to confirm this. This is all because of Hunter's smoke and mirrors, by the way. He's long gone. They're going through mid. JKS is going to be making a lot of noise now. Drops his own incendiary to deter. Yeah, it's wide open for business, and they're doing it mid to B. Keeping it simple, and it's Complexity that feel a little stupid. The site's wide open, 5 versus 5.
They might have to save here.
I don't know if they're going to be allowed to. There is a bit of a couple of extra prongs to this defense. They're certainly considering it. Util should lock them back. Flashes suppress. The T's are running out. There's one more smoke on Hunter. Nico may be able to get the frag, and then his smoke to bail him out.
Already halfway ticked. They're not getting gifted any kills at all. Are they going to go?
Yeah, I see flashes. I see incendiaries. They're going to throw at least some in. The bullets from Jax have connected. Config gone. Poison at least claws something back. There's not enough time.
Save call.
Get out of there. I think they just wanted to keep him suppressed, but not finding the initial engagements they were hoping for.
Felt like it should have been that out the gate, right? Because the avenue to get back in, they had to worry about the mid lurkers, they had to worry about all of that, and they were locked out. And for JKS to drop out of the site, it makes sense because he was left on his lonesome, right? If he stays in B, he dies, and then they're probably saving anyway. So giving yourself the 5v5, fair enough, but Complexity are they're being called around here. Like G2, they've got their number. They're booking them at this point. Because the first gun round we played, they thought it was going to be a B execute. That's why Poison's over towards B with JKS to deal with that standard B set piece that G2 have. This time round, they're ready for the A play again. Config's cheating on over, creates a massive gap in middle, and the perfect punish once more. This is looking great, and of course, a timeout necessary here. Complexity's first key to the coach, standing behind them, chiming on in. Conversations need to be had because, sure, the guns are saved, config can be dropped, but oof, it's not a great start whatsoever. Have a look at the scores. It's not like we got 4 players on 3 kills. JKS with 1. Look,
it's easy to point fingers at the 0 on the scoreboard. How much, though, do we have to start attributing, especially if this continues, to the fact that this is our first look at LAN G2?
Yeah, well, what I'm really seeing here is the fact that the calls that are being made from G2 are perfect. The reads that are being made from Complexity are way off.
Okay.
Right, because they're expecting something else. So they're not even in standard positions. They've gambled with their stacks, and that's put them out of position to even contest these rounds. That's the bigger problem right here. Their push, it didn't work. They didn't clear their corners, and their stack towards A just then, it was the complete wrong bomb site, leaving a massive gap. Let's see if we get this one back underway. Is Config going to be dropped?
What's happened there? Yeah.
Who's going to be giving him a gun? Because he did die, so should be something. Yeah, the HUD is a little bit iffy right now, so it looks like a player has dropped from the server. That's
that
probably
would explain
causing the confusion.
Jack's back on G2 as well.
Saw Nico's name on the left. I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
Hang on a second.
It's weird, right, that this team with Amanek instead of Kenny Orping is seeming more successful than the one with Kenny S. And that prolific name.
And I do personally think that speaks more to Amanek's prowess and his contributions. I think it's really interesting that he is at the tip of some, adversaries, other professional players. Hampus is the one I was alluding to, who get has him as the tip of the tongue of most underrated player in the scene. I do look forward to seeing his contributions on the AWP. We'll see a lot more of it on the second half of play. But yeah, they do seem very rigid. It seems like everyone's on the same page. I love this whole you know, unified cousins. Hunter and Nico have been sitting next to each other playing Counter-Strike in LAN halls since they were little kids. And now they're doing it here in $1 million tournament, ESL. Let me try again. IEM Cologne.
We'll let you off the hook for that one.
It's the first time. It's the first time I've messed that up.
It's quite a big change.
Yeah, just got to get my brain in order.
Okay, I think we're good now. So everybody appears to be back on in the server.
And Config's money wasn't as confusing as it looked.
Still needs to get dropped gun here.
JKS can do it, but he'll have to take no
All right, he's just gone with the Deagle, so they're going to be able to buy next round anyway. That makes sense as well. They haven't dropped, they haven't gone the all-in. They're giving themselves 2 chances, and Config's the only one who's hamstrung here. So back over towards A we go. Nexa leading the charge, and, well, Hunter's already been taken out of the equation here. Poison strikes, Nexa's dead.
Okay, 3 remaining for G2. They just fall out of the gate, and there's more from Jax. If he walks into that, he's going to be contending with a Poison Orb. I don't fancy his chances. So much time on this round, but Jax is definitely posturing for a duel. There's 4 CTs to fight. A flash could catch him. They want to slow this round down. A boost from Blame. This is a must-win for Complexity. There is absolutely no excuses. Also a shattered mental if this one falls apart. Nico could be vulnerable as soon as he drops that pin. Blame.
We might see the barrel over the top here. Needs to be careful, Blame.
Left side of sight.
Oh, surely he sees something.
Could be smoked off. Still nothing. They're very happy in their blind spot right now. Oh no, Blame spotted. Destroyed. Rush is burnt to a crisp as well. Nico has just equalized just like that. Poison nullified. They're heading into the site. Complexity cannot take a round loss like this. 2 opening frags. And now a shot going awry. Poison's missed it. Config's Deagle is the perfect weapon for the job. He doesn't need a rifle to find the impact, it seems. Only Amanek now. 25 and counting. It's going to be Config to finish it. And so, a sigh of relief, I believe, for the Complexity roster.
Yeah, that almost got out of control. I think one of the teammates for Nico there must have called it because he was lining up nades. He definitely, on our screen, saw something and didn't react immediately. And then you heard a bit more chitter-chat, and they came on out. They pick up 2 and almost make a round out of it. That would have been fantastic from G2. This is how it kicked off. Blame gets 1 blind up through the smoke, and Poison's able to convert an easy AWP shot, but this is Config. Look, if he goes beast mode, that's the next level Config you want to see. The one pushing through smokes, the one taking fights, but they're keeping them honest here, and back towards A they go again.
Yeah, he wants to do it again as well. And again, CTs draw blood first. Not going to be quite the same as the round prior. Nexa shutting down Rush's maneuver before he can get any more. Well, like they're pulling the ripcord.
Yeah, they've been able to dispel them early. So this is sending them back. Checking out this B side of the map now. Amanek going to be joined by Nexa. And JKS is playing passive. His position is going to be checking out mid and more passive on the B side as his defenders over towards A claw back some info. But last time this happened, they didn't clear their corners.
Config's called it clear. Blame immediately springs to life towards the B side. He wants to try and rotate to support Mr. Savage. Oh, that looks promising. Very promising nade. Yeah, good damage as well. Flashed off. We'll have to tuck into his favorite hole. They may not this time opt for the Molotov, and he has struck. Amanek down. 3 still kicking. Molly will force JKS into the line, and good response. Yeah, on the cross. That spray looks so good. Look at the damage. There is a ring in. Their arms are bleeding, but Nico still hits the shots, and G2 convert. Oh, they were so close. But again, Complexity sent straight back to economic disarray.
Oh, dearie me. 7-1 the scoreline now. Things are starting to seem a little bit bleak out here for Complexity. Take a look at the money situation as another timeout will be called. I do believe this...
I thought it was their second.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe we
all right.
Merge the tech with the timeout.
Yeah.
Or the tack, as it were. But they do have enough money to buy.
Oh, I mean, if you're ever looking for a round timeline that just bodes terribly, far right side of your screen is exactly that. Complexity sent back down to this. And what is that in Hunter's hands? He's got pennies to spare.
That's curious, right? 9.7 left over, and he's bought a UMP. This is telling of something potentially much more aggressive. Is he just going to go pedal to the metal, go fast up A like he has been?
He likes his short lurks with an SMG.
Yeah, they might go for something either just fast out mid. It looks like with an SMG in play, it doesn't make a lot of sense for him to go for the UMP, right? Especially with all that money. So expect either a pace change or something of a little bit of different elk here. As we get underway once more. 3 players back towards this side of the map. He definitely has a UMP.
He definitely does, and Blame's ahead of the smoke. This is a real promising start. Oh, a little gap perhaps. No, not quite enough to spot the legs of Nexa, and it seems G2 are not interested in contending with this smoke too much. There could be a timing here. Blame could call it clear as soon as their smoke fades.
Well, they're coming back, and Blame's still close.
Oh. Gonna be about timing here. Nexa spots him out, dinks him down. Oh, and that UMP doesn't quite finish the job. Maybe the AK spray will. Stray bullets through the smoke, and yeah, upon retreat, he does get caught.
This 4v4 seems to favor G2 right now. Hunter's even been able to upgrade into an AK here, so all is well in the world. Jack's keeping mid busy. This is a big fight against Config.
Config's pressing the issue, and they're going to join him. Amanek's actually rejoined with Jax. Config tucking into the tight line. I wonder if he pushes the issue. He is. Walks straight on in. One. And traded. Okay. 50 seconds for them to piece this one together. Complexity resources now going to have to be spread across the map. It's not ideal from Nico. Puts himself into that one-shot headshot radius as he slips.
On the ladder there. JKS has left B to go now searching towards middle. There's so much proactivity here from Complexity, but they keep losing G2 in all of these moments. Poison and Rush still over towards A. There's such a huge gap right now.
Yeah, and it's about JKS. His read on the game now will determine Complexity's chances. He has a smoke if he drops it. Yes, dude, perfect timing. 20 seconds, and you're channeled to either gray screen or walk down this single line JKS is holding. He's done well here. If he gets one,
he needs
maybe two. 10 seconds, G2. You're taking some liberties here. Oh no, he's missed his chance, and with 1 second to spare, the bomb's going down.
Has to be the save call. How are you getting back into this? JKS's death, it's now a 3-on-2 situation. Retaking this B bomb site, not easy at the best of times. Rush has a kit, sure, but unless they get gifted a kill or two, how are they getting back in?
Flash for the fight. Rush, considering his options. Poison's close as well. If he finds one, they'll start to go. Opts to try and wallbang Hunter. You can see the elbow. Nico defends his cousin wonderfully. And that's the end of Rush as well. 8 for G2. They'll win the half out and only 9 rounds played.
This is Complexity's map choice here.
Want to talk about that JKS point? I can't help but feel the clock was the reason he started looking at mid, right? He's like, this is weird. There's just not enough time. It's a 50-50 where they're coming through mid. He gave up all that info. You can see he's just looking the wrong way. Peeks out, and just in time. It's actually as the clock goes 4. As the clock goes 4, it's like, what, 4.5 you need?
Oh, that's crazy, right? That timing, right? The thing is, for JKS in that situation, he's left on his own devices again, right? And that's the thing when you're an anchor player. It's really tough. It's never easy.
Oh,
great nades, one more time, and all the Blame FKG will connect.
On the SMG, unfortunately. Hunter's still got a lovely bank balance he can boast. 7 grand after dying first in 2 gunnies.
I think maybe last round he was expecting an eco. Oh, they're just continuing forward here. Jax is just going to entry up, Poison down. And they're in.
Yeah, one of the sharpest older boys in Counter-Strike right now. Jax haven't quite got to see it yet here at IEM Cologne. First glimpse of them, and as I say that, he's given us some demonstrations. Config, good find. Knocks Nico down. A competitive one, at least in the numbers, and why are they not checking? They're ready for it. 40 HP. Oh my lord! Config's made a round out of this. Double with the MAC-10. Isolates every duel, and now only Amanek to come up clutch. He has flashes. Config falls. Chance as well to isolate another. They don't have kits.
Someone has to defuse.
He has to play the time. And he doesn't quite make it out alive. His full 10-second defuse. Complexity pull a rabbit from the hat.
Fourth, they get this one.
Thank you, Config. Thank you, Config.
Think about the 2 rounds that they've gotten. Config has had 3 kills in both of them.
True.
He's had a lot of impact here, Config, and it's been needed because that one right there, the nades from Blame is what put the MAC-10 on the ground. Config's able to pick that up and profit, and only just profit, right? The fact that they line up for him right there, that's the dream scenario. If he had the pistol out, maybe it doesn't go down that way, a bullet whiffs left or right. And now G2 will take a timeout here to talk some of their options through. They still have plenty of cash to spend into the next gun round, but Complexity, to salvage this half, I think they're going to need to be looking at least 6 rounds, so you just start getting a few together consecutively.
That MAC-10. And of course, we're sitting there going, it's only a MAC-10.
Yeah.
Config goes and gets a triple kill against fully bought up G2. Oh, impressive stuff.
This is very transitional on the CT side from Complexity, right? And I think it's important, especially when you lose this ramp control. Here it is again. Yeah, look at this. He just doesn't have to let go of mouse one. Perfect stuff there. And again, you can see the hesitance for somebody to get on the bomb. Like, if Blame dies there, JKS is getting told to defuse. If Blame doesn't convert that, JKS is left in an unwinnable one-on-one, right? Those situations like that coming down to the finest of details. And back towards A we go. Amanek keeping B busy with some light util. Rush is actually going to have a little bit of a look here. Spam on through. Nexa chipped on down in the nade. It's a bit too deep.
He's so close. Rush has no idea just how close he was to drawing blood there. Both in crosshair placement and damage done. It's Blame's chance. Finishes the job. Hunter's gone. Nexa's low. They look to be turning up the heat, and Nico does exactly that with a bottle of flame. Not only that, isolating Rush. And advantage now for Complexity, and as discussed, this starting to feel like a mandatory CT conversion. Whoa, playing with fire. He's actually tagged up Blame in the smoke. He won't have heard it. Jax has walked on through as well. Good find. It's only Jax and Amanek now, and it looks like Complexity have done enough. Blame on for an ace 4 in his bag of tricks already. Good to see Blame coming online as well.
They're going to let him go for the 5th here, add to that tally of aces we've had today, or they're going to play this one conservative?
Give it to him. He takes it. Blame all 5 as he picks up a must-win.
Well, unless I've missed something on the other stream, that's the 7th ace for the day, which is just wild.
I could have sworn, and I could be wrong here. I swear I've seen full events where it's like ace count 2.
Yeah,
you know, like,
that does happen from time to time, right? Today has just been phenomenal. And a lot of the aces, I would have to go back and double check, but I'm pretty sure a lot of the aces have been full buy rounds, right? We're not just talking eco bashes. We're talking like full gun rounds and man disadvantaged situations. So Blame's going to add his name to that prestigious list I was talking about earlier. Poison down in middle. Jax has opened things up. This is happening very quick.
I don't think Poison's had the best of starts here.
Look how happy they are to move around again. Everybody from Complexity is looking towards middle. They've completely evacuated A this time.
It's not like it's a fun site to play retake either.
They're staying quiet, right? The shift key is their best friend right now. The vertical nature of this map, sound cues can be heard easily, so you can just see how quiet both teams are being. But right now, Complexity are well and truly out of position. Config getting some much-needed info back. JKS is still going to be feeling the pressure towards B. No idea what's over the lip of those stairs. And Blame and Rush, they're not in the site to contest. So if G2 go for an execute, they're going to get a free avenue in here unless Config is a little bit quicker on this flank.
The smokes will be up. Unless Rush can peek over them from this boost box position. Ooh, smokes up. Jax was just ahead of it. Amanek holding the flank and does cage Config. Jax is playing with fire now. He likes this little headshot angle. Saw it before with the Mac-10 now. Upgraded. He can peek over. As you can see, he's got this angle management very well drilled. Bomb down. Uncontested. I think he's got enough time to get it down and away. Yeah, Nico pays a little bit of a price. His feet charcoal black, but he gets away. 5-2-3. Complexity. They're handed a really tough decision now.
It should be the save. The money's just not there to go for a round like this, but it looks like they're gearing up. Flashed on through. JKS is going to push.
Yeah, they can flash. Oh, nice find. Jax has made it 3. Just like that, round is done. G2 responding kind, and it's clean. All 5 hearts still beating, 9 for G2.
Okay, so it is just Rush who's shy of the buy here, but all in all, there are going to be a couple of omissions, like Poison, for example, would have to be dropped across an AWP if they want to operate with that. Config has enough money to buy himself, but he has to pick and choose between what type of utility he wants to come into this round with. Blame will hook Poison up, dropping an M4 back in exchange. Rush will be down to the Deagle. Maybe this is now when G2 change the pace and go for one of those B executes.
As you say that, we cut to Nico, knife out towards that aforementioned site. And it's interesting, I've noticed Complexity, they lean Config to B early, just in case of any of those quick Bs. No, sound cues immediately responds to middle.
Going through their routines here. Jax with the same utility in middle. Amanek trying to clear out any aggression over towards B. They need to get control of this B lobby, G2, before they can really start to get any traction and play with these CT rotations. But it feels like Complexity rotate on their own accord.
Yeah, I think by posting Poison up on Sandbag's ramp, they can afford to have a much more reinforced mid and B. I say that, that's if they can't force him off the line. Hunter's going to flash it and swing. Actually opts for a smoke. Okay, so that will kind of remove Poison's info. Now potential for Scaff. It's actually a really well-played and well-placed smoke.
Yeah, that's got a timer on it, Poison. We'll have to dip back eventually.
So now information denied. They dig their heels in at B, though. At least it looks like that way. JKS playing close. If Rush could just bait, fire off a shot, Dreamy take ahead. They clear him, and immediately JKS is down. It'll just down to the Deagle now. Some support as well. Good shot on the Deag. Numbers favor Cole. One more bullet required to finish off Amanek, and he does so with ease. Double on the Deag. And Nico can't do a thing. Good recovery from Complexity. They didn't quite have all the pieces in the right place, but Rush keeps them at bay.
Yeah, and just with the Deagle, he had the lowest buy out of everybody there, and he had the most impact in that round. The fact that he was able to stand, delay, and do damage, great stuff, and it's forced another timeout out of G2 here. Their money, look, it's almost completely humbled. 4 of their players will be able to get the AK-47s up. No dramas hunted there. You can see he's already been operating in a couple of rounds with SMGs. Could go with a Galil instead if he wants as well. And this half's starting to shape up to be respectable for Complexity. The way things started, not good whatsoever. We're talking 6-0 in the hole, 9-1 at one juncture. I think they're 8-1. You'd love 6 rounds on the nose here to close out the half if you are Cole. Oh, and it will just be the partial investment from G2 here. So Tech9s, Deagles, light util. This would really hurt the Complexity camp if they're unable to stand tall against this one. Rush into a Famis this round, so after his heroics, he's getting the lesser rifle.
Backup config, probably not going to go anywhere this time. We discussed it, typically floats to mid, and what you can see he's...
knife out!
Yeah, and he could have got caught. I think he's okay.
The bottleneck.
Oh no, they are. They're both there, and they grouped up. Poison reveals his location. Config has defended with ease. Nice responsibility on the M4. Ooh, whew.
All right, that almost got out of control, didn't it? 3 players looking blind in almost the exact same quadrant of the map.
At that moment where we cut from the Tech9s running, gunning to be and Config with his knife out, Flash staring at the generator.
Oh no.
Yeah, it did. He saved it nicely. But that's 5 to Colt, 9 to G2. And let's not forget that this was what, 8-1?
Yeah.
So a recovery from Complexity, giving us a competitive map pick. This is their map pick.
Double orbs here. Config and Poison equipping the big greens for this one.
Feeling himself, and he takes it straight to mid this time to try and catch any of that Jack's funny business. Straight up towards Scaff's side. Rush spots him just prior to the flash. There will be some bullets thrown out from short based upon that info. Nexa lives on. Poison to punish as well. A potential wallbang on the cards should more information be found. No information now. That's a great smoke. And they just recede. Ooh, okay. Crawling silently towards JKS's domain. 2 frags. He's really been tested here on B and not necessarily passed every single time. Okay, defending himself. Extinguishes the Molotov, tries to peek over it. What is that? Crosshair Wild. He's in. And I say he. It's Jax, and he beheads another. Puts Config in the guillotine. Nexa silenced in mid. Rush there to contest, but he's losing teammates left and right. Blame now neutralized as well. Molly a little late to contest the plant. Rush making lots of noise and lots of frags, nearly another. But he's handed Poison something to work with. Not ready for Nico. And it will be a 10-5 half. G2, they break the double digits on Complexity's map pick. Vertigo continues in just a minute. Tell your friends, stay tuned.
Oh my lord. Oh, it's so fucking close. Oh! I'm so good, dude. I'm so good. Library?
Oh, well, I can see you when you're planning.
Yeah, I kill you.
Dustin, are you walking right now?
No, he's running.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, he walks short. Justin's trying. Just like me. He's looking short. Oh my.
Yes, Justin.
He teleported. He was definitely short. Boiler. Where are you going? Oh my god.
Man, that's so T-sided.
Go. Go.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Can I move?
I can't move either. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so many smokes, dude.
I have no clue where I am.
I don't know where I am either. He's in pit. Good luck, Val. You're gonna need it.
No, he's outside.
Yes. Oh my god.
You got charged, Will.
I 100% did.
It was a good map.
Oh yeah. Great map, boys. Oh, amazing.
Energy really high in the G2 camp, but quite the contrary for Complexity. Not fun for JKS, exploited at B at times. And Hunter starting incredibly strong, getting to see him performing in that same form we know he's been capable of over the course of our online year. Back at LAN. And I'm hyped to see if the second half delivers in the same capacity. Quiet from Complexity so far. Swapping sides though, it was G2's T side where they found double digits. Machine, I'm joined by Sponge, and we're getting straight on into our second half of play. First map, second game of the day, the group stage is underway, day 3 of IEM Cologne 2021. The Glocks fancying their chances. Will they molly out that same corner? We know Hunter can thrive within. Nexa tested, quick find from Quad. It's Nexa now dancing and running out of bullets. It should be an easy one for Config. Double entry from the Dane, and he is the only one keeping his head and shoulders above water so far in the fragging department. 18, top of the server.
Keep your eyes on this Blame F lurk as well here. Jax is going to clear this out. How deep is he going to go? Oh, he gets in the fight. Blame goes down. There's a chance now.
Rush and JKS, the bomb's ticking in their favor. It'd be a good time for JKS to get some confident boosting frags. Still on default, he's lost his teammate. Now was his chance. Jax denies 3, in fact. The fact he goes for that deep clear on Blame, like you're going round the corner and then some.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he went that deep. Right after he cleared the mid box, I thought that's all it was going to be. But that was a very, very important kill as part of that retake. Because imagine they take the site and then you have those players from Complexity staying alive a little bit deeper. Blame comes in, sandwiches them, and they're now having to spin in a 180.
Right, and that JKS, I don't know who his teammate was, but the fact that JKS on default, it sucks a whole lot less when Blame's coming up construction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oof, yeah, rough there for JKS. He's not having a good game by any means. Needs to come alive here, and they've actually just force-board into this. Check out the Galils, an AK for Config. There's a scout in play. You could argue whose buy is looking better. G2 definitely with the utility advantage here. And that deep smoke down the ramp. Jax's aim. This is where it can do some of its biggest damage.
They flash for the swing across. That's what Poison's looking for. Scout in play. Sees him. Knows he's there. And misses his chance. Jax will get punished. Amanek keeps it level.
Well, they've traded out 1-for-1 here. Nico's here to help on now. He's going to throw a molly over towards the short position and push on up. But no utility here from Complexity does mean they have to work as a team. They're going to need a trade off of each other. They can't use utility to open these gaps. They need to use their bodies and put them on the line. Gearing up for a bit of a B split here.
Yeah, this mid-pincer, it really hinges on how much damage Hunter can do. He's in the off angle. Jiggling. Backpack spotted. Good find. That's Rush. Delivers. Nexa now is going to be on a lot of notice. They're very loud about this. They'll surely clear it. What can the MP9 do? 1 for 1. It's enough to keep it competitive. They have the site, though, and I'm not so sure Nico's going to be able to have too much to say if he's still on a ramp. The bomb will go down, confirming their suspicions. And this second round force has worked wonders. There shouldn't be another way in. Shouldn't being the operative word. Oh, Rush was low as well. Amanek just didn't quite diligently clear that corner. Leaves Nico and his M4. Blame to collect. Big find from Complexity.
Yeah, it could have got risky there. I don't know if Nico would have looked into it, but if Blame goes down in middle, his two teammates over towards the side are both very, very low. So could have been on right there, but a great response. And Complexity, they have a chance now to start building a little bit of a T-side bank early. Are we going to see G2 opt for this force buy? I saw a couple of Deagles being purchased in there, but not quite sure if there was too much Kevlar behind that. They are all saving a little bit of cash here. You can see the low end of Hunter. He's left 400 in the bank balance. Amanek wants to get that AWP online pretty soon. He's got 1,500. So it's not an all-in by any means. So if G2 are able to get a couple of guns out of this, keep this expensive, and maybe profit off of this triple boost, gonna punish Complexity here. For these smoke to fade as Config's starting to jump on up and play behind it. This is such a hard clear. Is he even aware? Oh, no way. That's too easy for Jax. Config's down. The X factor for Complexity out early.
This could get uncomfortable now. Not only have you lost your
this flash
highest fragger on the server, now blinded off and walking into poison. Great recovery with the AK. Tames the spray for a third. But Nico and his Desert Eagle, the signature Nico Mouse Sports Desert Eagle Blaze, this time falls flat. 50 seconds, it's only the boy Nexa, he's hanging out with his own. But yeah, and this conservative, like extra 500 bucks, you see a lot of teams starting to respond with this kind of purchase. It's definitely threatening. One-shot headshot, those Deagles can work, and you saw what it did to Config, but this time, Complexity going to close that gap a little bit more.
Yeah, see how quick this buffer will close on up, right? Complexity are going to find themselves with a 7th here. Next is just going to see if he can take a couple more rifles away with him. JKS has been able to upgrade that Galil into an AK. So things are starting to look better for Complexity now. If they can convert the next, which should be another one of these freebies, or as close as they come these days. Scoreline 11-8, 3 rounds in it. Get that first gun round. Then we're starting to really build a bit of a story. But so far, it's felt like one-way traffic for G2. Can get a couple of other upgrades coming in again here for G2 if they want, so you can see P250s one more time. They don't have to just opt for these pure USPs if they don't want to. But that was another simple approach, right? The fact that Config goes down early and then Poison's able to profit with a triple kill, that's where the round just completely changes, right? Because Jack's got that frag. If they push out and they trade, you know, even if Poison gets 2, but then he goes down and then we're in a 3-on-3, then yeah, you can start building a real chance for G2. Looks like they will be holding on to the USP, so nothing to be upgraded whatsoever. I'm going to put all their resources into the next round of play. Similar scenes here as Flame's just creeping up the scaffolding here. Silent as you like.
Crosshair was in the right place there, but Blame, that was the only real threat. Desert Eagle on Nexa now lies idle on the floor. The rest should just fall into place here. Nicely found. It's Blame starting to farm a couple of kills. Good about you, but I'm not worried about the flank at all.
No, not by any means. Everything's going to be fine in this one, I think. The Cousins, they're elsewhere. They've got other plans right now. They don't even want to get involved in a fight. They're just over towards mid, over towards that B bomb site, just hoping they can find someone lurking around. And that scoreline, yeah, definitely respectable at this point. 11-8, just moments away. Bomb about halfway ticked. Now, we did have Gambit ending up toppling Mouse Sports. That was a 3-map affair. That means we do get Gambit versus NIP in an upper bracket match at some point. That's going to be quite the game.
Dude, yeah, I mean, and let's not forget, I mean, completely new breed, new logo, new ninjas, but just on that the break at the half, seeing Get Right, head in his hands when they finally broke through and lifted that trophy at ESL 1 Cologne 2014. Now look at us 7 years down the line, and NIP's got not only that device in the roster, they're green. It's all different. Now the world is a new place for the Ninjas, but upper bracket against Gambit. That is an interesting head-to-head for sure.
I'm going to be curious to see how that one goes on Downright, because Gambit beating Mouse Sports, that's a great start to their LAN campaign. You know, lots of questions around Gambit, and I don't want to say rightfully so, but this is a team who's really come into everybody's screens in the online era. Let's focus on this gun round right here. We're back underway. Amanek has his AWP out. And a single defuse kit right here for G2. So keep that in mind if we do find ourselves in a post plant. Jack's getting a little bit tricky with it. Jumping, jiggling, and baiting around that sandbag. Lob out a lot of his utility there, just holding onto the smoke. And here's this mid gap they're trying to punish.
A powerful angle, but it's predictable. Nico should be good for one. Config strafes out. Bomb spotted. Oh, Nico does more than he needed to. 1.5, make it 2. JKS down to 50 as well.
Oh, backpack spotted there.
Oh, that's a shame. Blame down. Poison unable to trade for the second. Jack's retreating into the site. He needs to live on here. He's actually opted for default. That might be the element of surprise he needs. Poison may have spotted him there. Oh, and finishes the job from the grave. JKS handed a 1 versus 2 situation. This could really get the juices flowing for him. He's been quiet here, the Aussie.
Oh, and they're...
He's got so much time. And he's got the bomb on his back already. Half health, would love to isolate a duel, have the element of surprise to some capacity. Just hiding on the site is Hunter.
Might have to hard clear this. That's one of the only ways. If he goes for a plant, he's just going to get pounced on here if Hunter either over the top of the box or around. Molly's dropped. He's getting the bomb down, and he's sticking it.
Oh, and Hunter should have the elevated position. Oh, cleared the corner, chance! Oh, dear, Hunter very quick to react. G2 posting a CT round. It's been all one-way traffic since that pistol and the recovery, that second round Galil. We saw 3 off the back of it. Now G2 post their 12th.
Yeah, a bit rough there. If JKS gets that kill, then he's in a very winnable one-on-one situation. Frazzled in the moment. Nico getting 2, eventually traded, but that's where it all kind of started to fall apart. Plenty of money here, right? So the blame going down through this spam. Backpack either must have been spotted or he's just seen him come through one of those little gaps in the scaffolding tarpaulin. Ooh, lots of early pressure there and intent behind that. JK is trying to take the lobby control here. 2 players and AWP called. Ouch. That nade down to 45. Molly burning him up 2, down to 15 now. JKS is copping it round after round here.
T-side AWP as well for Poison. Now, doesn't always look influential. Depends on the hands it's in. Kenny S was one of the players I was most impressed with on the T-side AWP, just picking into the A side as Vertigo was first entering the map pool. Will they molly it?
Have 2 HEs here, so if Jax extinguishes this, or he's going to get it done by a teammate, they can double nade it.
Oh, good point, good point. They're even looking for wallbang, looking for his toes. He spots him, knocks the toenail off of him. Jax has it trimmed, dunked down by the nade. That's one way to find an opening frag. Flash for the swing of Rush. It looked like the plan, but Amanek catches Config prior. A dry peek from the Dane, and there's more for the CTs. Puts another name in the feed, quickly traded. Blame swinging in through short, enables access to the site. Nico working on a slight flank. Bomb to be planted as we speak. No one to contest it. So next up, coming in from snipers, Amanek elevator, and then the Nico flank. It should be JKS's responsibility. He is, however, low. So that one-shot headshot from the AK is going to be his only real avenue into contesting with Nico here. Biding the time, element of surprise. Nico cannot be the first point of call. No smokes. Oh, Rush, what a reaction. Punishes it off the jiggle, and they're trying to get out of there now. Amanek spotted out. Turns his tail between his legs, and it will get away, at least with the weapons. But that is another one for Complexity, so a quick response. Straight back into the driving seat. Current scoreline of the second half reads 4 to Complexity 2 to G2, but they have had no issue getting the bomb down, Chad. In fact, it's hard to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In 6 rounds of play, there has been 1 round determined by eliminations. There has been bombs planted in every single round other than that.
Yeah, that's why the economy over there for Complexity is looking so good, right? That extra cash time and time again. There was the flash from JKS, and that shot from Rush there, that was huge because Nico's intentionally going super late, so the focus is elsewhere. Rush has hit an absolute banger there. That is a round-winning kill.
By the time Nico has jiggled, processed what he's seen, jiggled back out.
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's dead. Okay, well, we're on now. This one could start to get very, very close, especially if Complexity are able to weather the storm here. We can see the saved AWP. We know that saved M4 is in the mix. A couple of Deagles look like they're going to be bought up around that. Nico's purchased into one. And if they're able to convert here, Complexity have hit double digits. And they're starting to look good, but it has taken them a while to warm into things.
Yeah, I mean, from the 8-1 half, if they could just teleport to a 9-12 scoreline in the second half, I think they'd take it every day of the week. Bit your hand off for that. So a saved M4 and a saved orb. Let's see if Complexity can just procedurally suss out where those weapons and that main threat is going to be. They're not in a rush by any capacity. There's 4 CTs leaning on this ramp fight.
Nex is the only one to deal with on the B bomb site, but he does have that M4 in his hands. If they go 1 for 1 and they stroll into the site, that's great. They'll avoid this stack, and they need to do that. The flash on down, that's some intent. Blame's blind up.
If only Hunter had a glance. All clear now. Blame back turned. That's a big frag, and it's even a weapon. Hunter takes a lot of chances. Nexus M4 fills the feed as well. This is a problem. JKS is looking for him, hiding in on quad. Oh, sound cue. JKS has made it all too clear a dink, but it's the AK that thrives. He's very low. Nico looking to finish the job. Worming his way in. JKS knocked down. Poison responds. Now that bomb is on its way in. Back off the AWPer. Rush to support him. A nice tag. Jax is going for something. I mean, it's a USP, no armor. You don't expect much from him, and Rush confirms our suspicions.
Amanek has a kit. There's still time for this.
Oh, Hunter spots out another big, impactful frag, and Rush does not have the health for the 1v2. He's going to have to find something quick. Try and isolate 2 individual duels. It's not promising.
Gap in the smoke?
They've got so much time as well. Potential gap, yeah. Malek holds his breath, as do we. Amanek fakes it out. Over the smoke, sound cue, nice find, Amanek locks it down. G2 make it 13.
That is terrible round right there for Complexity to lose, and more so for their mindset than anything, right? Because that was just the pistols, how that started. Blame goes down. Because of that, they start pushing into the B bomb site. Config gets taken down by the saved M4. JKS eventually trades, but the dink is the problem. It makes him so low, so susceptible. And this one right here, Poison, up close and personal, gets punished.
So do you think Nico's only going for this like super lackadaisical like wide swing because he knows JKS is well ahead of the pack and he's dinked?
Yeah, because you know that the space is going to be taken, right? So he's taking a few liberties right there. If there was more players on the site, Nico probably goes down. You could see Poison waiting for JKS's flash and the smoke to land before he crosses it as well. So Complexity, we're trying to do it by the book. And Nico, well, he's got in the way. Heading back over towards B again here.
My suspicions suggest Rush is flashing B from all the way back at mid, yeah. Look at that.
Quick
he
on this.
Completely catches Nexa off guard. He's just got his vision back, and he's deleted. Hunter only the one to contribute. This is the best chance we've seen for Complexity early. They have the site, they have the man advantage, and it looks like JKS is called upon to get that bomb down, shave some time off of that clock. And it might just be, and I hate to say it,
save call.
Yeah.
You could see there the hesitance from JKS onto plant immediately, and the reason for that is his HP, right? Everybody knows from that window position or that construction position, whatever you want to call it, that if you're in the default plant spot, the mollies and HGs land on your head every single time, right? So him not wanting to go for the plant immediately there, you could see with the thought process.
But also, I want to give some mad props. Those flashes from Rush, I've always had issues with that default box when you're just exclusively coming through stairs. But he was so blind. He did back-to-back flashes, and as we saw, by the time he actually got a chance to look at his screen, there was 3 players crossing past that sandbag's line in the sand.
Yeah, the scaling and the quickness of the 2 players entering the side, it was Config and JKS was fantastic there. So Prophet, just with a bit of pace there. There wasn't a lot to that, but sometimes not necessary. So 3 guns held on to, drops possible here. Amanex got 6.2. Hunter can buy himself, so they can make this one work, but starting to get close now. That gimme feels like it hurts a little bit more, right? Because if Complexity had that to pull out on a gun round and didn't lose the round against the pistols, could have been one to break the economy.
Yeah, and I mean, still, the same trend continues. 8 rounds of play and 7 of them determined with a bomb down. G2 actually burning through their last timeout here. So Malek, last chance. He's actually opted to go and give the power of friendship to Nico there.
Everybody needs it. Take a quick look at the scores here for everybody playing at home as well. Leading the server is going to be Config on 22. On the other side of things, you've got 19 for Jax, having a great performance, 97 ADR. Nico with 18 and Hunter on 18. So those are 3 huge aim stars popping off here for G2 Esports. Gap smoke coming out from Rush. So they're heading back over towards A. JKS to continue to feign this B presence here. Smoke molly combo, all part of the plan. And it will just be Amanek and Jax over towards A, so just a two-pronged defense. As all 5 members down towards the fork room, working their way on up the ramp.
Amanek has support of Jax. Now Molly will force the fight, or at least force him wide. Drops the smoke to hold the line. Oh, good damage. Oh, good damage. It's Nico that's come in to support. They're actually going to be struggling to find the CTs in all that smoke and chaos, and the bullets just keep going. Good God, look how many trades. It's down to just 2 versus 1 with still 60 seconds of play. A full brawl on the ramp. And G2 come out on top, albeit
re-aggressing
by a Nat's wing. Blame should have it. Nice quick adjustment, leaves us in a 1v1.
He knows Nex is the B holder.
Is that bomb retrievable? It's wide open. If Nexa holds the line, he'll actually... Yeah, he has the bomb. It's his. Blame's even considering a flank, so Nexa is a completely unknown entity. I feel like Blame, the more he waits for this flank that's never coming, his chances dwindle.
There's no way he's going to clear Sandbag this late. Just the fact that Nexa has the balls to cross on over, and the fact he's here so early. Blame's going to pick up the bomb and walk into the site. He won't consider this position at all.
He looked like he is. Would he hard clear it? He can't afford to. He can't afford to. He could be anywhere.
No way, no way!
I can't believe it! His brain is swelling! Blame cracks the code and Nexa with such a ballsy play. Castrated.
What on earth? I cannot believe he cleared that. Did someone on his team call he spotted feet under the sandbags or something?
I don't know.
He took so many glances at that position.
I can't, like he's considered A as well, but he's just strafing out back to the entire site.
What's he spotted there? Just the conviction to go for a clear like that. Look what this has done to G2's money situation
hello,
now.
Swing round. Good to see you.
Oh, well, they've had a couple of issues here against the Pistols complexity. This would be another herder. They cannot go down to just some upgraded pistols once more. Blame up to the usual antics. Smoke, jump up to Scaff, clear on out, play over the smoke with a bit of the one-way. The Deagles have been hurt. They know what type of buy they're working with. The booster being cleared. Everything considered so far from this half.
Blame's got the game brain on today. All right. Just the first map of this series, and it is going a whole lot closer than it initially felt like. G2 tested now. Blame, oh, looking very sharp. Blame F, 2.5. Hunter, only the CZ, got nothing more to say about it, and this one will close the gap to just a single round.
Oof, didn't think we were going to get to this point here. Next is going to be good to find anything. Look how far forward Config is. Execution, Nexa goes down. Last man standing yet again, but the guns, well, they have to come out. G2 need to start contesting here. Both teams with weak CT sides. We've seen these default rounds time and time again, and maybe, just maybe, it could be a change for complexity in the water here. We saw that B pounce. That was nice. That's going to keep Nexa on his toes. Blame's been getting away with his antics more often than not over towards A. Looks like JKS is doing much of the same over towards B. Just this routine time and time again. Nexa forced forward. Config here as well. So more pressure towards B and shots through the smoke. Not far off from landing there for Config. Now they're working middle. So this is a change in tack. They tried this before. Nico got 2 and JKS traded. This is a strat they've already tried to run complexity. They're giving it a second crack.
They're doing so entirely silently. Next will have no information to relay. Nico's going to be the canary in the coal mine, but he's just holding that sandbags cross, so it could be go from all to nothing, a single flash. Looks like Hunter's going to be on the other side of things as well. It's Rush to have a look. Nice force. Hunter should respond. And oh, they both strike from either side. A crossfire dismantles the complexity mid-split.
And they're not going to clear Nexa here. He might get one for free onto Poison. Yeah, looking the wrong way. Poison goes down, and now it's just Blame. 1 on 5.
Checks the sandbags again, not this time.
Okay.
All right, G2, they will extend that gap again, running away. And you can see the kill distributions over, looking at our scoreboard here. 20 frags at the top end for the boys of G2, 23 to be specific from Hunter. And Config, we talked about, he was on 18, he was still managing to keep himself as the highest performer in the server. as they've clawed this back from the clutches of defeat. Jax nearly made a meal of that.
One of the problems we're looking at here for G2 is they're yet to string 2 consecutive rounds together here on their CT side. So if Complexity bounce back like they have done, and they get another spree of rounds, might see this one tied out. Remember that CT-sided economy, it can be very fragile. Blame doing a lot of talking here. Okay. Rush,
it's so
trying
good.
to make him feel confident.
It's so good to be back at LAN. I can't quite get over it yet. It doesn't quite feel real. I'm just like, is this just like a VOD we're casting over? Is this reality?
Oof, more confidence out of Config there. All right.
Getting your blood pumping because it's getting mine.
They might be going fast onto A here.
Let's go. Okay. Oh, and Amanek's looking for info. He could get caught out. He drops a very defensive Incendiary. And look at the damage it's done. They're ready for it. That perfect. Incendiary continues to nearly take down Poison. Licked down to 4. But Config takes the pick. Will they charge? Will they commit? It looks like they want to. Gap in that smoke. Amanek, as it fades, is found. A nice find. Jax is dead too. Complexity
both flanking.
Straight back.
They're both coming behind. There's no way into this one. They have to save.
Just like that. A pickup of the pace. Battered, bruised, singed, I should say. But not a single body dropped. Complexity going to make this 13. And as you discussed, the fact that no consecutive CT rounds have been placed by G2, they're going to be sent once again back into some economic strife.
Yeah, this is one of the situations where maybe Complexity might want to consider a chase in 1 or 2 of their members. But their money's not great either. Poison's just scavenged himself an AWP. He may have thrown that away because he's picked back up into the AK-47 here. So maybe just wanting to operate with these rifles throughout. But we're going to continue to stay close here. 1 round the difference. Poison's walking into the den here. He'll go down for sure. Has to get out of that bomb radius regardless. 4 will survive. And here we go again. Okay. Complexity bringing some fight here. This has been 2 great T-halves from both teams. Pace changes, different looks.
I haven't seen as much from Complexity towards that B side, but they haven't needed to.
Oh, they will get the buyout here, G2, so they've had enough with the loss bonus in play to make this one work. Util for everybody, lacking Molotovs on Jax.
Why does
we get that Z in?
Why does that make him sound like a completely different person? Who the hell is Jack?
Captain Jack Sparrow.
Someone told me I had Captain Jack Sparrow energy the other day. I don't know if it was a compliment or not.
I think it's a compliment.
Yeah,
he's a lovable character.
An alcoholic pirate.
Yeah, but he's a lot of fun, isn't he?
Sweet.
Look at all the nades they've siphoned through early here on the G2 side. Couple smokes, 1 Molotov, 1 flash, 2 HEs. Not a lot to work with in a minute 20 on the clock. Posturing towards A. Molly hasn't landed exactly where Complexity would have loved it to.
They're low on Util. Complexity, surely, the more this round transpires, the more advantage they may have if they can get that execute in place. That's if. Testing stairs. Nexa to be the first on the contact. He might react to the sound cues. It's all about... Oh, he just underhands the flash, and it's already a bit of a problem. Hunter, what is that from Hunter? Left and right, and good night, a third as well. The bomb secured. Complexity fall flat into the B site. I mean, fair play on the first, but finding 2 more, that's a Hunter special. Good play, angle management from Jax. He makes it look easy as G2 snatch away the 15th, and they do it so quickly. There's been so much resistance in these previous rounds. Now seeing G2 post it, we still haven't seen them find 2 consecutive rounds, but this could be the buck of the trend. So great first. It's this second and the audacity to peek out for a third. Crosshair was on him. Poison a bit late on the spray. And this is what I'm talking about. Angle management just constantly gets the info safely. Pre-fires on the return. G2, that's 2 opportunities to secure Complexity's map pick here in the start of their best of 3 series. Upper bracket. Dust 2 next, if I'm not mistaken.
Indeed. Mirage is the third, and JKS has just found one. Next has gone down towards B, just the spam on through. That is a big opening. JKS has been struggling in this map. That could be the opening they're looking for. Nade chips down Nico. The cousins are both on this B bomb site. But there hasn't been too much success with Complexity finishing B. They had the 1 round with the pop flash where they got in and they win the round against the save. Heading back over towards A, just a slow crawl. Another nade through the smoke, and that one will land. Amanek copped it as well.
What's Jax up to? He's actually going for a walk down. Just in the nick of time, he's tucked in. This is a powerful angle from Jax.
He might not clear this now.
He could do a lot, either a flank or a multi as they swing up. Looks like a change of plan from Complexity as well. So 4-4, time check, 60 seconds, and it does look like they're starting to recede. Jax is ahead of the util.
Oh, they're going to think there's no way they can pick from the gap. Jax can clear this in any moment now. Nico and Amanek are both over here towards A. There is a gap right now, but the fact that Complexity have to stay completely quiet, the rotation may end up back in time. They're even boosting towards this B site, and Rush is making noise.
Hunter's smart. Will he pre-aim that boost? He even is. Oh, it's a good angle. Just looks away as they cross. Hunter's unprepared for this.
Here comes the rotation.
Still strikes. You can't get two. Good damage, though, onto JKS. 20 seconds, no contest. They've pulled the CTs out of position. It's enabled the plant, and we've got ourselves a 3v3. This is for their honor. This is for their defense of their map pick. Util check, not much. An incendiary and a flash. It looks like Nico to set up the Amanek swing. Jax just about arriving in time. Here we go. No one's going to get caught by that. Jax the molly to force the fight from quad side. Already Blame. Short work of the first. And it looks like Complexity will take us all the way. The full 30 rounds to be played here on our first map.
Oof, take a deep breath. I cannot believe this. There has not been 2 consecutive CT-sided rounds in this half. Complexity are able to bounce back every single time they've lost one. And now look what that's done to the money over there for G2. You got Nico and Nexa. They're not working with a lot. Jax, Amanek, Hunter, they can all buy, sure. Money's not even great over there for Complexity. Sure, they had 3 players stay alive. They can drop, they can make it work.
Yeah, but this is going to be like the fact that there's so much weight on a round when no one's really got what they want.
Yeah, it's been very tight throughout.
A product of what we've just been discussing, yeah.
What's the play, though? Surely Complexity don't just try and go for something over towards B. They've had very limited success. I know they won it there, but that was through playing the Pendulum. JK's got a freebie onto Nexa.
And if I'm G2, in terms of your setup, you're just surely going to have to anticipate that B is not going to be a priority after so many failings on it for Complexity in terms of conversion, that's the word I was trying to say. Let's get into it. Galil sacrifice for Rush, but it doesn't look too bad for Complexity. CTs as well, 2 Deagles. As your standard util is dropped out. Looks like Blame's going to make an early headway towards that scaff position. The incendiary forces him forward. That's the update I'm not interested in. Virtus Pro 11-11. More and more from Big Clan.
4v5 now, and Blame's the one who's gone down. They're just heading towards A. They're continuing this. Nico's flash could be everything. They're going to pick on it.
Yeah, there's no smoke available. What does he do? Oh, okay, fine. Save bailed out by Jax. That was the last of their util. But they're about to strike. Multiple ports of call. Nice from JKS to respond. Amanek's down, and now Rush comes alive from short. It's Nico's Deagle to defend. Bomb's loose. There's plenty of time. That man advantage perhaps nullified by the double Deag. Now, a matter of time. JKS knows exactly where Nico is. Config working up short. Nico taking some pot shots. They might want to let them pick up that bomb. Play the numbers. Take contact at the same time. Battling for overtime. It's Config.
Spotted him.
But he's going to fall as well. Looks like G2 1 frag away. JKS quiet and silence. Does G2 take it? 16-14. What a performance. They snatch away Complexity's map pick. Vertigo goes the way of the Samurai. And Dust 2's up next.
Well, G2 and company. Hello? Is this thing on? G2 and company
I
push
hear
it
Trace.
over the
We got
line.
you,
Thank you,
Trace.
Yanko. Appreciate that. They push it over the line. G2 get it done. That's got to make them feel a little good, especially considering just how damn close this game was. The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021 is here. It's now. This is the group stage, and a good start for G2, albeit a little closer than they would have liked. I've got Yanko and I've got Maniac here to help me dissect it. Yanko, let's hear what you're thinking.
Well, it did become squeaky bum time for G2 fans, as I think they're used to by now. G2 does tend to make it interesting, even when they have a lead, even if they're in control. But that was a much more resilient complexity than what we've seen in the play-ins, really. And Vertigo, as it is, a lot of it is going to revolve around the ARAM, those early fights. And G2 is a team that, after trades, likes to stack. Sometimes they guessed right, sometimes they didn't, and just fortunately for them, managed to eke out a win at the very end.
Yeah, it was a really good start from G2, as Yanko is pointing out. I mean, we can probably jump into round number 4 because it has all these elements. The early A-side pressure from G2, and also Hunter finding a timing that, if you'd ask me, would make Complexity go absolutely nuts. Here you have Hunter with the MAC-10 in that secret position. BlameF is pushing down the ARAM, and they miss each other. BlameF has no way to know where Hunter is. He's going to find him at the very edge of that timing. BlameF was about to get some kills. He sees him right there, and then the information is way too late. There is no possibility for Complexity to realize. You see Hunter finds an easy kill. He's going to switch up to the M4 and add another one to the tally. The reason I bring that clip is that for G2, this is the perfect start, Tris. They have a MAC-10. They don't even need to figure out a solution in the round. Hunter just destroys Complexity, and this must have been so frustrating. You feel like your first gun round just been slipped right on your feet.
You look at the stats, and they're going to tell you a lot of the same. BlameF showing up for Complexity. Hunter, real torchbearer over there, Yanko.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he had a number of high-impact rounds. This is the first gun round. I know Maniac has one in store for you guys later on the CT side. Definitely saved G2 in a number of those rounds. And I think for G2, the obvious problem that the guys referenced in the cast as well was the economy, right? Not being able to string rounds together in the second half, starting with the force buy.
And you would agree with that?
I would absolutely agree. I mean, it was a battle of financial situations, obviously, and also a battle of resilience. I think that's what happens in these games when you cannot pull or string 2 rounds together, like it was the case for G2. You feel like you always have to fight so hard just to get that one round, and you're never in comfort. You never have all the utility you need. You never have all the belt of stuff, or the AWP for that matter. So for G2, it was a hard fight. I don't think they should have ended up in that situation, but a relief. A relief is what is going about the second map.
What about, we look at retake situations and scenarios in which, it might or might not have panned out, Maniac?
Yes, indeed. We are looking right here at Complexity taking over.
This one, no. This one is mine, man. This is my pet peeve.
He just gave it to me.
This is what players do. Like, look at this. The bomb is planted, and look at G2 players. We can stay in silence here for 20 seconds because absolutely nothing's going to happen. They're paranoid about some guy being pushed under heaven. I don't know why. Nico is on the flank. He's probably saying, I'm going to play late, guys. You do something first. No one's doing anything. You just wasted 25 seconds for nothing. And then, oh, well, we actually need to start going now. Otherwise, we're going to lose the round just based off of time. Nico dies through a great shot on Rush, and the round is over. I see players be too patient so many times that they just time themselves out of a round. I hate to see it. Maniac, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Yanko.
Well
back
done.
to me in the studio. I get it.
Since we're in the studio, let's just really touch on this Hunter thing and what he's bringing to the series overall.
We have to talk about Hunter once more and see how he absolutely saved G2 with a capital S. Saved G2. Look at this situation. It's Complexity trying to overtake the B side. You will see here, JKS finds Nexa. And if you stop right here, this should be over. Hunter is surrounded by opponents. It is 13-14 scoreline, and only an act of God Hunter could save you. We can roll here and see the magic. He's going to find a triple kill surrounded by opponents. Do you know how hard it is for him to do that? He knows he's got the whole fate of this map on his shoulders. If he doesn't find a triple kill here, that is it. Complexity on 14, G2 have no money.
And this was actually a cool bait setup, right? Hunter's not the B player, Nexa is. And I think you could see in the clip, after JKS kills Nexa, I think he pulls out a nade. He switches away from his rifle. That's when Hunter gets the first kill, and then he just switches over to JKS. That was the kill that saved the round, right? JKS needed to get that trade. Hunter was just a little bit faster than him, and I agree with Maniac 100%. If G2 loses that round, they probably end up losing the game.
And to a G2 pick we go of Dust 2. Can the series end here, Maniac?
Yes, it can. G2 extremely solid on Dust 2 right now. I think they've shaken the jitters of that almost comeback from Complexity. They've just beaten Na'Vi on it the last time they played it. Everything is set for G2.
Dust 2, the port of call in our opening matchup for these two teams within the group stages. We're going to keep a keen eye on it. Complexity versus G2. That's where you find yourself. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be right back after this break.
Back. Pressure going towards that short control, and again, Big happy to run the timer low. One smoke coming out from mid into the A site. A follow-up as well towards the spawn entrance, so there's a little bit of util being thrown out here. They're indicating they want to go to the A early, but VP are reading this. They're not going to bite the bullet.
Sanj is really out of position, though. He's wide out from pit. Got to get back to safety. Keto with the walkout.
How has he made his way this deep? He's got to catch Kicker. He gets his kill, opens things up. Deals with the first man of the CT side. 2 more out towards Long. Gonna get a kill desperately, and taps and just drops in, gets 2 frags. Buster and Yakinda, they will find 1 pick back between them, but it's Yakinda with it all to do. 1v4, he's found his first. Can he get any more? No, he can't. 16-13, Big take map 1.
And a convincing result coming through for Big. Virtus Pro gave him a decent fight, but
but our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Fighting as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die.
The Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. We're heading into map 2 of our second series of our third day. I'm Machine, I'll be doing the play-by-play. Chad Sponge Birch will bring you the color.
In between the lines, usually.
Yeah, if you can.
Make sure. I do my best. I try not to smudge it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
It's good to think outside the box sometimes, though. Those lines are just guidelines.
Okay. Well, in Counter-Strike, we got lots of those. Some of those might need to be broken right here, because Complexity going into Dust 2. Sure, it was a 16-14 scoreline, but they're on the back foot going into G2's pick. And this one's not going to be easy.
Starting things off, and already bullets have started to connect right through the mid doors. That's a Dust 2 exclusive, folks. 1xBet odds on your screen. You can see G2 given a head and shoulders lead in the odds after converting the Complexity map pick. Vertigo, so as you said, 16-14. Hunter already impressed us, as the desk has also discussed as well. We'll see if he can maintain that form into our second map of play.
Yesterday, Complexity as well against LDLC on this map. It was an interesting game. I think we'll leave it at that. It was a tough one for Complexity to get across the line. They had to deal with some antics.
I feel like I've seen exclusively Dust 2 T-side pistols, always long. Same smoke, flash to follow, and here they come. Poison, previously against LDLC, a real thorn in the T-side side. And they're up the ramp.
Yeah.
Missed shots, bit skew whiff there. And looks like they're actually just falling back through CT. They'll play it as a unit, regroup, and enable that bomb to go down.
4v5 retake. Hunter's behind them. Oh dear, oh dear.
Not the perfect weapon for the job, but what are they supposed to do about that? Ignore him?
Oh, Blame's going to wait for Hunter here, or is he?
Oh, he can't decide yet. Okay, so they're just going to accept that Hunter is away from the pack. They're all opting for ramp. It's like they know they're coming short. There's no fear about long, or at least not that much. Nico has a USP, and he's using it to great success. Paired up with Jax, can't quite find the head. The final does fall, and now just Blame.
Oof. That one there is going to be very frustrating. The fact that you've lost the A site, and then there's a guy peppering you from behind at B, and the bomb's already down.
Yeah.
The 40 seconds already started. You don't have a chance for nuance in that round. You just have to get a move on. Not a single kill for Complexity.
And it's also that info from Hunter. I know he hasn't got the kill, but he's just seen like at least 2 bodies running towards the Xbox side. You can pretty much hedge your bets that most of your contacts coming from short.
Similar pistol is what we saw Complexity do yesterday in their game as well, right? So if you're G2, not going to be the hardest thing in the world to be prepared for a round like that. And it looks like we have everybody's favorite technical timeout in play here. Look, I don't know if I don't know if skeptical is the right word. I just haven't been completely convinced that G2 are a trophy-lifting team just yet, right? Because throughout the online era, I think there's 3 names, at least in recent history, that have stood out. Gambit, for sure. Na'Vi, of course. And then Heroic had that stint.
Fair.
Since they've kind of dropped off a little bit, right? So maybe I'm giving them a bit more than they're worth. But for G2, they've been around that level as well. But for whatever reason, I'm not completely sold. And I don't know what it is. I don't know what's missing. And I think here, if they can have some convincing wins over Complexity, then they can start to change that dialogue. Because this team, right? This team, when you look at, obviously, Nico, he's a star-studded player. He's got Hunter who can produce well, maybe not just as much, but we've seen levels that he can hit that are similar to that of his cousin. There's a chance for this G2 team to actually be legit for the trophy. So, have to wait and see.
That was always the intention, right? Yeah. That's why this roster exists. But I do think you're kind of voicing what I would assume, and it feels like the majority of the community feels as well. Like there is an expectation that G2 should have the capacity to be pushing the top 3. Some people even putting them as that 3rd.
Yeah.
But without a trophy in the cabinet, not so satisfying for organization and fans alike. A big start would be taking down this international juggernaut. Bop. Amanek actually catching some flack there. That was Poison's scout.
They're heading out long, though. Not willing to contest the corner. Blame and Rush will fall on back and pushing mid-doors. Config, very audacious. He's been tagged on down to 33. And the long take simulator is in play once more. Hunter, the lurky boy, he'll be playing into upper tunnels, and that's where you saw him apply pressure on the pistol rounds. This looks like rinse and repeat right here from G2.
Yeah, like the pistol, but with AK-47s. Here they go. Scout tagged up. Poison on notice. Now the AKs can really threaten him as well. He takes another pot shot. Nothing connecting, and they're speeding up. They're not slowing down. They're straight up the ramp. Nico with a quick find. Poison converting what he started on that scout, but will be neutralized. It's falling apart. Nice flank from Hunter as well. You can see he's causing real issues. JK's just spamming as much jump as he can to get his legs away from that tap. That's the again, Hunter finishes things off neat and tidy. Good play from G2, keeping it simple as well. It's not like there's any lessons to be learned here from Complexity, just the same 4 long, 1 lurk B, 2 for 2.
That's wild, though. That's 2 rounds in a row that Hunter has prioritized that B lurk, and that's how they're willing to punish, right? Normally, you'll see somebody hang around lower dark, and they'll stop them from going through mid doors, and then they'll flank CT spawn late. He's allowing them to flank short, and then he's flanking CT spawn from B.
Yeah, perhaps they know the Complexity have a penchant for coming up and taking those elevator retakes. All of them flying across.
Not sure how many Amanek spotted there. He did have Jax with him, so maybe combined they were able to calculate just how many bodies crossed those doors. But back across they go, and now that's going to be more difficult to track. They are only contesting with a P250 and 2 Deagles, though.
Figs having a stroll. You saw with those Deagles, he's already drawn blood with his. Just like that, magic happens. It looks like the CTs want to start to congregate. Use their power in numbers. Don't forget, it's just USPs and those 2 $700 pistols. They do push out. Good find. Jax wants more. Manages his angles quite well. Rush has caught him, though, and suddenly things are starting to fall apart.
Next trap with the bomb in pit.
Knows there's one car side. He actually fires off a shot. Wants Hunter to be baited in a little bit. Dunk nade, go on, my son. Just a little too far off the mark. He finishes it all nonetheless. Okay. Complexity, this would be a huge opportunity. Completely flip those first 2 rounds on its head.
They don't know Amanek's still in pit right now, so Blame has to consider the fact they could have gone back towards this B site unless Rush is jiggling a little bit wider than I assume, but you can see how tight he's playing now. The jiggle on long, the swing.
He's walking it. This could cost him his life. Unless, I mean, Hunter is so low, looking to recover the rifle. Oh, great shot from Rush. 1-on-1 established, and Hunter does not really have the health for a straight head-to-head.
30 seconds left. Hunter has to go towards A.
Actually got the double smoke for the cross. That's so nice. There's nothing Blame can do. A pot shot through the smoke. Ooh, I smoked too soon. There was a gap. Not to be punished just yet. Yet to die. Single click of Blame's mouse can secure Complexity's first round hit.
Oh, he's too far away from this. The bomb will get planted. Hunter can re-establish his post-plant position.
He doesn't know. Blame starting to walk up Hunter. Might tuck into Gandalf there, and now a real opportunity. Blame's going to have lost him. As he rounds this corner, don't forget, no kit. Hunter can just play the time. Oh, he exposes himself. What a find from Blame F. That is immediately putting Complexity on the board.
Oh, I thought Hunter had done enough there. The fact he was able to evaporate the bomb halfway ticked because Blame didn't want to make any noise. As you mentioned, no kit in play. But that's an eco victory right there, and kicked off by Config's Deagle, re-aggressing towards long. Rush coming out late as well. That impact to get that 1 kill, and then the information on his death. Huge stuff right there. Complexity bite back early. That one was tense for a moment there, and it didn't feel like it needed to be that
Honestly,
way.
as soon as I saw Hunter round the Gandalf, I thought, there's no way for Blame. I mean, he's going to spend so much time. He's got to clear the site. Short's a thing. He's faking it. Yeah, but no. Wow, what a find. And just the timing not favoring on the cross, however. JKS limping his way to B now. And Hunter's being a nerd about this. Got the jump throw lineup for his very own smoke. Nico to walk out the doors off the flash. This is quick. This is a full mid to B. The incendiary won't stop him. The spray might. JKS is finished off. Kept 4-4. The flash is popping. It's only Config. He's lost his vision. Doesn't lose his head. Doesn't lose his core.
No way!
Defense from Config. Finally put on to his arse. Bomb to be planted, and it's Amanek on that AWP now. He's still holding the mid-cross. It's Rush that can ruin things. Are they waiting for Rush? This could rot some time off the clock. He's quick on the heels of Amanek. A smoke deployed, poison to find it. Only Hunter now up against the entire squad. 3 players. He's managed to get across the doors without any info. Peeks into the first, another spotted. Hunter isolated, finding 1. It's Blame to secure another round for Complexity, and that is going to break the backs of G2.
Well, that defuse can come on in, that AWP can be picked on up. And the round can be secured, but Config there, that impact, the fact he got a second, right? On our screen, it looked like he was completely blind, couldn't see a bloody thing. The fact he gets 1 and then the second, miraculous stuff. Really just stalled them out because JK is swinging from window, him being tagged already from that door cross, that's such a problem. It only takes a stray bullet coming through any part of his body, he goes on down. Luckily, he did enough damage to combine with Poison's utility coming through, and he can salvage a kill out of that. But really, the impact is on Config, and they are able to get through with double AWPs now. Buyback out from G2. They're trying to make this one work. The scout in lieu of the big green for Amanek. Hunter into an AK again, and Deagle's with utility. His Blame is taking a few liberties of his own here. Aggressive short.
Oh, that's quite a way to open up the Deagle round. Armored Deagles, but Nico has just put Blame on his bottom.
Double Ops kind of makes this okay. There's only one player isolated, that is JKS. Config can help, but would have to cross this massive void.
Might go for the wallbang. If Hinge Smoke comes out, oh, the flash is perfect. Pops, fires off the shot, reveals the AWP's location, and he actually just going to counter their util with one of his own. That's really smart from Config, and Rush does the same. They're ahead of it. What a spray. Rush doubles up. And G2 are on notice now. That's a problem. 3v4, they're swinging to the side. A hard shot. Poison hits it regardless, looking for the dunk. Top spin,
good.
Pokeball. Ooh, okay. Can't quite catch Jax. These double AWPs no longer feel like a problem. If anything, a perk. There is potential for a plant. Where is that bomb, though? Oh, it's loose outdoors. I need to go ahead and get a knife and fork and eat my words. Locked out by the smoke as well. Yeah, that's theirs. And feels like likely the round as well.
Yeah, JKS can just monitor the cross here, so the long players don't really need to keep their eyes on, even though Poison is. They have a bit of a crossfire set up. Nico awares of this.
Poison confirmed they're on the site. 2 misses, actually, whistling past. And the third not quite going to happen. Looks like they're going to wrap this one up neat and tiny. Just a scout for Amanek to try and inflict some damage and not having any of it. I like the crossfire from JKS and Config, just making good use of the weapons in their arsenal.
Yeah, they didn't need to push into the site there, and they're awares of that. You could see Config starting to creep up early, but then they realized the situation they were dealt with. A lot of teams, right, would consider, oh, the bomb's down long, we have to get doors, we have to lock that down. Well, no, you just need to cut off the avenues, and that's what they've been able to do. Poison maybe feeling a little bit hard done by it. Didn't hit that shot onto Jax when he was crossing in towards that site, but regardless, they put G2 down to just a pistol upgrade rounds here.
Worth highlighting that despite Amanek not picking up a single frag, he's still averaging about 60 damage a round. Been doing the damage, just unable to convert so far. On the Glock, I would expect a similar case. They're just going to have the little Glock train.
Looks like they might just go short here. So Poison's going to get a shooting gallery from this ramp, and Blame will be able to chip in from the spawn ramp itself. They've got mollies, HEs, all the good stuff. But a swing with the Deagle might crack open the site.
Wishful thinking, I think, at this point. It is Nico on LAN. And it's Poison's AWP that's spotted out. Oh, the first bullet out of the Deagle, and it's a Scorcher. They've even put Poison on notice with a dink. Just a Glock into his helmet, but it's enough for Nexa to finish the job. Chad?
They can get that bomb down.
Oh, and Hunter, he hears them. Will they check him? And,
oh,
there's 2 of them, and he takes them both. Hunter again pops off, and they're doing it. Just pistols. Bomb ticking, only Rush, they've locked it down, and G2 shatter the hopes and dreams of Complexity, starting to string together some consecutive rounds.
Oh, did not feel like it was going to be a likelihood by any means. That Molotov actually surged G2 forward, and I think that's what put Blame in a position where he was caught off guard. This double here was great. It's such a difficult angle to clear, and the perfect weapon for the job. The third one, the cousins combine, they pick up a huge round, and they put Complexity's money in the bin. That was honestly just the timing, right? Because Poison had lobbed out that molly, and then Blame, thinking it was secure, backpedals. Nico comes out and gets the 1D. That opens everything up because there's no support network anymore for Poison.
And Nico's so switched on, he sees a glimpse of that ramp AWP and does not, you know, get the blinders on, whatever they put on those racehorses.
That's the ones, the blinkers?
Blinders? They've got a name.
Yeah.
But either way, he doesn't put those on and instead swings out to catch that timing on Blame F. What a shot from him, and now Hunter finishing the job with style.
Looks like we will see Complexity investing here. Poison's been gifted an AWP. I think likely JKS was the one who dropped that. Deagle for Blame, MP9s for Config at Rush, and a little bit of utility, but no defuse kit for this one.
No tags on the cross this time either. 3 making their way across for the CTs. Jax is quite early out long. Look at the amount of ground he's covered. The long corner smoke enables him to get into pit unspotted, unscathed. It looks like Complexity respond by giving up long control and seizing middle and short.
Yeah, well, JKS will need to park here in Upper Dark. He can't go past this, or he will go down to Nico, who is in backyard, and I think he is actually pushing right now. There will be a fight.
Go. Knocked on his bottom. Nice find. JKS needed that, and now already they can kind of assume the rest of the force is coming from long. Look at the setup. That is a stacked site. It's not the dream weaponry, though. G2 probably still an advantage here. That can change in a blink of an eye or the pull of a trigger. It's Poison. Takes down another at the back lines. Good response. The T's fill the feed. 2. It's the MP9 of Config causing chaos, and the Flames is too much. Hunter can't even get around the corner. Complexity, quick response from them.
Great stuff. That duel with JKS is probably the round winner right there because it thrust them into going over towards long. It forced them into the stack. If he goes down, they get a free kill. That's one of the rifles gone. And then G2 might opt for a different round, right? They don't have to just go towards long. So winning that fight, a big one. But there's still some concerns, right? Because G2, you take a look at their money. They can buy again. It's not like it's going to be out of the woods here for Complexity just yet. Amanek into the AWP once more. And they're going for this 3-man B lean again, allowing Poison to work around middle, JKS and Config to lock down B, Rush and Blame locking down long in the meantime, and this looks like more like a default spread.
In smoke deployed, Poison unable to contribute or get eyes on Catwalk, and it seems like they want to suggest and imply that there's a heavy short presence, which should enable some space to be taken elsewhere. Hunter, full util drop. He's got the lurk smoke, mollies the back plat. That's keeping 2 CTs busy B.
Oh, it's on Rush again. 3 coming out long right now. He's about to feel a lot of pressure.
Got the double last time they knocked on his door. Let's see if he can do the same. Info, dink, nice Deeg. It seems everyone on G2's been warming up the dastardly Deeg.
Poison's stuck again. Blame can't even really help him from spawn.
Yeah, rocking a hard place because he's got 2 angles to contend with here. And 2 very scary Ts. Oh, on the grey screen, it's Nico just lingering on the precipice. Oh. Good find. Poison strings together at least a pot shot. Doesn't quite connect. It was onto Amanek and that bomb on his back, so spotted now for the CTs. Big find from Blame. Plays around it, but quickly caught. Amanek could response into the smoke. They know Poison's on the site. They know he's there, and he still hits the shot. Jackson next victim, not to be. The Deagle's still working wonders. Config's got a lot to do. And with 25 seconds, they do have to make haste on the cross. He can't necessarily deny it. It all depends on the bomb plant spot. Will he throw it across? In which case, I'm not sure Amanek will be able to contend with this. 10 seconds, boys. They just don't know where he is. They have to be able to plant safe from Gandalf. That is the determining factor, unless Config chooses to strike upon sound. Oh, Config could deny it. Looks like he can't now. Bomb down. Amanek, his first chance, and he strikes. Not ready for the return, but now Jax, just a Deagle. Using this smoke. Config looks the wrong way, and Jax pulls it across the line. What a find. Everyone on G2 pulling their weight.
This is back and forth again here. Both teams getting it done without full buys, right? These have been scrappy Deagles. They haven't had everything they need. And both teams being able to contribute. But now you have to look towards Complexity and question where their money's at. Are they going to be able to make it work again? Conflict, losing him in his own smoke. They're expecting him to be more passive, not expecting him to be close around that site.
Yeah, as he started, I mean, I couldn't believe he didn't go down as he pulled the smoke out. Did well to reposition, but yeah, just caught out between the left and the right.
Well, it's another force buy. Double scouts and double tag. Amanek put on notice, down to 18 HP.
I wonder if that pot shot reveals it's too short. Can't say with absolute certainty, but regardless, Config is trying to find an opening. Sticking around ahead of the incendiary, may be able to find Nico's head here. I think he's spotted out. Yeah, that's the end of that. Looks like G2 are pulling the plug on that long presence. They got Amanek posted up with his low HP scout long.
Well, they might hear the footsteps. JKS is close. They're going to push through mid doors here. Oh!
Nice find. JKS shows Nico he's not the only one with the Deeg and even scavenges away.
But they think it's going to be a long play again. Look at this. Everybody's just rotated over towards the A site. B's been given up, but it's all a ruse. G2 through 3 in the upper dark.
Beautiful counter-strike. Amanek selling it even more so with presence, flashes, smokes. That low HP player, all of that long control, setting him up to sell it. And now the wide open site. What a treat. As they hear those flashes.
They've realized.
Okay, now a question of retake.
JKS has 1 flash. That's their only way in. And they're actually pushing through mid doors here. They know that Amanek was long. If they can isolate him from the pack, sure, they can make it a 3-on-5 situation. But the clock is ticking.
Yeah, and Amanek actually thought better of going through mid. He's going to be pressuring that CT retake. Here comes Tons. Axe, ready for the first, anticipating more. And nice from Config. Here we go. He's one more of those scorching headshots if we want to have a conversation here, because the scout's surely not going to have anything to do.
Amanek's in CT spawn. JKS thought he was going to fall back. called the wrong bluff here, and this round is done. Complexity will have to walk away. Hopefully they can pick up something more. Poison will eventually take down that crafty little Amanek, but the round is G2's. They've secured it in a big way. Oh, just that long presence. And because we've seen G2 in this half go long quite consistently, right? The pistol round, the follow-up anti-eco, we've seen it a few times, so makes sense that Complexity going to bite down hard on it, but with that opening kill, maybe they outplayed themselves. The information was all a ruse.
Calling a good game is Nexa as well. I think Nexa, you know, he had a little bit of the hype taken away from his name after having a quiet period on the online era. But don't forget, I mean, he was praised as the newest and hottest prospect in terms of fragging in-game leaders as he was picked up alongside and crazy success at the end of 2019.
Yeah, that was a weird period, wasn't it?
It was.
Went to DreamHack, met their teammates for the first time under the G2 banner, the team that had been French forever going international.
Oh, do you remember that part? Was it G2 Party New York? Where Ocelot was like,
yeah,
I'm getting rid of the French.
Yeah.
It's happening.
He's changing it.
I'm changing everything. I'm changing everything.
Well, it's been a long journey since then, hasn't it?
Bloody hell, time does fly. I believe the sentence finishes when you're having fun.
We're getting back to the fun now,
Yeah.
I think.
Not for Complexity necessarily.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That force buy right there, and then they've saved. What they've saved is actually pretty good. So this is where they could have a bit of a chat. Not right now, because they're in a technical timeout, but they can have a bit of a chat of what they want to do. I think just operating with what they have right here makes sense. And then being able to invest in the next round when the loss bonus does come through the door. It will be 2,400 in the next round. And we are back underway here. So this is still dangerous for G2, right? They know that there was weapons picked up. They know that scouts were still in play. They haven't been able to establish a flush bankroll of their own just yet. So this half is still anybody's right now. See how long this brawl will continue. A couple of good long spawns here. Jax with Hunter able to make their way next, can set them up with flashes. Amanek trained down mid with the scout again, and Jake has tagged one more time. He's really feeling it today.
Yeah, I think if it happens again, his eyes will just roll fully to the back of his skull. Config catches some flack as well.
That's the AK tagged up immediately down to half HP. And now they have taken long. So going for the gamble stack Complexity, hoping they can pull off what they couldn't in the last. Config trying to confirm it here. Flash through, spots one, and that's all he does.
Doesn't want to be falling and hook, line, and sinker again on the bait. They're close. There's a chance here for the CTs. I love that. Jax sets Hunter up for success. Mantles up, elevates, picks, and oh dear, JKS is making that AK sing. Double kill from the Aussie, still sticking around. The Flames will make a decision for him as to his position. Nico, however, is working on a bit of a flank and immediately will strike. Nice work. Quick reaction from Nico as well as JKS started to fill the feed.
How many times has JKS been rotating through to A and died from behind? Like, at this point, it's going to be getting very, very frustrating, as well as those door tags. But they can fix that up. They can drop a smoke towards mid doors. They can do their best to try and avoid it.
It's funny how, you know, back when we didn't use HEs, like we just sucked at utility damage, everyone would be like, oh, you can actually save a smoke by using a HE. And now it's such a hot prospect.
No one
wants to use it for the doors cross. They'd rather burn a smoke on the CT side. Game time, round 11. Poison's got a good line of sight towards Cat. Doesn't look like it's going to be exploited just yet. Very early hinge smoke. And even a lurk smoke dropped B tons at the same time. So a lot of information denied and a lot of calls for the Complexity side.
A is very weak right now. Now, obviously, Long is locked down by Rush and that Blame F crossfire. Config is not in position. JKS is being mollied out, but in the meantime, the focus should be towards short. They're just walking up. They could even just dry swing like they did on that Deagle round, or they can go for a full set piece. And the fact that the AWP is on the other side, this is big problems right now for Complexity.
Yeah, Config's going to have a lot to do, a lot on his plate. Keeps his gun on. Rush is setting up Config for success. Jax turns it with ease and immediately silences Nexa before any more damage can be done. A 4-on-4. Rush biding his time. The rest of his team so far away from the site, like he's a bit of an unknown entity, and that doesn't enable the frag. He had the element of surprise. Short-lived.
Four-letter word right now, it should be the save. The half was close. The back and forth nature made sense, but now they need to start calling this off. And JKS might not get away with his life. A couple of shots, they don't land. Hunter will punish, and this is getting ugly now for Complexity.
Oh, absolutely it is. They know where the AWP is as well. I don't think there's too much of an opportunity. Saying that, we cut to Hunter. You saw he was on his way. Timing's going to be everything on this one. A battle of wits between Poison and Hunter. Opts for spawn. I don't think Hunter's going to press the issue. Okay.
Is this what it sounds like to be on TeamSpeak with me? With the keyboards?
You've got better.
Okay, sorry everybody. I love hearing the players talking. I don't love the keyboard. I think it's like if we could tell them to just stop pressing the buttons, that'd be great.
It's 2021. I'm sure there's some crazy like technology where we can actively cancel out repeated noises, like active noise cancellation on the audio.
Okay.
You know, like that NVIDIA thingy-majiggy?
Yeah, doesn't that like use the graphics card?
Oh yeah, I don't know. I'm not a tech wizard.
Yeah, true.
I'm just saying I'm sure there's some magical spells we could cast.
Yeah, all right. Well, hopefully Complexity can cast a magical spell right here because they are starting to get themselves in a bit of a hole. G2 up to 7 rounds, one more and they win the half, and that one more is looking very likely. We have the saved M4, we have the saved AWP, but money isn't really there. Blame and Poison could drop Famises, that's great. Somebody on Complexity will be operating with very little in that case, or take a save here, get that loss bonus coming through the back pocket, which will be 3,400 in the next round, and get a full buy going, but then you've definitely lost the half. It looks like they're going to go for that option. A couple of Deagle upgrades, P250, very, very light smattering of utility and Kevlar, and no defuse kit. And Nico, he's just going to run straight down mid.
Yeah, there's aggressive short defense, though. There's going to be bodies here for him. I think he suspects. He was looking to line up a smoke and change his mind very quickly. Yeah, he's aware the CTs want to try something.
It's very defensive utility. Well, this is the smoke towards the doors, so they might get into B for ease.
Oh, Poison, just before the smoke blooms, isn't able to find one. He'll have to quickly react if he wants to beat the incendiary. Peeks through the flames. Can't contest, and the site is G2's. What's next? That's the question. Team Molly to stop that window challenge. I love that. That's only a product of the swapped over doors.
Well, they do have a flash again. JKS can set up 3 players to push on through here with this single flash. That's the only avenue of assault they have on in.
Next has got a flash as well. Should they time it to perfection? Re-smoking the doors. That's the flash. Perhaps a fight coming in from the T window. And Poison was waiting for it.
Here they go.
That's their way in. 4v2. There should be no way for Nexa and Amanek to hold the door. Sliding through, just the one contribution. Amanek as well with another starting to hit shots. Only Poison a head-to-head. Baits the barrel. Amanek closes it down, shuts them down. And a huge 2 versus 4 from the G2 boys.
Getting tight. 5 on the trot. What a round that was right there.
I want to see this one again. I felt like that was Complexity's all day of the week. As soon as Poison hits this, I think they got the numbers. But this is Amanek. Partners up nicely with Nexa.
This one's great.
Bang. And the rest, I mean, as soon as he sees that barrel close, he knows he just has to hold his nerve, and what a play. Amanek comes alive for G2.
We're going for the same strat again. Nico's back here one more time. Same defensive utility, same smoke lined up, and JKS is over towards window here. He needs the help of Config, and he needs it now.
There's no AWP this time to back you up, JKS. What have you got? He's still faffing around with his nades. I'm not convinced. They're swinging. So is he, looking for something. Hunter puts a bullet between the eyes, and there's more to come. Config deterred. And they can just get the bomb down. I don't like this. Complexity have got a conversation to be have.
Yet again. Yep. And how do you get back into these rounds now? It's going to be 9-4. They're just being beat at the start of the round. Like, it was competitive for that stretch, and now it's really starting to get away from them here. This will be 6 in a row now, I believe. And G2 running the same strategy twice in a row, especially considering how dicey it got. There's no way you're considering that.
So the one like check mark, like the checklist or the flow chart for them to pull that strat off is just Nico gets cat uncontested.
Yeah.
That's it.
Having Amanek oversee business with the AWP down, and they don't want to pick against that because he's been tagging him through the doors, even with the scouts. So they don't want to fight that. He pushes on down. Also, remember this, earlier in the piece, there was so much long play coming out from G2. Rush was even exploited late round by 3-man walkouts, which means they're going to have to hedge more resources, and that's what we've been seeing. So now they're punishing the fact that the rotations are going to be very, very far away.
It's a pretty badass T side so far.
This is great, right? This is really good from G2. This is the type of calling you want to see. And the same thing happened on their T side of Vertigo. It was good. It was the CT side is where they had their struggles, right? They were able to condition that B bomb site early. You remember the pistol round on their T side of Vertigo. They mollied JKS out of position. They were beating all of those heavy leans from Complexity.
And they were also pulling the CTs into wrong rotates. So we're seeing it again. Nexus definitely winning this Counter-Strike match of chess up against Blame. And now, trying to sell it again, JKS is definitely going to be a little shy now on this B side. He's been having his fair share of troubles with Hunter and his lurks.
Well, Hunter making it look like the same round, but with the smoke coming from B there, so...
Oh, that's kind of nerdy, yeah. Pulls out util, Config wants info mid, finds nothing. Rush is going to be under a lot of scrutiny here, and that flash, if Amanek had dropped it through the doors, would have been bang on.
They're pulling Complexity all over the map here.
Rush is the only factor that could stop this from falling in G2's favor. He'll have to turn the flash. He's already turned. Now it's a chance. Oh, Jax very quick on the draw. Good timing, good
now
pacing.
It's on Poison.
Tucked in on Car. Short pressure. What a shot from Nico. And his cousin burns. He still stands. JKS left alone. G2. Another very, very cut and dry T-side round.
The fact that they get away with that entry out, long doors onto Rush, that immediately is going to make things start to fall. If you're Poison, the AWP player over towards A, you want to be set up mid-long. That's your dream. You want your long anchor to stay alive so you can pick players off as they come up short. Just the pressure from G2 all across the map. If you only watch the radar there, you can see Hunter, one man, keeping 2 players at B busy. Then they had to flash back only to clear out mid. There was 2 players from Complexity, Blame and Poison have to worry about short and mid as well while all of this is happening. And then Rush is isolated on an island.
I honestly think if anyone is looking to do a content piece, take this first half and say, I'm going to explain conditioning. I'm going to explain conditioning on this side, and JKS will go down as well. They find him. He gets nothing into the next.
Oh no. That's a nightmare right there. JKS maybe could have dropped something across if he stayed alive in that environment, but at this point, you know what we saw yesterday from LDLC, how it was outside of the box? That's probably what you need to do with your Complexity now, right? Because you need to throw something weird, because as you're saying, the conditioning right now is what is forcing Complexity into these weird situations, because they're trying to play it by the book, but they're being pushed around.
You've just lost 2 rounds to horribly, perfectly executed B takes. So of course, when the flashes and the lurk smoke is there, suddenly Rush is staring at a wall on his own.
Yeah, this has been very, very rough right here for Complexity, and you can see the mood in the camp does not look good whatsoever. Those woes from the play-ins, even though they did scrape on through, appear to be continuing. And the winner of this one, oh, dearie me.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me.
Yeah.
A lot more punishment coming their way. 3 Dak-Daks out to play. The spam through the doors. Let's see how much damage they get done here. Smoke's in play, and oh no, Config's gone. Blame and JKS attempt to cross. Blame down to 27, and Hunter, I think he was thinking about just running in towards that B site.
Considered it when he saw that frag in the feed, for sure. Is it only JKS? Okay.
He's got Blame with him. Poison and Rush are both towards long, so it's something different, but look at the massive gap on that radar. Mid, completely open. Short, completely open. They have secured the long doors, and Poison overseeing business. Alex, he's going to keep pushing. He's going to keep pushing. He's been spotted. They know the orb's long.
Baiting him in, though. I like that. Might set Rush up for success if they fancy their chances. That's enough. He thinks better of that. They mollied him off. Next up, confirms that long presence is no longer such an issue. Bomb's on its way back to B. A reminder of, well, the loser of this one will be thrust into the lower bracket and be playing the loser of VP Big Clan, currently live over on that B stream. Be sure to check it out if you live in that dual monitor lifestyle. Oh, what's up to Blame? Hang on, with 20 HP as well. Yeah, booked.
Now it's on JKS, solo on the B site.
Not his favorite, but a familiar territory for poor old JKS. They turn the flashes, they know where he is, and here we go. Double flash, jumping into the arms of JKS, still gets the frag. And this reeks of 11-4 scoreline. G2 on their map and showing us why.
It looked like a competitive matchup. You go back and you look at those first 10 rounds, it looked very, very competitive, but Complexity have been broken here.
Sound cue. Jackson finish it right here and now, and with style points and pizzazz, he shuts down Rush. 11 rounds for G2. They're 5 rounds away from continuing in that upper bracket. And we're going to take a quick break, put our thinking caps on, and see if there's any way for Complexity to dig themselves out of this hole.
prepare for Cologne like any other event, just playing a lot basically. And for a specific opponent, it's kind of hard. For our first opponent is Vici, and there's not much information on them honestly because the last official was like 2 or 3 months ago, which is quite some time for any team. So we're kind of going to play our own game versus them honestly, and look at what we can. But in general, we just want to make sure that we're at our best individually, all of us.
Hey Future Pros! For this episode, I'll show you a neat little smoke that would help you when retaking B. This smoke will completely block off the B tunnels. To do the smoke, run into this corner next to the truck. Aim as shown, then jump throw the smoke. If done correctly, the entrance to B tunnels will be completely obscured. Make sure you don't have a teammate planning on going through tunnels, as he is going to be one angry retaker if that is the case.
Super close to the right. They're coming for. Side. More on side, one door. Indoor and side. He's pushing you to the left with top. Nice!
Oh, I don't know if that doesn't get the blood pumping for you. I don't know what will. Just seeing Nico just looking so ferocious in celebration. Amanek did come up clutch, and G2 are 5 rounds away from continuing in the upper bracket here of IEM at Cologne 2021. They'll be meeting the winner of Virtus Pro and Big Clan. I don't even actually have an update on that B stream. I think I'll double check it right now. It's in front of my face. Looks like the score currently stands at 6-5 on map 2. It was nearly a full 30 rounds of play. 29 rounds of play on the first map. Big 1-0 up in that. So front runners to be meeting the winner of this. Let's get into it. I've got Chad Sponge Birchall with me.
Oof, those odds right there for 1xBet. Not thinking Complexity has too much of a chance whatsoever. Looks like a quick mid to B smoke, and maybe the follow-throughs here as well. Flash on in, Complexity. They're going to lead their way out mid with Config.
Okay, Hunter and Jax, 2 of the sharpest tools in the G2 shed. And when it comes to pistols, it's all about the aim. Oof, well, his brain splattered across B. Jax soon to follow, and now Complexity looking locked to secure the opening pistol.
Okay, well, they just have to deal with 3 more players, and it's curious if, even with the kit, G2 want to have a look in. Now, once upon a time on a pissed around to say that, it would be blasphemy. These days, holding on to this Kevlar might be a godsend going into round number 2.
USP check.
You like that one?
I didn't even know it existed. I'm clearly not looking at all the cases.
The Nexa USP. Can we have a look at that, Jakey?
Jakey boy? Oi, oi, oi. You have my attention. That'll match my Empress on the T side. I'll get to do a bit of both.
I don't know where that one's come from.
I don't know. It's beautiful, though. And he's gone for the full
red
matching
theme.
set.
Well,
Nexa, a man of style.
Who would have thought? Nobody has to go down here. But they will.
Ow.
Amanek decapitated. Nexa, he's a bit close to danger right here. He will survive. So that's all right, because Amanek had the kit. It's going to be the Kevlar held on for Nexa and Nico. Now, there's 2 choices. They can either upgrade that for cheap into head armor, or they can keep that and invest, maybe in a couple more nades, a couple more bits and bobs like that. But as you can see, it will be the Force by Scout for Jax. MP9 for Nexa. MP9 head armor, that's not a bad second round bye whatsoever. And Complexity, looks like they're taking a timeout here. You can see at the top of your screen, it's in orange on the clock. Great way to indicate that. Ticks on down.
Just on that topic as well, like, don't hesitate to keep reaching out with your feedback on this HUD. I've never seen Vlad just be, like, this guy is working overtime. He's absolutely one of the hardest workers working on this heads-up display. That's what it stands for.
Yeah.
Okay, I had to use my brain there.
We got Mikey here as well in this back room. He's coding away as well.
Oh, yeah.
He's.
I mean, sometimes, Chad, we say, like, oh, it'd be cool to see ADR on that thing, and you just disappear for a second. And
let me find out. All right.
Suddenly, by the powers of technology, something changes. But yeah, loving this. 11-5, the scoreline. Complexity did need to start with the pistol. I hate to be breaking that cliche out so early, but it was a mandatory one, and now we're ready to get the action underway. We've got a nice smattering of rifles.
This one feels mandatory as well. And Jax is the only one patrolling mid and B. It's going to be 4 players over towards A, and they're actually quick to rotate back around here, G2. Just to note, that was Complexity's last timeout. If they are to mount this comeback, it'll be done without the help of Keto, the coach, on the mic. Now, very transitional here at G2. You can see they were ready for a long play. That wasn't the case. They're pivoting back and they're regrouping now towards short. Smoke towards mid doors. That's going to slow down any aggression from BlameF. And it might even force them into this short position where currently Nexa and Nico do lie. Complexity have no idea what's on the other side of those long doors. You can see a very passive stance from Rush, and uh-oh, Poison's being tagged on down early. This is going to get a little bit messy, I think.
I mean, if Nico's Deagle and his one-shot accuracy,
no.
Just like that, the full HP of config is ripped out of the server.
He's done that twice now on 2 of these Deagle forced by rounds.
He's living that LAN lifestyle, bro. First bullet straight out into their head. Very comfortable. That pistol is one to be feared in the hands of Nico.
There's 40 seconds left. There's no way they're going back long, and now they've just flashed and cleared short. So they have a very good idea that it is either going to be a B hit or a long take, and we know it's going to be B.
Oh, gets the info safely. They can't close the gap because of the incendiary. Scout to soften him up. This could be great. Jax is forced in, but he can totally hit that shot to soften him up. Blame spotted outdoors. Here's the commit. Oh, and he's hit him straight into Poison's heart. Another chance goes awry. B site's open for business.
Oh, and Blame's dealt with that rotation there as well. Next to falls, it is just Nico, the man who kicked this one off in a 1-on-3 situation. The damage looked good early, but the fact that JKS and Rush are able to entry into that site, they are the 2 necessary kills. Blame had already taken away all the pressure. And now he's even starting to look for Nico all the way in towards the backyard area of B. T-spawn, maybe is probably a better way to label that one. As Nico does find himself a Galil, that'd be fantastic to carry on through. It should be just the Deagle he can drop in the Galil if he gets to carry it through. And he's actually looking for more damage here. A kill onto BlameF would be great.
Could be the AK as well, dude.
He's not even looking.
What are you looking at? Clearing his corners. Nico gets the AK-47. Will he get away? He could do more economical damage. Hello, goodbye. I'll take that. Complexity. The mood soured a little towards the end.
Very much so. The fact that Nico now has an AK, JKS does not want to re-pick that, and for good reason. You know, you need to carry something through the next round. Very, very costly. And we won't see G2 necessarily go for the buy, but they have the Deagle, which he's dropped across to Jax. So this round, Nico with an AK and Kevlar and nades and a kit. This is a Nico full buy, and this is Nico we're talking about. So let's keep our eyes on this one.
Yeah, he's had dreams about opportunities like these. Nico, go kill is the communication.
All right, couple of USPs around these upgrades.
Chance already. Oh, yeah, could have been a chance. I think the timing's a bit off now. Blame's already tucked in close on tons. I think he's pre-aiming it. But no, no info for them. Dead silent. Falls across dust too. And they're starting to stroll catwalk. Blame catches that doors player. Amanek tucked in tight, but it's Nico that could be exposed here. Oh, very quick reactions from the Kovac. And now Poison, he's vulnerable. There's so many players though, they're all gonna come into action. A nice reaction. Oh, Nico popping off the only weapon in play. And now he's on for an ace clutch. So many bodies, so many different angles, and he gets them all. Bombs underneath him. JKS has to come to him.
And he's aware. Nico's looking the right way.
Oh, Nico. Oh, Nico, you are unreal. Nobody does it like him.
Oh, my God. Absolutely
Oh, can I see that again, please?
Absolutely sublime.
I just can't quite believe. There were so many different targets, all shooting at him and his teammates. I'm just going to be silent. We're going to watch beauty in motion. Oh, the transfer. Oh, I said I'd shut up. It's too good.
That third
This
kill
one,
again.
even this one, dude, he's got 10 HP.
No, I think he must have heard JKS running there. He's so committed to that. That was a full gun round for one man on that team. And the ramifications that are being seen on your screen right here with the complexity buy are also because of Nico. The round before, where he saved that AK, he took down so many members. He put them in this situation with their economy.
Back to back, he's just basically flipped the script.
Yeah, he's taken the round away, and he's done the economic damage, which has put them in this situation. Deagle's and a scout. Complexity are bloody on toast here. What are they going to do? Their mental has to be absolutely dismal right now. And they've even given a breather. G2 have gone, yeah, cool. We know you're on a weak buy. We're just going to play a default setup. We're just going to sit on back and wait.
You see the double smoke, they'll assume it's a full commit mid-B. And that is the double smoke. Immediately, Hunter reacts with a smoke of his own. A flash for the fight. Hunter takes a wide swing. JKS spanked, and Hunter's not quite done, following suit of his cousin. And this one looks all too easy. Jax collects a double of his own. It's only poison. Nothing to talk about there. G2, 3 rounds away from advancing in the upper bracket.
Ooh, pack the bags. I think this one is done right here. I have no idea how Complexity are going to get back into this, because now it is an eco. That was a force buy. That was their attempt to try and keep this economy honest. Just the way that they've been able to get through these rounds, they've been limping. They're not limping anymore. They're on a bloody stretcher. This one has to be done and dusted. G2, 14 is almost guaranteed. They can smell it right now.
I'm calling it. By the end of this event, I'm going to start crying while I'm casting. I don't know why. Just I can feel it already.
Getting emotional with the land?
I'm just seeing like the faces of these human beings that are clearly like, you know, thriving in something they've dedicated their life to. I'm getting a bit soppy. Oh, Nico, good finds. There we go. I just said Nico. Still thinking about him. Still thinking about him.
Nico.
Okay.
Hunter.
Can you finish this one off for me? I'm going to take
this
5.
This one's an easy one. I'll take this one. Hunter's got 20 kills to his name as well, and he's going to continue the pain. The MP9 pushing on and up, just ripping off these heads. We mentioned it was just the Glocks, and here it is. The last man, Flame F. Oh. Gets a dink onto Nico, but that's it. The round's done. 14-6. The buy's going to come back on through. Config into a Galil. You never love to see that. You want to see the beast, the animal that is Config in an AK-47 territory. There's no AWP for poison, which means they can't even contest down mid doors with the AWP. He can't just get that territory with his presence alone. Utility a little bit light on as well. We're talking 1 Molotov for this T side. They've all got smokes. They've all got a couple of flashes. But this is limp at best.
Complexity need a round just like that from G2 side for them to find the mental recovery. I just think they need to prove to themselves that they've still got some fight in them.
Oh, add Nico to that list. What are we up to? 8 aces now?
Yeah, good point.
And that one was mental. That was a saved AK against a full gun round.
With USP.
Keep the list of these aces up. They're not eco bashers, guys. Today has been nuts.
They've been bottling them up. They had 500 days without getting to have those LAN aces.
Oh, look at that grenade.
It's not over yet, Chadney. A chance for them to strike again.
Everyone's here.
Oh my God, they're all there.
They're all here.
Holding the angle. Great find from Rush. It's poison as well in the feed now. We've got a numbers advantage. Not for long. Hunter. The AWPer. That flash to set up a closed gap. A great Molotov at least to force JKS away from the default box. No real threat though. And I'm starting to question as to how they find their way back in. A single incendiary for Jax. Config lurking on the smoke. That won't be there forever. Hunter should have an advantage on the
fade now.
It should be Hunters every day of the week. That's if Nico doesn't get there first. He's just farming stats at this point. JKS, his next victim. Closing the gap. The Australian steps into the crosshairs and meets his demise. Took one with him. Bomb planted for Blame. He can deny. They need to defuse safely. Nico eyes on the floor. Jax to defend, and they've only gone and done it. Just in the nick of time. G2 snatch another away, and Complexity 1 round away from the lower bracket.
Oh, dearie me. Look, the plant is great. If we're looking at any constellations here for Complexity, it's going to give them enough to just be in the realms of a competitive buy. But again, the utility isn't going to be there. It's going to be light on. It's going to be weak. You can see that being reflected now. Galil, Scout, there's an AK purchase. JKS waiting for the call of the strat here. Will get himself an AK and Config back into another Galil. This one's done. This one is absolutely done. G2, this is the showing you want to see on their map pick.
So many flashes burned early. And now, speaking of, there isn't a single one left.
They have to operate with 2 smokes, 3 Molotovs and a HE. They have long control. That's it. Look at everything G2 have left.
It's going to be cross smokes.
That's it. That's all they can do.
Cross smokes walk up, bread and butter for a Dust 2, and only Nexa actually in a position to try and contest.
Oh, double mollies to slow this.
Not bad, and a smoke on the side. Nexa can play around that. Not bad at all. Nico again fills the feed, 24 frags and counting. It looks like G2 are done. They're done with Complexity, condemning them to the lower bracket against the loser of Virtus Pro and Big Clan. Config's the last one, and that is one way to finish. G2 sail through Dust 2. A battle on Vertigo, sure, but that's big for the Cousins. You can see what it means to them as well. You've been waiting for this opportunity, waiting to return to the realms of LAN, and you've made quite the statement against the Juggernaut here. Upper bracket for G2.
The clear goal for this tournament for us is to win it, definitely. I think we have the chances to do it, absolutely, and I would really love to square off against Navi or Gambit, semifinals, grand finals, if we make it that far. Definitely is something that I think me personally and even the whole team wants to do.
Well, a good game is in order because that is the end of that best of 3. It's Complexity that can make it through the play-ins. They did not make it through G2, though. You're looking at a dominant performance here from Nico on Dust 2, and G2 will stay alive in the upper bracket for Complexity. They're going down to the lower side, and is this what the doctor ordered? That's what I'm kind of asking Maniac and YNK.
Yes, it is. 100%. For G2, that is exactly what you needed to kickstart your IEM adventure, right? You needed a first map just to get the blood flow going, you know, shout a little bit, stress a little bit, get the adrenaline pumping, and then just to whitewash on Dust 2. Your map pick, you have your hard carries, you have your Nico, your Hunter being present, you have Jax as that very good second line of opening kills. They had everything they needed, and if you ever wonder what is flow state, then just download Nico's demo and have a good time.
Yeah, go on, Yanko. Show us your elation and happiness.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a great game for G2, especially for Nico and Hunter, right? I mean, that eco ace we saw from Nico just tells you, right, that what he's capable of. And, you know, he just hits you as well. He's been on the team for almost, 8 months, 9 months now. And sure, they've had boot camps and played tournaments from boot camps, but this is actually the first time Nico and Hunter are, you know, next to each other playing on LAN, right? A LAN tournament, and you could just see in those shots when the game ended, just, you know, a good old Balkan kiss on the cheek, like, yeah, we're here. You know, it's finally happening what we wanted to do for such a long time, and I think it's just a feel-good moment for both of them and for Ocelot and his wallet.
And that's what I wanted to see, Tris. That's what I wanted to see. When we had that Nico move, maybe Balkan Kiss, why not?
Okay, yeah, that too.
But when we had that move from, you know, Nico joining his cousin in G2, I was hoping that there would be some sort of emulation between the two, like a positive competition. They hype each other up, they motivate each other up to perform quite well. And based on these shots, that's what's happening. There's a good vibe going on.
Yeah.
They hype each other up. I love to see that. BlameF had a good first map. We see here going up against Hunter. Unfortunately, he disappeared on the second one. He was nowhere to be seen as the hard carry, hard fragger he can be.
And for Complexity, let's kind of think here for a second, maybe brainstorm some of the woes and what they're caused by. Yanko, I want to look at you for sort of a pinpoint at this point.
Yeah, I think there's something, you know, rotten in Complexity in a sense. So, right, you could even hear it from Blame in the interview. Yesterday, he sounded very dissatisfied with, you know, that people were taking matters into their own hands a bit too quickly instead of sticking to what they did in practice and probably some of the protocols that they have. And also, it just doesn't seem like the vibe just doesn't seem to be there for Complexity right now. Maybe it's something that's just caused by some of the underperformances that they've had. Maybe there's some deeper problems at stake, but this is definitely not the level that Complexity's got us used to, you know, throughout this online era.
You know, Yanko is talking about how individuals might just go out of their way to try and win rounds, which is a mistake. That boils down mainly to a lack of confidence in what the team is supposed to do, the round, how it's constructed, and how you're about to win it. If you doubt it, then you start making individual moves. I'm not exactly sure we're going to win it. I'm just going to pick this. I can make the difference now. But as an IGL for BlameF, it is infuriating because in your mind, you've built that structure. You think you know how you're going to go to that point where you win the round, and then you have a teammate that's just, he's losing it, right? He's losing it, he's peaking, he's dying, and it's just an avalanche then. It's an avalanche that's really hard to control.
Yanko, real quick, just what would you think Nico is going to say in this interview we're going to hear?
Welcome to LAN.
Fantastic T side of Vertigo, but it seemed like there was some delays in decision making on the CT side. What exactly was happening there?
Yeah, I think I don't even remember what happened, to be honest. At the start of the half, I think we lost pistol, if I'm not mistaken. No, actually we won pistol, but we lost the force by... Honestly, I have no idea. I just know that we had very difficult time throughout the whole half with the money situation. We have lost some key rounds, and that's why the game went so far. I think if we would have won this clutch against BlameF, where Nexa was hiding sandbags, I think we would have closed the game much earlier. I mean, they are a very good team on Vertigo. We lost last time against them, so we knew it was going to be very tough, but... I'm just happy that we stayed. I'm just happy that we remained very calm and collected towards the end, and we just closed it out, even though it was not pretty in the last round. But we still managed to do it, and that's the most important.
Let's talk about the round on Dust 2 that led to your ace. You had a saved AK. Everyone else is on pistols. What was the game plan going into that round?
Well, the second round we tried to fight long to take it, but they didn't come, so we just started immediately to fight for center map for mid, and we just started many on short, and I just think I took a great timing to peek short, and all my teammates did was just bait for me. Obviously, I hit all the shots possible, and yeah, just we didn't have much chances to win the round. We just, I think they kind of made a mistake to kind of search us instead of just going for some info play or like going somewhere together. So I think they made a big mistake, and they gave us the chance, and we just took it.
And do rounds like that and moments like that make you appreciate AMONEK taking on the primary AWP role even more?
Yeah, of course. Like it's been great ever since he took the op. We have improved so much ever since he took the role. So it's great, and I really hope that we are gonna go even further than. I hope we're gonna go even further on this event than what we did online, because I think we really can.
Well, it's not a practice session anymore. Thank you so much, Nico.
Thank you.
What do you think about that, Maniac? What do you take away from what he was saying right there?
Well, very down to earth, good analysis as well. I like how Nico is able to have this insane round where he aces everything, right? And then he can just decrypt it, you know, step by step. This is what happened. They made a mistake. This is why I did it. Because from the outside, I just have this sensation that he's in a flow state where it's almost, there is no thought process. It's more of so intuition, right? It's intuitive the way he plays the round. But actually, he's able to face the camera, say, listen, this is what happened. That was step one, step two, and this is how we won. So great to hear from Nico. Quite calm. He said they were collected. I think that's going to be very important for G2 because other teams are going to test them more than Complexity did. These are good first signs.
So let's do this. And I'm looking at you, Yanko, because obviously with this win, we move forward with the brackets. Things start to shift and change. It does look like Big is probably going to 2-0 Virtus Pro. Let's just throw that out there. And if I look at the brackets, that does set us up for a big G2 game. And then Complexity going down to play Virtus Pro. So, Yanko, out of the two of those, which one do you want to look at?
I think the G2 big one is rather interesting because on paper G2 is a favorite, but they already lost to Big in the Blast finals in the opening game, right? So it's a bit of a revenge game for them. And also this one is on LAN. Big is one of the teams out there, I mean, that have been regarded the most online. And so far in this tournament, they've been mostly carried by the performances of Tabson, a guy that has been, you know, LAN proven. And even in the first map, I was just checking it against VP, he was the top performer by a large margin for Big. So I think that matchup would be quite interesting.
Yeah. I'm having flashbacks. I'm having flashbacks of Big in Cologne, Trace. I can see it. Yeah. When I see Tabson fragging like that, going out of his way, just returning to his monstrous form, and I know we're in Cologne. I mean, we're not. They are in Cologne. I have a feeling, I have a tingling sensation that Big are here to surprise.
You got to watch out for those tingling sensations. They creep up on you. For us, a break did creep up, so we're going to go to that, and we're going to come back with our last best of three of the day. We're looking at Furia taking on Vitality for the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021.
He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Message today?
Anything at all. It's a letter just to say hello. You know, it's been a long time. You get to
It's like passing along.
Aussie, oi, oi, oi. K's, nice guy. We know him well. Thanks for that, mate. All right. This sucks. You've made the right choice, maybe?
You like that writing? Haven't wrote in like 10 years.
That was pretty harsh. I think that's funny. I thought it was gonna be like a nice message or something, and I'm getting trolled. We have to write to Vitality though. We can probably just write.
If you wanna win Apex, you gotta throw better flashes. Well, I'm not sure they're right, because I'm throwing good flashes though.
Config and JK.
Oh fuck. Would have said hit the gym a little bit better.
I mean, I agree. Well, yeah, I think so too. I just want to get fit, you know. I don't want to get the massive.
You're already fit, Justin.
Yeah, see,
you look beautiful.
There it is. You got this, boss.
The Brazilians, I don't want to die, dude.
I'll just say good luck in the tournament, boss. Good luck in the tournament, boys. Obo, do you even lift? Could it be like a question or something?
Obo, can you tell us your workout routine? Yeah, my workout routine, definitely need to get a more intense one, I think.
I'm thinking about the Speedy because the name is like kind of like speed or whatever. So,
Yo, Speedy, how fast will you run away in the server? That's my magic trick. I can change the client settings so I'm faster than anyone, but don't tell it. What do we write? Wenn du eine Idee hast, sag einfach, ne?
No pressure. If you're not performing, your team will not make it. Greetings, Rob from Dennis.
Okay, I'll write something.
Dear Team 1, I don't know much about you, but Robs and Dexter wish you all the best in your journey in Europe. Thank you, guys. We know a lot of you. We are big fans of our game and your hard work, and we expect that later of this event, you guys will know who we are. Thank you, guys, for the message. I think we can say we are learning a lot with these guys.
Dear Big, we are learning a lot with you guys, especially your good utility, but we can do it better. Good luck in Cologne. Oh man, that's a nice message for sure, man.
Kerrigan and Rain.
I want to write to Olaf. Hey, Kerrigan and Rain, how long will Grandpa Olaf stay this time? Keto plus Tabson.
I mean, they may be scared for him that he stays too long, you know?
Yeah, I think they're a little bit afraid.
A little bit afraid.
Hi, Mountain Flames, that's what I want to write. Fuck off.
Hey, Mountain Flames. Hi, Flames. Fuck off. Kerrigan and Rain.
Okay. Okay, let's write something in French.
Ooh, it's few words. Oh, I thought it was Lambert. So, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? So it's a famous phrase, I would say, in France. Do you want to sleep with me? I mean, so I need to write something, right? You know that famous meme? I think it was one of the first major on CS when he, you know what I mean? Like he put his hand like this and I think it was red.
Dear PTR and Johnji, nobody will keep you hanging this time. Hashtag CLG, hashtag meme, hashtag old days. Haji and Maka.
Yeah, we've definitely been...
When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever. We fight forever. We fight forever. Standing together. We fight
So the heroic team is getting ready to take off.
So many question marks coming into Group B. Is Navi going to pick up where they left off the last time we had LAN?
Everybody's going to go in feeling the pressure.
Off the back of the flash, can peek in and take out OC. Oh, and a second as well. Sonic added to the list. It's a naughty list.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Furia taking on Vitality in our last best of 3 of the day. The opening day of the group stages here for IEM Cologne 2021. Welcome back. I love having you. I love being here. And moreover, I love my counterparts. Also, Yanko, I know you're probably listening. Maybe not. but they...
yeah, don't put him on blast like that.
I didn't mean to.
Jesus.
I was going to say my
God.
counterpart's kind of cool. We got Moses, got Maniac.
Have some decorum.
Yeah, okay, you're
That's
right.
a good word.
It's,
I like
it's
that
good.
one.
It's
I'm on
kind
the
of
D's
hard
and
to...
the thesaurus. It's cool.
It's kind of hard to put such a fine print on something, especially something so beautiful, magnificent, such as art.
Usually, I am someone who is never happy enough, so I'm always trying to have more and get more of my teammates and players. So, of course, I'm happy to be playing the tournaments that we're playing right now. So that's makes me happy, but I want more always.
Well, let's talk a little about Furia. Let's talk a little bit about where they find themselves in their recent tournament placements. And where exactly is that, Maniac?
I'll jump on that one, and I'll put a stop to this because I know there's a lot of first and second, and all fine, nice and dandy. No. Let's drop all of it, okay? Sure, the second place at Summit is not too bad, but Furia at this event are here to survive. This lineup is here to survive. If they were to crash early on at IEM Cologne, it would be time to talk about changes. I think the expiration date is already here. They have Honda. There's going to be a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but don't talk to me about these first and second places. This is IEM Cologne.
Okay, well, that's a little aggressive, I think.
I like it.
I started a bit too quick.
A little aggressive, Jason. Thoughts?
You just can't build up anywhere.
I know,
from here
that's
now.
it.
It's only down now.
Peaked.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this Fury is like a vastly different one from the one that we saw being so dominant, like, earlier this year, towards the end of last year. That was super dangerous. I actually feel bad because it's almost no fault of their own. Like Henny leaving this team, he was the perfect player to be part of this of this team where they like to play chaotic, they like to be hyper aggressive, they like to go find information even if it's not by the book, so to speak. And Henny was playing lights out, top of his career performances, and being able to kind of manage within that scenario. I think it's a very hard thing for someone like Honda or even Junior before him to come in with that language barrier on top of everything and find a way to thrive in that chaos.
And speaking of Honda, this is a player that came through the Furia's Academy team. He wasn't there very long, all things considered. About just shy of a month, I think it was. Now finds himself on this lineup and, like you're saying, trying to stay alive.
Trying to stay alive. And let me tell you this, the way Furia plays Counter-Strike is very spontaneous, is very quick thought process oriented. You have to know what you're in at any time. Honda, as a rookie, to start with Furia here at IEM Cologne is probably the hardest thing you have to do. And we have seen that happen with Junior as well when he was in the team, and he was saying in interviews like, listen, this is hard for me. I'm figuring out every map that goes by, I understand a bit more how we want to play.
Yep.
This is not, and we can draw the parallel to Vitality down the line, but this is not a structured team where you can just study your role and you get to nice and easy slide into it. It's a baptism by fire, right? And this is here at IEM Cologne, so I am very much waiting to see how Honda is going to behave here.
Honda, man of the hour. And perhaps all of the highlights will put us a pretty bow on it. Boom.
Yeah, that's my first time, but yeah, he's everything is new for him. The first LAN of his life is here. So my first tournament was Blast, the final, and then my first LAN is here. So yeah, I'm pretty happy. No more words. The big difference was like the space and the environment. I don't think it will be like a huge change. The pressure is kind of more. We have more pressure. I'm used to it, like playing together with my teammates. Yeah, I think everything will be fine. I think the pressure is only in my head. Everyone put pressure on me, but I don't mind like that much because I know what I can do and I trust my teammates and they trust me. So yeah, I think the pressure is only on my head.
It's kind of funny to experience with him, like all the things, because like we had for example, a SSD set up today, and he had no clue what to do. And like media day, he now had no clue that he need to do makeup and stuff like that. So it'll be easier for the new players this LAN, just because the crowd factor, it's more like doing decisions that it makes harder because you just put extra pressure on yourself because like you see the other players, you hear the other guys screaming when they win the round. So I think all of these things like stack up. When you score like 14-14 overtime, like every decision is not like the easiest one to take. You hesitate a little more, and that's what differentiates like the BA players to the average players.
Well, you got to love a little banter between teammates. That's just, you know, kind of unavoidable, Jason.
Yeah, good, clean family fun. That's nicely done. I'm not jealous that this is his first LAN event. This is a hell of a way to make your
big one.
Yeah, this is a hell of a way to make your debut.
Speaking of debuts, Koijin.
Kyojin as well. The Titan,
Kyojin,
some would say. The Titan.
Is that what it is?
It is. Actually, it comes from, I mean, that means Titan.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay.
Ironically, of course.
Doesn't have much of a Titan look to him, though, so...
The hair is kind of
What are you talking about? That guy is a killer. If you look at his eyes right there, he means business on LAN. And that's exactly what we're looking for, Jason. Well, his name's Jason, too, so...
Does that mean Titan? Definitely not that.
No, it doesn't mean Titan.
Curious situation, though. Obviously, it's different when we look at Furia versus Vitality and what they have to play for here, the weight and the gravitas of each of these matchups. So many question marks, and I believe that Shox could probably put the best bow on it.
Kyojin has been there for 3 months now, almost, and when he just arrived, we were really surprised by his capacity of running so fast. But he came down after like 2 or 3 weeks. I believe when you just join like a big thing in your life, the first time you got special emotion, special things that make you really easy to adapt, easy to show your strengths. And after this short time is set, it's more difficult to have it on a consistent basic. And so we are trying to help him as much as we can to get this consistency that we need because he's still lacking some details in the game. He's still lacking some part of our game style, of our tactics, which can sometimes cut us some rounds. So it's a part of the process. We have to accept it. It was the same as Musita last year, and it will just it will come. No worries. But I'm happy for him that after 3 months now he's gonna get a LAN, and I believe it's gonna be a really important step for him to be more confident and to think really smooth with the team overall.
All right, how confident are we in the map vetoes? Jason and Maniac, who wants to take the lead on this one?
I mean, we can open up with the first ban wave. It should be Ancient and Dust2 getting kicked out to the curb. I'd be surprised to see anything else now. For Vitality, we have a few questions when it comes to their map pool. I think that you could trick Furia into an overpass or a nuke pick. They go for the overpass one. For Furia, Inferno is open. That is usually one of their go-to. We know that Vitality had to go through a lot of changes. That surprises me, Jason. A nuke pick coming out of Furia, that surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I mean, it's a map they've historically enjoyed back in NA when we used to play against them. They don't mind playing nuke at all, and I mean, it kind of lends itself. They like to be aggressive towards lobby. They like to push in. It kind of gives some of those plays that they're familiar with a bit of a huge impact on a map like nuke. Inferno is going to be taken out next. Obviously, Vitality thinking along the same lines as you were, and they were just like, let's not mess with it. We know they like to pick it. Why even leave it for the third? And we're going to get a pretty standard Mirage for that third and final map.
Every single match we've had today has had a third map of Mirage.
Everyone seems to talk about how much they hate Mirage, and then everyone's playing it.
What else is there to play, Jason?
Inferno.
Okay, yeah.
Ancient.
Inferno would make sense.
Dust2, Overpass.
Definitely. I would like Ancient. Oh, you got 7 of them for me?
Yeah.
Well, 6, I guess.
Could even play Train.
Yeah, you could do that. We could go ahead and jump into Overpass, which is the idea here. I want to look at this from a very surface level with no bias and ask you both who you think is going to walk away with this one.
I'll go with Vitality.
I'll
go with Vitality. There's no question, right? Also because I'm right. I think that's a good argument. Do you need any
I just figure you're being
or?
neutral and Swiss and stuff, so.
That's what I do. I just go towards the winner.
Okay, yeah, fair play. Jason, what do you got?
I'm going to go with Vitality as well. I'm not confident I've seen Furia like really show that they've kind of bounced back and found some kind of a rhythm, and especially that Honda change is still pretty fresh. I think same with Vitality. He's had 50 maps with the team as well.
Yes.
But I feel like Vitality, obviously, I think the edge of ZywOo gives him, like, we haven't even mentioned him yet in this pregame segment. But if you want to talk about this game being a little bit up in the air because both teams are in like an odd transitional period, you got to give it over to ZywOo to have the edge.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I've been told there's just a little bit of a tech thing going on down there. Nothing too serious, nothing that's going to delay us too far, but it is a delay nonetheless.
So remember that first ace Honda had? That was
the
cool.
Deagle one.
Yeah, back in the day.
Yeah.
Who was that against again?
It's a good question. It was an Inferno, I believe.
It wasn't on
It was
Inferno.
an Inferno. He was on the B side.
It was on the B side. That's all I got.
Yeah, that,
Nice,
I mean,
guys.
It's pretty much already
Yeah.
there.
So we definitely remember it.
We have him on the stream right now, Honda. He's going to have a lot on his shoulders. We didn't talk much about Kyojin, but I think the difference between the two, we brought up that comparison, right, is what is expected from them.
Right
I think
here,
for
right now.
Kyojin, it might just be to fit in the structure. He doesn't need to be a hard carry. He doesn't need to have 45 kills. Just allow Apex not to have to think about you and what you do. Just fit in the system, get you one trade, you'll double kill if you can, possibly on the CT side, and that is it. The structure is here for Vitality, which is why I believe in that roster mode on the other, because on Honda, he's just kind of drowning in the middle of the sea, and he's got to fight against sharks coming left and right. It's a hard time.
How about a little bit of a conversation or a couple words there about that evolution of this lineup? You talk about Apex and having to become a leader over there. As someone that's been around the French scene for quite some time,
I've
Maniac,
had my time.
Yeah, you've had your moments.
I've had.
Tell me a little bit about that. What is that? You know, what is he bringing to the table, and how well is he doing it now? It's been some time.
I think that Apex is someone that struggled a lot in the past few months in all he had to handle as an IGL. Because just to put some context, Apex was always a player that understood Counter-Strike. He always had ideas. Cool, that's step one to be an IGL. But in terms of broad thinking for the team and also being emotionally able to suck it in when you lose rounds, when you have frustrating moments, Apex was always very emotional. I think his path was one to calm himself down as an IGL, and he did so to a good extent. The problem is that they've had to change roster left and right. He's had a moment when he goes on a medical leave for about 2 weeks. He comes back in.
That was probably stress. That was probably like, that was probably like, get me out of this.
Need a little bit of a break. Need a little bit of a breather.
Yeah.
That was not a feel-good moment for me as a Vitality.
Just, I mean, if you just want to talk about him and just in terms of like the context of his career as well, like generally, like he was known as like one of the few like pure hard entry fraggers that we had in the game for a long time, and probably one of the people who hung on to that the longest and tried to make it work. And that's a very like tunnel visioned role, right? Like you know the exact strat that's going to come in, and it's like, I got to kill one guy. I got to kill the guy behind the box. These two guys, these two corners will be flashing mollied out. All I have to do is kill this one guy. And now you're thinking, as you said, for the entire map, for your entire team, and that kind of stress. So he actually did a good job, I think, when he came in and started becoming an in-game leader. But there's another challenge when you get like 6 months deep, 8 months deep, and you start encountering some struggles and start encountering some difficulties of how to dig the team out of that one.
So 2014 Apex comparable to 2020 Art? Is that...
Did you say Hearts?
No one's comparable to 2020. I think the closest comparison you're going to get to like 2020 Art is like got to be like 2015 JW.
Or 2019 Art?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Art comparison to Art.
Yeah, that's fair.
That'd be a good one. And now that Junior isn't on the AWP anymore, you actually see Art that is going back to fully pledge that role, because Honda is not going to be yielding the big green. So you'll see Art going back to his true identity. I like that he tried to get away from it, but when you have a style that is so unique, you want to see him just go to the full extent of that.
Yeah, and going to the full extent would be Big, who just beat Virtus Pro.
There you go.
2-0.
Gemeinsam, auf geht's, man.
Nice, man.
Yeah, did you just black out there for a moment?
No, but in all reality, I can take a look at the bracket here. Let's just see where that sends them. Obviously, that's going to send VP down to the lower side. Are there struggles right now for VP? Is there something to be touched on there?
You want to take that one? You want to take the VP topic? And tell
Yeah,
us
I'll
what's
take it
not
because I know you got some things burning inside. Yeah, it's always going to be a struggle. This is a team that kind of made its prowess and like showed us what they could do online during this era. So always going to be questions coming back to it. But also just off the basis, I mean, VP, there's certainly names that you're going to talk about, but obviously the big one is Yekindar and how much of an impact he was having and how much space he was able to create as an individual, and the plays that he made being very difficult to read and see what's coming. And obviously more time has gone into studying that opponent and more respect is being given to them. But also when you get to LAN, it's kind of harder to pull off those kinds of plays. It just, you know, for whatever reason it doesn't work, whether it's an online versus LAN thing, whether it's people being more focused and communicating on the other side of the table, whatever it could be. That's a style that's not as easy to pull off on LAN as it is online, and I think you're seeing the difficulties of him all of a sudden being not figured out, but people not being as afraid of what he's bringing to the table.
Like that aggression not really catching you off guard. Maniac, what's burning in your pocket?
Oh, I mean, I was just wanting to bounce back on that Yekinder point. I mean, even online in the last few months, we've seen him really drop down in terms of efficiency and kills just overall. And I've always wondered to what extent his success as an individual was just hiding the fact that VP had massive gaps in the way they were playing Counter-Strike. You know, their game plan as a whole. When you have an individual like Yekinder popping off, you might just high five. Yeah, that was a good game. Yeah, there you go. You get one, you get one too. But actually, he was going above and beyond what an individual could do. And now that it's not working, we start to feel these gaps. We start to feel these weaknesses again as they had before he popped. dropped off.
You want to talk about how much they struggled coming into this event, and this has got to be scary. They lost a 2-1 series of the CIS RMR to 100 PG. You might be asking who that team is.
Yeah,
It's a good question.
actually,
Spirit also beat them 2-1. And Tropic might be wondering who that team is. They also beat them 2-0 in the RMR. These guys had an awful RMR coming into this event. They went out in one of the last places. They went out with, I think, even 0 RMR points. So, I mean, just as an environment for the team, that's not the way you want to come into this. Meanwhile, Navi and Gambit, the other teams from that region that were in that RMR coming in from the final, obviously feeling great after their recent success. But VP has dropped off a lot from where we saw them being a very, very frightening squad earlier.
There has to be something said there about their stylistic approach to the game, and I feel like that's a fair point.
Yes, listen, we can meme all we want about the slow play style and the saving play style and all that. That's all good. But if you look at a team like Gambit, who will take some pages out of the VP book, which is playing very slow Counter-Strike, running down the clock, but then the level of detail is different, Trace. That's the difference making. When you only play with 20 to 25 seconds at the end, everything has to be perfect.
Yeah, there's a lot more pressure on every decision.
You miss a smoke, a kill doesn't go through, the trade takes too much time, that is it.
They
Time is
thrive in
against
that
you.
pressure, baby. There's no change in the CIS region. We've been doing that. We've been
No,
trying
but
to
you
make
can
that
do it in a
happen
good
for
way.
years.
I mean, you can do it in a
Like
good way.
6 seconds left on the clock. All right, well, I guess we better put the bomb down.
You guys could throw these smokes at like 35 seconds instead of 20 seconds. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, it really does. It do be like that sometimes. And technically speaking, it does look like we're back on track because
That's a very nice little pose right there. That's a mega fist bump.
I like this. And a lot of people, just put their hands in, put your fist up, I guess.
I feel like they're summoning like a super Power Ranger or something.
They might be just combining their rings like, oh my God, Captain Planet. There we
Captain
go.
Planet. Yep.
Took me a second.
Earth, wind, water, love.
How old was
fire.
Love one of them?
Love was one of them, baby.
Huh.
You don't know your Captain Planet.
No, I definitely don't. Sorry, man. I was.
Is that a flex, or did you just flex on that one?
I did a little bit.
That was a bit of a flex.
Well, who's going to be flexing in the server? That's the biggest question, I think, on everyone's mind as we look to get this game underway. Alive on 3, just moments away. We've asked our analysts who they think is going to win. Now I want to ask you who you think is going to win. Use hashtag IEM. That's I, and then an E, and then an M. So go ahead and put a hashtag in front of that. Get on your social media and let us know what you're thinking, what you see, what you like, what you don't like even. But try to be nice. The internet's already pretty abrasive, isn't it, Jason? You deal with a lot.
Definitely, if you don't like Trace, make sure you're very vocal about that one.
Oh, great. Thank you so much, Jason. I do appreciate you, as always. Fist bumps in order, and I think we are ready to get this one underway. Apex already yelling.
He's getting vocal.
I'm not
He's getting
sure
there.
why that is.
He's just hyping them up. Warm-up is already a mental warfare now.
Yeah, definitely is. Let's do just that. Wrong music, I think, but it's time to go live.
Sounds great.
I like it.
Yes, indeed. That is the sound we were looking for. Battle to commence. Vitality Furia to round out your day. It's quite the menu of Counter-Strike today. If you didn't enjoy that main course, I'm afraid you have to leave the restaurant because we've got your dessert. It's sweet. It's Vitality taking on Furia, and we're ready to get straight on in. I love me some Overpass. Chad Sponge-Birchall on the microphone as well. And getting to see Furia, this is it. The first look of Furia since they arrived in Cologne for our IEM Cologne 2021. We saw a bit more of Vitality, of course.
Yeah, we caught them against Renegades just the other day. And look, that was actually pretty impressive, right? Coming into this, we weren't quite sure what to expect out of the likes of Masuta and especially Kyojin. And we were pleasantly surprised. Now, look, it's not like Kyojin necessarily blew our socks off, but he handled himself and they cruised through that best of one. So things going pretty well for the French so far.
And a big talking point for me is the fact that Masuta, who has been having a huge upward trajectory, has brought exactly that and maintained it on LAN. When you are as inexperienced as he is, and when you're standing next to the experienced players and shoulders of Shox, who actually we had the number up. It is an absurd number of maps played. He's in the top 5 of most LAN maps played attending Cologne. He's got 820 under his belt. Honda for his first. This is his first map of LAN experience, in contrast to his opponent's 820th. And Kyojin, of course, just the 4 from the play-ins.
Yeah, so that was the best of 1 that we were just talking about with the Renegades, and then the best of 3 against Spirit. So look, learning in the server in a high-pressure environment, and we're about to kick this one off. Thank you for bearing with us.
Oh, my favorite CT pistol call. Art's going to go for Info Fountain and call for a rotate should he desire. They get an early 4-man stack, and he will call for backup immediately if he glances. He just presses his ear to the wall. They go wide on Playground, so he won't get any sound cues there.
Just a quick note of the 1xBet odds here, favoring Vitality in this matchup.
Okay, so Art actually, he's got nothing to report, but he's going to get a nasty rude awakening if he just has a glance long. I fear for... Oh, okay.
Got some steps now, definitely.
Yeah, and the rotate's going to come in immediately. It looks like it's Vinny.
Biffing.
On the way, stands to try and deliver, immediately falls. Do they pick up the pace, or do they pause?
Not overcommitting here. The bomb most likely spotted in that flurry of Art going down. Vinny trying to hold them at bay with merely a flash, so that's a big part of the utility already gone.
Yeah, you'd have loved that for the bomb plant.
And they're just pausing right now. Shox is dealing with any aggressive maneuvers over towards B. Nobody's pushed up through that underpass. Zywoo to deal with Long, Kyojin and Masuta hanging in the forward position of the bathrooms now.
I will say, if Shox sticks around, it looks like he has actually changed his mind and starting to rejoin the pack. If he had committed to the flank and holding it, you'd have still been playing a 4v4. Now, however, the numbers game starts to once again favor Vitality. Vinny, yet to...
Still Vinny.
Yeah, he still hasn't found anything. And now we see the smoke from Apex deployed, a flash to follow. And Vinny starting to call for backup. Actually
I need some help.
Yeah, there comes the rotate. He'll play from back, looking for a head. Nothing found, and the Glocks have the sight. Vitality, they're not in a rush here. They're using every second they've got on that clock. Still not rushing the plant, tucking in, set up. There's so many players tucked in on APC's side. It's Honda. First bullet out of his pistol, and he's gone and done damage. Takes the head off of Kyojin. And another for Honda. Here we go, making quite the announcement of his presence here in his debut LAN game. You got any more for us, Honda? That's the question. It looks like Yuri has at least, and Honda goes and makes it 3. They're going to hype him up. They are going to give him all the credit, all the brownie points, because Furia take Vitality's pistol.
That's crazy how simple that looked, right? And you could see Vitality, they wanted to get full control of the site there before they were going to get that bomb down, and by doing so, they lost a body in the mix. That was a 4v5 situation for a very, very long time after Masuta's opening onto Art, and then they only got one more kill after that. So, interesting scenes, and hold up a second. Art already has an AWP, so thank you very much, Mr. Honda, who dropped that one across.
Like, Art's hyping him up. He's only gone and got 3 frags and won the round for his team. Now he proceeds to give his in-game leader and superstar AWPer the AWP round 2.
Going to be very interested in this dynamic with Furia now. The fact that Honda's in play, Junior's not. We won't have the overlap of the double AWPers that they could never make look the same as the Henny Art combo.
Oh man, I think I'm going to enjoy this one. CT, same gamble, same as the pistol. 4-1 split, and it's Yuri that's given the responsibility. What's he equipped with? Single M4, no nades to be seen. And Apex, his signature second round scout. Look at the early info play. Wow, Keisarato's pushed out Monster.
Oh, and the rotation's coming over as well.
He's got a lot to deal with. Smoked off, he might challenge this. It's all about timing, straight through. Oh, you brave boy. Very brave here. Slight gap. It's Zywoo on the other side of things. He's got a lot of players with their backs turned. This is some damage. Bomb loose. Yuri to destabilize Vitality's force here. Oh. And now some contributions from Vinny. Goes to back up Yuri. They lock him down. The bomb's loose, and that smoke's
AK.
only gone and upgraded his weapon as well. Vinny, very happy. Look at their buy. This is second round.
This is beautiful. It's a full gun round. Art's even found Apex.
Oh my god. Furia could not have asked for a better start. Zywoo already puts his name in the feed. It's short-lived. And now Shox just looking to do some damage at this point. We talk about those weapons. If he could take a couple of them away, that's something.
He's got the M4 in hand. The bomb on the other side of the divider, a little bit more than just a problem. If he gets a kill, that's great. I don't even think he's going to get away with that. Has been spotted now. Wants to flash to reinitiate the fight. Swings out wide. Spots up 3. Gets taken down. And Honda grabs another frag here. So a great start from the rookie.
I remember the first time I saw Honda, he got that ridiculous deagle hold of B Inferno.
Yep.
Quickly joined the Honda Peak Steam group.
Yeah, that was there were so many jokes, you know, that you could do with that. We might have a couple of those coming out today, I'm sure, especially with the play style that Furia likes to bring into the server. And that is a great way to kick things off. A pistol round, down a man. The second round, upgrading, getting 2 AK-47s.
It's fire. I mean, truly, like, the coach Gary is just going to be smiling ear to ear at this point.
Have to be happy with the way this one started, and now they can even add a bit more punishment. Nade comes on through. Masuta going to be tickled on up, and it is just these upgraded pistols. Zywoo with the Glock. Apex is already dead. Let's see if Zywoo can find himself that one.
Easy there, Yuri. Shots across the bow.
I think Vitality really just need to try and milk out all this utility here, and they've done already a lot of that. And there are a couple of Molotovs left, same to be said for the smokes, same with the flashes. Kills would be great. You want to keep this economy stifled, because if Furia walk away with a clean sheet in this one, they're already off to a cracker of a start here.
They'll start building banks so early. Just the absence of deaths as well. There's 3 players yet to die for Furia. If they can keep it that way, which it looks they might, Keisarato looking prime as he mows them down on the monster. Nice shot from Shoxy, only the one. Keisarato will make it 4. And everything pretty much recovered. No issues for Furia and starting to nurture that bank balance. Here we go. Vitality will whip out everything they can. ZywOo has the funds to go Kevlar AWP.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see, like, if Vitality, when we saw Vitality going up against the likes of Renegades, it's not like they really had to get out of, you know, first or second gear. This time round, they're probably going to be tested a little bit more so. And we mentioned the odds at the start of the game. They are coming in as the favorites here, but I'm sure that the only Brazilian team in attendance, at least within the group stage, would want to change that dialogue. And here he is, the madman himself, Art, straight down into connector. Masuta falls again, and the number advantage for Furia here in the first gun round. Not sure if you caught a bit of a stat line that HLTV put out. It was to do with entry frags and the most attempts. I'm sure you can guess who are in the server, but Nafany was the second alongside him. Those two in-game leader wild men.
That's interesting. I didn't expect Nafany's name to be so high up on that list.
Well, they just love those info plays, right?
Yeah.
Especially on those CT sides. They just get stuck in. And look, their conversion rate, not very high, but Art's in this round, perfect. And look at Yuri's push as well.
Up to? This is... We're on LAN, Yuri. You know, we're on LAN, Yuri. What are you doing? He's already flanking them.
He's got all four of them potentially in his crosshair here.
So hot on their heels. Art fires off a shot, and already, that's the bomb carrier. Yuri destabilizes too. He popped off ZywOo's head already. Vitality, this round has just fallen flat on their face. Kyojin just moonwalks in, completely unawares. And Yuri, this flank is phenomenal. You might even find the final cherry on top.
He knows it's coming.
Oh, baby, just looks away. A bit of a heartbreak. Shox will finish him off, stop the quad from happening. But that's round winning. Beautiful play from Yuri, and just converting off the back of Art's opening pick. You knew there was a gap, but he just jumped through that flaming hoop.
That was fantastic work right there to be in tandem like that. And now Shox will hold on to this AWP. You can see that confirmed by the 20 seconds remaining on the clock. Honda's actually started to have a little bit of a looky-loo here, pushing through the connector. How far does he want to push the friendship?
Well, there's an AK to be retrieved. I'm sure Keitarato or Vinny would love it. Unfortunately, Honda already equipped with it, so plenty of time, 5 seconds. Shox holding on.
They're already fist bumping there in the camera. You can see right now, quite happy with themselves. A bit of a smile from Art and Yuri exchange, because as you mentioned, in tandem, the two of them being able to pull off a big round. So keeping Vitality very honest and forcing a timeout here early within the piece. 4 on the trot. Kyojin and Apex yet to find frags within these rounds.
Back on European soil, Furia. Been here a while, acclimatized to the environment.
They're used to it now, aren't they? The amount of times they've had to come over and just boot camp, whether that's been in Germany or Serbia or all over the shop. This kind of environment that they're finding themselves in now, it's not so foreign, right, for most of them. There was Junior with them for the majority of that. Honda obviously coming back into the team now. It makes more sense on paper, right? It makes more sense on paper to have Art there and everybody speaking the same language. We always knew that was going to be a problem. One that the teams, I think, tend to make themselves believe is not an issue.
He was so ready to dismiss that. Okay, now there's another factor that we'll return to.
Yes, indeed.
You saw it already. Apex actually kindly reminding us of exactly another factor. I'll talk about it in a second, because we've got some Counter-Strike to dissect right now.
Oh, Art was looking for the boost there. Knew the AWP was in play.
Yeah, so partial investment around the AWP that was saved. Now, it's Shox that stuck with it. I'm surprised he didn't want to, you know, see what ZywOo wanted to do with it, but regardless, he has the Kevlar to back it up. So a standard default spread. Furia yet to be broken here, and looking at the funds they currently have acquired, if they can just master another clean one against these Eagles, Vitality are going to struggle to break him the whole half.
Yeah, and Art's actually leering forward here, so this will be the first exchange.
Uri starts off as he means to go on.
Oh, a bit of a blind spot there for Art. He's very lucky. They're still going to keep creeping over towards this A site. Honda's rotated over now. They've evacuated from that connector, so being very versatile in this CT defense here. Honda is here in time. But Shox is not going to be gifted anything. It's going to be hard to find a frag with that AWP.
Yeah, unless Honda gets a bit peak happy. Not out of the realms of possibility.
Yuri's here now as well. They have 3 players towards this A bomb site, ready to deal with the push from Vitality.
30 seconds. As soon as there's a utility thrown by Vitality as it currently sails through the sky, they'll know it's an all-in. Yuri there to support. Counter util dropped here. There's the fight. Hunter does fall first, and Kyojin's Deagle fills the feed for a double. Recovered Deagle again gets a third. Kyojin popping into the site and popping 3 heads with that Desert Eagle. Doesn't even need the AK, does opt for it now for his potential fourth. And Vinny makes his presence known. Quick response, Kyojin now 4 frags under his belt. Just looking to close this one.
Spotted him now.
Knows where you're coming from. Do we have another ace on the list? We're heading towards double digits. We're only on the first day of the main event. And Shox tagged up. They know where he is, and he'll finish the job with that preserved AWP. The French find their volume as they return the favor.
What a way to pop into the server today for Kyojin. That is his first 4 kills here in map number 1, and that was massive.
Let me see it again. First is great, but the fact he so quickly finds that second head is Yuri, who couldn't quite stabilize the aim, and then the third, he anticipates the double up. Oh, great stuff from Kyojin, clearly not phased by his opponent or the environment.
Yeah, Shox here with that saved ult, finally gets the final kill, but money, honky-dory for that of Furia. The buy will come back on out, and they're going to do their very best to deny any more for Vitality here. Looks like they're heading straight over towards a B play. Molly about to land in Monster. Tickles the toes of Shox. Zywoo's here to make sure that there's no dramas whatsoever. But the rotation towards B is miles away. Nade landing, it could be good. Big damage done to Kyojin, but they're going through.
That's a big start from Honda. Tries to transfer and maintain the spray in support as they just massacre Vitality. They're not done yet. Honda re-peaks for his second. Masuta's had a quiet start. Very, very impressive performance from him as another star in the Vitality show. Often, you know, the conversation around Vitality was who steps up when Zywoo's having an average day, a mediocre 20 frags day. And the answer was Masuta. It couldn't be Shox anymore. It couldn't really be Apex.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Shox can still have these pop-off performances, but I don't think the expectation anymore is to consider him as a star dropping 20 every game. It has to be the new breed coming through. And Masuta now with 40 seconds left on the clock, 5 to find. This might just be one of these save rounds again for Vitality. Now keep in mind the round that they just won. They have extra money in the bank balance because it was just upgraded pistols around the saved AWP, so you can see them staying competitive going into round 7. But it was fantastic from Furia there that they denied this push to the site. 4 players coming through Monster because the setup on the other side of the map, meanwhile, was over towards Long. So the rotation, if they traded efficiently, would have meant Vitality get the site for free. Well, not for free. They are able to set up their post plant for free. And then that retake from Furia would have been a question. Do we even bother going for it knowing the rotation is so far away? Time expires. 5th round on the docket now for Furia. Gary, he's loving it here. Really impressive start. Queserato 7 kills, Yuri with 7. 6 for Honda. Bit of residual cash to work with here as well, only a little. So would love another consecutive round on the board here.
Yeah, just the one blip on the Furia radar so far.
You don't love to see Zywoo with a Galil, but look, it's a buy nonetheless, and I'm sure that he can make any weapon look like magic.
Game time. Leading B again, despite being shut down so readily by the South American squad. And Honda, he's bringing some aggression in. He is fully blind. Great play. Shox flashing himself into an opening frag, and he's gotten away as well scot-free.
Oh, they're going through Monster now. They're accelerating onto this B side.
No one's there to contest. It really falls to Queserato. The incendiary may draw attention towards the ramp. This is his chance. Vinny's head popped. Kyojin, again, with impact early into this first map. Queserato surely just a matter of time. He falls as well, and Vitality have locked this one down. All right, Lightning does not strike twice on the all-in B.
They'd have to give them a couple of kills here to even look into this round. Furia and Masuta is actually in the best position to punish and make sure they can't save. He's over towards Connector. So while Yuri and Art wait for any tees to greet them, Shox is just around the corner over towards that pipe. He's crouched under the line of sight here, and Shox has taken down Yuri. It's just Art. The AWP strikes, but they run him down. And that's all 5 eliminated. That's a great response from Vitality here. Very well done there. You can see once they had the info that it was the short play, they knew that Monster was a bit more susceptible, and the punish onto Yuri, the fact that he doesn't get a kill, that means the site is given up. Maroon towards Sandbag. And we're finding ourselves looking at a competitive first half here.
Yeah, I mean, so it's safe to assume that's a CT smoke short pipe, right? And Shox has only just flashed his way through. Or an extinguished Molotov, it must more
Could have
likely.
been the extinguished, yeah.
But either way, Honda, you can see like just full blind, no chance to turn the flash, and that was the frag that did break them.
They're looking towards B again, and the buy is a bit broken from Furia. Sure, they have the AWP.
I kind of love what they've done with the naded door. Does mean that they can kind of count on a priority towards Monster. Queserato blinded off, unloads his mag, they know he's close. Looks like Vitality are going to be pulling the plug, though. Not interested in that. Some suppressing shots, some Tracer Fire exchange, but regardless, it looks like they want to head back round the world. Masuta is adventuring towards Art's domain.
Couple of problems with this right here. If Vitality want to go all the way back, they have 1 minute and 10 seconds to clear out close. They've thrown a flash over for Fountain. That's about to pop. And now Art, with that sound cue, is going to be able to have a little bit of a look on up. He's still committed to this connector position, though, and he might profit.
Yeah, it's a question of timing, and I think the attention now drawn to Party could enable a flank. Masuta starting to crawl. The timing of this is perfect. Still able to strike. Is he ready for the close? He isn't quite. Doesn't put it out in time. Masuta equalizes. That's important, and that was the biggest gun in the round for Furia.
Oh, Honda's pushing here. If he can get into position, could profit. The timing on this is everything.
Spotted just as he didn't tuck in time, and now back to B it will be. K-Serato's got the M4, though. He will be checked. It's just down to the jewels. How sharp is K-Serato today? Loud, shoulder advantage. Nice find from K-Serato. Neutralizes Monster, and Yuri now an opportunity to strike. He softens them up. K-Serato will finish off one. Vinny's Deagle connects instantaneously. And now Masuta trying to isolate. It's Vinny's Deagle. Doesn't need anything more, and hello. Little bit of that South America barbecue. We do see them raising the roof. They want to make sure that Vitality know every single time the round goes the way of Furia.
Oh, and they definitely know now. The coach, Xtaz, in the background there, has called another timeout, the second in only 8 rounds of play, and this is potentially just to calm the unit down. Things not going Vitality's way there against that lower buy, and it looked good, right? They get Art, they eliminate their AWP from the picture. Honda caught in no man's land. They're trying to get cheeky, trying to get up close and personal. But then K-Serato and Vinny happen. Great work keeping things under pressure late within the round. You can see 15 seconds left on the clock as he starts to pedal back in for this re-peek and the fade away. Lovely stuff from Vinny there. Now, Mr. Animated on your screen right here. The desk were talking about him and how he was a hardcore entry fragger back in the day, and now he's had to become this in-game leading force. He's an emotional man. You love to see somebody wearing their heart on the sleeve.
Okay, a bit of a party fight here. They've got Yuri and Art set up. Now they're going playground side, and a Molly will force the fight, I imagine.
We'll have to respect that, don't they?
Yeah, that's something for Art. He's sticking around. Vision obscured. Does manage to drop off, but straight through. Zywoo strikes, as does Kyojin. Huge advantage seized early into the piece. Vitality. 2 frags to the good.
Don't know how you get back into this one for Fury, and now there's so much time for Vitality to play with this. Maybe that could be their undoing. The AWP hasn't been picked up. Shox there just highlighted as that passive lurk again, making sure no pushes can come through the B side of the map.
And we just pause.
Okay, so a lot of utilities just being thrown, right? We get this molly towards bathrooms. We get the smoke divider as well, and that's all smoke and mirrors, right? What they're trying to do is feign the fact that there's heavy presence rotated over towards A, hoping that Vitality head towards the B bomb site. But as Zywoo clears out close long, they do continue their walk towards that A bomb site. 40 seconds remaining on the clock about now, and Shox is lurking B. They might use this number advantage. Walk Shox in, see who's home, and react off of that info.
It's in Furia's interest to not be seen here.
Shox saw one head, and that flash helps. They're going to go A.
Yeah, they are. There's nobody home. Nothing that they can do about this. Honda's not even going to commit. I think they'll just start playing for the save. A bit of a gamble stack converted into a Vitality round. I say that. It could be a punish from Shox as well. If they're going for like graffiti save, he might have a little late stroll.
That's all it took with Shox to see the one head there. And you were right. If they stayed hidden and Shox ran in and saw nothing, then sure. But if you're Furia, you want to try and get the jump on that. So this will be the third for Vitality, and Furia need to save. Just the back and forth nature of these last few rounds. If you have a look from round 5 onwards, it's been round for round. Nobody with 2 consecutive since. And it's all about breaking Furia's economy. We've seen a lot of this come into play over the last year and a half. The percentages have been pushed. Everybody knows saving those guns, keeping every round costly. Shock's going to have a look here. The bomb's going to go off. That might be his cue to start running. Apex is here, Masuta too. They want to take these guns away.
Here they come, pushing in. Vinny deters one. The swing to come in. He's punished by Masuta, and so 1 for 1. And it looks like immediately Gary wants to get himself back on the microphone. Fury to take a timeout, not letting the Vitality gap close.
Yeah, Yeah, this is important to do, right? Because with those 2 saved guns, you might fall into the trap of hastily buying behind it or finding maybe one of these situations that we've spoken about a lot where a team will take like a half buy and then they'll take like another half buy. I wouldn't mind seeing them go all in, and I think that's indicated by Yuri here. He's fully invested. You know the next round's only going to be a $1,900 loss bonus, and normally when this happens early on, we're talking within the first few rounds of the game, you will see the force buy. So this has just been extended.
Okay. Just
due to that rally of rounds. But this is still scary, right? K-Serato with a rifle, Art's bought into a scout. This is a long-range map. If Art's able to get a tag or 2 with the scout, soften them up, make things a little bit awkward for this late round, there is a chance for Fury to strike back yet again and keep this rally going. Apex yet to find a kill, but it's not really mattering too much. They're still keeping this competitive, still keeping it close enough.
Back nades and they're boosting. Good night, Honda. And nearly Vinny. That was almost the double. Very lucky to see Vinny kicking about still. That could have been another instance like 3v5.
Yeah, the walking wounded at this point, and now I think it has to be a gamble again. And the reason I say that is because Fury next round, we already spoke about the fact it will be an eco. You've lost a man immediately. You haven't been able to respond at all because it was the dunk nades. Oh, K-Serato's pushed through here. Hold up a second. Shox would have heard that flash,
Yeah,
so
right?
he has an idea that something is up. And if they rotate back quickly, they might have 3 players on A. K-Serato can deal with the rotation on his lonesome. 1 flash, 1 HE.
If they just walk in contact, Yuri's going to have the element of surprise. Well tracked. Apex draws blood. Problem now, Art's going to be Molotov straight into the fray. Finds the frag. Oh, and a second on the FAMAS. That's more than you could have asked of him. K-Serato on the flank, kept busy by Shox.
Has to win this fight.
Yeah, but it's not being made easy. Close the gap. He's down to 49. An advantage now for the M4A1. Oh, nice find from Shox, and that's the end of that.
Vinny's left in a position where he has a scout. I'm sure he doesn't want to have to save that, but this is the situation where it's better than nothing. You know, when you say that and you're squinting and you're wincing and you're, oh, yeah, okay. He has a kid, he has Kevlar, he has the scout. All right, well, it makes sense, but this will be Vitality with number 4. And those nades just to kick it off, right? The utility being picture perfect like that. You know, they throw it, doesn't hit anybody. All right, cool, we can still work this round out. But that, a big step in the right direction here.
And of course, earlier, I mean, you know, maybe just putting 2 and 2 together for no reason, but there was a lot of early pressure from the Vitality boys towards short. About halfway through the half, you end up trying to boost to hold that, and Bob's your uncle.
Yeah, and as well, if you think about this, right, they knew they saved guns. So if we start thinking about this from a perspective of, okay, well, they saved guns, let's assume that they don't buy. What are they going to do with those guns to try and find kills? We have to have a couple little cheeky moves. Boosts fall into the category of those cheeky moves. So Vitality just going through the options here, and this time round, they get the big thumbs up. Here it is again for your viewing pleasure. Tactical nukes. And Art did well to get 2 there. Did a very good job because the molly was great. That could have been a difference maker.
A very different maker, yeah. If the Shox had gone down on that first exchange, very different. The pressure from Toilet, Zywa was there. Okay, we've got 3 early Fountain side. In fact, 4. They're just throwing their unarmored and unequipped bodies towards the underpass, looking for anything early, able to throw their numbers towards someone.
Do you know one of the interesting factors here? Because I think this one... Oh, hold on a second. I was about to say could be dealt with.
You shouldn't get any more. He's done very well to find a head and another one. The precision from K-Serato was actually put Art in a great position to punish.
Oh!
What a shot out of Apex. These last 2 rounds, he's found some serious scorches. Oh, that was a freebie coming up the ladder.
Okay, so it didn't get out of control, which is going to be well handled. Now, one of the conversations which we could have is about Art now having to do the primary AWPing, and that might actually leash him a little bit, because the madness of Art is one of everybody's favorite things to see, but now there's no secondary AWPer. Well, I guess primary AWP, because Art was secondary aggressive, getting in your face combat AWP.
Yeah, he did have the best of both worlds, and I'm sure he vocalized at times that he loves this opportunity because he can just take it when he wants it, as opposed to doing the housekeeping, the necessity side of the AWPing, which of course Junior was filling, or previously Henny.
And that's the crazy thing, right? When you reflect on this team with Henny, the really good thing about Henny was he wasn't having to do entry AWPing, but he could if he wanted to. And then he was so good in the clutch, in the late round. Yeah. It was great to see as
Nice.
Vinny's been able to find Masuta here. Yuri's in a great spot to spoil something.
Yeah, well, the fact he had the Kevlar vest left over, and now Yuri's tapped at Apex. That's going to be a fist through the desk moment if this goes the way of Vinny. Bomb ticking.
Vinny has a kit. Why not have a crack?
2 to find. I mean, yeah, exactly. What's stopping you? There's no nades to be thrown your way. You've got the kit. You've even grabbed a smoke. Okay, I'm standing up. Hold on. Now, ZywOo's...
Could this be like a last-second ninja, assuming he's going to save?
Oh, did ZywOo get any info?
Yeah, spotted on the jump. Shox has immediately moved.
Okay. Well, that does nullify all of his chances. He definitely not going to be able to get onto the site now. And just as he pulls the pin, ZywOo, far too smart about this game. Reads it to perfection. Strikes just as he had to get his body on the bomb.
If a player wasn't as diligent as what ZywOo was just there, and they're expecting Vinny to go for a save scenario, there's a chance he comes in, just drops the smoke on the bomb, starts defusing, 30 bullets in the smoke, Vinny wins the round.
And that's just the ZywOo game brain. Not only the fact that he's, you know, sticking around, but the fact he's jumping APC for the long info.
It wasn't a wide peek by any means, was it?
And plays safe in bank until he knows the defuse has to come in and then proceeds to walk back in. Love that. Okay, let's get into it.
Get light on nades here, old Furia, for the next gun round of play. Honda even down to a Famus, so this could be a punishing round for Vitality, but not if Art kicks things off like that. The big man ZywOo goes on down, a big entry.
Yuri about to meet Apex. Previously very successful. He's done it again. He is looking a bit sharp. Look at his face, just dirt off his shoulder.
Don't think he meant to hit that one. You love those shots. The reactions.
Surprises himself.
Well, that's the aggressive prong of A eliminated, and it's forced a two-man rotation over towards the aforementioned site. Serato looking to get aggressive, paired up with Honda here. And they don't have any more smokes to delay this B hit. It will be coming. Oh, they're on their lonesome. They're on an island, these two.
And here it comes. The slow, methodical stranglehold. It's not quite on the mark from Shox. And now Honda makes it good. 2 from the FAMAS. If Serato can just hold him at bay, the rotate's on its way. Apex returns too short through that connector. Kyojin actually maneuvering the bomb back. 40 seconds. It looks like it will be the commit. He just wanted to line up barrels volley, so that will force Serato's hand. Oh, and he partnered it up with the spray for not only through the wall bang, but with Apex, it doesn't quite convert. They really wanted to force Serato off the barrels, but he's elsewhere, and now it can take some pot shots. Art spotted out. Bends the hitbox, strikes on his second chance. Apex is doing it all! He's looking very robotic, and he nearly pulls it over the line. Good God. What was in his breakfast cereal?
That was some sharp shots. They've all started 0-7. The last couple of rounds with these reactions that he's just flicked away into have been looking spicy. Makes that one costly as can be.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's just once he's in that LAN environment, it all comes back to him. He loses like 6 years off of his age. He goes straight back. Young gun Dan Madisclair. Look at you. That wasn't sped up. That was just him. You filthy boy. He's got some, I think we're going to have an Apex moment before this series is done.
He smiled about that one, all right? That's the that's not the usual look in Apex. And this is the buy. 2 MP9s and a scout. Looking very, very rough for Furia here to contest against 5 AK-47s.
We've seen them win with less. Art posted up on this party peak, ZywOo. And Art in tow as well to lock this down. It is only the scout. He's been spotted out. Unwilling to re-peek, and you can't fault him there.
Yeah, might want to drop back. We know that Vitality love these bathroom creeps, and Masuta, Apex, and ZywOo all doing so. Flash out towards long with a couple of steps might be heard. They're actually giving them an avenue into the site right here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the 3-man long side. It's a warning shot from that scout. Walking in, and oh dear, that's a bad one for Honda to be caught out. Knife in hand, and there goes the round chance, unless Vinny's MP9 is made of sterner stuff. Somehow, he's actually taking Apex down to 10 HP. It's Yuri that's lingering in those toilets, and it's enabled a 2v3 to be established.
This is so awkward.
If Yuri's ready for Kyojin, he didn't quite catch him on the jiggle. That was his chance. And now things will peter out. Serato. No kit. And no intention.
It felt like for a second there he might want to have a glance. I'm just considering it. Well, that's going to be 6 rounds now. So Vitality have a very respectable first half here. And you love what you're seeing there. That was exactly that creep we're talking about from Vitality. I know when I say bathroom creep, take that out of context, probably sounding a little bit strange, but they do love to get these pacey maneuvers where they're aware of the lines that get held and they're able to walk and maneuver around them. And you can see Honda there. He was jump peeking, had no idea. They peek on out. They punish him, and they get their way into the site. So Vitality now really course correcting. Here's a bit of a B-stream update.
The boys won the pistol.
Okay, well, that's positive. This is a rough one. I don't know if you guys saw the meme that ESL tweeted out. It's quite funny. Go and check out the Twitter sphere. Had a bit of a giggle myself. But Renegades, one of the surprises, I would say the surprise from the play-ins, up against the big dogs of Na'Vi.
Aren't they the reason we can't say the whole top 15 or something is here?
Yeah, OG were on the receiving end of a 2-0 battering yesterday. It was a very good game to watch.
The Inferno game, honestly, it just reminded me of what we've got, the luxury we have in front of us for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was great Counter-Strike. OG are obviously heartbroken, but Renegades' dream come true in a big way.
Yeah, and I haven't even kind of reflected on the OG side of that story, but it is a brutal one for those guys because been on the upward trend. They have. Vinny's going to smoke that off upon contact. Now would be the perfect time. Does drop it out.
Just
Flash to push through it. And they'll just throw bullets down range. There shouldn't be anything.
Wait, Caserado has the bomb.
Oh, you're right.
Caserado has the bomb under his control right now.
What do you plan to do with it? Chance, he's already been tagged down to 20, so we might have to forego that bomb now.
This would be a 1-on-5, wouldn't it?
Look at Masuta. There's no way he's anticipating this. He's still got his knife out. See you later.
Okay, well.
7-7, so this half could not be closer. And I'll remind you how it started. We did see Fury get off to the races with a great pistol. It went 4-0 before Vitality started posting some resistance. But on the second half of our first, it's been all one-way traffic for Vitality.
Yeah, and don't forget round number 5, which threw things into disarray for Furia's economy. That was Kyojin with the 3 kills on the Deagle and the follow-up with the scavenged AK, right? That was a huge round to get them on the board. And that's what's really put Furia limping. They haven't had, I want to say, super full gun rounds throughout the remainder of this half. So let's see, one last time, Art on the AWP. And there he is again. That's 3 AWP openings for Art in this game so far.
Now all Fury have to do is hold on to this, and saying hold on to it, Yuri's not got a Kev with that AUG. That's a weird one. Come back to that still. Doesn't stop Vinny from drawing blood. That was the bomb spotted in a second, puts his head straight in the vice. Could have been 3. He knocked on Zywoo's door, kicked him down to 64. Shocks in onto Honda from the short swing.
Yuri has to be so careful. Oh, lucky he backpedaled out in time. Zywoo is coming.
Serato's got a duel with the bomb carrier, and now Zywoo thrust into a clutch. And it's the final round of play, boys, so strap yourselves in. There's no reason we don't get to see Zywoo at maximum capacity to go for this.
Note the angle that Caserato's dipped back to here. So we know the bomb's dropped and we knew that he was aggressive. So as Zywoo has 55 seconds now to claw this one back, you can see this little jiggle from Caserado to clear that pipe. The problem is Zywoo has to worry about aggression from everywhere.
So the information he's got so far is he knows Yuri was connector, could float flank. Outside of that, he knows that the bomb was pushed up Monster. That's where it was lost. Now receding back into the site. Serato could be anywhere, and that's what Zywoo's looking for. But this is kind of the beauty of Furia's play, is that Zywoo has so many questions to answer. He's going to run out of time here.
Might get caught in one of these jiggles as well. He has been, and that's it. That's going to be 8-7 on the half for Furia. They get the smallest of margins going into the break, and we will be right back to conclude map number 1. Stay right with us.
Hey Future Pros! Today we took the private jet and we landed in Overpass. And this time we have a CT molly which will help you get aggressive in the fountain area. To do this molly, squeeze yourself into this corner. Aim at this corner where the wall hits the pillar. Then start running and throw the molly right before you get to this line on the wall. Now you can take the fight right to the tees or cause some hefty damage to persistent rushes.
in the dark, stone cold, sinking deeper. We are here. We keep holding on, dusk till dawn. When the water rises, when the world burns down, we will stand together. We fight forever.
We've been unable to separate Furia and Vitality here on the first map of this series. It's upper bracket for both. First glimpse of Furia. Kicking off our first day of play in the top 16. Let's get this party started. Fist bumps exchanged. I'm Machine. I've got Chad Sponge Birchall with me, and we are jumping into our second half. Vitality 7, Furia 8, swapping sides. We'll get to see now the Brazilian squad on the attack. And just to take a quick note of the scores as we come into this one, Kyojin, ZywOo, and Shox all keeping a kind of an even keel and being the fragging presence for Vitality. We saw what Apex was up to. It looks like he's definitely going to warm into this one. He's started at 0-7, but started hitting some real scorchers towards the second half of the first. 1xBet.
Yeah, still favoring Vitality here. I'm surprised that didn't tip at all, because Furia were looking good in patches.
This is going to be mad. There's 3 players here for both squads. We've got a 3v3 in a corridor. Good luck, have fun. Kyojin's head tucks in, Masuta to swing out. ZywOo unable to contribute. I say, just as I say that, he actually finds Honda and retreats.
Surely he's not coming back. ZywOo, what are you doing?
You don't need to. You crazy. Oh, just as K Serato looks away, ZywOo strikes. And he's gone, evaporates into thin air.
This is going to make this round very difficult. Yuri's gone and scavenged that smoke off his teammate's dead body. So they're still working with all of Art's utility. Shox is listening to a lot of rotations here. Over towards Graffiti, hearing them running up connector, so that can be relayed. And what that's forced is 2 players, ZywOo and Apex, are now residing on top of this A bomb site.
Oh, that's so much util. If Art goes down, oh, quick find. ZywOo's having a pistol. Tucks in close. He's down to 28, an advantage for Art, but he's throwing in that util. Now it's his chance.
Oh my God.
He is a god. 4, make it 5. If he could just find Vinny, a 1v1 established. Shox working around the world. He's opted for long. Can Shox finish what ZywOo started and nearly finished on his own?
His back's open.
Wide open, and Shox stabilizes, cool as a cucumber. He'll finish that one off, and Vitality given an absolute mammoth performance out of their star player into the pistol. ZywOo is here, and he reminds us all.
The fact that he, in that situation, when he's low and peppered and knows Art's long, doesn't back away, but actually goes forward for the fight, right? He was thrust into that.
On his last bullet, Chad.
It's just insane. Like, the fact he gets the opening kill and connected to take down Honda, then he re-peeks back in knowing there's more players down there. He's picking a timing window. What's the alternative of that? He goes down, there's 2 players standing there. He catches that perfect timing, and
this is a scary one for Shox. Like, he's just making sure he's got it perfectly played. But ZywOo, definitely the head turner.
That was some big stuff there from ZywOo and necessary stuff. But look at this buy. Hold up a second. Art is into a Krieg. There's 2 AK-47s, a Scout, and a Deagle. Tell me whose buy's better.
Yeah, we'll have to crunch the numbers on that one. Certainly not shaped up too poorly to try and relinquish control of Vitality's economy early.
Art on a Krieg. This is a great weapon for him to be able to wield around and get this space with. He can punish much more than he could with a Scout, and I don't think they're going to be expecting a weapon like this in the second round.
For example, look at the angle ZywOo was currently adopting. He was just up on the ledge. It's great against Deagles, bit scary against the scoped-up Krieg.
Yeah, so this is, if Art can establish some room here, and he is going to get a chance to fight against Shox, who is jiggle peeking long. Now that has just been rejigged around as I said it. There's 3 players on this A site. Apex needs to be so careful on his jump peaks for long, because he could get plucked out of the air. It's not going to take a lot. Honda's scout fires off, so that's an indication not to re-peek. Yuri baiting with the Glock as well, cheeky, cheeky. There's an AK. Oh, there goes the Krieg.
It's falling apart quickly for Fury, and with 35 seconds left, they might not clear Shocks. No, they've even got smokes in their hands. A bit of trigger discipline has cost him his life. Bit late to withdraw the weapon. If Zywoo falls, which is a big if, in capitals no less, as even with 2 HP, he controls the spray for another. K-Serato down the round is Vitality's, and that full investment from Furia with only 1 kill to show for it.
Now, I promise you it was threatening on paper. I know it didn't look that way, but they got all the real estate they wanted. That was looking like it could have been a fantastic little clamp down on the A bomb site from Furia, but they've been kept very, very honest. No plan, 1 kill.
So he's 74 on that exchange, 2 after Honda's tag. And will make it a full 3K. He's just come into this half and looking a little possessed. He makes it 4. Jeez.
So that's back-to-back 4Ks from
He had
Zywoo.
12 frags on the half, and now he has 20 3 rounds in.
All right, well,
8 frags in 3 rounds, not bad.
It's one way to do it, isn't it? They do have an AK again. All right, well, this is Art up to his classic antics here. He's about to get a chance. Masuta not having the best of games and not necessarily needed to right now. And no, Art only has Kevlar with this, no head armor. So the MP9 is going to be very deadly.
Art could have an opportunity to punish Kyojin if he keeps peppering. Vinny contending with Shocks.
He spot the left.
No. Oh, and just as he looks away, he averts his gaze and Shocks strikes. On the way in, Art reveals the AK though. Kyojin does immediately hit the panic button. Not interested in that exchange, especially with the FAMAS. MP9 and FAMAS, not ideal. And Masuta strafes in. Good find from Art. He's their only hope, the beacon of hope. And defended nicely. Apex has picked up that Krieg and is plying his trade nicely. Yuri, however, with 1 and a second out of the Deagle.
Fox is flanking.
We've got a round all of a sudden. He wasn't supposed to get 2. There's no way K-Serato is going to be able to win that duel with a Glock. But just getting the bomb down, and Yuri couldn't quite pull the trigger in time.
Oh, kept that one close, didn't they? Much less of an investment there. They get the bomb down. They kill 3 players, so making Vitality spend a lot of pennies coming into the next round to play, but that one, very, very close stuff from Furia. And now they can get the full buy. It's insane how much they invested and then reinvested and then still were able to get a full buy going into the next round. So
He did get the bomb down, right?
Yeah. He was able to plant that one. This is the thing. If K-Serato had anything other than a Glock, maybe Shocks is dead.
True, yeah, even a P250 could have given him a chance.
Ooh, Apex, yeah, this is what we were saying. We know that he's a very emotional-looking character. There's a lot of speculation online about, you know, imagine being his teammate and the effects that has on the people around him. Let me tell you, it goes the other way when they're winning. He's firing you up and he's making you feel like an absolute bloody god. But this is a bit of a technical timeout, ladies and gentlemen, so bear with us. We'll get this one sorted and get everything back underway ASAP.
Yeah, if you want to take a little look at the fragging charts as we take this additional pause. Shocks is managing to keep up with Zywoo at the moment. We know we talked about the fact that you couldn't really rely on him, but to be fair, in the absence of Masuta here on Overpass, Shocks has filled that void and has kept them very competitive. 16 frags, he's averaging 100 ADR.
I think on the other side of things, it is K-Serato with 15 kills, but it's been more of a team effort to get to this point. 12 for Art, 12 for Yuri, 11 for Vinny. Honda with 9, but we had Honda get 4 kills, I believe it was, on their first pistol round, right? So Impact, you have to really take it where you can get it.
Yeah.
And Apex, you can see 9 kills for him. He's had a couple of rounds on that T side with a few nice frags. And Masuta, well, he's not having too much fragging impact just now, but I'm sure he's doing his job within the team.
Vitality, of course, securing themselves a spot in that first day of play, so they had that extra luxury of a day in the sun, a day in the prac room.
I don't know how much sun they were getting.
I saw a picture. They were lying on the grass.
Okay.
Making good use of their allocated hour.
Yeah, well, you gotta get that vitamin D in the system. So freeze time, yep, you can see it's commencing. We are getting back underway here, round number 19. He's going to start, and the economy fragile for most of the members of Vitality right now. It's just Shox and Zywa with residual cash here. Heading swiftly over towards that B pipe will be Honda. Double naded.
Ooh. Yeah, but Honda's out of there. He managed to beat the punch. Oh, you say that. 50 damage, of course, down the gullet. But at least he's out and unchecked. There's no info or sound cues been given up. He's certainly about to meet.
Apex is going to push here, 100%.
Yeah, off the molly. Honda going to have to deal with this. Apex is pushing down. Oh, and completely booked him. Flashed, Molotoved. That's a great mid-round maneuver from Vitality to seize an advantage.
Acerado is filling that gap very quickly, though. He might have a chance to take one player out towards barrels, and Kyojin in transition goes down. The second onto Masuta is not good. But a trade nonetheless, and 3-on-4 they can work with. Still wanting to head towards this B bomb site. Door swings open. Yuri looking to go towards Monster. Art going to join him.
Vitality looking pretty indomitable at the moment here on the CT side. The most convincing round we've seen out of Furia's T side was when it was just Deagles and Yuri started hitting some crackers.
Look how far Shox has pushed up again. He can almost confirm that it will not be the A bomb site here. So Zawu's had the liberty of heading over towards this B site. The boost with 30 seconds. Running out of time, boys, but the frag is good. 3v3.
Where do you go from here? And now Art's caught Masuta as he reacts to that first frag. Zawu called upon to defend the site. Rotates very late. He's very detached from the pack. He's all alone. The only people keeping him company are Furia. And he's managed to wrap around the world. Another strike, this time onto Vinny. Art's the last man standing, tagged. Yet to fall, planting open to heaven. That should be the finish, but Shox has opted to go low. He will have time to reposition. Art is in a complete black box, has no idea as to Shox's location, and he's just no, that's him. Booked. Shox will take him, and that will be another for Vitality.
Let me talk you through 3 of the rounds on this CT side where Shox has had an impact. It's all been looking at the back of players, right? You think about the pistol round in this, he's just had to stroll around. Vinny has his bottom spanked there as he's in the open, backpedaling towards long. The round where he comes wrapping around with the MP9 after Yuri has those Deagle kills you were just prefacing. 2 players looking, wow, in his direction, but he's flanked yet again. And this time, Art's gone, well, of course he's going to be coming behind me. No, he's come all that way, the long rotation, back through CT spawn, and it's forced another timeout out of Furia here. So Shox's impact is being felt to close these rounds, and that's the reason he was brought into this team Vitality in the first place. Second timeout for the Brazilians has been called, and the plant and the closeness of these rounds will facilitate yet another bye. It's not going to take a lot to break Vitality. They just need to get it across the line there with one of those rounds, and it will need to be their first T-side round indeed. Art into the big green. Has head armor alongside it, a smoke as well to boot, and he's been good, especially on the CT side with the AWP opening picks. If he can replicate that now here on the T side, it might be that changing factor they need.
Shoxy. Oh, I thought he would just take an info peek. He's actually wrapped all the way around, tucked into party instead. And he's completely on a one-man mission here.
It's 4 players over towards B. You're right. This is more than an island. The guy is marooned.
But it's enabling Vitality to have so many players stacked up.
He can call there's nothing here. The smoke towards front bathrooms, the Molotov towards divider, it means literally nothing. Yeah. Shox is calling nobody A. Apex is playing front side to worry about connector only, but he's on that fast rotation towards B where Kyojin, Zywa, and Masuda all reside.
Yeah, it's like Shox is really switched on. They've done their research. It enables them to get all of that info. All that hard work, Furia throwing their default util toilets, it's just redundant. He's even working on a fast flank, and you can see Kyojin's buying time as Shox starts to close that clamp shut.
Oh dear, this is
badass.
Worse and worse for Furia now. Shox might even be here in time. The creep is coming. The smoke has denied them even longer.
He's gonna make it. He's gonna make it in time. Art's still got his smoke cocked. If Masuta could just find his first fight, if he beats Keserato, Dink exchange, the AK's better. Shox, however, should have an opportunity to strike at least onto one. He'll hear the pin pull, at least the steps. But they're wrapping short side.
Art's dead, 100%.
Eliminated. What's the reaction? Furia, upon knowledge.
Connected to A.
Straight away, the door swung open.
This is so late, 20 seconds. They gotta get a move on.
Apex should be there in time.
Shox is flanking the flank.
flanking the flank, you will eventually be flanked. Yeah, let's find out. Kaysarata alongside, knife out, spotted. He's low, not quite low enough. He gets around the corner in time. Zywoo, Kyojin late. It's Apex is tucked in. A chance for a double. Zywoo strikes as well, and it all comes falling apart for Furia. What a round from Vitality. Just a demonstration of the power of information.
That is wild, right? The fact that they use their utility so perfectly towards Monster, in those scenarios when you do have that B stat going, a lot of the time you want them to come on in, but they were delaying just enough time for Shox to get there and punish. Fantastic work, and holy moly, what is going on over there? 7-1 for Renegades? Make that 7-2, just updated right now, but Na'Vi. All right.
Oh, holy moly. Red Beans and Ravi. Don't forget, by the way, this is also the Inferno that they beat OG on and looked really good on. So perhaps that's their map if they're keeping Na'Vi under the thumb.
Very curious scenes right there indeed. All right, keep an eye on both streams here, ladies and gents, because this one could still get close.
Just day 3, Chad. Already scorcher matchups across the board.
I just, still the amount of aces today and the caliber of aces. Like, I can't wait till we get that montage made of all of them, and you can just see how high tier they were. They're not gifted. None of these I've seen today are gifted. But here we go again. Furia going back over towards B. Shox is just, he's on his own. It just has so much info. It's wild. We got 2 smokes, couple of flashes.
And it's not a job anyone other than Shox could be doing. It's a read of the game, it's information, it's experience. So nice smoke thrown out. That should enable progress. What's Zywoo's cue to pull the trigger
Double
now?
volley. They can't run through that one.
Yeah, okay, fair play. He tries to reposition, blinded off. Furia want to throw their bodies in, and here they come. Another incendiary to surge them forwards, and Zywoo strikes first. Kyojin tames the spray on short, and that's the end of Furia's foray into an Armored Deagle round. Kaysarata to be boosted up, set up for a potential one-way over that.
I think they see this one coming, don't they?
Oh yeah, and Shox is there right on the nick of time to strike again from behind. Vitality's CT side is very indestructible. We still have not seen evidence that Furia can post a T round.
Yeah, and a lot of that is facilitated by the positives you're pointing out with this CT defense of just info, right? They're doing the right plays, but knowing when the enemy's coming makes things a little bit easier in a big way. Now, 6 rounds here on the trot. Furia had a very competitive first half and yet to post a T round. So another timeout call. This will be their 3rd. A buy yet again. It hasn't felt like there's been too many rounds where they're hamstrung with purchases. They always have something to be a little bit threatening. But what could they possibly change? Because right now, if you're Vitality, you're talking through the approaches. Okay, well, it's felt pretty B heavy, right? They feigned a little bit of A presence. Maybe you want to mix things up and try a bit more of an A shutdown, right? Go for something new where you're having a few more players with Shox. Here's this approach again. You can see those smokes we were talking about. They're contingent that they're able to run through once the smokes land because it's about surprise and opening up new avenues that haven't been communicated and called at that time. Let's see what's the approach here. Zywoo heading over towards A now. Shox and Apex, so it's a heavy A lean. They might just shut Furia out of this one straight away.
Time to find out. Zywoo flashed off the line. AWP presence noted as he fires off the shot. Shox, what are you doing? Is he just... He's just walking up straight away and he takes the fight successfully. Kyojin having no issues on the monster either. Again, Furia just fall straight down into a 5v3. What are they supposed to do? Maybe Honda taking some initiative and just between the wickets there. Too many options. Nothing to say. And it's Vitality just running towards that 16. Furia missing, absent, without leave here in our second half of Overpass. It was an 8-7 half, Chad. We couldn't separate them. But it seems Vitality's defense is just way too much for Furia to handle.
Yeah, the max loss bonus without the plant, it's looking a little bit limp right now, so it should just be the pistol upgrade here, but oh dearie me. This has been a rough T half to watch from Furia, and knowing that they go into Nuke next, they will have to start on the T side of their map choice. That is a bit of a worrying sign, and we can hear the French now starting to get loud, starting to get very proud. And you never want to be defending against 15 with only an AK and some upgraded pistols.
Oh, wow, that looked too easy.
And mounted up again, the boost. Profits aren't down. AK on the deck. Vinny picks that one up, and more nade damage coming through. Kaysarata, you wanted to boost. That's not happening anytime soon. And Apex, he wants more. They're about to push on out aggressive.
Okay, set up for success. One, not quite the second. It's Yuri in response, but that weapon is not going to be easy to retrieve, especially now the floor is covered in flame. And such an absence of information, Vinny is going to have to take some risks here. He's going to have to take a couple of gambles as he tries to regain control of toilet side.
It almost feels like they're playing 4 players B and knowing that anybody could get past Shox at any time and just letting Shox do whatever he wants. Because all these positions he's playing, there are gaps. But Vitality are accounting for them every time. And, ooh, almost Vinny falling there. So this one starts to get interesting. But with 45 seconds left...
They're going to push Monster. He's holding with the Deagle. It's not going to be easy. Yuri's Deagle. Everyone's Deagle is just something else today. Uh-oh. Honda. Nearly.
How is this the round they're going to win?
Of all of the rounds, it comes down to this one.
This was a 3v5.
Yeah, well, ZywOo could change that still, but Honda in the off angle, he'll collect as well. Okay, Furia finally with their first T round of our first map of play.
That's a completely different situation if Shox kills Vinny. That's done. That's all over. So the fact that Shox goes down there just after we've been praising him, it was only a little detail, right? And it's not the end of the world. They still have a massive buffer of rounds here. But this is how it started for Apex. Way too good. The AK invested gone. Honda almost made a meal of that one, but finishes things off with a strong kill onto ZywOo, not suspecting him to be pushed all the way up. At least they're on the board now. Let's see how many more that can lead to. A change here, no longer towards that B site, heading straight over towards A.
Okay, and it's going to be Honda trying to sell the util for that short control.
They heard a lot of steps there. They are backpedaling very, very fast away from Connector. And Furia, the same. Everybody's headed in the same direction right now.
Apex, still silent on the mic, but will he be silenced on the server? Tucked in on toilets, walking, contact from Furia. Will there be util to lead, or will they play ahead of it? Oh, Apex in his transition, a chance for Art, gone awry. And so still, 5v5, this double AWP in play for the CT. So if that bomb goes down, retakes are going to be a different kettle of fish. Info and a missed shot. Apex confirms. It feels a little too like an A hit. Shox flash, might want to peek off of his own. They've kind of hit pause. How does that make you feel, Chad?
I think they're just letting Art work this long presence right now. They have to clear out close behind this planter box, and they have done so, but it is definitely an A hit. There's no other option. Clearing out close with these mollies. This is looking very, very telegraphed now.
Yeah, I mean, 4 members of Vitality are here. Let's see. It will come down to the execution. 35 and counting. Every second that passes starts to favor Vitality even more, but on the crouch peak, now time for the util. That's their cue, and Furia start to feel the feet with a second. Masuta silenced. Apex responds. He needs more than that, though. They're swinging in. The shadow gives him a cue. Art adds another to his tally. 2 on 3. The French need to stop that bomb plan any way possible. Art does it all. Bomb to be planted. He can't knock him off it. He'd love to. Maybe a chance. It's Yuri to close it out. And Furia, finally, not only with the first, but the second as well here on the T side. 8-7 half. A timeout called by the French. It leaves us to a 14-10. As the first glimpse of success for Furia in the second half.
Okay, and now they can think about whittling this CT-sided economy. It's just this one round needed to break Vitality's bank, to force them into a situation where they have to have conversations. What are we going to buy? Who's going to drop what? Do we need a save? They're being put on notice now. It was a great start, 7-round spree, put them all the way up to 14 rounds here, and they looked unstoppable. But now Furia are in a position where they can wrestle this one back and, well, extend play indeed. Art with some great shots. Apex goes on down, jumping up and over. That's the Art we know and love. Kyojin, not much he could do there. Last-ditch attempt. And some confidence now for the Brazilian side. As we do get back underway, just the single AWP, 2 defuse kits, rifles and util. And this time, it's going to be 3 players coming through Connector, the 2-man boost. Getting hot on their toes. They drop a
timer on
smoke.
this? Yeah, okay. They're aware of it as well.
I think they were noisy as well on their dismount. Shox doing his best to assist, and they're disrespecting the smoke. They will be walking into AWP of ZywOo here. Oh, they're going fast.
Yeah, really loud. He won't have time to retreat, and he's blind already. Just about gets vision and strikes. The first, perhaps of many. ZywOo loses vision again temporarily. Furia held back, though, by ZywOo. That's a big contribution from Art. Stops the woo.
Everyone's here. They've all rotated for Vitality.
Big find from Masuta. Looking for his 10th now as it's Art again looking to entry with the AWP. Are they doubling up? Bit of a bait and switch. Yeah, changes their plan and changes their setup. They're going to slip out of the site.
Oh, boosting defensively behind this fence. Not a standard angle to clear by any means. Art spotted. Art down. Shox huge.
So reserved. He doesn't flub those shots, just like the USP in the back. Stabilizes his aim, and that looks like the end for Cesarato. It's only Yuri, and he doesn't really have the health for this. 2 kills to his name already. Bomb plant certainly would be welcome.
This would be some clutch.
Not with this health. He'd have to somehow isolate these duels. He needs to be able to bolt the first. Deagle on hand, should he require it? There's Kyojin, nice wide swing. Vitality, 5 opportunities to throw a knockout blow and to secure their map pick.
Looking good there, yeah. Everybody just fought. I think Vitality realized, right, that there's no funny business with Furia. When they're coming, they're coming. Everybody got where they needed to be. And the fact that they reposition with such poise, right, it's great to see Shock's Mantle get the kill, but the fact that that's the call, it's like, hey, let's go and reboost and give us a whole different angle to deal with here.
I like the description of that from Furia, though. It's like, it's the opposite of Heroic. You know, for Heroic, like, if they wanted to knock on the door, first they'd knock on the back door, then they'd run around and they'd, like, tap on the window, then they'd run around, climb through the bedroom window. You know, that's the Heroic strat. Whereas for Furia, just run as a 5-man unit with their feet and kick down the door.
I think we could start calling some of the plays for Heroic a bit of a knock and run.
Yeah, for sure.
There you go.
What's it called? Knock-a-door dash?
I think we called it in Oz knock and run.
Knock and run? We called it knock-a-door dash or cherry knocking?
Cherry knocking?
Couldn't tell you why.
All right. Well, last time out called here. And here we go.
Yeah,
Vi
that's
is
not bad,
in.
Chad. I'm remembering that.
Someone write that down.
Yeah, someone remember
Our
that.
brains are going to forget that, but as soon as we leave this room.
Good analogy. I'm sticking with it now. Oh, boy. Let's see what you got, Furia. We haven't seen evidence that they can string together more than 2. They'd need to find 5 in a row if they wanted to contend and take us to OT.
They're doing the same play, though. 3 up through connector.
Oh, again, disrespecting the smoke. So far, they haven't been punished when they do it, so it does enable a bit of a timing, perhaps. Yeah, Masuta. Masuta? He may not be ready for this, and there is a gap in the hold. Apex is not looking, does jump up for the info just in the nick of time. What's he supposed to do? Nearly 2. Apex there to finish the job, 4 on 3. And they're charging in. Art desperately trying to pull something back into contention, but the bodies are still dropping. Apex silenced.
Here comes the Shock's flank yet again.
He's always doing it so quick. His timing is impeccable. He's still got 60 seconds in the round, and he's locked the door behind him. Art has to address it. Shock's reserved at the right moment as well. Art with his back turn pulls the pin. It's going to be hard for Cesarato and Art to break this. That fight on long with Zywoo, and as soon as contact's found with Zywoo, Kyojin can support from the bin. And here he comes to finish the job. Vitality, lock it down. That's their map, and it's under lock and key. A CT side to be remembered. Furia struggle on the attack. At 8-7 half, it ends 16-10. And now a T-side start for Furia on Nuke.
Got met with the brick wall of the Fnatic stack out towards B then. And my God, 14-14, nerves, pressure, everything is now on the line for both of these sides. Fnatic won this done and dusted. They got the first map. They won this over with. Dignitas are fighting for everything now. Players are here for Fnatic. Fetish has got his foot in towards the site. Pronax finds Zipnix, not the best of starts. Flusher gets Dupree. Bomb is going down. Device still kicking as Fetish waits and waits. Finds himself a little bit of smoke to hide in, but it's a 2v4. Desperately hard to hold on to. Device around the world we go. Oh, but the defuse is coming in. He's still going. Oh! Just about gets it as the flames come in. And look at the little dance of happiness. That is how to control. control your nerves in a situation, dance it out, but my God.
The results are in, ladies and gentlemen, and it is Vitality picking up the first map of this series here at the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. We love having you, and we love watching Counter-Strike, especially when it's this dicey. Of course, I talk about dicey, and there's just a few things to, hey.
That was your best profile.
There we go. So I didn't really know what was going on there to be.
I didn't know what was going on. I just saw you ducking.
Yeah, well, that's usually not a good sign. So if you ever see that again, probably, maybe you should duck too. Guys, Fury of Vitality on Overpass. There was a comfort level achieved there by Vitality. Talk to me about it, Manik.
Yeah, look, you open up saying dicey. I'd say maybe the first half was dicey. I think Furia put up a decent fight.
Not even the whole first half.
Yeah, look, they tried.
The
Okay,
start
they
of the
tried.
first half.
I'm trying to find a silver lining here. We move on to the second. That's it. Vitality were superior. It is a commanding first map for them. That's what they needed to kickstart the event. It's a great time for the Frenchies. Let's go!
Yeah, yeah. You notice the crickets on that one? Yeah, second half, I mean, you want to talk about comfort. It's obviously very comforting when you have information across the entirety of the map. Like, the Vitality always knew what was coming to them when they were on the CT side. It was like they had the same information that us casters get when we're casting the game and get it sound like we know everything that's happening as well. And that's basically what led them. Shox did such a good job of gathering information that I actually didn't even notice Zywoo was getting 26 kills. I didn't even notice it because I was just so amazed by how well Shox was doing.
Yeah, and you know, there's a lot of amazement going on around here. Let's talk about Apex around 11.
Let's do it. Let's talk about the almost clutch that Apex pulled over in that first half. We can run the clip. That would be round 12. And I just want to talk about cause and consequences in Counter-Strike. We see here, Kyojin and Apex are going to attempt a 2 versus 3 situation on the B side. It's not easy. Art finds Apex, and then here, in a heroic attempt from Apex, 2 quick headshots. Unfortunately, he loses the last duel. You might say, oh, this is really sad. But you move over to the next round, and then you start to understand the economical damage of that glitch. Apex stripped Furia from any sort of money moving on to round number 13. They had nothing. They had MP9s, they had scouts, and once Vitality strike onto that A side, you can see the difference in weaponry just speaking for itself. Huge opening kills from Apex and Zywoo. Vinny's doing to his best with the MP9, but this is not enough. This is why in Counter-Strike sometimes it matters so much to attempt these clutch situations, to put these weapons on the ground, because you gain such an advantage. For Vitality, that was a breaking point to a good comeback in the first half.
Especially because it tempered the economy that I think was giving Furia a lot of confidence and willingness to be aggressive on the map. They kind of opened that up after some of the early success of, being aggressive towards Fountain. You had that round with Yuri pushing up and getting a few kills. And then after their economy broke the first time around, you saw less of those plays as the half, grew.
We started to also see the idea of them picking up a Krieg over on their T side, like maybe
let's
taking some
party.
chances there, Yeah, let's party at party. Or we could just take a look at the next round, Maniac.
Yes, and we're going to go back to that Shocks point you made, Jason, because you were right times a million. Let's talk about Shocks. Let's talk about his CT side and how in this game, he was basically in the matrix. He was understanding, he was one step ahead of Furious game plan all the way to the bank. We see here, he's from behind. He knows to wait for the right timing. Do not give a kill away. He finds Art, and then he anticipates the rotate.
Yeah,
this is where
this
the
was
genius
sick.
comes in. Gets the kill, he knows. Furious about to rotate back to toilet, and that's what they do. They go back to the A side, but the whole defense is already in position. I want people to start and realize what Shocks did in that game. It's one of these situations where everything that you guess is correct.
Oh, that's a good feeling.
You know what your opponent is about to do. Every risk he took were almost all the right one. He was in good positions, good timings. He was in the game.
There were plenty of rounds like that that didn't come up with like a perfect picture flank kill that Shocks is able to get, where he was just there with the information, and you could see like an early rotation of the B bomb site. And also, I mean, I felt like Vitality. There were a couple rounds where I felt like they were holding a little bit of utility a little longer than probably normal, maybe because they just weren't being as pressured as they expected. But Fury would be lining up for a B hit, and there'd be Molotov, and then a smoke, and then another smoke, and then all that time is buying information for Shocks. Again, he's like, okay, we've stalled him out for 20 seconds, and I still don't see anyone.
Weirdly enough, look at what is going on the other server right here for Intel Extreme Masters. My goodness, yes, that's right. There are no HUD problems. Everything is as it says. Renegades are beating Na'Vi 11-5. Pretty weird, all things considered, but it's not done. And the winner and loser of that matches up with the winner and loser of this. So.
You're crazy if you think we're going to get some weird results here at Cologne this first land back. This isn't the end of it. There's going to be more stuff coming.
Yeah, I mean, we already have, what, 6 aces in the first hour, 5 aces?
Yeah, that was odd. That was very strange.
Pretty strange, almost pretty surreal. But yeah, that's a pretty big game going on over there on the B stream. Na'Vi Renegades. For us, though, we continue to look at Furia and Vitality. We start to look towards that next map of the series. And really, could this one go to 3 at this point? Do you feel like Furia have it in the tank?
I haven't seen much from Furia in that first map, Tris, I have to be honest, but I will say the formula that worked for Vitality on their CT side is not point by point going to work on Nuke. For example, we talk about Shocks and the space he was taking on overpass. It's not going to be the case on Nuke. He most likely will lurk around that ramp area. He's not going to have a lot of choices. He's going to be on Apex and Misuta to move a bit more. Saiwo, I mean, we need to touch on him, right? But he was stellar in that first map. That's still going to be an attribute on Nuke. But Shocks should not have the same kind of impact.
Has Zaibu gotten to the point where he's just so good we only really talk about him if
the simple syndrome?
You know, like the opposite?
I guess maybe. I honestly, like I said, I just didn't even notice he was getting 26 kills. I didn't notice anything like super flashy out of him. They were just solid kills, and I think most of the success was based off the playstyle that Shocks had on the map. But I think you're right. There's nowhere on Nuke you can have the same kind of information gathering and impact that Shocks had. One thing to keep note of for the defense of Vitality, historically, when I looked into Vitality in the past on Nuke, Apex loves dropping down ramp and going, into the control side windows, and that's how he opens most of his rounds. He's going to be there frequently.
Yeah, and we're going to take a break. We seem to do that frequently as well, which is okay, because we got another map coming your way. It's going to be Nuke, and it's going to be Vitality v Furia in the place to be, the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 21.
running. He's got to get the pop.
Oh, he's a madman. We see the consistent aggression. Art with a third, and he's hungry for more. Oh, it's a collateral Zephyr leap. Take it in one shot. Art is nuts.
Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legends spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment.
Welcome back to the A stream. Action about to commence for Vitality and Fury, and perhaps the first map about to conclude on the B stream, Na'Vi Renegades. If you're interested in checking that out, it's over there. Dinko and Hawker, the dulcet tones to fill your eardrums, and Renegades are close. In fact, 2 rounds away from taking their Inferno up against Na'Vi. It's definitely worth a watch. It looks like the boys might very well be continuing their streak, at least on Inferno. Na'Vi looking a little lost at this point in time. We're getting ourselves equipped and ready to see if Furia can respond. Vitality, a very strong performance, especially in the second half of their map pick.
Yeah, their CT side was looking indomitable there, and they will be starting on the CT side of Nuke. So let's see if they can shut out Furia's T side. This is the type of team who doesn't throw the traditional wall smokes yard. They love just going through that top side. Ugh. Let's take a little bit of a look of how this one rolls on out and if they've diversified their play at all. Well, true to form, straight towards lobby. 1x bet odds at the top of your screen. They're favoring Vitality more so than that first series.
So does Art just dump his util? Oh, actually, it was way too much util for that to happen. He got Molly and Nade as well on K-Serato. I'm very intrigued. Shox is holding the tight line. If he just has the reaction speeds of a sprightly young Shoxy Jesus, might have a chance. He hears them coming and immediately falls off. He will be able to round the corner in time, but they have ramped completely. Will they descend to the low side? If they get into the site, this util's going to be worth its weight in gold. Honda provides. If they can just lock them down, the bomb will plant. They immediately swing the door open. No one's looking. Apex pulls. Masuta's dead, and Yuri has secured at least a 2-man advantage.
Oh no, Honda took down Vinny.
Zywoo's happening. All onto K-Serato. A team kill from Honda. This has all gone horribly wrong incredibly quickly. And that's the end of that. Zywoo closes the case. 3 from Zywoo and a 2v4 from Vitality right out of the gate.
Ouch. That whole round there started so well, but there were 2 problems, one of which was the idea that they actually wanted to blow the door off. The HE from Art landed short. the door swung open from the CTs instead. I don't know if the door actually bounded the nade back or if Art missed it, but then Honda with the team kill took all the wind out of the sails, and ZywOo with another phenomenal CT-sided pistol right there. So Vitality off to a flyer of a start.
They reacted so quick. Vitality were down the vents and contesting before they could even think about getting that bomb down. Shock's obviously good communication to enable that.
It is just crazy, though, that the CTs decided we're just going to swing out and fight like that. That's not the traditional response that you do see. So here we go. It's going to be an upgraded Deagle for Yuri, a P250 for Hondog. Guess we need a new one. We don't have Flame Dogger anymore.
Now we need a new...
new dog.
What do you reckon of the 4 MP9s?
I don't hate it. I don't love it, but I understand. We've seen, I think we've seen Vitality doing a bunch in the past where they go for more SMGs than rifles in these rounds.
And especially because, you know, Apex is going to be able to single-handedly monitor your yard. There's no stress with an AUG, especially on this anti-eco.
They can also farm a bit of cash extra as well if these SMGs all pick up the kills, and if they hold on to them, that means going into the next round they get a very nice bonus situation. Apex does love that AUG on outside. It was one of the things that we were noting with him. Would have been middle of last year, actually. Time flies. We've covered that. Shocks pushing. The rapid fire there of the MP9 is enough to force Honda into a more passive stance, but Furia, that'd be just to whittle down this clock. Sub 40 seconds. The first kill's about to come in for Masuda.
$1,200. Make it 18. Injected into Vitality's veins. Ooh, and every MP9 is connected so far. Exactly what the doctor ordered. The one... Actually, no, Apex didn't even get a frag. It was all SMG frags. That's a dream for Vitality, as much cash as they possibly could. Furia now with their first weapon.
Yeah, $3 grand total right there. The only way they could have gotten some more pennies out of that would have been knife kills. So you're going to say max efficiency out of those SMGs. And we talk about it here from a casting standpoint. I don't think it's even a huge priority when you think about them playing in the server. It's more just about winning that round. But it's definitely something to note, right? Because we're going to follow this weaving economy throughout.
Yeah, and it does have huge ramifications. How many times have you seen, you know, the impact of that Galil FAMAS excuse playing a part into it when the money does get tight?
Just take a look here at how many or how few smoke walls we actually do see out of Furia.
Hello, Shocks isn't ready for that. He's just so tagged up and so focused on this squeaky door.
What?
I don't understand. He surges forwards despite being tagged down to 18, and he's drawn first blood. Art strikes from main. He should just bide his time now. It's Kyojin on the hut. They will pre-fire him around the corner. Look at this. Shocks is unloading his sewing machine. And now even more damage. Art tags him up, forces Kyojin into the fire. And Honda knocked for 6. That's a problem. And Art doesn't get to live much longer. That's a round. That's a round for sure. It felt like Furious Chaos was theirs. Vitality thriving within it.
What on earth was that? You could see it seemed like a rehearsed maneuver of some variety, but because Shocks was taking damage, or at least heard the sound cue of Art dropping into main, he was thrust forward. Here's ZywOo at range with... this has to be the best gun pound for pound.
Yeah,
it's just so good, the MP9. And that's a massive one. I just said it was a bonus. They get that done, and they get to upgrade. So picking up some AK-47s... Oh, Kyojin only got a Galil. Well, one AK-47, and the Galil's still better than an MP9. And here we go again. Furia love this kind of quirky situation. Art into the AK with the Kev, smoked off. Wants to leer forward, will push through, has some teammates with him, and Masuda's nade. A little bit too deep.
Oh, flubbed the movement. He's not going to get run down. He's cool for now. And Art's immediately pushing further forward. He wants to challenge towards Hell. And Apex not ready for that. Big place from Art, managing his angles well. And he's the only one with the AK, need I remind you. Scoops up an AK from the cold dead hands of Apex.
How are they going to do with these rotations now? Kyojin kind of stranded topside. Masuda's done well here to find Honda at the back box of ramp. And if they want to try and isolate Masuda here, they might not be expecting ZywOo.
Now this is something. Fully regrouping and receding. It's a question of how much info Vitality are operating with. Are they assuming Heaven's still under control? Yeah, they're pushing now. This is going to answer a lot of questions.
Well, if they clear that out in time, Kyojin's position becomes even more powerful right up here above the hut on the rafter. It is a tough one to clear it in the best of times. What's the priority? Is it going to be hut or squeaky? Oh, ZywOo spotted them. They're dropping back towards lobby. Kyojin's going to be on high alert any second now.
They're in the right place. All 4 CTs on the upper floor, upper deck, and easy find for Shocks. Can't believe his luck. Now the smoke will be dropped. But just Vinny and Yuri left with the rifles in their hands, and it's not lasted long. It's actually Masuda who finds them both. Kyojin to put the cherry on top. Vitality off to the Dream CT start.
Oh, mate, the fact that Kyojin didn't even have to really do anything and he was in the power position, you can see when they've told him, these are the kind of spots from RPK's game that we want you to hold on to. That's one of them right there, right? We know on Overpass when we see him getting himself up on Jail. So just keep your eyes on similarities there. It's really interesting to see a new guy coming in, and instead of letting him flourish into the player that he could be, using his raw ability and pushing it in the direction they want it to be. This is the curious thing about the Vitality project.
Yeah, it's one of the many curious things. The fact that you've also just kind of said, hey, new brain with clear fundamental and raw mechanical skill. I'm going to shut the hell up because it's Masuta's turn, and immediately has his ticket stamped.
You can see here, not a smoke wall yard again, just bodying through ramp. Just straight on down they go. They're going to get the bomb into the site, and it's Zywoo to contend with here, but K-Serrato, I think he has him booked.
Yeah, he's on his heels. Quick on the tail. Tag through the smoke, but should be an uncontested plant. So now with the bomb down, Zywoo waiting for backup. There's 3 CTs descending to the lower deck. Kyojin invents for now.
Only a flash here to defend with for Furia, so it's the bodies that are going to do the brunt work of this post-plant situation. Lots of nades, though, for Vitality to clear out the close corners.
Big find. Apex on his way through ramp. They know the presence is coming. Shocks from window.
Only one kit on Zywoo here. Need to get a move on. All they need to save.
Yeah, and that's surely going to be the cue. The loss of Apex. Not much more for Shocks to do. Yeah, starting to look more passive, more caged, and yeah, it looks like they're not going to leave with anything. Vinny to finish the job. Nice find from Shocks.
He can survive.
He's safe up here.
Yeah. One of my least favorite things.
Not even close, baby. And okay, okay. Ah, wow, the evasive jump conversion. We'll take it. 4-1 though. Furia have broken their silence and done so quickly. Still, no, the yard smoke watch is at 0.
I'm glad that my brain remembers these little details. Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, Furia, they just don't play nuke like everybody else, which is really strange,
But
right?
still succeed at a tier 1 level.
The fact that they've picked it here, right? They have to have some confidence in their T side, right? You got to want to walk away with at least 5 rounds on your T half.
Do you not, as Vitality, at some point just start exploiting that if there's no one just sitting on the default holding yard?
Yeah, well, right now, nobody watching outside as they're going ramp again.
Yeah, and Masuta can't believe his luck. A free shot straight into the head of Art. Leading from the front lines in a quick react. Zywoo keeps it a man advantage to the good and immediately forgoes control. He's not interested in any of that funny business. K-Serrato has managed to maneuver down the vents, and with Yuri joining him towards this low site, Apex is going to be under a lot of scrutiny here.
One's enough.
He bides his time, controls the spray. It's Yuri next victim. Lovely play. Apex makes it 5 for Vitality. Just K-Serrato now looking to inflict any additional damage.
He does have a lot of time, and I don't think Apex is too aware of his position right now. Actually, just noting off of where Apex is looking, it feels like he has no idea whatsoever. Spotted him.
Oh, K-Serrato reacts in time. And now K-Serrato trying to piece this puzzle together. Gets himself out towards the rafters. Zywoo makes his presence known. AWP ramp as K-Serrato pieces this together.
Well, he will be able to get that bomb right. He's walking around over to the railing. Zywoo's dipped more passively, but the problem is they'll get to window room as his smoke is starting to fade. So what's K-Serrato's plan here?
I don't think he has one. Shock swings open the door. Hidden for now. Good strike, not the transfer. It was just about in the realms of possibility. And then he'd have had the 1v1 against Zywoo. We could have been seeing something quite magnificent there. Denied.
Eyebrow raising stuff right there because, yeah, you're right, that transfer and then a very winnable one-on-one.
Yeah.
So almost enough. And Masuta at ramp's going to be feeling like he's playing a bit of a E-rush simulator because it's not often. It is, like, let me really signal this for everybody at home. Maybe you're not familiar with Counter-Strike. To see teams rush ramp on a full gun round, that's counterintuitive. That's when you remember that Flamey clip from 2020 when he mows them down. That's what happens, not what Furia are getting away with right now, but here they go again.
Oh, Shock's so ready for him. Art's maneuver falls flat.
Lots of damage.
So if Apex does fall immediately, that's not the case. He's managed to find another, and toes of Yuri should be an indicator of what's to come. I see a no-scope in the feed as well.
Where did that come from?
Not sure, but either way, Vitality having no issues. They're not really breaking a sweat.
This is getting, well, not blanked. There's a round on the board, but it's looking flat, isn't it?
If you compare, you know, if you add that overpass CT side into this nuke CT side, their defensive success is high. Very high. Yuri, 9 HP, hanging out with the Tech 9 and hanging out with Apex. He's not interested, slaps him away like a irritating fly.
Might Well, actually, let me just take a little bit of a look. I can do it. We don't even need to get it piped through to on a visual. Renegades have been able to get up to that 15th round. Scoreline 15-9 right now, and they are going into a gun round. So if you are watching that B stream, or maybe you want to keep a bit of an ear open to it, it is very, very close over there. Only map number 1, and Furia here are taking a timeout. So a good opportunity for Gary to get on the mic, maybe to talk through a bit of their game plan. To note, they are getting this vent control. So if you're looking for one positive for Furia right now, they are getting a man down the vent, but I don't think it's forcing the rotations in the way that they would be hoping it to do so.
Are they doing it? I mean, they're doing it loud and proud, right? So that's the whole idea, is that they know K-Sorato's got his bottom down, and that should be forcing rotates, but it seems that in the absence yard, usually that's a component of the doubt.
Yeah, right, because when we talk about the smoke walls, the idea is about getting players down secret. Getting down vent, if you get more than one player down, like how are you getting...
You know, like why aren't you just throwing them occasionally?
Well, it's Furia, they just do things different, right?
Yeah.
I can't actually explain it, but I couldn't explain any of their gameplay.
Oh, and Zywoo's gone and taken an early AWP fight. Hut, this is something else. Again down the vents. Zywoo will have heard that. Now, the bomb wasn't with them. Art's lost a bit of health. He's lost a whole lot more now, and this is getting silly, Chad.
Yeah, this is making this nuke pick look very, very strange, right? It's a map that they're clearly comfortable playing. You wouldn't have picked it otherwise, but it's just a horrible start. This should be 7-1. 5 players alive. Look, there's nobody over towards ramp, but ramp's not a bomb site. Have a smoke and a molly. Honda's been having a rough game of it here. He's been tasked with normally holding on to that ramp position. Currently sitting at 1-7, and Shox... Well, he's parked the bus now, so they can't even pivot back towards that heaven route.
Apex is so ready. Real power position he's holding here as well. It's just that headshot, one click, and one frag. Honda's gone. There we have it. Yuri putting up a bit of a resistance. He'd love to get that bomb down.
Plant would be great here. Onyx an eye, bullets through the smoke. He will get it down. That's great for the economy, but how many more kills can he get?
That's the question. Zywoo's his next victim if he just puts a couple of bullets through the door. Kyojin's low. Nice find. Shox through the smoke. Will catch him. Vitality 7. Furia just the 1. And you were talking about that Renegades Na'Vi game, a B-stream update for you. It does look like Inferno is going the way of the Renegades.
No way. That's wild. Absolutely wild scenes. Another timeout being taken here and another Furia timeout. So, whew, absolutely wild. Just this just goes against everything that you know as a nuke viewer, right? I spoke about the ramp rushes before. It's just really strange because you see like CT meta has almost shifted on this map because of nuke walls, whereas you aren't seeing that interplay right here. And let me kind of explain that a little bit more. Because Ts have utility down to such a point that it feels like they can take control of yard, they can get warehouse control, they can pressure secret, they can pressure around ladder. What that's been changing in the CT side of meta is more lobby aggression, right? You see the ramp pushing with an AWP, or you see Hut pushing once they know they've lost secret. It's looking very glum over there in the Furia camp. Here we go.
Yeah, I misread a message there. I think the game's still underway.
Oh, okay.
Sorry for baiting you there, everyone. Misread a message. Thought it was over.
We're not in the future.
We're not living in the
15 to
future.
10.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Australia's celebrating.
It's my fault.
They're popping off the fireworks. It's kind of a smoke wall yard.
It kind of counts, I guess, too. And does obscure vision. They're going for this boost. This is actually a bit of a signature move of Fury's, and there's nothing to report on Rafters. And it's worked out wonderfully. Shox, lot to deal with here. The whole squad coming towards this top site. Yuri's managed to slip the net. He's coming round. He opens up the account. It's looking great for Furia. And that's the easiest round we've seen from the T side. A top pop. Boosting at that T vent. Beautiful stuff.
So this is something that Vitality have to start dealing with now, because it wasn't just to drop down the vent and try and deal with the rotations. It was, there you go, they did win it, 16 to 10. So you were just in the future.
Oh.
Look how fired up Alistair is. All right, all right. That's a huge scalp to take right there. Just the first map. And
I see he's also a big proponent of the gaming pillow.
Yeah.
I recommend it to a friend, the back support, and it's even on brand. So congratulations to them. That's exciting. That's over on the B stream.
See how that series goes.
Look at this.
Top rush.
Straight out, no contest. There's someone on the rafters. He stabilizes a little. It's Kyojin with the impact. Finally, Honda puts him down, but it's all
team
over.
Kill.
One through the smoke. May not be that much to write home about. Masuta finishes it off with ease, and Vitality straight back to their winning ways.
A bit of a giggle there. I think that's either Apex or Shox having a laugh about how things transpired there, but this is quick, right? This is very, very quick stuff. And this is what we expect when we have Furia in the server, but now they have to go back to the drawing board. The top late pop off K-Serato's pick work, the hard in, not so much. I just don't know. When you don't play the traditional style of nuke, it's going to be very difficult. You're hoping that you can break that CT-sided economy. That's the only way you're going to be mounting some rounds. Well, he's brought out the AWP.
Okay.
Someone dropped that for him. Vinny dropped that for him. And is left with only a deagle.
Door is just perpetually open.
And he's not even taking the AWP to where you would expect to see it. Yard. Oh, Masuda pushed up. AK's going to get dropped there. Honda down. And a 4v5 yet again. Furia just on the receiving end of this.
Yeah, Vitality is speedrunning this upper bracket. Carrying that same form we saw in the play-in.
Well, winner of this will play winner of that other game we just showed you, Na'Vi versus Renegades. And then winner of that is straight through to the playoff bracket. They have to play one more game, but that's just for either semifinals or quarterfinals.
I mean, Gambit and Na'Vi, top seeds from their respective groups. If Renegades come in as the wild card play-in qualifier and put Na'Vi into the lower bracket of a tournament Simple has stated he expects to be in the grand final of.
Yeah, the context there, isn't it?
It's just flaming hot Cheetos.
Great utility usage here. Apex just pops his head up the vent, drops another smoke, delays another 18 seconds off the clock here in the top defense of Shox, Kyojin, and now Zywoo in heaven is looking very, very tidy. And here they come. They're about to creep on out. Zywoo's even dropped into the side. They're more than ready for this one, Alex.
Yeah, should be Art's frag any day of the week. He's missed his shot. Shox won't. Oh, and they're all lined up for him. Does well to find a frag and the tag, of course, onto Art. The flank is coming in thick and fast. Zywoo keeps him at bay. And Masuta to twist the knife. One into the spine. Yuri looking for a reload, won't even get a chance. Big finds, and Masuta having quite the half here. He was a bit quiet over and over pass. It wasn't necessarily required. Now he's back in business.
Yeah, and it's good to see, right? It's good to see. This is just continuing to reinforce, or I guess to be a learning experience for Vitality on LAN, and for us from some of the positives we were seeing them online. To take a player like RPK out, I'm sure you've all heard the discussion time and time again, but it's not easy. He's a LAN veteran. RPK is one of the old boys who's been doing this for the better part of 10+ years. To bring in Kyojin, we were prefacing the amount of maps. He's had 5 LAN maps now, Alex, and all have been this week. So all of his LAN experience for Kyojin has been this week, and he's only felt victory. So that's going to feel quite nice.
You want to see his performance at IEM Cologne? Just check his LAN stats.
All right, third timeout for Furia here in the first 11 rounds of play. And
Gary's going to say something. He's going to go on the mic. He's just going to say, boys, I can't believe I'm saying this.
I want to throw some yard smoke.
Maybe all 3 of them.
But Gary, I don't know.
We just buy them and die with them. It's much better.
Well, that's the thing. It's at this point, if it's not part of their repertoire, I don't think it's not well rehearsed. So at that point, what are we doing?
No, I'm with you. It just gives you, that main player that only looks at the drop-off from main roof might have to be a little more concerned with the potential of red, you know?
You never have to worry about somebody going down secret.
That's precisely, but not to be. Here we go. We're cooking with gas again towards the inner side of the map.
Okay, well, out Squeaky and down the vent. So Art's gotten what he wants. Now what's the rotation look like? Apex has dropped lower. He's willing to deal with that. He's actually in swing right now, so setting Masuda up for a little bit more aggression again. But the fact that Art has control of the lower halls means diddly squat.
You have to make a sound cue at some point if you want to leave that part of the map.
Yeah, this used to happen. I remember when I was watching 100 Thieves that JKS would get lower control, but he'd just get window room and they'd just leave him to his own devices. So hoping that Art can pull a bit of a rotation here. They're spamming now, and Art's actually made his way into the bomb site. He does not have the bomb, and they're hoping that he can find an entry here. Now, Apex doesn't look aware. That spamming has done the job.
Completely masked the sound. It's enabled Art to have the element of surprise here. Apex, loud. Art, aware. And Masuta about to turn the corner into a back. Oh, Lord almighty, nearly 3! K-Serato bleeding out of his ears. He's managed to find the frag at least to keep us in contention at 3v3.
If they go heaven, this would be perfect.
Yeah, especially with the info Yuri has.
Oh, the timing. Kyojin might stop this.
The bomb carrier, just in time. He stops them in their tracks. Art recovers it, but now Rock in a hard place. Big find from Yuri on that vent rotate. That will deny that. Aware of lobby as well. Kyojin is advancing. Kit on his back. Bomb now down. So Zywoo, he's actually not opting for secret, so it's going to be a timing thing. And in fact, he's made it very clear where he's coming from. Molly's the close corner, enables Kyojin to be aware of that possibility as well.
Yuri heard that. He knows that Zywoo's... Oh, Zywoo faked the steps. He's coming back up. Gap in the smoke.
Yeah. Something for Yuri to work with. They cross coming behind, and Furia will find another. Now we're talking. Top site again, successful for Furia.
Okay, finally being able to do something with the rotations there, and that was all through masking the sound, Art swinging open the door, and being able to make his way all the way up and flank onto Apex. Because if Apex doesn't die in that situation, Masuda's gotten 2 kills. Things are looking very, very good.
Yeah, all of that hard work and like spamming and the thought process involved could have just been completely ripped out by Masuda if he just finished off Serato. Not that we can expect that of him, and Vitality clearly feeling a little bit of additional pressure now.
Yeah, things could actually get started for Fury here. Now, it was feeling flat because these vent drops weren't netting them a whole lot, but now you take a little bit of a look at the money situation on the left-hand side of your screen. Bottom of the barrel economy right here for the French. They can make this one work, they can purchase on in, but if they don't win this round, Furia very well might get themselves a 9-6 half, which I think they'll be happy with, very happy with.
Yeah, I mean, you can see some sacrifices already being made in that lower side of your screen.
Oh, alligator for Kyojin, all right. 5-7 for Apex. It's a last-ditch attempt. Shocks even with a deagle. If they can
looks
go
quick.
This one, yeah, it'd be nice.
Art, no molly to stop him. Flash is sure, but he's in. Straight to the top side. Kyojin looking to do some damage with the shoddy. They're opting towards ramp now instead. It's Masutu, can't believe they're back, knocking on his door.
Kyojin's dead now as well.
This is shaping up nicely. Furia, through sheer persistence.
Yeah, exactly that. I think they've cracked this nut.
Yeah, that's exactly how it feels. Like they just kept banging their head against that door and eventually it cracked.
Well, this is the thing, right? If you're Vitality, at some point, you would have to be expecting something different, but that just hasn't been the case. The fact that they have so much utility to get them out squeaky, to give them the chance to look for those entries or drop down the vents has started to net some profit. Apex and Shox looking to save what they have. And the money situation, well, you consider next round the loss bonus only going to be 1,900. That's Furia looking very good for a 5th. So even though they've rinsed through 3 of their timeouts, Furia have been able to make it work. I think if you're Vitality, after the way this half started and knowing what type of rounds that you're losing to, you'd want to at least get to those double digits of 10. There you go, bomb goes off. Not getting too loud over there in the Brazilian camp just yet, but I'm sure if they get the next 2, the decibels will be raised. So yeah, now you can really see the ramifications of all of this. 2K for Kyojin, 1.9 for the likes of Apex, Zywa with 2.1.
This is going to be a very telling sign now. Like, I mean, Apex just an M4, a deagle for Shox. If Furia can just keep this clean, they're going to have a double thumbs up from Coach Gary and from Furia fans around the world.
A bit more presence towards Yard here. Apex is pushed up close and he might get a kill or 2.
Yeah, bit of a mix-up. 2 players going Yard side. And now they strike. Apex was ready. Serato, the unknown entity, striking from short. Short, let me try again. Squeak. Leaves me at 3v3. So Apex has managed to make that single weapon actually a threat.
Onto's lower, so's Vinny. That's the bomb. Serato, they know he was over towards lobby here, and there's nobody to deal with that. Apex is coming through ramp. He's going to have another fight. Is he ready for this one? Yes, he is.
God,
Apex.
Now a weapon lies idle. That could be recovered. Bomb ticking. No kits. They might just play the saving game again, but he's managed to make a lot out of a little there.
It's a 3v2. Surely they're considering this one.
Bomb ticking. Uncertainty brewing. Vinny's had a quiet one, as has Honda, the 2 bottom fraggers for Furia now.
Have to go now. There's no kit.
Here comes the pressure. Vinny reveals his location, and Vinny fills the feed with the necessary.
Now it looks like save was the better option, right? It really, the fact that they didn't, be quick about that retake, they played it very, very slow without a kit. They could have walked away with AKs on everybody. Now it's just Apex, and this buy for the final round here within the first half, not going to be fantastic. It'll be a buy, but it won't be perfect. And imagine closing the half after what was Furia getting bruised and battered with a bunch of consecutive rounds.
It was, what, 7-1 at one point? Now we stand 9-5. Art whipping out that Krieg. He's trying to make it work, and again, we're going to be seeing that pair heading over towards Yard. Different setup already. It looks like Apex might be going for an early secret play.
Zywa's ready.
Yeah, I can't believe his luck.
Might have a chance. Oh, what?
No one's main. No one's main. Shox is normally there. This time he's been plucked from the rafters. They'll know there's another on site. Kyojin typically there as well. Process of elimination. Furia looking for the elimination. Here comes Kyojin. Next victim. And it's just all brown on blue in the feed. A chance for Apex. Short-lived. We've got ourselves a 9-6 half, folks. Unless Masuta trying to change the dialogue, and he's done so quickly. Keisarato's the only healthy one. He can't adjust in time. 9-6. Furia make a half out of that. It looked like the defense was too tough. We'll take a quick break, but Furia looking to recover and stay competitive on their map pick.
Hey Future Pros! Took the private jet to Nuke today to give you a flash for the A site. This flash will help your team greatly. First, make sure you shoot out this window. To do this flash, get into this corner just outside of T-spawn. Aim above the third window in the middle of the white metal cladding. Then run forwards and jump throw the flash as you get into the center of the window. A site is a complex site, so this flash won't blind everybody, but it certainly will help. Good luck, as you're gonna need it.
Third day of play at IEM Cologne 2021. The players playing from exactly their beautiful view, but locked inside to compete for $1 million prize purse. This is it. We've got ourselves Vitality and Furia. We're into our second map, and it did look like it was just going to be a walk in the park for Vitality. Furia, however, recovering 4 consecutive rounds at the tail end of our nuke half. And now we've swapped sides. Vitality's turn to demonstrate not only what an outside smoke looks like, but also what their T side can offer.
Yeah, this is going to heat up, I think. There's a bit of life in this game now, a 9-2 to a 9-6. You're going to be happy with that if you are the Brazilian campaign. And oh, dearie me,
I'm sorry,
the Julies are out again.
Sorry, mate. I'm sorry I had to see it.
For 1xBet odds favouring Vitality here still. Furia have been blown out a little bit wider. Now, we'll keep our eyes on Vinny because we haven't been impressed with the Julies. Maybe he can change that
There is an exception to the rule, Chad.
Top hut.
That's the one.
Here we go. The flashes are going to be coming on through. There's smokes as well. And postures in the lobby right now are Vitality.
He has got probably the most expensive set you can have. for a pistol round. Kevlar and the Julies.
Thank you very much, Quesarado.
Flash will come through. He's not going to be caught by that, so there's a real world where Vinny can do some damage here. Readies himself and starts to unload. A good first. The Cowboy pistols barely get the job done, but it looks good enough. And it's Apex, last man standing, and woo-hoo-hoo, looking very stylish as they even attempted to go and close that gap with the knife. Okay, Furia will take the pistol, and this gap is going to close fast, Chad.
Yeah, so there's two choices right now for Vitality. Force buy, get into the Deagles, get the scouts out, get all that good stuff, and try and push against the lower buy of Furia here, or take the save and buy in the next. Well, as you can see, bottom left-hand side of your screen, it will be that purchase. 3 Tech 9s, a P250, a Deagle, and a bit of utility. Check this one out, ladies and gentlemen. You haven't seen one of these in bloody 16 rounds of play. It's going to be the classic smoke wall.
Okay. I was going to line up the perfect. He can still throw it. He's still got the lineup, and they've blown off the door for him. But here we go. Yuri to contend with the yard. And they're down secret uncontested. So things get interesting now. If Yuri wants to go for a fast flank, I'm intrigued by his maneuver. No ops for main instead. Arcs down the fence and finds Apex. There's more where that came from. That was just the tail of the snake. Vinny confirms they're swinging doors. A big, solid shutdown from Furia, and it seems there's absolutely nothing to celebrate for Vitality into the second.
Yeah, this is a force buy that's fallen flat. No kills so far, no plant. Now, this is the way that things started for them on Overpass. They were 4-0 in the hole. Kyojin comes in with 3 massive Deagle kills and an AK to follow. And they're able to get their T-side campaign going when Furia's money's on the ropes. So this, at this point, you spoke about that gap. Without a massive calamity, I'd say Furia would have to unplug their monitors, keyboards, take their headsets off and walk away from the PCs for the next round for Vitality to win it, because it should just be those Glocks. Shox goes down. Quesarado didn't take the Deagle. I don't think he got there in time. It didn't look like he picked it up. Regardless, I think it's going to be of too much consequence right now as
you watch this come down to a 1v1. He whips out his Glock and dings him.
CT sided Glock. It is a classic. He does eat.
Shh, 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 shh.
All right. Well,
Speaking of Glocks, you know, actually there's a fair few on the opponent's forces. Let's see if this one gets far. We've got 3 Desert Eagles, and it does look like there is going to be an air of pace, or at least to the start of this one. They open up the door and set Shox up for a shot. Doesn't connect. This is one of the few opportunities they'll get to inflict an early shot.
Kyojin right there respecting his elders. Age before beauty, I think that as he opened the door for Shox to try and profit. I think the art of holding the doors open for people is gone now.
No, dude,
I don't think anyone wants to touch the doors.
I just followed, yeah, that's true. I followed an Instagram account just out of morbid curiosity, which is like etiquette lessons.
Okay.
And they're all just like, you know, pretentious rich people showing you how your which fork you should use.
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
But it's really insightful. Like I've been going upstairs with women all wrong. Apparently, there's a whole procedure I'm supposed to take. There's a procedure.
Okay.
But it's very insightful, and we get 9-9. Here we go, and I'm starting to hear that fire in the bellies of Furia be vocalized.
They win this one, yeah. Good reason to do exactly that. Let's take a look because Vitality haven't started purchasing just yet. Nothing bought. 9 seconds left. It might be a little bit late out of spawn here. We go.
Going on?
I think they're working out if they want Zawu to AWP or not.
Okay.
And it looks like no. So it will be the AK, the util behind it, and smoke wall being lined up again. Which version? That's the question.
Quickie, that's for sure. It's already flying through the sky. Cross smoke deployed. Shox on a one-man mission. That's his style. Apex actually looking to join. The old heads on one side of the map and the new names linger in lobby. Lovely taps from Art. Nothing really too exciting to report as Shox does manage to just about maneuver through. Oh, Honda bringing an aggressive flavor to lobby. And nothing to celebrate there. Good damage. Kyojin down to 36, but body dropped.
Vinny's pushing ramp right now.
I was holding him. Art meets Shox early. Vinny's already fallen on his aggression as well. So Furia up against this 5 AK buy. Got nothing to show for it so far. Apex even to test them here on the site. And I think Yuri's living in a bit of a black box. Nice find from Quesarado. If they could just find Shox, we're into a 3v3. It's not impossible. Art trying to have a little bit more to say about this round. And no, I loved the ideas. I was just too smart.
Yeah, just ahead of that smoke by a second there. Art could have found an avenue to get back into this, but Quesarado and Yuri will quickly be saving. You could see Quesarado already in the depths of T-spawn. And I'm sure Yuri will be joining him shortly. But if you have a little bit of a look again, the economy does seem pretty flush right now. Art has 6.6, Honda with 4.7, 4.9 for Yuri. We're going to get 1.4k as a loss bonus. That's a lot of numbers right there. So if you didn't keep up with the maths, what this means is Furia can buy next round. They can even have the AWP on Art if they would like. We do it both ways. We give you the tough stuff and we simplify it the best we can. Bomb about to go off. Vitality going to grab that lead. And important kill here from Kyojin. Rookie on rookie action right there. Ah, yeah, premonition.
He's just so smart, yeah.
Premonition right there. And
he's like, he's tagged, you say, and I see him throwing a smoke, you say.
And it's Art.
What's his only option for success?
Oh, dear.
Smart boy, smart boy. Let's go, though. 10-9 full buy, of course, for the Vitality boys. And we are going to be seeing an immediate double AWP pulled out.
Ooh, Dorping right now. And Vinny actually on the secondary. When it's been Henny in the team and when we've had Junior there, I'd say Vinny's not one of the key names to be picking up a secondary AWP by any means. Doesn't mean he can't do it, just means there's other players with priority in the past. Where are they going to take those AWPs? Because Yuri's currently towards Yard, one of them up towards Ladder. How aggressive is Art getting with the AWP here, Alex? He's pushing Squeaky with the AWP.
I thought he has destabilized the wall of smokes with Incendiary. He hasn't.
This is mental from Art. He's pushing Squeaky right now. He's in lobby.
Well, at least get some information. The bomb's back there as well, and he's taken down Masuta. The swing from Kyojin couldn't quite get it on the mark, and Honda again falls flat. Kyojin's had no problems holding this lobby. It's a tough role. Not a lot of fun, not a lot of glory to be had as the default lobby holder. But when Art's throwing his body straight through the squeaky door, this time's not quite worked out wonders for him.
Okay, well, Shox has got towards the lower side. Kyojin is going to get out of dodge. 40 HP or 37 to be exact remaining. And now look where Shox is in that lower site. We're looking at 2 smokes remaining, one for Kyojin, one for Shox. So that means we can't do an on-the-fly smoke wall. And little to Vitality know, if they were to head towards ramp right now, that is one avenue that is completely free. They've hedged towards the top site here, the Brazilians. Vinny and K Serrato, they could stop this in its tracks because it looks like the French are coming.
Shox makes noise lower. Vinny doesn't flinch. He has to pull the trigger successfully here. He does. Apex neutralized. They're trying to descend. Oh, great timings. The bomb. It does go down, but immediately Keserato. Careful now.
No.
What's going on? Caught with the molly. Tries to burn out Kyojin, but now bomb retrieved. And Vinny, they know exactly where he is as well. Kyojin, more impact. Not only did he house that initial push, he's managed to get the bomb and recover it. And looks like Vinny's just accepted his fate on that one.
Yeah, now it will be yet another CT-sided save, but that was absolutely wild. If he had dropped the molly from above the vent and didn't have to get on in, that would have taken an extra 7 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, true. And the instant reaction as well of the Vitality boys, as soon as Vinny fires that AWP shot, they're screaming vent. They're just screaming it. Hut did manage to catch that frag. If that bomb had perhaps, he kills him a second earlier.
Could have been in the top side.
It's a different round.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Shox getting the kill on lower. You were hoping a rotation came in, but as soon as Apex knows that AWP's there, he's going to be pivoting around the bomb box. So this is Kyojin's double to kick things off. Art is so crazy. Art's pathing that round, up ladder, jump on the bomb silo, jump on top of Hut, and then jump in towards Squeaky Door and push. That was crazy. This is the last time out from Furia. They used 3 in the first half. This will be the only one they can use in the second. You don't get any freebies. You can only use if your teammates call them. And they need to talk this through, and they've actually opted for the double AWPs again. So Vinny's saved AWP is great. Art has one as well, and he can even drop a rifle right now if he doesn't buy anything else. Looks like maybe there is already a gun available for Yuri here. Okay, no, it will be an AUG drop. So they have made this work. This is still a very scary looking buy, and maybe something that Vitality won't be ready for. They know that there's 1 AWP, but 2. That might catch them off guard here.
Especially if one of them goes for an aggressive maneuver. You might start maneuvering away from it to
into the second AWP.
So yeah, let's cross our fingers and toes. We get a close one here.
Yeah, look at the buy from Masuda. This is telling me we might see something fast here. It could just be a top play. He's also light on U2. It's going to be ramp. It's a ramp rush.
Yeah, but you better believe Vinny's AWP is there. Chance. He's not flashed. He misses his chance. And immediately look at the space Masuda has taken. He might take hell as well. Oh my God, it's Helen Asal. He's right there. Anybody? Any info at all? Look at the time. 1 minute 33. Shox has full yard control.
Up ladder.
This is completely backwards. Yuri's concerned about main from the other side of heaven.
Art's coming up secret in a moment. How are we keeping track of all this?
Look at the minimap. It's completely flipped. 3 of them flashing in from heaven already.
This.
Oh God, and
Huge shot.
Kyojin's massive shot into the head, long range. They are naded, they know they're coming. Doesn't turn the flash. Yuri has to hit this shot. He babysits nicely, incredibly. Double, finally Apex contests. ZywOo and Apex partner up, and they don't have to rush this, but I think ZywOo wants to try and catch this player. First on main, there's another on site. K-Serato, oh, quick react onto ZywOo. Just about gets the job done, and now Vinny versus ZywOo. Huge advantage, but with a low HP and an AWP for Vinny, I'm not so sold.
I knew they forced him lower at the start of the round, but that was about, what, 40 seconds ago. Vinny could be absolutely anywhere right now, and ZywOo is walking into his clutches.
Wait, is he going down the vent? Vinny holds his nerve and hits the shot. Furia needed that one. Can you explain the thought process, though? I think he just takes a gamble.
It is at that point, because you have absolutely no idea where Vinny could be coming from. You're not going to be expecting an AWP player to be coming up the vent.
And Vinny's ready for vents.
Yeah, that's so crazy. Like, the fact that ZywOo mollied it is trying to tell you, at least in my mind, says that maybe he's worried about the player in the vent. Whoa, that is very, very curious stuff right there. But this is a great shot from Kyojin. Then he gets ahead of himself, unfortunately. He blocks Apex's first flash. Then they go on the second flash. Yuri's way too ready for that.
Right.
And look, they fumbled a little bit there, but otherwise it looked great from Vitality.
Like, get into Vinny's head for a second. Your teammates died top site. You've just thrown out a main smoke. He then mollies vents.
Yeah.
You sit there, and he just descends straight into the AWP. Ay, caramba. All right, 11 to 10. Apex is trying to get them back into the driving seat, get the mojo flowing. But it seems like Fury, you know, I mean, it's not the best weapons for the job, but they're ready again to contest.
Yeah, they're kind of hurting on this one, and Vinny's dropped that AWP over for Art into an MP9. This is an important round for Vitality. The French could break their economy here.
Those smokes are all about to bloom in unison.
I think Shock's going to push through this. It looks, it looked like he was considering it here, but staying close so he can't be spotted from heaven. Tucking under, and he will have to deal with the AWP of Art. Apex is going to make it just in time as they start to fade, but this is the fight.
That's the cancel from Art. In fact, smoked it off, wants to reposition. Could perhaps peek on the other side of vent. ZywOo smoked off on ramp. Busy, though.
So juicy gap to work with.
No one's home. He might just try and exploit that gap.
Look at the heavy rotation. Vinny went under. K-Serato's here too. Shox has to be so careful.
Yeah, and he's faffing around with nades. Tries to bait it with the pin. No issue. Vinny's... Oh, actually, Shox is the one to open up proceedings. Pushes through. Vinny has managed to maintain ramp control for now. Vitality can go anywhere they want, though. They've got Apex Secret. They know Yuri's typically hanging around that main side.
And they knew that Art was lower because he fired a shot. So K-Serato's gone down. That means that it's likely Art's have to hang around, and that is exactly the case. Art's starting to pivot now, back towards ramp. Vinny pushing through lobby. They might catch them off guard here if Vitality aren't quick.
Not a bad chance. Not bad at all. They are coming in now and down the vent. Oh, no, that's a perfect play. There's no one down.
Tricky business.
Yeah, AK upgrade for Vinny if he's interested. Instead, gets the frag. Oh, my God. Art just catches the shoulder of Masuta before he gets across. Apex keeps us level. We've got a brawl here on our hands for a crucial round of play. Vinny still making that MP9 work, dancing around. ZywOo demanded to clutch. First already, and Yuri very quick on the draw. Gary loves it. And that's 11.
They're letting him know right there. The war cries are coming on out in a big way, and the money, well, with that plan for Vitality, there's going to be a conversation to be had. They have 2 timeouts left, but Fury have tied things up. We were talking a scoreline of blowout proportions. We were not thinking in that first half just how Fury were being handled no matter what they did. This was going to be a close affair. And now it's on.
I almost feel silly for doubting Furia.
Yeah, it's like, well, that was the narrative. It's like, well, it was looking silly because they were getting shut down time and time again. But then once they broke them, the levy opened, and then from there they were actually able to exploit rotations without using Yard.
And they're doing this with, you know, the hamstring of a player that seems, at this point in time, overwhelmed by the Vitality boys. Honda's been struggling. He's been fair play, keeping the consistency. It's not like he's not trying the aggressive maneuvers.
He's doing the kills.
Precisely. He's doing his role. But the fact that Fury is still making Vitality sweat.
Oh no, Art, come on now. Come on now.
And he does, and he takes down the Woo. The best prize scalp you could have asked for on your opening maneuver. Shox, his head's going to be visible. Yuri finds him as well. Fury are about to seize the lead here unless Vitality can somehow flip this script. They're all outside. Kyojin's concerned about the fast flank, understandably, when you're up against these Brazilians. Oh, K-Serato, good chance. puts another body down. Masuta trying to trade as best he can, just as he averts his gaze. Another added to Keisarato's tally, 21, top of the scoreboard in the server. Keisarato, a quiet but solid performance here at LAN.
Oh, this has been heard. They know where Kyojin is, and those nades are going to signal that. It's only a matter of time here. Vinny from range, and that is a clean sweep right there. All 5 surviving, and Furia, they are mounting right now on Nuke. Their map choice, you can see right here, top of the screen. Third, if we need it, will be Mirage. Overpass was a close affair, especially that first half. But here we go. Finally, it feels like Fury have cracked this nut, and strangely enough, Vitality are opting back in. Not a full buy, but a pretty heavy investment. Shocks into head armor with an AK, couple of pistols upgraded, a bit of util as well, and maybe some pace on this one as Squeaky's been naded open. Shocks hoping that somebody puts their head in his crosshair.
You can see a great read of Furia there and just anticipating something quick, something armored and Tech 90, because I just saw 5 incendiaries in the first 15 seconds.
Yeah, not wanting to let the fast players on the T side slip the net. Now they can kind of just guard their positions, right? And they have the weapon advantage. So the fact that they are a little bit lower on util, not a big deal, but this is interesting. A late smoke wall yard. It's going to put a bit of doubt into those Furia ranks. Art can see, however, if he just takes down Apex, he knows this is clear. The jump is spotted. He doesn't know for 100% certainty.
Vinny. Well, a lot to contend with, and that's a big opener from Shocks.
Vinny's already low.
Yeah, and he's finished off as well. Perhaps Vitality have got more to say about this than we initially expected. Apex has used that wall to cross secret. Honda just walks lackadaisically straight into Shocks' aim.
Like a bit of a lost boy right there. Could claw this back. Keisarado has been a beast here. He's found himself in lobby, can pivot wherever he needs, but if Apex continues this slow crawl, he might catch him in the back.
Booked him. Oh, Vitality. Everyone just getting caught out with knives out, backs turned. They've completely booked him. Art is on the low site.
Just as things started to look good as well, just as we were saying Furia had the lead, and now this is not the type of round you want to be losing whatsoever.
Gonna lose everything as well. Another back turn moment. Ouch. That's gonna really leave a mark. Vitality have achieved a lot with that. That was Tech 9's and the hero AK, as you discussed. You broke it down. This, oh, look what it's done to Furia. That could very well be the moment where Furia are going to lose control of this one. This is the closing stages. Finances are such a key determining factor in the final 5. Shocks winning that duel on Yuri before, like he had the AUG, he had them all lined up. Yeah. If he had an extra second to unload, that could have been a very different round. So Shocks finding that frag when he did, a big reason why Vitality now boast 12. And we look like we're going to be seeing a lot of action yard right out of the gates here. I'm seeing smokes flying through the sky. Shocks on his way through. It is just Eagles. There shouldn't be much more for them to say. They're even wall banging him.
They know he's there. The Shocks knows it's 100%. See that blood splatter?
Yeah,
The spam through the molly is just going to be punishment for Keisarado. You either burn or you pick and you die. Either way, that's the first death.
And that's why you don't want to be clearing your decals on your tab.
Yes. It's good to have bound, but don't have it like super accessible.
Not on W.
Don't have it on Mounts 1 or something silly like that I've seen people talking about. The blood splatter can actually really help you in certain occasions, even in situations where you can see where a player has died and you understand an angle in which they were killed on. So there's little details that can really come into play. But if Vitality keep their cool in a round like this, they already have 2 opening kills. It's just a matter of grouping up, trading efficiently, getting yourself back into that lead. Round number 13 will be noted only momentarily. And you can understand the decision here from Furia, right? May as well get a full gun round out in the next, because if they went for a buy and a purchase and it was subpar and then they lose that economy is just going to really just spiral out of control, because next round they're only getting 1900. So whatever you see right here in this right-hand column, assuming no more kills come in, add 1900 to that, and that's how much they're going to have to spend on their buy. So we'll see Art get back into the AWP if he wants. We'll see the utility, the Molotovs, the smokes, everything they need to stop those early pressure moments of the French. But when you win a low buy round, like what Vitality did, that works the other way. That gives them a bit more of an economy buffer, right? So you have to consider the swings and roundabouts of all of this. The bomb will go down. That's even more of a cash buffer, and Kyojin doing the most boring role, but one of the most integral.
Dude, I wonder what the head-to-head between Kyojin and Honda is.
Well,
I don't. Oh, actually, I can probably guess. I could probably guess. You're right. All right, fair play.
Poor Honda. He is having a rough go of things, right? And Nuke is not by any means just an easy map to pick up. I'm not trying to give anybody any excuses, but when you do consider this level of play, coming in to play a technical map like this.
And the fact that your team actually play it differently to the entire Tier 1 scene, that might also play a part.
Yeah, find me another team who doesn't throw smoke walls, yard, or nuke in Tier 1 Counter-Strike.
It's just the ultimate tactical hipster.
Yeah, because for the longest time, we always... Oh, not bad from Vinny. The Zeus has converted an M4, and another frag. Setting themselves up nicely here. So 3 rounds for the French. Fury need 1 to bounce back. Orp out for Art. Kit Watch at an all-time high, as Vinny will have 1 to his name. No molly for Art, no molly for Yuri. Everybody else is stacked on up. Can't believe we're going the distance here. Really did not feel the way when we started this map.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's the opposite of Overpass, where we thought we had a competitive map and then we didn't. And now we didn't think we did, and we do. 13 to 12. What is he up to? Jumps straight into Zywoo. Airtime from Art. Trying to make a frag movie there. And someone's going to have to fill that void in the fragging department. If it's not Art this round, I don't know what will change this circumstances, because already Shox is across, 4 lobby, everything coming into place for Vitality. Who's holding ramp?
It is Vinny. He's just gotten over here.
Ooh, and a single flashbang. You might have to cancel that. You know, he stands and he fights nearly more than 1. He doesn't get anything. Kyojin and Masuta were both there, tagged, but not body bagged. K Serato with something. Another to find. Nice info play. Needs a quick scope. Can't find it. Shox. 1 for 1. Yuri at least keeps it level. 2 versus 3. It's competitive. And the bomb's currently going down. If he wallbangs the rafters, he's got something.
Hindsight, Molly might be a bit premature there. They could have used that as part of this retake, and now it's Honda, the rookie. He needs to do something, and he needs to do it now. 3 kills to his name. Oh, it's not going to change. Kyojin gets the better of him 1 more time, and now it's just Yuri who's going to do his best to pick up this AWP and get on out of dodge, but Apex, the in-game leader, denies it all, and that is 14 for the French.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a contrast. Oh. Get it in the heads. It's not just a game on the server nowadays. We're back, baby. 491 days, and now IEM Cologne. We start to see another element of the Counter-Strike gameplay.
Oh, the smack talk is half the fun. It is half the fun, and it's really just part and parcel of the game here. So Apex, he's firing himself up. He's letting him know. He's putting him on notice. This 2-0 is only 2 rounds away. And here we go again. We're back into play.
Courtesy mute. Got to respect it, but here we go. Big opportunity. Shox hasn't cleared his corner. Trigger discipline. Art strikes twice with the AWP. He'd need a third. There's some support in the form of pistols, and Fury has suddenly just brought it all through. Every frag connects. Bodies litter yard, and only Kyojin. His first LAN event, and he has been looking very comfortable. Honda, the same. At least in terms of first event, certainly not the same level of comfort, though, as he concedes his 20th.
Now this would be some clutch.
There's no way. There is absolutely no way. The bomb's in their grasp, AWPs and AKs posted up. Admittedly, a little absence in the armor.
That nade combo could be nice there.
Oh, it's not bad. It's actually onto Art, the kind of key ingredient in all of this. A good find in the off angle. Yuri should finish the job, but it's Vinny to put the final bullet in. Okay, Furia. Just what the doctor ordered. I mean, right at the 11th hour.
That was huge, right? The fact that that was the play, they know that they've been losing that yard traction, so even if they went out there and just killed Shox and Apex, who's traditionally been that 2-man pack, probably job done. But look at the wide swing. Art has picked Zywoo off yard a couple of times, and that's the difference with a player like Art. We're talking about these guys, you know, maybe not having the balls to do these plays on LAN. Well, he's done it right there, and in a huge round. Even Honda's found himself a kill in that one, but they need to be G'ing this kid up in a big way. Here we go again. It's the double CT-sided AWP. And, oh, Art, you're putting yourself in the madness, my friend.
Such a madman. Oh, he's just been hunted down. Masuta descends the vents. K Serato responds to the chaos in kind. Bombs down vents early. What? Help me. Vinny's there to contest. He's down ramp.
He has an AWP to do so. Shox could apply a lot of pressure here as well. He doesn't necessarily need to come through secret. He can just patrol and control some of these rotations. Look where Apex is as well during all of this.
Door's already open. If he drops the smoke, that bomb's down. If anything, he just wants to wait to make sure Apex is going to have a voice in the round if that bomb does get planted. There's still
no
floating
rush.
lobby.
There's really no rush. Right now, Vitality have a lot of real estate here and trying to claw back whatever they can. His Furia, Yuri, he's going to see nothing with this. Once they get this window room controlled, they can completely deny Vinny with the AWP. A smoke to one side, a molly to the other, and then they can just enter in the site. And he's actually doing the courtesy for them, just dipping on back.
they're crossing their T's, they're dotting their I's. Molly, smoke. No mistakes can be made. Furia to try and contest this, they re-molly it. They've perfectly denied any chance to voice concerns. And there's still more where that came from. Another smoke available on Apex. They have done everything, converting the 4-man lower descent into a near impossible retake.
This round has just completely changed. It's already the save call here from Furia. It's no longer about what they want to do. It's about what the French want to do. Do Vitality want to hunt? Do they want to try and take this away? Bomb is halfway ticked now, and they're not finding any resistance whatsoever. The call needs to come through very, very shortly if they want to put their foot on the gas and try and take away some of these guns. The save points on a map like Nuke, they're very, very far away. They're very tucked on in.
This is a really important save.
I don't think they're going to get close at all. The bomb's already way too far gone. Top side players will need to try and back on away from that bomb radius. And they should be fine, more than fine where they're planted right now. And they keep 4 alive, very important to do so. Enough money here for Honda or Queserado to drop a gun to make this one work. They can stay competitive with a buy, but Vitality are taking a timeout to poise themselves here. They're looking good to close this.
And that only frag of that round.
Oh, Art in the vent.
Bingo.
Jeez, that just clicked.
Yeah, that's how that round started. That was the gap to the low site. Madness, absolute madness. Masuta just diving straight down after him.
I don't even know if they knew Art went down.
I'm not sure. I think he was just trying to get down there.
Yeah, that was just part of the strat, and luckily he profited.
Yep. All right, Furia, well, you've got your backs up against the wall. The lower bracket looms. Vitality to throw the blow. We haven't seen Vitality lose a map yet upon arrival to Cologne. Can Furia change the script? They've got very close. So far, an untarnished record for the French. Flamboyant, loud as ever. Double AWPs in play.
That's crazy they went for that, right? They could have just got Vinny's AWP, given it to Art, had a rifle in play, and Queserado could have gone with full utility. But instead, they've gone for that double AWP situation, and here we are. We're already back into action. All those protocol mollies drop. Smokes on both sides. Art completely obscured, and he gets the shot through the smoke. That's huge on the shocks.
Yeah, that's just pure luck. Oh my God, he nearly got another. Okay. A change for Furia. An advantage right out of the gate. Yuri's playing around the smokes. Wonder if he can catch a glimpse of them. Masuta's responsibility of credit card, and Yuri's managed to make it a 5v3. Immediately equalized to an extent. Apex shaves one off of the disadvantage.
We might have heard Art steps right here.
Yeah, they're actually opting to climb. You do have to make a sound cue. I think Art may have heard it. No, doesn't. Oh, checks it. Apex, bottom. Oh, missed shot. Huge miss. Apex has made it 3v3. They're 3 frags away from sending Furia down. Oh. Yeah, Queserado could put his bottom in the line any second. A shoulder. He's pushed through to lobby. The window for Zywoo to jump through has closed, and he realizes it as well.
Vinny is condemned to this lower site. He has to stay here, and he has the worst weapon for the job. Right now, Kyojin's making his way around towards ladder. Zywoo has to be so careful. He has the bomb on his back. Are they actually going to try and finish lower here? They are.
Yeah, but that smoke, what does Zywoo do with that information? He's been smoked off. He'll have about 20 seconds once it's faded.
This is perfect because Vinny has the AWP, right? If they pin him in, he's going to have to hit some absolute bangers of shots.
Kyojin can't go too early. And he has given him the fight. The smoke's still up. He can reposition. Vinny can delay everything here if he plays it right.
Oh, Zywoo's found the timing.
Oh, he knows where he is, but he's missed the shot. Vinny can still win the round. Zywoo's got the bomb on his back. Zywoo has to be out of action to get that bomb down. Flash and push. This is so brave. Go on. Not quite. Tags him to 50, 2-on-2. Close quarters. Zywoo misses. Queserado traded.
He needs the ace.
It's not all onto Honda. Can you do it? He can. He saves Fury. He's only had 4 frags in 28 rounds, but that one keeps Fury in it.
Oh my God, Apex there with almost the ace to get the team across the line. Absolutely mental scenes right there.
Wow, okay, we go again.
They stay alive, they stay alive.
Another double AWP out the gate.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, is the timeout going to be taken by Vitality now? They may as well. Looks like they might be saving that if they do get to overtime here. Apex rescue mission. Honda, oh, from 4 to 5.
That was it, dude.
Oh, the pressure on that one to carry them through. Okay, well, we go again.
Just someone get him a towel. Those palms are going to be sweaty. Vinny. He's going to be flashed off the line. Maybe someone gives him a shoulder before the pop, but he does pull the trigger, baited. Tries to stick around, 1 for 1. Kyojin, another impactful frag, keeps it level. And a miss from Art. He's forced off the line by the Flame. They'll have to opt for Secret if they want to access the site. Queserado's push has booked shocks. That's a big start. And Kyojin looking to rush the plant. He's defended nicely. Masuta has all the ground to stop the contest. Timing on this. Vitality, they are down to just 3, but that bomb is ticking in their favor. Utility check. We have pits. Now we have a 3v3. Kyojin looking for more impact. Sees the shoulder. Kyojin, his first LAN, and he's secured it for them. Just Yuri now. Nothing they can say. Too much time. Looks like it's theirs, and the French wave adieu to Furia.
Some characteristics that will make a good LAN player are composure, experience. I think those two things are the biggest ones because once you get into this flow state where you're always calm and you're playing like you would at home, that's how you transition your game from your best to LAN.
You know, the online region has shown teams out of CIS are just dominating everyone, so I think this is going to be the true test. And I think it's just going to come down to, you know, really not being shook at all when it actually comes to crunch time.
I think it all comes down to how you deal with the pressure. Because it doesn't matter, people have this idea that you don't feel the pressure when you're Prime Astralis, but I think it's actually not that way. I think it's something they had all the pressure on them, right? And it's how you deal with that pressure.
So I think you just need to feel comfortable playing on LAN and also have a little bit of the balls to also play what you want to do.
I grew up playing local LANs like all my CS career, and I've been to a few international tournaments that I feel comfortable enough to play how I usually play at home.
I think a good LAN player is a player who steps up in the most clutch moments, and I think it's also a player who doesn't let the outside distractions get to him. I think it's easy for you to focus on the cameras, on the crowd, on the players walking back and forth. Like there's so much going on that like you can easily even be mid-round and look up and like, oh, like that's like a big camera maybe now. So I think over time, as you become more of a veteran player and you ignore those things and just focus on your game and you play it like it's any other day basically, like you were at home.
I think when I was starting out and when I had my first run in Renegades, I really had big issues with like nerves and pressure, which was all in my head, and that's the reason why like I was unable to perform there. But I think gaining the experience over time and playing more and more events, it just gave me more confidence and like made LAN basically my comfort zone. So I think I'm way better now than I was a few years ago.
So I think right now it would just be like, if people shit talk, just ignore that, I guess. That'd be the biggest thing to say.
For me, I think playing on LAN, it's a different type of vibe, it's a different type of environment. For me, it's the motivation that really kicks in and the passion. So I love playing on LAN.
At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Whoa.
And a matchup that heroics were vital. We did find them there for the side of Vitality. Some great stuff there out of Zywoo and company. To close this one out, albeit Furia definitely did not make it any easier. This is the group stage of the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and we are just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. Listen to him roar. Or just come back to the studio. Guys, I thought it was going to be a little bit more of an extended thing.
A little bit more roaring in there, huh?
But as it turns out,
Nice.
they're done roaring. Guys, that one got pretty tense right down to the end.
Yeah,
And
way
why?
more than what we anticipated, because if you just look at the first few rounds, based off that first map momentum, Vitality is coming in really hot, the defense is strong, and I'm thinking, damn, this is going to be a quick one. And then you have to come in Furious, perseverance, and resilience. You know, the fact that they kept on trying that door position, Mizuta first quite strong, and then finally they caught a break. Finally, Furia found their way into this, and then you could see Art with the game plan rolling over.
So I look at you, Jason, and I
that happens sometimes.
And you don't know what you're going to say.
I know what I'm going to say. No, I have a pretty good idea. In all reality, this was a tough game for some. And for others, it wasn't. Obviously, if you look at the side of Furia, it's kind of hard not to mention Honda.
Yeah, I mean, definitely on Nuke, 6-21 is not how you want to end it. But I think, I mean, if you're going to be a good teammate to him, it's got to be a point where you just say, look, it's your first LAN. We've all gone to a LAN and had a bad performance, and we've all, you know, been in that position where it's a little bit embarrassing, a little bit humbling, and you work with him to get back to it. This is not an easy tournament to have your first LAN in. That being said, there does need to be a stronger performance, quite obviously. But no need to pile on the young man.
No, there's no piling, I don't think.
No, obviously not. I think we need to genuinely address like how hard it must be for him right now. And this is one side of esports in the game. We prefer to focus on the wins. We prefer to wins on the focus on the heroes. But sometimes it happens. Sometimes you miss the mark. You fail an event or you fail a series. And as Jason is pointing out, this is where the team needs to come together to help him go through that. Because I guarantee you, you're Honda right now. You're going to your hotel room, and you know
you
that
feel like
in this
garbage.
very, very close, tight affair, a 30 rounds map, you actually ended up having 6 kills. You know that you had no impact whatsoever. And this is a situation where, Trace, the game is faster than you. It's like you're trying to catch up with the game, and you're one step behind all the time. The duels you should take, you don't. You hesitate.
I bet this match felt like it was 15 minutes to him.
But that's the thing. It's like it's really hurtful as a player to fight back, and not everyone can do it. Rookies have usually a really hard time, you know, catching a break when they're having such a bad start. Experienced players will do it. They'll know how to grind their way back into a game and find a confidence. For Honda, it's too early. It's too early for him to ask that.
And I've got an experienced player that's got a couple words to share with us from the Vitality side. It's going to be Apex with a winning interview.
Congratulations to Apex. I know that your mind is probably blown after that final round, but think back to Overpass. Tell me about the info plays that you were able to make and the info you were able to gather on Overpass to have such a successful second half.
Well, we felt like the Overpass wasn't really ready with Honda lately, so we decided to pick it up. We had a tough beginning, like not really crazy run. They just like fucked us, kinda. Sorry for my words. And then we just stay with our composure, stay together, and try to understand what we did wrong. And then everything went well since that round.
So what did you do wrong in that first half of Nuke then? Because it became a 9-6 scoreline, but Fury didn't really vary the game plan, Apex.
Well, yeah, it's always really hard when you play against Furia. They have a really strange playstyle. It's their own playstyle. They're just running everywhere and just doing crazy stuff. With Art as in-game leader, it's pretty tough. But yeah, we had a good game plan on that one. And yeah, everything went well at the beginning. We were like maybe 9-2 up. And then we did 9-6, which is not that good, losing the pistol, 9-9. But yeah, overall, that was a good city side from us because last time we played against them on the DreamHack Masters, I think we got like really, really, really stomped on city side on New York. So I'm really happy about that one.
We could have ended up in overtime. In fact, you could have closed it out a round sooner with an ace. How did you collect yourself and seal the deal in 2 maps?
Well, I'm not thinking about myself as in-game leader. I'm trying to think about the team. Even if I did this 4K, I didn't really care, to be honest. I just wanted the team to win and just thinking what I could do to help them. And that's what happened overall. Sharks did a good mid-run call with me. And yeah, I felt like we were better than them today.
Very quick one to finish. Is the screaming for your benefit or for your enemies?
I think it's to pump the team first because we have 2 rookies that never did big lands. The only land they did was small French lands. So sometimes they're pretty stressed, like they don't know how to react. And I just want to show them that they just don't need to think, they just need to kill. And I'm there to pump the team, to lead the team, and overall that way. So, and also for the enemies, I know they were close. We heard them screaming. So, but I answered pretty well, I guess.
Apex, you pumped them good. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll see you very soon.
I do like to see that guy smile. There's something about it that's very contagious. Jason's even smiling right now, but you couldn't tell because he's not on the screen. What is on the screen is the group stage bracket, isn't it, Jason?
Yes, Trace, indeed it is. Gambit going to take on NIP. They've both moved on. Obviously, that fantastic match, NIP beating up on Liquid earlier today. Gambit having a tough, grueling match against Mousesports. Big and G2 as well. Some intriguing matchups in the upper bracket.
Oh, yeah, absolutely that. And this is just Group A. We can flip on over to Group B. And Maniac, you know what? Go for it.
Yeah, what we have right now is obviously Vitality making it to the next echelon. We've witnessed that game. Over on the B stream, we have Na'Vi currently in a good position against Renegades in that second map. So it looks like we should be going to a third.
How confident are you? Scale of 1 to 10.
On a third map, 9.
Well, yeah, I mean, Renegades did just pick up a round. So anything's possible.
Oh, so what you mean is they won the event?
Yeah, well, if 2 and 2 makes 4, then maybe. It actually is not exactly what's happening at all. Na'Vi Renegades is going on over on the B stream if you want to check that out there in the second map. Believe it or not, Renegades did win the first map, and now Na'Vi bouncing back need to reverse that whole entire thing. For us, we could probably just put a nice little bow on what's happening tomorrow and some of the action that we've got coming up. In terms of games, there are a plenty of them. I have to just pull this up here for all of us. Heroic Spirit, we've got an Astralis phase game, which is coming in on our stream. That's pretty damn cool. NIP versus Gambit, Liquid Mousesports. We're looking at G2 and Big as our last game of the day, and then Complexity versus Pro over on the B stream. So pretty stacked, guys. Like we're not beating around the bush here. These aren't teams trying to play in or qualify through whatever. These are the real deal teams.
Yeah.
I think tomorrow's matchup, FaZe and Astralis, I almost feel like that's as close as you can get without actually being there to a must-win game for FaZe.
Okay.
I think considering the state that Astralis is in, if you're going to be FaZe and you're going to have this lineup come in and you're going to have these names in your team and you're going to be confident in all the interviews that have been given and you want to go deep into this tournament, you need to be able to beat a limping, damaged, confused Astralis.
It'd be fair to consider them favorite to an extent. I'm ready to join you to cross that river. I'm ready to join you there.
Yeah, I mean, I have to consider them favorites just because of the situation that Astralis finds himself in. They've lost their top offer. There's a whole lot of just confusion of what's happening within that team. A lot of discussion about that team and that roster breaking up to some degree, and what it looks more like an explosion than just one more coach or one more player leaving. So, yeah, if you're FaZe going into that game, that's must win in my mind.
Yeah, the chatter about Astralis right now at an all-time high. Pretty wild, really, especially behind the scenes. There's a lot of that. We're not going to let you know about that. We're not even really privy to it. What we are is privy to bet, which is exactly where I'm headed right now. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. This has been the first day of the group stage of our main event for Cologne 21, and we will be back tomorrow with some more sick Counter-Strike just for you.
As we move through the dust, nights turn into days, wanna buy another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Faded as we push through the darkest times, I'll be there by your side. We arise, everything's breaking, our souls will awaken, our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the
he's going to get that shot, and that has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me! He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hunting for the bread. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.